This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Three receivers right, two come to the left. Rams are going to rush four. Prescott runs up out of the pocket and runs right, looking downfield. Throw into the end zone, touchdown. C.D. Lamb. Cash in. That's C.D.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is a Tolo Monday featuring your Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers on Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station, live as always on your home of the AL champs and the NFC East team that loves to beat down bad to mediocre teams. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Of course, be careful driving out there. I was like, is it going to be some ice this morning? Is this going to get cold enough for ice? Fortunately not, but it is still messy, and things got messy for the LA Rams yesterday. 43-20 in Arlington. We got a score. Gami, RJ with his brand new Dallas Cowboys gear, attending the game here on the Fan Cam. Dak, Lamb, Bland, special teams, and we saw two backup quarterbacks in this game, one by choice and one not.
Yeah, this is not new gear. This is old. This is old stuff.
Oh.
This is old stuff.
You just wear it when they win, like a bandwagoner.
Well, I don't know anybody that wears it when they lose. You'd be a loser. That's what you call yourself when you wear stuff when they lose. You're a loser. No. It was just, couldn't find the other hoodie I wanted to wear this morning. And the dog chewed up the hat.
Ooh.
And I'm in big trouble. I am in big trouble at home. Big trouble for leaving the hat in a place where the dog could get it. But what a performance against a team that I don't really know what to make of, the LA Rams. They've got talent, they've got no depth, and they've sold their soul. That's what happens. You got no depth out there. What a beatdown though. I mean, the Cowboys played the way they did in the first couple of weeks of the season yesterday out there at AT&T. They were on fire. They were lighting it up.
Dak with 304, 4 touchdowns, the 81 QBR. C.D. Lamb going crazy. It'll be interesting to see Richard Sherman talk about him as a number one today. 12 for 158, 13 a catch, 2 touchdowns. Brandon Cooks got involved. He finally got a little bit of a deep ball with a 25-yard touchdown. Jake Ferguson playing with that Travis Kelce inspiration with his girl somewhere watching, one of the Cavender twins, maybe moving to TCU. And then, of course, once this defense gets a big lead, Micah Parsons can tee off. He did. And then, of course, another game for Deron Bland, as Bobby tweeted, leading the Dallas Cowboys in touchdowns. Deron Bland leads the Cowboys in touchdowns. That's incredible.
That is pretty remarkable. Now, maybe after week 1, you could see something like that happening. But here we are in week 9 or whatever it is. Seems a bit much. Week 8. Seems like it doesn't happen like that.
They've won 11 straight at AT&T. Stafford gets knocked out. Man, this guy, I felt his pain. I felt his physical pain with his hand hitting Micah Parsons, and then Tank Lawrence forcing him finally to go ahead and leave. Cooper Rush in with 10 minutes left. I know some of the totals wanted Trey Lance. What was it like there, overcoming that awful start with the offensive line, scaring the crap out of us with Tyron Smith missing and Udoga then getting hurt?
I mean, sack, play, sack, penalty, and then now you're off and running. Yeah, that was pretty scary early on. It was like, oh, God, we're in for one of these days. We're starting already? We're in for one of these days? You know, the only thing I don't like about being at the game is that I had no idea Stafford got hurt until, like, 2 plays in. I'm like, wait a second. Matt doesn't wear number 11.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Mark Rippon, baby.
Yeah.
Brett Rippon.
It's his nephew or something like that. It's like, well, I don't remember Stafford wearing number 11. What's going on over there? Why is he not in? And then, you know, you're waiting. And it was about 20 minutes later before Schefter even posted that he had a thumb. You know, it was like, what's going on? Why is he not in there? But, you know, this is the moment that happened. You knew the game was over. I mean, the game was already over anyway. They made it a little interesting with the back-to-back possessions at the end of the half and the start of the second half.
Yeah.
Other than that, this was in hand the entire time.
Yeah.
Soup to nuts, start to finish, stem to start, whatever they want to say. This thing was in hand from the start.
Yeah, it was a 9-minute drive after the Rams scored. Rams scored at the end of the first half to okay, try to be a little bit respectable. Then the Cowboys had a 9-minute drive after the score. No, actually, the score was beginning of the third quarter. My bad.
Right, so they scored at the end of the first half.
Yeah.
And they missed a 2-point. And then they got the ball, and they scored again.
33-17, I think they made it. Something like that. I honestly lost track of the scoring. It was like too crazy, too frenetic to go ahead and keep up with. But the Cowboys go on a 9-minute drive. There was a 4th and 1. And McCarthy's like, we're going to go for it, and I'm going to put the ball in Prescott's hands. He found Brandon Cooks. Pollard had that, like, bobble catch where it looks like if he would have got it clean, he could have picked the first down, but that allowed Auburn to kick another field goal. They go back up 19 points, and it was over after that, 36-17. Star Up, Star Down is coming up at 6 o'clock, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, as the Cowboys have another very similar win to the games that they had against the Giants, against the Jets, against the Patriots, and now this one. It's like when they get these types of games, and that's why I said on Friday I was too chicken to pick the blowout, but I was like, I'm picking Cowboys by 3, but the other side of me feels like the other alternative here is an absolute blowout. And that's the way they've been doing it with special teams, defensive touchdowns. They just do it and they explode on you like the Rangers offense can do when they get these types of games.
Yeah, and this is why they're, so tough to figure out. They can have these massive, amazing type games. They're bullies. They're bullies. No, they really are, right? They beat up on those that are weaker than them.
That's a great way to put it.
And then when it gets time to actually do something against a good team, they cower.
Yes.
And they're like, no, I didn't mean that. The Cowboys are bullies.
They really are. It's the perfect analogy. Mike McCarthy on the win and playing so well in Arlington.
Well, I mean, the whole thing. I mean, if you get here early, guys were here a little extra early today. Locker room was full, energy was great, and then, to be honest with you, national anthems played, and I thought our home crowd was unbelievable at the kickoff. I mean, there's not too many noon games where you see the crowd, the towels, the whole 10 yards. So, and I think really from that start into the performance of the team, the complimentary football in the first half was excellent. All 3 phases, contribute. Obviously with the turnovers, the pick 6, the block punt, offense didn't punt. So, I mean, it's a great start. And, in a versatile football team that we had a tremendous amount of respect for, for what they put on video. We felt they were playing very well coming in here.
How was the crowd?
It was pretty good. I'm very confused by how they determine decibel levels. So when I guess Seager hit the home run, they said it went to 112 decibels at the Globe. And just on a random third down, they've got the decibel meter. And I got to like 116, 117. I'm like, wait a second.
No.
What are we doing here? Like, are we for real? Like, I'm having a conversation. Like, is it 117 decibels in there? We're just sitting here talking.
Right.
So it's a good crowd. It's a football crowd. Like, it gets amped when there's a big play. I mean, everybody gets up and jumping. And, we were in the kind of the wine and cheese section, the great seats. Those are the people I had to hang around with at sporting events where I can still have a conversation with you. I don't have to get too loud, and I don't have to get rambunctious, and there's no line for drinks. All the drinks are free. And that's my kind of section.
Pepe, final thoughts, opening thoughts after the final yesterday in Arlington?
It's all the confidence I need going into Philly. I mean, I wanted to see everything that they showed. And, I mean, I'm just like any other fan. I know we're supposed to celebrate the win today, but I'm already focused on Philly. It's not technically going to be for first place because the Phillies haven't had their bye week yet. But, I mean, I'm so confident going into Philly right now. I think we're playing at our absolute best.
All right, Peyton, since you feel so good, what do you think the spread is? I have the opening line.
I believe it's got to be 3.
You are correct. Eagles by 3 after they hung on to beat Washington yesterday. We'll take you inside the NFC East. Around the NFL, we'll have Brad Sham, RJ hanging out with Jerry Jones, Hall of Famers, and Alex Rodriguez during the Expressway. Jared Sandler from Arizona, Nick Eatman as well. Are the Rangers in a little bit of trouble with Game 3 tonight? That's next with Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It is hit. 1 run is home. And here comes Rivera to score. The throw to the plate, not in time. A 2-run single for Ketel Marte. It's 6-1 Arizona.
And that evened up the World Series at 1 game apiece on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy on your home of the American League champs. 105.3 The Fan. Game 3 tonight in Arizona. The Rangers may be happy to be on the road, given the way that this postseason has gone. But, RJ, the life was sucked out of the building as I went to Game 2 in Arlington on Saturday, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have to be flying back home thinking we should be up 2-0. We're the better team. Yeah. We know we are.
They've won 17 of the 20 innings.
That's the way baseball goes.
I mean, outside of the 9th inning of Game 1 and, like, the 1st inning of Game 1 or the 2nd inning, whatever it was, and then, like, the 11th. I mean, what the Diamondbacks have basically dominated this series. They really have. And they should be up 2-0. They should be up 2-0. We're lucky to go back there. And now, like, we're in a situation where you've got to win. If the Rangers just take 1 of the 3 games, all that gives them is coming back home down 3-2. Back against the wall, where you've not played tremendous this postseason, and Arizona has basically owned this series at home. They have. And maybe the Rangers go there and take 2 or 3, and then all's fair.
And you're going into this again, may sound a little funny, after you dealt for a future Hall of Famer, you're going in with the lesser advantage in the starting pitching matchup with Max Scherzer on the mound. Going up against, all right, let's just make this clear once and for all. Fought, I saw it was pronounced by
thought, yeah.
like thought.
It's like thought, yeah.
Fought, is it like thought, fat, thought?
Fought.
T-H-O-T, P-F-O-T.
Yeah, it's like fought.
Yeah, fought. Fought's got a 2.70 earned run average. Max is coming in with a 9.45. With our best hope being, he's just still shaking off rust.
Yeah.
The rust is almost off. Like Evaldi returning at the end of the season, or my belief, and it's being more pessimistic, Max, maybe he just doesn't have that stuff that can get you the win anymore. And we're not going to see it throughout the rest of these playoffs.
Well, I mean, you might not. I mean, you might not see it the rest of the playoffs. If you go look at Evaldi throughout the last X amount of times during the season, when he came back after the July 18th injury, He had 6 starts. He lasted 1 1/3, 4 runs, 2 1/3, no runs, 3 1/3, 2 runs, 5 innings, 3 runs, 5 innings, 5 runs, 3 1/3, 7. And then he went to the postseason and he's had 5 postseason starts.
Yeah.
1, 3, 2, 5. He was not very good in Game 1. So if that's the case, Max Scherzer is halfway there.
Yeah. Well, there's one big
He's at the
difference.
Boston start, 5 innings, 3 runs. Now, if you get 5 innings, 3 runs out of him this week, which is exactly what Evaldi did in his 4th start, if you get 5 innings, 3 runs, I think you're looking at it like, yeah, okay.
Also, one major difference, there's a 6-year age difference. Max is 39, Evaldi's 33. So can't forget that he's almost 40 years old, getting ready to go out there.
Almost 40 years old, last couple of playoff years, not tremendous, or at least last year he wasn't. The Met fans are still upset about that one.
Pepe, you have been the Rangers expert. What is your concern level, and what has stood out to you from the D-backs through 2?
I mean that they've been the better team, obviously, and I mean that was the thing with when I'm watching Game 2. I was kind of like, if we lose this, we're playing with house money. We should have been down 0-1 already going into Game 2. We should have lost Game 1. We found out a way to win the game, so I mean it's a bonus if we can win Game 2. I mean, but we're going on the road. We're going where we dominate all postseason, have not lost, but the Diamondbacks have played pretty well at home so far this postseason. So I think the key is just to win tonight. Get over the hump of Max Scherzer. Can't perform on the road. Can't pitch on the road. You win tonight, then you just have to win 1 of 2, in games 4 and 5, and then you come home with a lead.
And look, the Diamondbacks are everything that we previewed. Nothing completely jumps out. They will small ball you to death. I think that
they had no power.
The Diamondbacks bunting is the same as standing at a game in Arlington. Like, you feel uncomfortable standing as a member of the crowd because of how the rest of the crowd is. And when they bunt, I'm like, I get this like weird, awkward feeling like, oh my gosh, you're not supposed to do that. oh my gosh, the analytics community, everyone is going to make fun of you. I think they had like 4 sacrifice bunts the other night, small balling things, Tommy Pham, Corbin Carroll. We know that they'll steal bases on you. They are as advertised coming in.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to them from wow. There's not a wow factor with them.
Yeah.
They don't have a lot of power. They make pretty good contact. They get the butt. They put a lot of bats on the ball. They will bunt. There's no doubt about that. They are an analytical based organization, but they will bunt on you. So it's almost like they use it the way I think it should be used, where you use it a lot during the regular season. And in the playoffs, you kind of manage it by the moment simply because you can't use 162 game samples when you're breaking it down to a single play. It's just a little bit different. They look at it a little bit differently. I think it's the right way to look at it. And they're putting themselves in a position where they should be up 2-0 in a World Series.
I'm definitely worried.
Yeah.
I'm definitely worried with Max on the mound and this offense with some of the guys who have disappeared. Marcus Semien is just a breathing out. That's what he is. When did Josh Young go from AL Rookie of the Year stud to bury him at the bottom of your lineup and pray he never sees a curveball? I mean, there's just certain things happening with this lineup where, again, feast or famine, explosion,
Yeah,
a Dallas Cowboy type explosion. Like we saw yesterday.
It is. Playoff series will expose players because you're seeing the same team for a week and a half, and all your secrets are gone. Now, your secrets are mostly gone during the regular season as well, but a lot of times you fly in. Well, not a lot of times. All the time. You fly in, you fly out, you play the game. The game plans are a little bit different. Bassick has always talked about your game plan during a spring training start is like you're just working on stuff. And then your game plan may be a little bit different from regular season to regular season game. And in the playoffs, it gets even more magnified. So the cream really does rise. And the guys who are bat-to-ball guys really thrive in the playoffs.
Tough to judge while I'm there, but, I mean, was Merrill Kelly as dominant as he looked in person?
His stuff was tough. I mean, he was living low in the zone. He was living on the lower quadrants of the strike zone. He may have got a little help from the umpire. It's going to happen when you're around the plate. That's just the way it is. Like you can look at the number of correct calls, and both the umpire was like 93, 92%. The Diamondbacks got a few more of pitches that were outside the zone that were called strikes. That's just the reality of what's going to happen when you're around the zone all night. You're just going to get the call. It's still a human error. And when you're always throwing strikes, you're going to get that benefit.
Cowboys star up, star down at 6 o'clock. We continue to get you ready for Game 3 of the World Series, but around the rest of the NFC East.
Hurts back. Hurts looking. Goes into the end zone. And it is caught. It is caught. Touchdown, A.J. Brown. I don't know how he put it in. He was near the sideline. What a play.
Eagles radio with the call. A.J. Brown is an MVP candidate, a legit MVP candidate. His 6th straight week over 125 yards. That's an NFL record. They were down 14-3.
Yeah.
Living dangerously again, and the Eagles come back to get the win over the Commanders in D.C.
Yeah, they just keep winning. It's just like, that's such a bad team that they're playing against. They're just awful. God damn, we are so lucky to be in this conference or this division.
Peyton just dumped you.
What did you dump?
I thought that was really close.
That was a GD right there.
God dang.
No, it wasn't a clear dang.
Okay, my bad. I thought it was close.
Better be safe than sorry. Man.
You just keep your finger off that butt. I'll tell you when to dump me.
Ooh, okay.
Young man.
Hangs out with Bennett Glazer for one day. Now
That's
he
right.
owns the
That's
station. Right. Look, this game was supposed to determine. I was rooting for. Well, no, I want Philly to always lose, but things could get fun with DC losing because the reports are the fire sale was going to be determined on this game. Adam Schefter said, if they beat Philly, they'll keep hope alive. Uh-huh. If they lose to the Eagles, we could see a fire sale with the NFL trade deadline. Mike Florio has rumored Chase Young to the Bears. Jay Glazer came out and said either Sweat, Chase Young, or Jonathan Allen will be traded prior to the deadline. There's nothing to Chase Young to Chicago. You've got Atlanta Falcon rumors that they offer the Commanders a 3rd-round pick for Montez Sweat. So I hope we see another blow up here for some fun NFL trade talk.
Yeah, I mean, now hopefully they don't improve a team that we have to worry about.
Right.
That'd be, because they probably won't trade with us. How about the Bears and Atlanta try to find a quarterback instead of worrying about Chase Young and Montez Sweat?
As soon as I heard Fields was out last night, I'm like, okay, 90-day fiance, 90-day time. Justin Herbert doing his thing as the Chargers destroyed Chicago.
You don't want the arm wrestler's kid?
The arm wrestler's kid?
So Tyson Bagent's dad is like this
professional
28-time world champion or whatever.
No.
And he did an amazing sideline interview a couple years ago with Tom Pelissero, and it was just, I thought it was, Sarah didn't find it funny. I thought it was hilarious.
Star up, star down for the Cowboys' dominance against the LA Rams. Hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Your Cowboys report card with star up, star down, as we're joined by our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt in studio next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
So 10-3, Dallas by 7, last 43 seconds of the first quarter. They're going to blitz Stafford. He throws it to the left. Picked off by Bland. He's done it again. Look at me, Ma. I came back home. A house call for Deron Bland.
Brad Sham with the call. The voice of America's team will join us at 8 o'clock this morning on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Coming off the bye with a beatdown of the LA Rams in Arlington. Both these guys were there. RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. I'm Sean Sharif. This is Star Up, Star Down on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. Early Tolo shout out as Mac Angle, Fort Worth Star Telegram, texted us at 5:37 and said, I'm in my Lyft on the way to the airport to Phoenix for Game 3. Steven is my driver, and he's listening to you guys. Steven, turn it up, bro. This is great news for you. Mac Angle is like the largest tipper of all the media people I know in the Metroplex. So that little $2, $3, maybe even $5 tip, that's nothing.
That's nothing
when Mac Angle is around you. So thank you for listening, Steve, and get ready to get that gratuity, baby. Yep. Mac is in your car.
Is he a bigger tipper than me?
Oh yeah!
Know,
wow. Jen. Oh, ask us,
Steven. Get ready for $1,000 tip. You should expect that.
I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to put all the pressure in the world on Mac to have to tip.
I think you should drop off at the wrong airport, personally, and then make sure he never gets there.
All right,
I'm jealous that he's going to go.
Let's go. Star Up. Yeah, Big Dog Newey Scruggs, Mr. Diva said, "I'm not going to Philly if the World Series is there, but I will go to Arizona."
Yeah, I will go to the 80-degree weather.
Yeah.
I ain't going to that 40-degree stuff.
Pack the Dale Hansen attire for Arizona. Doesn't necessarily work in filthy. Let's go Star Up, Star Down. Fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka here on Sean and RJ with the 6 a.m. Club. And Roberto, I heard you make a Deron Bland comparison in the postgame last night. You had a little epiphany.
He's Tyler Smith. That's who he reminds
Our left
me.
tackle.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. That's what he should be, to be honest. But it's the same sort of thing to me where it's like, he plays one position in college, then he comes in, and then you're asking him to do something else at the pro level, and then it's, well, can he do this? Can he handle this? And it's like, well, no, this is actually, what he used to do. So, yeah, he can absolutely handle this. And then it's like you bump him back the other way, and now you're concerned about moving him off of the thing he did so well his rookie year. But Deron Bland has been so good for them. He got beat a little bit in the Chargers game. It wasn't, always pretty, but Justin
I was
Herbert,
worried about him early in this one. My first star down written in pencil was Deron Bland versus Puka.
Really?
Yeah, Nakua beat him on like a 3rd and 11 or something.
Yeah, but I mean, the Cowboys got the ball to start. You didn't have the entire offensive line as your first start down.
Star down. Well, first offensive star down. Yes, I had all the offensive line. So he had that 3rd down against Puka, and then some type of miscommunication took place with Stafford to go to the house.
Yeah, they were trying to run some like rub route or something like that. They had a pick set up for each other, and it worked out the opposite direction where Bland was the one who was disguised and was able to come free. But man, he has been, his mental makeup, his instincts, like he is all of those ball skills and those instincts that Diggs has, but it feels like he doesn't have to go through those same growing pains that Diggs had.
Is he playing better than Gilmore right now?
Yeah. No, 100%. And Gilmore's...
So am I.
Gilmore's not that bad. Gilmore's biggest thing is...
slow.
He doesn't run like he used to. That's the biggest thing. He's still really smart. He still anticipates, reads things really well. You're just going to naturally have limitations there.
This was Bland's 3rd return touchdown of the year. The Cowboys that's pretty remarkable. The Cowboys have 4 of them. That made it 17-3. His 9 picks in the last 2 seasons leads the National Football League. He had a 3rd down tackle on Cooper Kupp on the first drive that held the Rams to a field goal. As Bobby tweeted, it's week 8. And Deron Bland leads all Cowboys players in touchdowns. That's crazy.
Which CD scored 2 after that, so he was able to tie it up. but you still got, I mean, he's tied for the lead. There can't be any other defensive player in the NFL that's tied for their team leading touchdown.
DaRon Bland has caught more passes for a touchdown this season than Devontae Smith, T. Higgins, Tyler Lockett, Jalen Waddle, and Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, I know. I got Tyler Lockett in fantasy and T. Higgins, so like, I know full well that neither one of them. Let's give a star up. New name, Downfield Dak.
Austin Richards.
But they're running it there, Brad.
At left tackle, Prescott in the gun, back to throw, and he wheels right down the right side for Brandon Cooks, who ran away and caught it. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Oh!
That's a Brad Sham with the call. Sean, not sure if you're aware, there's a website called Next Gen Stats that keeps track of where quarterbacks throw the football. And Dak had 9 passes thrown over 15 yards. 15 yards is considered downfield. 7 of 9 on those passes, all 4 touchdown passes, were at the 15-yard or deeper mark. So that's a good day. That's a hell of a day. It really is. When you start doing that and work a deep middle, he worked deep middle twice here. Deep middle to Ferguson, and then deep middle. There was one other pass that was deep middle. Then you had the 2 down the right sideline, but it's pretty good.
You want me to say it?
Floor is yours.
That was a great game yesterday. 8.5 intended air yards. It's exciting.
That's fantastic.
That's also exactly what he averaged over 4 years with Kellen Moore. So it's nice when you just let the quarterback for one day, I guess, play what he did as an average under Kellen Moore. But the quarterback was great yesterday. I thought the pass he threw to Ferguson, when the all-22 comes out and people get the end zone shot of that throw instead of just the sideline one, they were completely in sync. And
yeah, it was real funny how I'll take my first shot of the week.
Go for it.
It was just so funny that Bobby's tweet was, what a throw. And then all the Tolos had to correct you and say, better catch.
Okay, well, if all the Tolos actually had the view,
that ball like he does.
If you actually had the view of the trajectory of the throw, maybe I'd listen to you more.
Well, I mean, we all saw
Tolos
him
for that.
grasp it basically with one hand. Look, beautiful on both sides. I don't want to fight this early. The Ferguson throw, 3rd downs, being in sync, the CeeDee Lamb connection, 25-yard dime to Brandon Cooks.
Dak talked about after the game, they're talking about the connection that he and Ferguson have. And what's the biggest thing that we've talked about in terms of the issues with the interceptions and just some of the other things? It's been this miscommunication thing. Like, why aren't you guys on the same page? You guys don't seem to be in sync. He said that Jake Ferguson told him after the play was over that he's like, I knew as soon as I saw the look, like as soon as I saw what the coverage was in front of us, I knew that the ball was coming my way. So I knew I had to be ready to make a play, because that's the thing. They're starting to see things the same sort of way. So as soon as the coverage was shown, Ferguson goes, okay, I know he's coming to me and I got to be ready for the ball. And that's the kind of stuff that you want to see them get in lockstep with. He is completely in lockstep with CeeDee Lamb and Jake Ferguson right now. Those are the 2 guys that are linked up.
He set season highs in CPOE. That is over expectation, plus 16%, success rate 58%, while facing a season low pressure rate 21% that no one could have seen coming after the first series. Incredible. That's some of the next gen stuff. RJ's praising the arm. I'm going to praise the legs.
Okay.
Something clicked after the 49er game with Dak Prescott. And
you know what it was? Scoring 10 points.
Scoring 10 points. Dak Prescott has a feel now when it just didn't feel like he had a feel. It's like he had just, came out of the giraffe womb as a rookie in the NFL, not knowing what to do, when to go. When you have a quarterback who has the 6 running sense, that rips your heart out defensively. Russell Wilson did it for years in Seattle. The big 3rd down run. Pat Mahomes does it all the time. I'm not saying Dak is there yet, but his instinct, that 6th sense to run, gain yardage, and then run around and throw, that is a humongous start. It adds another facet to the Cowboys offense that makes them so much better. Here's Dak on the legs.
It goes into the preparation of the week. Yeah, I've made the effort, been conscious about it throughout the week, watching film, understanding who we're playing. As I said a few weeks ago out there in San Fran, that was something that I took away from that game is I've got to get that going. It just benefits everybody. I mean, it benefits the offensive line. They'll start rushing different, make blocks easier on them, gets guys open off of their breaks. And so, yeah, I've been very conscious of it. but in the same sense, it's a preparation thing. It's not just something I'm coming out here and doing for the first time. Happens at practice. We're getting reps at it at practice. Guys are understanding how crucial those moments are for us.
Yes.
And as I said, that's an extension of the play, and really the second play begins. And so, as long as they're giving me lanes, as long as that's happening, that's me listening to my feet, as we've talked about, and playing the game. So it's a little 50-50.
Man, I love the adjustment so much. 3rd and 2, had a first down run. 3rd and 8, the Cowboys, I don't know how many 3rd and 8s I have written down here with humongous conversions. And he had that 3rd and 8 run in the third quarter. Star up, Dak's legs. Jerry Jones was saying that he's unafraid now of him running. He said, we all know what's involved, but the reason I'm saying this, not only do I agree with it, there's nothing I can do about it. He's going to play the game the way he's wired. So a tremendous, tremendous game for Rain Dakota in tearing up the Rams.
You have to be like, you got to understand, like, injuries are part of sports. Like, they are going to happen. You never know when they're going to happen. Aaron Rodgers wasn't run. He was trying to get away from a sack, and he ruptured his Achilles. It's not like he was, running in 11 yards downfield. It sucks. You're going to have to play the game. You can't put a bubble wrap on him, because if you do, we've seen what happens. He is a different player. Everybody's more. If you take legs away from Patrick Mahomes, I mean, even he's more limited.
Look, we got to give a star up to arguably the player of the game. It could be Bland. It could be Dak. You got to give your love to Brandon Aubrey as well. What'd you call him?
Brandon Godbury.
Godbury.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure. We'll have to get Basket.
Better than Butter Aubrey that people are trying to make stick with him.
Butter Aubrey?
Smooth like butter.
Just call him Obbs.
Obbs?
Like a nickname for Aubrey, Obbs.
We can do better. We can. Headlines to come at 7:20 this morning. This guy may have been the player of the game.
2nd down and 7. They've got a red zone touchdown today. They honest to gosh do. Prescott back, time, looking, throwing it into the end zone to C.D. Lamb. Touchdown, Cowboys.
What do you think about that, Richard Sherman? 9 for 122 and 2 at halftime. Halftime, 9 for 122 and 2. Part of the 19-point onslaught in 4 minutes and 25 seconds. And I heard you talking about CD in the post.
Yeah, he is absolutely, to me right now, your best football player. Like that's the guy that I think can make the biggest difference for you. You need to do those things that you did yesterday. If you're worried about, I don't have enough time to protect, I don't have enough time to be able to get these routes downfield and do things for him. All right, fine, then throw a smoke route. Literally just throw a screen to him and let him work. Let him make a play. He has been so determined the last few weeks, it feels like, that when the ball gets in his hands, he's like, I'm not getting tackled. You're not getting me down with the first guy. And so I feel like these last 2 weeks, he's broken more tackles than he's broken in his entire career, because he's just so determined. And so, look, if you're motivated by that potential contract, great. But put that carrot out in front of him and let him go, because he has just been incredible the last couple of weeks. And that connection that they have is so strong. You've got to lean on, to me, CeeDee Lamb, Jake Ferguson, that little triangle you have there between Dak, CeeDee, and Ferguson. That's got to be the thrust of the offense moving forward if you want to win.
And Jerry came on here and was like, nah, I'm not necessarily saying we need to force it to him. I want the balanced all-around offense. Here's Jerry after what 88 did yesterday.
I don't know when that we've had a more dominant role played by a receiver. I can't remember when, because he just was in on everything we were trying to do on every series. So obviously, we've seen him play at that level. We've all seen him play at that level. But I don't think so many opportunities as he had out there today. And it was a phenomenal game for him, career game for him.
So there he is, giving some compliments. I don't know whether he's trying to tone it back a little bit with the contract coming up or what, but
that's why
I heard role player in there.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to get all these touches. He wants Brandon Cooks out there getting all these touches. He wants Gallup getting all these touches. Pollard, anybody but CD.
You can see the weight is off of him a little bit, though, like when he starts talking CD, because he was clearly bugged by everything that happened in San Francisco. That became a big storyline. But I think you're starting to see that he feels, all right, you're showing me the appreciation I deserve.
Let's finish up with star up, star down from the Tolos on the truckwreck.com text line. Did the Rangers get screwed by the umpire in Game 2? And do we have a bigger problem with one of their playoff aces with Game 3 tonight? That's next on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers with Sean, RJ, and Roberto, 105.3.
Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
9-yard loss, and the rookie punter Ethan Evans, they drafted him from Wingate in the 7th round. Oh, they blocked the punt, and it's going to go through the back of the end zone. Sam Williams blocked the punt.
Brad Sham with the call. He will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. He told us he just needed to free the dogs. Just needed to let the dog out of the kennel. So what a big day for Bones Fossil. With basically back-to-back possessions. And he had a Turpin punt return touchdown that was wiped off the board. Let's finish up star down here on Sean and RJ, and then we'll set you up for Rangers Game 3 of the World Series tonight on this radio station. Hit us up, truckwreck.com text line with your own star up, star down report card at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. But there was Sam Williams, Bobby, breaking through. Tell us about his day and what it was like in the locker room after.
I mean, everybody clearly had a, weight seemingly lifted off them. Because even when you played the Chargers, I think you came out of that game and you thought, okay, this was not exactly the type of complete performance that we wanted. There were still some warts to that game. And so this was, one of the things that I think I noticed from everybody yesterday, and you had people referencing it, guys would mention it, kind of walking by, was the fact that, like, man, this is the first time we've been home in so long. Like, this is the first home game in a month for them. And so I think it was just good to them to, all right, we're back here. We're back in home confines. We're comfortable here. This is now, with them putting up 43 yesterday, that's 11 of the last 23 starts for Dak at home that they've scored 40 or more. Like, they put up points at AT&T Stadium.
They play downhill here. They really do.
And I mean, I know Peyton was making that point on Friday, just about how good they are at home. But they have become, it feels like to me that, when we talk about, oh man, it's really important for this team to get home field advantage or whatever, like AT&T Stadium has become a spot, and the Cowboys have become a team where it's like, it's important that they get it. Like, they need to play home games in the playoffs. And so they've got to really lock it. I mean, this being a huge game coming up against the Eagles, the fact that if they win that game next week, and they get first place because they'll be tied record-wise, and then they'll have the head-to-head record, that's going to be a massive game for them if they can win that one in Philly.
Yeah, because I think they'll probably win the one here because they just play well here. Dak has always played, except for San Francisco games against San Fran in the playoffs, but they've always played well here. I mean, like, Seattle game in the postseason, they played well. But they generally play very downhill in the stadium. Like, they're off and running. They seem to play faster. Everything's on time. It's really remarkable.
The pump block safety came after Micah's third down sack that made it 19-3. Micah had the near strip sack in the second quarter. That got overturned. Again, Turpin, he did have the return after the safety for 63. That leads to the Lamb touchdown to make it 26-3. Had his punt return touchdown wiped off the board with the Cowboys penalty. So these are some of the star ups to finish up here on the Fan.
Yeah, a bunch of the totals on the fan text. The 512 says star up, bunch of star ups here. 817 and 214, or star up to Turpin, my bad. 817 and 214 says star up to Brandon Aubrey. They call him Aubramatic. 972 does say star down to the running game, though. Disappointing the Cowboys running game. And 682 star up to Jake Cavender.
Mr. Cavender.
Mr. Cavender.
Honestly, star up. I've never seen anything like it before. Chuma Edoga is the most confounding player I've ever seen in my life. That in Arizona and this game, for the first drive or two, he looked like the worst player in football, and he somehow rallies. And he figures it out. They were hitting that cross chop on him the first two drives, and I was like, it's going to be a Chaz Green.
What does that mean?
So the cross chop is that one, if you guys saw him rushing the passer at home and you saw them do this weird, like, hop in the air and, like, swipe an arm over, that's the cross chop. It's meant to just kind of knock the hands away, and then you can get right around him. He was getting his hands swatted away every single time on the rush from Hoyt when he would come around the corner. And he adjusted to it. He figured out, all right, like the timing with his hand placement. He figured out how to swat it away. it's not the norm for you to see technical tweaks like that to go from, I have no idea how to respond to this, to all of a sudden you're neutralizing it. And he's done that twice now. Did it in Arizona, did it yesterday. He deserves a ton of credit for being able to make in-game adjustments. It's not easy for offensive linemen. And it's funny that, honestly, you're walking out of this kind of going, well, I hope he's okay. I hope that injury's not too bad. Like, we could use him because there's no telling who's going to be available for you on the offensive line.
Yeah, I had a star down to start the game. Please stop with the Tyron Smith stuff. You're taking up a roster spot. You're just paying him free money. He's the Jane Slater of the Cowboys.
Whoa.
We're just kicking out money.
Wow.
And you're not even having to do anything. So Tyron standing on the sidelines. They didn't want him to suffer another stinger. You throw a Doga in there. Tyler Smith should have been the left tackle to start the year and stop at this back and forth for the most important position when it comes to protection. The Cowboys early on, after Udoga got beat for the sack on the first play, 2 dropbacks, 2 sacks, 2 pressures. This is on the first drive. And your boy Terrence Steele didn't look great early on either.
Well, nobody looked great early on, really.
Well, Terrence got beat after the first drive as well. I know you couldn't look at it with your face in caviar, but
oh, sir, we did not. The food was not there during the game. It was a pregame and halftime and postgame.
No, look, yeah, Steele didn't have a great day yesterday. Biotish in the first half didn't have a great game. I felt like he ended up rallying, playing well. The offensive line has got to figure out what they're doing in the run blocking. That's still a mess, and Pollard doesn't have the same juice that he seemed to have in previous years. He talked about how mad he was last week about getting caught on the touchdown, and he felt like, all right, I just gotta. One of the things he talked about, and I don't know how this is something that is a tweak they can make, but he talked about I've got to be less predictable. Like I'm too predictable in my running style for defenses right now. But this is something where they've got to figure out how to combo block together again. There's just issues, it feels like, on them doubling up on combo blocks in the run game. It's not been as good as it's been in years past.
Something's wrong there because, like, their run block win rates are really good, really, really good. So something's going on. Either the running backs aren't hitting the holes, or it's people from the second level that are getting in that is not getting picked up. Like, something's weird. Like, you don't usually see a team in the top 8 in run block win rate not being able to run the football.
I mean, yeah, this was what they were talking about. Okay, we've doubled down. We focused on the run. That was a big part of what we were doing. Got to figure out that was something Jerry mentioned, that improving the run game, stopping the run. Like, those are the things they focus on. And then they go out there and they rush for 3.9 yards per carry.
So, I mean, it is a little bit deflating. But then again, I mean, how much of that? What were they before they put backups in?
Are you willing, Sean, to come to my direction? You met me halfway. Are you willing to come a step or two closer? That after these last 2 weeks, the way that they're going to win football games is they really do need Dak to be comfortable and push the ball.
I'm not going to get. I don't have the time or patience to give this discussion energy right now. I want to focus. My Monday rule is bask in the glory of a fantastic win. I'm not following along with your narrative.
That's not a narrative. That's
1 hour into the show against the LA Rams.
We're here to talk about
the game.
The game.
We're not G-bagging KMC doing Thursday topics on Mondays. We spread things out.
Spread things out. My only real start outside of the O-line issues that they had, it's just a shot of reality. That's the only down I have, is just the shot of reality. Is like, because you talked about it coming in, like the lack of excitement that was around, with the game, because it's like, all right, you got to win this game. If you lose, it looks really, really bad. If you win, you just beat the Rams. And I said earlier, this team is just bullies. Like, they beat up on bad teams.
Yep.
And
when it's step to the big dog.
And when they got to step to the big dog, they don't do that. So, like, the star up is, you took care of business, and great teams. And the Cowboys do what great teams do. Great teams generally destroy bad teams. What they don't do is they don't step up to the big other dog, and that's the reality.
We'll get to that. What does this win actually mean at 7:20 in the Expressway? Bobby, you got to follow up?
Yeah, the biggest star up for me, and look, this is my olive branch. The biggest star up for me yesterday was McCarthy. Like, the fact that...
Oh, I don't know if I saw that in your notes.
The fact that I think it was in my notes, or at least a praise for McCarthy, which is they deserve
It was at the end, when people do their signature and it's like,
Yeah.
please excuse any text mess ups.
Look, it was
driving.
it was half the font size. It was italicized. Don't worry about it. But it was in there, right? What he deserves a lot of credit for is because he was routinely chastised in Green Bay for let go of the things or the concepts or whatever else that are clearly not working anymore. You remember we got to a point with Rod Marinelli, sweet man, fan of the show, listens to the station. Rod Marinelli used to get chastised for that as well, where it was like you're holding on to concepts that you had success with in the past, but like the game's evolved, you got to do something different. Same sort of thing with Mike McCarthy, where I think he was so married to we got to do it this way, we got to do it my way, can't have any adjustments or tweaks, like just give this time. And I think over the last 2 weeks, it's been McCarthy saying, okay, you know what? I got a decent enough sample size. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I do need to change some stuff up. I do need to make these guys more comfortable. There's clearly a disconnect here, and I think he deserves a ton of credit for making those tweaks and putting guys in positions to, hey, you know what? If we need to do this different or we got to put you here, let's do that. Dak, if we need to put you in the shotgun more, great. If we need to, have the concepts in there where it's a little bit more the stuff that's the deep over or the deep middle, let's do that. Let's make sure that the guys are, it's not so regimented. It's not so tight that Dak plays tight and Dak is able to just kind of feel the game a little bit more. Because as Brian has said before, the best version of Dak is the one where he feels the game.
Yeah.
Brian says it's the bloodied and muddied Dak. When Dak starts feeling the game a little bit, he's taking some hits. He's, getting rid of the ball and things are a little physical. That's where Dak seems to really start leveling up.
All right, let's finish up with the NFC East NFL. We'll save an entire segment for the Rangers at 6:40 for the 6 a.m. club here on your home of both teams. We told you about Philly squeezing out another close win. They got it over Washington. Hopefully you did not subject yourself, your family, or your children to this game.
Zerline ready. The snap clean, the placement down, the kick is up, and the kick hooks to the left, but it's good! Inside the left upright for Zerline. And the Jets win it in overtime, and honestly, I'm not sure how.
Jets radio with the call. I thought Zerline missed that thing too. Zach Wilson with no timeouts after the Giants had missed a field goal 20 seconds prior, goes right down the field, ties it up, and the New York Jets break the hearts of the New York Giants. God, I love watching Brian Daboll try to figure out who's going to throw under the bus next. God, I love watching his little head look like it's going to pop off his shoulders as the Giants get embarrassed.
This was one of the worst games in the history of the NFL. And I mean, the Giants have the Giants taken the mantle as you are the most unwatchable team in football? They are.
It might be, yeah.
They might be worse than New England.
My word.
Read the stats.
Is it 2023 or is it 1923? This is a team. So yesterday, they combined, the Jets and Giants, go 4 for 34 on third down.
Is that good?
4 for 34. The Giants finished with negative passing yards. One of the Cowboys PR guys is riding up the elevator with me when Peyton sent that text, and we were looking at it, and he goes, "That's not real." He's like, "Did that really happen?" I was like, "Yeah, that really happened." The Giants chop.
Yeah.
You'll love this.
I hate Daboll, so yes, I will.
They ran the ball 24 times in a row at one point.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
24 times in a row.
Now, hey, they put in one of Choppy's guys, though. To be fair, oh, my God.
Tyrod got hurt.
You know who went in?
Danny DeVito.
Tommy DeVito.
Tyrod
went 4 of 7. DeVito went 2 of 7. So they had 14 pass attempts.
That was a game plan.
With 52 carries.
That was a game. That was an actual game plan. They went into this game saying, we're not going to throw the football.
-9. Peyton said, I think they have -9 yards passing. And I said, no, you're drinking during the broadcast. Stop doing that. It's not good Odyssey conduct. He's right. -9 yards total passing.
And
they ran it 52 times. They only had 3.9 to carry.
So how much do they pay Saquon Barkley?
10.
$10 million.
9 or 10.
All right, $10 million. Why would you pay a running back $10 million if you're not going to let him run it on 4th and 1 with 28 seconds to go, where you could salt the game away? You're on your opponent's 17-yard line. They're on the Jets 17. It's 4th and 1. They're up 10-7. They opt for a field goal to make a one-possession game in this field goal. Instead of taking your $10 million running back and running the ball and ending the football game. Brian Daboll, Coach of the Year last year. The loser.
You're looking right. You're looking right on Daboll right now, even though a couple backup quarterbacks being thrown out there with Daniel Jones still hurt. Is something wrong? Is Jordan Montgomery hurt? And did the umpires screw the Rangers in Game 2? We get you ready for Game 3 on Sean, RJ, and Roberto on your home of the AL champs next.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
set at the letters. And the 6'6 lefty delivers, and that one's hit high in the air, deep left center field. On the run to Veras and Carter, and that one is gone. It is into the Arizona bullpen. Gabriel Moreno with his 4th home run of the postseason puts the Diamondbacks in front 1-0.
Good morning, Metroplex. I just got your joke late. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys 105.3 The Fan. We are your home of the American League champs with Game 3 this evening. And Bobby, we're a little bit worried. Are you?
Yeah, I am. Because you have not been the better baseball team for these 2 games. You obviously, it's funny. You were texting while you were at the game in Game 1.
Which one?
Game 1.
Oh.
The one where you had good seats. You were texting.
Wait, where were your Game 2? Where were the Game 2 seats?
Second to last row.
And the second to last row, like behind home plate, or
like with Jesus.
Second to last row. Like
at the top?
Yeah, like I almost fell out of the stadium.
Like the 500 level.
319. Second to last row.
All right. Yeah, those are.
But you're in the building.
You're in the building.
Now.
In the building.
Thanks,
Rangers, Major League Baseball. Appreciate y'all moving me. Thank you guys, you cluster Fs.
You texted.
What a freaking clown show over there.
You texted during Game 1. I think it was during extras. If it wasn't during extras, it was like before the 9th inning. But you're like, this feels inevitable for the Rangers. Like you still feel like they kept okay, they're going to break through. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
But then when it got into the 9th inning, the number of F words that were getting thrown at my TV were increasing by the inning, where it's like, you effing suck, like quit grounding out, like whatever it was. But that's something where if you don't get that, if you win this series will, to me, be remembered as like a historic home run, the Seager home run. If you don't get that, I mean, this is very easily 2-0, and you feel awful about this. The fact that you've been outplayed twice, I do have... If the Diamondbacks win this Game 3 tonight, I've got to flip my pick.
So Arizona's slightly favored for tonight. The Rangers are still favored for the series at minus 135. Minus 135. Here's something that could potentially be alarming. Jordan Montgomery's velocity and curveball spin rate noticeably down from his season averages. Also was lower than his previous start against the Astros. He did not have a whiff yet up to this point. I think he got 2 swings and misses the whole night. 2 swings and misses. That's scary. Ugh. That's not good. Bruce Bochy was asked about it after.
You know what? He was pitching well. I mean, here he was in the 7th. Pitch count was good. Had a 1-run ball game. Gave up the double, and then the ground ball just got through. It looked like just got by Josh there. But to answer your question, that's always a hard one to answer. But he felt good. He was in a good place as far as pitch count, like I said. So I don't know how much it affected him, but he's not saying it did.
Okay, so I'm a little bit worried. My radar is up. I mean, the guy has been a horse for you. He's put you on his back. Is he just tired? Is he getting tired and worn down?
Man, that's the concern, is that he is right now.
I think I heard this stat from Hicksy driving home about the swings and misses, and I was like, oh no. And then one of the reporters. And by the way, props to all the fan people behind the scenes. Pepe, you can run down the list of everyone that's been sending the audio, the post-game stuff, cutting it all up, recording it. Props to you guys for getting us all the audio. Who is it, Pepe? Alec?
Yeah, we got Alec, Jeff, Ross, Justin, Rigo. I mean, all the guys. Chris.
You literally named everyone but Chris. Wow.
Chris, I don't think I met him.
He's brand new. Chris.
I have met him.
Yeah, this is Montgomery's pitched about 40 innings more this year than he has in any other year.
I mean, Gallen's going through the same thing, and he struggled against Philadelphia, and he wasn't super sharp in Game 1 in this one, and that happens when you get to this point of the season. I mean, especially like a guy like Montgomery who's never been an ace.
Yeah,
you're going to have that.
I don't like Gallen's face, by the way, just with the glasses and the unkempt beard. And
why would you not wear contacts? If you're a Major League Baseball player,
I don't know, intimidation.
Have you guys generated hate for any other Diamondbacks in this series?
Yep. Tommy
Pham is pretty easy to hate. Mr. Fantasy Football.
Yeah.
By the way,
he's like the judo guy, right?
Yeah, he's the guy that karate chop Jock Peterson for a 4-year-old fantasy football bet. That
No, that's
happen.
your favorite player now, Tommy Pham.
I mean, look, I got to say, like that, what he did was pretty cool at the end of this game. He was 4 for 4. He had a chance to go 5 for 5. And according to reports, he told Torey Lovello, the manager, to put this other guy in to hit who has never had a World Series at bat. And he said, have him pitch it for me. Okay, you know what? Like, that's brotherhood right there. That's really, really cool. I got to give respect for that one. I hate the way he plays. He's the quintessential guy that you absolutely hate unless he's on your team.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if he's on your team, sometimes you hate him because he'll fight with his teammates. Ask people at the Mets. No, to me, Tommy Pham is the only guy I feel like who can really hurt you in that lineup. Where Corbin Carroll's obviously good, but like Pham's the only guy where it's like that's the guy who can really make you pay and play with some power. And he's done it so far, like 2 doubles, a home run through the first couple games. To me, I don't know if the term would be pitch around because I don't know that he's so good that you feel like you have to.
Tommy Pham?
I feel like if
hasn't he been on like 7 teams?
Yeah, but that's a personality.
Maybe in the last 2 years.
No, you can be a jackass, and if you're really good, you ain't going. You ain't going all around.
I mean, he's been really good though, and I mean, especially this year, he's hit really well. And so to me, it's like you've got to. If he's the only guy who can really hurt you, just approach him differently. Like I don't think you can just pitch him straight up if he's the only guy that has a real chance to hurt you, and he's done it so far. You pitched him straight up, and he's been the one to hurt you.
I think you're tremendously overrating Tommy Pham. Like, he's a guy. At best.
He's a good player. Again, he does a lot of things. He makes a lot of contact. At least in this series, he has. He made a ton of contact in this series, and he can, comparatively speaking, in that lineup, he is the one guy that can hit for contact and hit for power. That you really now you could Corbin Carroll could do the same. They got a lot of doubles. That lineup is loaded with guys who could just lace doubles. They got good contact guys. But nobody is going to sit there and be worried about having to go up against Corey Seager.
All right, Ketel Marte, by the way, has an 18-game hitting streak, tied for the longest in postseason history. I got to ask you guys about the umpires because I was getting these tweets. I was sitting there. I can't judge it. Y'all were watching, so you can give me the John Smoltz judgment and the umpires. I asked Sandler how credible some of this stuff is. Ump Auditor. That is what people sent me. Ump Auditor says that Quinn Walcott missed 12 calls in Game 2 and 10 went against the Rangers.
That's garbage.
That he was the top-rated regular season umpire, but this was his 3rd worst game of the season. He had a correct call rate of 91%, league average 92.5%. That Jordan Montgomery was on the wrong end of this umpire's calls while Merrill was getting the calls. Is this true?
Yeah, he wasn't great. He didn't have a great game. This is generally something I just kind of scoff at because, I mean, do we want to go back to the Game 6 and 7 against Houston where the Rangers got the correct call 9 of 11? Or the Rangers were benefited on 9 of 11 calls that were 11 missed calls, and they got 9 of them. Or in Game 6 where there was 15 and the Rangers got the benefit of 11 of them. No, you can go back to any game and you're going to have that. Just
like the Cowboys getting the referee breaks yesterday. My Lord.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In every game, some team is going to get squeezed and some team is not. Yep. Someone's going to get the benefit of the doubt. It's mostly, they mostly call it white noise. Referee calls and announcers. Those are the two things that are bottom feeder sports fans. Stay away from that. Stay out of those weeds. Stay out of the woods on that one. Just enjoy the game because they are human and they are going to be bad. And they are going to be good. So the Rangers may get 10 of 11 tomorrow or tonight. Yeah, or they may get screwed tonight. There's no way of knowing. There's no way of planning for it going in. No one's got money on the game here. Well, maybe they do. I shouldn't say that. I would. If I was an umpire, I'd be betting on all these games. 100% chance. I would be betting on every single game here. But don't worry about it. Don't get caught up in those weeds. You get the benefit sometimes. You don't get the benefit other times. It happens.
So I don't think it's bottom feeder, by the way, to go after Smoltz. I like him as a guest, and I think he's smart. He does seem to have just some issue with the Rangers. I don't know. Maybe he and Greg Maddux have tension from the 90s, and it's like you got too much of the shine, and now your brother pitches is pitching coach for the Rangers. I don't know.
Did you see Mike Maddux, by the way? I think he was yelling at Fam.
Yeah, he was. Dumb blank.
Dumb blank getting picked off.
Yeah.
That was the biggest crowd explosion of game 2. By far, the biggest, as I was standing in the longest men's bathroom line I've ever seen at the Globe.
Yeah, so I felt like even if it was not totally right, like, there were some calls that were probably not strikes that were called strikes. I still felt like it was generally consistent, though.
You're circumcising mosquitoes when you're talking about balls that are an inch off the plate. That box, I mean, like that. You got
3 phrases worked into that. Right
you've
there.
got
Well
like you've got like that. The K zone box. When that pitch hits the lower outside quadrant and just nicks the corner, and the red dot shows up, and the umpire calls it a ball. I mean, I'm not going to lose my mind over that one. It's the ball that is in the other batter's box that's a half a foot off the plate. That's where I get upset.
He established the strike zone, and he was consistent with it. Like that's all I care about. Was it something? And I just think the Diamondbacks were able to take advantage of those corners and those edges a little bit better.
Okay. Tolos, I know you're probably not going to agree. 877-881-1053, truckrick.com text line, 877-881-1053. Game 3 tonight. Scherzer against Fought.
Yep.
Fought. I had a Fought.
Which Alfonso Marquez calling balls and strikes tonight. That is the umpire that Max Scherzer has worked with the most in his career.
With success or not?
Yeah, his whip is .78 in 71 innings.
Didn't we have the same thing for Evaldi in like game 1?
It wasn't the guy he worked with the most, but he had been familiar with him.
Is yesterday going to stop Jerry Jones from making any trades with the deadline getting closer? Jerry says we're probably closed for business. How much should we believe him? Next on the Home of the Boys with Sean and RJ next. But look, life is unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one may be injured in a car or truck wreck due to someone else's negligence. And man, you want to see how people drive in the Metroplex? Just drive to Arlington.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Third down stop for the Cowboys.
And Stafford back and rushed and hit and sacked by Micah Parsons.
Brad and Babe with the call on your home of the Cowboys. Good morning, Metroplex. We have our second media member driving to the airport with their driver listening to the morning show. It was Mac Angle at 6 o'clock. Pat Doty just texted me. I was like, is this a prank? He goes, it's like the exact same text as Angle. Currently on my way to Game 3. Uber driver Kenneth has you all on, says he listens every day. Kenneth, Pat Doty is the biggest tipper that I have ever been around amongst media members. You have NBC5 fame in your back seat, and this guy, he makes it rain for Uber and Lyft drivers. So congratulations on hitting the tipping jackpot with Pat.
I managed to, for I think the first time ever from anyone, I managed to elicit a icy glare from Pat Doty in the press box yesterday.
Oh, what'd you do?
Bad about Switchfoot?
No, so first off, when he walked up, I just started trolling. I was like, "Hey, will you give Ruben your autograph? He's right here. Like he's a huge fan of yours." And like, just I was trolling that whole thing. And Ruben's like, "Shut up." But the thing was, like, Pat just got his food and was like walking away. And as he was walking away, I was like, "Hey, Pat, why don't you do something about that Alex Grinch defense with USC?" And he just turned back and like gave me an icy stare.
Oh, the USC Trojan shot. By the way, we get the giveaways are back for the Expressway. 720 commercial free for 40 minutes. Blink 182 tickets coming your way for Turning It On, Leave It On. And Bobby's ready to kill and stab around here at the station in order to get these seats.
Yeah, I will.
Alanis Morissette wasn't good enough for you Friday night?
I don't think it was.
No. It was Alana
Jagged Little Pill?
Springsteen. Yeah, it was not Alanis Morissette. Jagged Little Pill. Super overrated album, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Yep. Yeah,
What?
I said it, and we're gonna move on now. But no, it's I'm going to game this one. I'm gonna set this up. You guys, I'm gonna game this so that I can get those tickets.
Blink 182, you want them?
I love Blink.
Okay. Let's get back to the Cowboys. You heard the beatdown of the Rams. 43-20 was a scoregami as Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Deron Bland all balled out. They knocked Stafford out of this game. Cooper Rush was in early in the fourth quarter. Of course, Micah was still in too. God forbid. You take Micah Parsons, who dressed up as a lion and took his kids out to the pumpkin patch afterwards. That was very sweet and very cute. But also after the game, and I had a Tolo tweet me this, and I wrote it in my star down. They said one of the only few star downs is this game making Jerry Jones think they don't have to make a move. And after the game, the reporters were surrounding JJ. Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, was out there, and Jerry did say afterwards, quote, "It doesn't look like we will be doing anything."
Don't need to.
How much do you believe it? How much is he caught up in the moment? How much is this still gamesmanship?
He's 100% caught up at the moment here. I mean, they beat the Rams 43-20. Like, that's what it was. Like, he was. This is what happens when you have a game like this. It tricks you into thinking, oh no, all's well, all's good. This team doesn't need to do anything.
I think it's still the reality that he's not going to place the phone call.
Right.
But he could have, even feeling good, if his phone would have rang walking away from that scrum and somebody was like, "Hey, I've got XYZ player for that," like Jerry would have huddled off in a corner and started negotiating and like been like, "All right, let's do this. Let's knock this out real quick." So he still does. I think that assessment may also just be more of, it's got to be a phone call coming in, and I don't know that I'm going to get the phone call. He wants it, I think, but
just pick up the phone. Just pick up the phone.
But
I need something. We need to address. Stop with these games. They're like, good grief. Oh, he's an expert businessman. Okay, well, your team is not as good as the true championship contenders. Address it. Stop with this measuring contest. It's ridiculous.
I get it. I don't think it's so much that. I think it is more, where do you begin? Where do you even begin? I think that's a thing for Jerry. It's like, Steven is the one who's more active in trade negotiations a lot of times. Like we mentioned last week, Dimitrov told us at Super Bowl when he called the Cowboys about trades, he was interacting with Steven. So I think a lot of times it's the fact that Jerry wouldn't necessarily have the launch and off point, but it's if a call came in, Jerry goes, well, I know how we evaluate this player. I do know how, so I can make the decision based on what I see here.
Is Jerry Jones not as capable of making the initial phone call and talking back and forth about terms and, if someone's like, well, we'll throw in this player, and Jerry's like, I might not know who that is.
No, because it's the same question. Like, I think he has their evaluations. He understands where they feel about each player across the league. What I think it's more is just the initiation of the call and the footing that puts you on in a negotiation. That's been generally Steven's area.
Of course, the Denver Broncos, people think, could be open for business with Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, Justin Simmons. Patrick Surtain's name was thrown out there by Albert Breer. Everyone is circling the Commanders. The Commanders apparently were going to make their decision off of facing the Philadelphia Eagles, and their D-line could be up for grabs. Chase Young, Montez Sweat, Jacoby Brissett, Curtis Samuel, Kendall Fuller, Antonio Gibson, Nick Gates. Florio tried to say that Chase Young could be going to the Bears. Glazer threw water on that, but said one of the big three D linemen will be traded prior to the deadline.
I mean, if I'm Washington and you're still looking for a quarterback, right? I assume they think they are. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they love Sam Howell.
Hal was really good yesterday.
But if you're not wrong. But if you're Washington, if you're like any of these teams, like if you're Chicago and you trade for Chase Young and you give up picks, I mean, you've got you probably think you need a quarterback. Same thing for Atlanta. You can't be trading for defensive line help and giving up maybe first round picks or twos where you can use that to move up. I don't know. If I'm Washington, I'm trading everybody.
It might take more than this. I have no idea what the market would be. But if Denver called and was like, we'll give you Patrick Surtain, just give us your first round pick, I'd be like, okay, go. Like, I wouldn't even think about it. I would absolutely give it. And you're telling me
the Cowboys, absolutely.
Yeah,
he's going to be in the 20s.
You're telling me that I can then roll forward into the future with Surtain, Diggs, and Bland.
Woo! Yes.
You wouldn't be able to throw on him for the next 5 years.
Absolutely. If you could tell him, I might give up a 1 and a 2. I might give up 2 1s for him, for crying out loud. You got team control. You have the same control on him that you have on Micah.
Yep. Which means he's eligible for an extension this offseason.
Absolutely. So you got team control for one, and you're getting an elite player at a position of absolute importance. And the likelihood is you're going to be picking in the 20s for the next 2 years anyway. F them picks, man. Go full on. Who was the Rams GM? Les Snead. There you go.
Which you hate that approach.
I do hate that approach. I hate that approach for 8 years.
Yeah.
When they do it for 8 straight years, I hate that approach. But every now and then, if you're going to get an elite position and you're already picking late, then,
By the way, Diana Rossini, for all those that are hoping Derrick Henry can come here and fix the run game, Rossini reports the Titans will not trade Derrick Henry or DeAndre Hopkins, who went off yesterday. Thank you. 3 touchdowns fantasy. After a lack of top offers, they will not trade Derrick Henry, DeAndre Hopkins. I don't know how much I believe that.
I could definitely see that they're not going to move Henry. Hopkins.
Why?
Because it's something where I think if he does want to stay there, and you're talking about the interest of the fan base and everything else, I could see that if Derrick Henry wants to be there and you don't want to necessarily just reset the only guy that anybody gives a crap about in that Titans fan base, I would understand that.
That would be dumb.
Be dumb.
Just in terms of the return that you get. It's a devalued position. I don't know how much you're going to get for Henry at this point. And they may say, well, that's not worth it to us to basically just throw our season away.
Okay, now, you may be right. You may not get anything for him. I mean, maybe you still do it. I will say this, they have themselves a quarterback now. How different is the outlook of their season?
Will Levis with 4 touchdowns, and he was making some big-time throws. Please get rid of Ryan Tannehill. Filthy survives another one.
Hurts back. Hurts looking. Goes into the end zone. And it is caught. It is caught. Touchdown, A.J. Brown. I don't know how he put it in. He was near the sideline. What a play.
Oh,
how I put it in.
Oleg on Twitter, the voice of the Eagles, Merrill Reese, has captured the hearts of fans for 40 years. Yet, Sean, you can't stop yourself from making fun of his voice. You don't exactly have a Melody's voice. Once again, proving no one lives rent-free in your head like the Eagles. Oleg, shut up.
His name is Oleg?
Stop.
I don't know how he put it in.
Shut up. It's Eagle Week. We trash talk. If it's too sensitive for you, you don't have to listen to it. Stop being a little wuss about it. Woo. They're the rival. We've always made fun of Merrill Reese. They can make fun of me. That's the way it goes back and forth. Shut up. Eagles survived. They were down 14-3 against Washington. A.J. Brown, 6th straight week over 125 yards. That's a record. He is a legit MVP candidate. And Jalen Hurts with 4 touchdowns, Bobby.
I might have to move them ahead of the Giants this week.
Yeah.
In my power rankings.
That's right.
I might have to. Look, I mean, and the A.J. Brown thing, this streak that he's been on, he's so freaking
He's
good.
A beast.
This started.
He's like a more athletic Anquan Bolden.
Yeah, he's a complete freak. Now, this whole run started following the game where he and Jalen Hurts got into it on the sideline in Minnesota. And you look at
maybe this was their CeeDee Lamb moment.
You know what? Maybe this is the key. Maybe you just need to air it all out there because CeeDee Lamb, they air it out in San Francisco, and all of a sudden CeeDee has 2 of his better games this season. But Jalen Hurts was really good yesterday. That was the best game he's played this year. Did give up a fumble. He lost a fumble there. That's now 11 turnovers on the year. We don't hear a lot about him leading the league in interceptions and everything.
Yeah.
But
by the way, Kenneth Gainwell may be in some hot water. They're running back at halftime.
Yeah, for Kenneth Gainwell, what do you think he did? What do you think he did was so bad? He responded to a DM at halftime of their game. Are we really?
Here's the DM. Hold on to the football, you blanking bum. And apparently he wrote back, "Lil boy, don't text me." And the fan wrote back, "Get off your phone. Just use some glue. I'm trying to win it all. Keep grinding, though. I'm trying to win it all.
Trying to win it all.
It's probably Oleg. It was probably the tool Oleg who was DMing him like he's writing me.
He's trying to win it all. No. I'm sorry, sir, whatever your name is. Kenneth Gainwell's trying to win it all. You're not. You're trying to watch it all. There's a big difference. Are we naive enough to think that players don't call their wives or girlfriends or side pieces at halftime and make plans for after the game? You really want to think that?
They're calling their wives
I'm sure somebody, in every locker room, someone sending a text to somebody in their family or friend at halftime. What do we always hear from all these former players? Nothing happens at halftime. There's no halftime adjustments. You take a leak, you get a banana, and you go back on the field. You probably check your phone.
I think, but here's the thing. I think the larger issue there is not like that.
Yeah, he got caught up. He got caught up.
It's more you're supposed to be locked in. It feels like a checkout. Like you don't just pick up the phone and start worrying about like responding to trolls. That's where it feels a little.
It's like LeBron eating his fruit cocktail on the bench. It's like, dude, I mean, stop. We know you're above everyone. We know you think you're more important than everybody. But Kenneth Gainwell was responding to the DMs.
Yeah,
at halftime.
But you don't need to do that. You don't need to respond to trolls, DMs. But I guarantee you guys are texting their girls or their kids at halftime.
Meanwhile, the biggest game, man, what a bad weekend in college football. We got to evaluate overall this college football season in a few days. Bobby Belt's happy. So are all the Longhorns. Rock, Chalk, Jay, Hawk.
3 seconds separating Kansas from a moment of historical significance. 3-step drop. Gabriel steps up, lobs to the end zone. It's tipped in the air and knocked away. KU's got to win it. KU's got to win. Oklahoma goes down. And for the first time in nearly 30 years, Kansas with a regular season top 10 victory.
Kansas radio with the call as the Sooners go down.
And now the Big 12's in some danger. They're in some danger of missing out. Oklahoma was the undefeated team in the conference. They had the big win over Texas. They were going to play Texas most likely again in the conference championship game, which could have knocked them out anyway. Could have knocked them out because Texas probably should have won that football game if you go back and watch it. I mean, OU won at the very, very end. But this is now in a situation where if things hold, the Big 12's left out.
Yeah, and I mean, this is OU to me was the worst of the undefeated teams. Like, I mean, they had played well, but I did not feel like they were in that group with Washington, Florida State, Ohio State, Michigan. Like, they just are not. It's a different level. And the fact that Kansas was able to beat them, win this game, when you look at the fact that Kansas starting quarterback Jason Bean, he went 15 of 32, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. That's the guy that put up. That's the team that put up 38 on you and beat you. And I mean, Dylan Gabriel now has kind of, I think, thrown off any Heisman hope that he had with this game.
Best and worst of the weekend is coming up. This is the Expressway. We're going to be commercial free for the next 40 minutes. Me partying with the Tolos at the World Series in Arlington, and RJ Choppy partying with Jerry Jones, DeMarcus Ware, and A-Rod yesterday during Cowboys Rams. The Expressway with a Blink 182 ticket giveaway is next.
Let's get you over to number one Air, the official partner of the Dallas Cowboys, leveling up.
Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
3 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. Adoli swings, and it's a high drive to right field. Going back is Carroll. He's at the wall. He leaps. That ball is history. Adolis Garcia has walked off the Diamondbacks in the 11th. My goodness, he's done it again. The Rangers are awaiting Adolis at home plate. He throws off the helmet, leaps into the pile. And the Rangers have won it 6-5.
And with that swing right here on the Fan, Adolis Garcia extended his playoff home run streak to 5 games, set a major league record for most RBI in a postseason with 22, and had the first World Series Game 1 walk-off since Kirk Gibson in 1988. Broke David Freese's record for most runs batted in a single postseason exactly 12 years to the day that David Freese set it against the Rangers.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about that?
Eerie. Crazy.
Oh, there's a lot of eerie things that have happened, and it happens all the time. It's like the Diamondbacks have the same
that
video where in Game 1 of this series, it was like in Game 3 of 0-1, George Bush threw out the first pitch of both, a 2-run home run to tie it in the 9th in both, and then a walk-off home run to the it was a lefty that tied it in both games. It was Seager and Tino Martinez, and then a righty hits one to the opposite field to win it, a solo shot in extra innings in both.
And it's all against the Diamondbacks.
It's both against the Diamondbacks. It was like, that was very, very creepy.
Brad Sham is coming up, voice of the boys, at 8 o'clock. I'll give you my World Series Rangers experience after RJ Choppy hanging out with Jerry Jones, Alex Rodriguez, a Blink 182 ticket giveaway, and your Dallas Cowboy headlines. 877-881-1053. What are the papers reading this morning about the Cowboys' 43-20 win over LA?
All right, so here's some of my headlines for this game. Bullies on the block.
Okay, the bully thing.
Yep.
Like it.
I saw this one on the Twitter.com text. I'm going to take this one. Roy Obbs. I said Roy Hobbs. Roy Obbs. I like that one. Ram Ranch. For those in the know. Block and roll. Punt block.
Okay.
The Ayatollah of block and roll, if you will. That's another one. Turpentine. Mr. Cavender.
Mr. Cavender.
And then Haley's Comet.
Oh,
Her
Jake
name is
Ferguson. Getting some love.
It's pretty good. I got cup check with
Mitch.
Yeah,
Mitch
no,
cup check.
like it's a cup check. It's a hit.
Man, Will Chambers is not happy that we vetoed his Cooper Cup for Sam Laporta trade.
Man,
after yesterday,
I gotta say,
that dude just wants to make trades and get credentials, and everybody just keeps blocking the man.
I gotta say, he is making decent points. I still think the trade is garbage, but he is making decent points on why it should stand.
What did you say, Peyton?
It's garbage. Will, grow up, Will. I mean, come on. So it's a $50 league. Just get through the league. You're 3-4. You suck anyway.
$50 is nothing to me.
Don't you have like the worst record?
Not after I beat Jared Sandler this week.
Oh,
I'm now 3-5.
Okay.
Look, if he wants to trade David Johnson for DeAndre Hopkins, let him do it. Like, whatever it is. I love LA. Lamb slaughters.
Ooh.
Lambs. Okay. Yeah.
Bland taste. Lion devours Rams. You get a Micah Parsons sack in there.
Yeah.
And then Dak Prescott is better than Peyton Manning. You should let him throw the ball all the time and stop handcuffing him because that's ridiculous. Why would you not use a top 10 quarterback to your advantage?
That's a really long headline.
That would take up the whole paper nowadays.
Yeah, it would.
The newspaper's like 2 or 3 pages long. All right, so there it is. Some Dallas Cowboy headlines. Fantex?
Yep. See, another bland game. Ramming the Rams. Big obs. All dramatic.
You wanted to kill Sean McVay, too. You have disqualified him from all genius talk.
Yeah, okay, so all the talk of just, he's a genius. Zach Wolchuk, I never want to hear you say again that McVay is better than Kyle Shanahan, which is his hill that he loves to die on.
Mr. Three losses in a row, Kyle Shanahan.
This is the dumbest coaching decision I've ever seen. This guy hits his thumb on the helmet. You're like, is he going to be able to come back in? That looks really painful. What are you going to do here? And then he comes back out, plays pretty well on that opening drive, and then Sean McVay goes, you know what? Let's call a 2-point conversion, a Philly special, where we throw the ball directly at his thumb and make him catch it. And that's ultimately making that play is what drove him out of the game. Like, that's what made the thumb injury worse. And so I have no idea what the hell he's thinking.
You don't think it was Tank's pressure that drove him out?
No, I think
he hit his hand on another helmet.
No, I know. And then he came back in and played the whole drive. And then when he rolled over that thumb, the ball hit and he rolled over. That's when he came out and he was holding it again.
Let me play devil's advocate.
Play
if it was a good pass, are you saying this? The pass was low, hit it, dive to the ground. If it was clean, wide open, like the Philly one.
Yeah, before he was diving, like as I was watching the play, I was sitting there thinking, I was like, why the hell are you throwing the ball at his thumb? Like you're trying to avoid hitting that thing and you're going, let's throw the ball at it.
Catch a football and have the thumb fall off just with a little catch.
Nah, he doesn't know technique. He's a quarterback.
Okay.
He barely knows how to pass a ball.
All right, Ralph James Choppy, start us off with best and worst of the weekend was spending the day with the big dogs.
Yeah, I thought
it was good to see you yesterday, by the way.
I mean, you didn't come over to my side of the field. Maybe you were too busy on the Rams side looking for Sean McVay.
Oh.
I don't know. I was there. I was right there by the Cowboys sideline.
Yeah, you're right there with Malcolm McDowell. Didn't want me to say.
I don't know who that is. So what an experience. Big thanks to Bennett Glazer, who invited Sarah and I and my kids. Both kids. It was Julian's 11th birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday.
Oh, yeah, happy birthday, little guy.
My dad's birthday today, so there you go.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to everyone.
So we get to the game and we decide, like, all right, we're going to get there. It's a noon game. We get there a little bit early, about an hour and a half early. And because they said, you're going to want to get into the stadium and you're going to want to get to the food. Because we had these special seats. First of all, we start off with the best parking spot I've ever had. Literally third spot from the door. Third spot. He could sell this spot online for like $1,000 a game. Like, that's how great this spot is.
Yeah.
This spot is better than 95% of the seats in the stadium. It was amazing. You walk right in. I'm surrounded by these matte black Rolls Royces and Bentleys, and then there's my cute little Nissan sticking out like a sore thumb. All right, with the squeaky brakes and everything. Then we get inside. We get ushered down the stairs. I say, you're not going to want to go to your seats now. You want to go to the owners club. You get to go into the owners club. So we walk in there and we see our boy Tovash in there at the bar.
Bosh.
He's there tending bar, and everything in there is free. Free food, free drinks, free sights of all the celebrities that were down there. They had sushi at 10 o'clock in the morning, sashimi, eggs, bacon, shrimp, breaded chicken, brisket, mac and cheese, a prime rib cutting station. This is at 10:30 in the morning.
Woo! Love it.
Fantastic.
Our usual lunchtime.
They had a turkey carving station. They had a massive dessert tray because everybody wants dessert at 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's always dessert. I got to say, dessert is a very underrated breakfast. Who doesn't love a piece of cake in the morning?
Yeah,
I do.
I mean,
I do.
Donuts, those are very popular. They're kind of a desserty thing.
Yep. They had fried chicken. They had grilled chicken. They had chicken wings. They had a bar set up. There was just massive. They had drinks on drinks. And they had the same thing at halftime. And after the game, there wasn't food after the game. It was like a little desserts and then, drinks and everything. But so we're in there and we see, Oh, there's Darren Woodson. Oh, there's DeMarcus Ware. Oh, they're doing DeMarcus Ware's Ring of Honor. Oh, they didn't promote that very well, did they? I mean, they let everybody know this thing about 2 days prior. The Jones family just kind of walks in one by one. There's Steven coming over to the table. Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? There's Charlotte coming over. And there's Shy coming over and saying hi. Hey, tell the boys we said hi.
Pepe, he loves you.
Big fan of you.
Now, did they come over and give you a courtesy wave, or did any of them know who you are besides Shy?
Well, they went over to see Bennett.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
Steve, when Steven saw me, he recognized it, and Charlotte recognized it, and then of course Shy. I saw Shy from across. Peyton, he didn't mention you this time. I'm sorry. Maybe he's down on you.
Follows
I
me
don't
on
know.
Instagram, though.
I don't know what it is.
Don't send him a wedding gift.
I'm sure he needs it.
Yeah.
I'm sure he needs
Peyton's wedding gift.
So I mean, there's everybody down there, and you get some of the other higher ups within the organization, and help yourself to all the food. Enjoy your time. And then they hand us these passes, these white passes. I don't know. They change color every game. I have no idea how it works for the field access passes. But they're like, okay, it's time to go into the elevator, and we can see this. There's a pregame in this Cowboys owners club. There is DeMarcus Ware did a speech, before they had a couple of people come up, bring him up.
Ring of Honor
speech. That was all before the game. Then obviously the ceremony was at halftime. But we go down in the field, and it is just a madhouse down there. You walk down that elevator. When you're in that, is it the Miller Lite Club? Is that what they call it?
Yep.
When you're in there, you're walking, there's that solo elevator. It's Jerry's elevator. That's the one we went down. Went down that Jerry's elevator right there.
Very nice.
And you go down that, and you walk through the tunnel, and Julian's we didn't let him bring his phone in because he would have been on his phone. So he's got my phone. He's just taking videos. And he's like, oh my God, it's so cool. I'm going through the tunnel.
You didn't let him bring his phone in?
No, because he would have been on his phone the entire game.
Oh, wow.
Like, he can't control himself. So I was like, you can use my phone to take all the videos you want, and I'll just send them to you. So we get down to the field, and now it's like, holy cow. It is a madhouse down there. They're pushing everybody to the side because they want to keep that lane clear because that's where the Cowboys run off the field during pregame warmups. This is about 11:15, 11:30. So they're 45 minutes, 30 minutes before the game. I mean, they are in. They're getting their sweat going right now. Like, they're getting warmed up. You see all the former players. DeMarcus Ware was there. Emmitt Smith was there. They
had to bring all the Ring of Honor guys out.
Yeah, so my kids got a picture with DeMarcus. That was cool. Then we see A-Rod to the right.
Aaron Rodgers?
No.
Warming up with Trey Lance?
Alex Rodriguez.
Ooh. Did he compliment the show again?
We didn't.
You guys do a great job?
Because
he's like you're punching a little person.
He was on the other side of this yellow line. They said, you can't go past this yellow line. You don't want to go past this yellow line. You can't go over there. So we see A-Rod and Luke is like, dude, can I go get a picture with Alex? And I'm like, man, if he comes over here, just go and ask him.
Yeah.
Just ask him. But that's where we're waiting. And, Bennett Glaze is like, hey, we'll just stay right here.
Did he have his prototype with him, Alex? Did he have a in-shape blonde with him by chance?
Yes, he did.
Okay, there you go.
He did.
It was Alex.
It was definitely Alex. So we're down there, and Bennett's like, hey, no, Jerry is talking to Stan Kroenke, the Rams owner. He'll come on over, and Jerry finally makes his way over, and they're like, hey guys, it's time to go. The usher's like, it's time to get out. And Bennett turns around, and he's like, they're with me, and they're like, oh, sorry.
Oh,
like, that's what a big dog this guy is. This guy's a major player. So he's waiting, and finally Jerry comes over, and this was cool. Like, Bennett's like, it's this young guy's birthday, and Jerry grabs his jersey, looks at him, and you can see they're just having a conversation. Whatever you say to a 10-year-old, 11-year-old, you don't say much. It's right. But that was really cool. So the boys got to pick with Jerry. We got to pick. I said hi. I told him who I was. I don't think he has any idea who we are. Still not a clue.
Dang.
Not a clue. But, that is.
Why do you say that?
Because he kind of looked at me like, what do I do? What do I do with you? What do I do with you again? And then at the end of it, after, and there's the photo.
I'm gonna throw him off guard tomorrow. I'm gonna be like, what was it like meeting RJ and his kids?
Hey, good morning, Bobby. Everybody.
You could have dropped my name. I would have been okay.
That's
with
right. And then there's the photo
of
the
too
fan
chicken
cam.
to come to your media party.
I know,
He's
right?
so professional around here.
So after we take this photo that's on the fan cam, he turns to me, he's like, "Oh, you got a lovely family there," and I said, "I'll talk to you on Tuesday, sir." And he's like, "Yeah, whatever."
Yeah,
whatever that means.
Yeah, he's like, "Just park my car correctly at the Star." Yeah, man.
So we're done there. Now it's about ready to start the kickoff. We go back up and we get to the seats, and these seats are amazing. They're right in the 50. We are the last row in that section.
Oh, like Sean's seats at the Rangers game again, too.
Yeah. Right behind us.
He didn't say the last row on earth.
Yeah. Right behind us is a walkway it's very narrow. You can't fit two people by it, really. It's probably 3 feet wide. And behind that is the Jones booth. That's the Jones box. It's this massive. Most of the boxes at that level are like probably, 8 seats wide? This is at least 20 seats wide.
Wow.
This is double, maybe triple any booth. And then you see Charlotte and them in the very, very front row. And directly behind them is A-Rod. And and if I were to take a selfie, you'd see A-Rod in the background of me. He's right there.
I saw it.
Yeah, and then Luka took one of him, and A-Rod's right there with his blonde. And then Jerry's on the perch. There's like a perch behind that. And that's kind of where Jared didn't sit in the very front row because, people would be bothering him the whole time. So he's on this little perch right back there. What seats? Best game day experience I ever had. I had one complaint, and that's I wish they showed more replays.
Oh, yeah, they don't show a lot on the big board.
There's hardly anything, any kind of challenge, any kind of major catch. I wish they showed more replays. That's really it. They put on such an event. But the Cowboys get, if you go to that stadium and you don't give them an A+ for presentation, you just don't like the team.
Well, you're giving them an A+ sitting in the middle of the field.
From that.
You're eating sushi at 10:30.
If you're a big dog, you
Johnny
don't
Walker
give
Blue.
them an A+ for presentation. You're just missing the
Somebody gives him a C, and Choppy's like, "What? You didn't like the sushi?
Yeah.
You didn't like meeting all the famous people?
They run out of
Jerry's
wasabi
right there.
They run out of wasabi.
Was the $60 whiskey not up to your liking?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the kids were in awe.
Kids loved it. The kids loved it. Julian was great until about the fourth quarter. Then he wanted to go because they were up by 30 points. And he's like, "Can we just go?" And I was like, "No, we can't just go.
So
we have more drinks to be had."
So I didn't realize the Rangers had this type of food and drink as well. When I went game 1, Kyle, Emerald Custom Pools took me. I met up with the Tolos. I went to the G-Bag broadcast, and there was 20 waiting for me. I said, first 20 Tolos, I got all your drinks. And I'll do the same thing on Saturday. So I'm looking for the beer vendor or the cart, and nothing there on that section.
Mm-mm.
And I'm like, okay, this is a little bit awkward. Where do we go? And they're like, well, I know, you got the true Tolo alcoholics who I love. They're like, upstairs, elevator, escalator, right around the corner, da-da-da. I know the person. I'm like, okay, lead the way. So we got 20 Tolos coming up the escalator with me. And I go to the beer cart, and I'm like, I got 20 people. Give me 10 and 10. Here's the credit card. And they're like, well, it can only be 2 beers at a time.
Yep.
And I was like, yeah, there's 10. I'm ordering 20. They will each have 2. And they said, no, you can only buy 2 at a time. So I had to swipe my damn credit card 9 different times and just boop, boop. I was planning like $8 a beer. I was like, okay, I'll spend like $400 over like 2 days. No, it was a little more than it was way more than it was like $29 for 2 beers.
I'm surprised they wouldn't, because usually they usually have 2 beers per person within the party.
I was gonna say, I think you ran into a stickler.
Yeah,
because when I went to Game 5 of the ALCS, one of the carts let us buy 8.
Yeah,
and then when we were in the stands, Colt had ordered like 12 beers and for like the section, and they handed him over and he swiped it. So I have no idea why that one person did that.
So I bought the Tolos the drinks.
I saw.
Saw what?
It's just nice. I saw.
Why
you got a
stupid smile on your face? You got some stupid thing to say, I know. I know you.
He's saying I don't
What's
pay
your
for
smirk?
drinks. I just get free drinks at
No.
AT&T Stadium.
No. I mean,
He's got
I do.
something.
I do, but I wasn't sure what kind of beer you bought.
I don't care about buying Bud Light, and I don't care about now.
I'm just playing.
I got
because these stadiums have like their contracts. They can't.
Yeah.
They don't choose.
There was Bud Light there. I got 10 Budweisers and 10 Mick Ultras.
Man, Mick Ultra's underrated.
I had some of the ladies.
Underrated.
I was judging off what people were drinking down by G-Bag. So I saw some Mick Ultras. I wouldn't drink Mick Ultra. So I got some of the Mick Ultra. Really, the best beer is this. It's this Mexican beer. I can't remember the contract.
It's Lestral.
Something.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm drinking this for the rest of the night. That was the best beer. That was, something like that.
Jalisco. Yeah, it's really good. That's what I had.
That was the best beer by far. So then Kyle is like, okay. I'm like, lead the way. Because I know y'all got your VIP set up for section 17. And I go downstairs and they got this same thing like the Cowboys. I never knew this existed within the Rangers. And then they're like, all right, this will close in the 4th inning. I mean, this blows away the Patron Club, Dallas Mavericks. It's that version of it. But
Estrella Jalisco.
After I go and sit down, they're like, oh, you don't have to go back there. They'll bring everything to us for free in white bags. They're like, just order it off the app. Order it off the Ballpark app of your hot dog, your peanuts, your beer. So I'm like, you're telling me all these people in this section, not just our section, like 2 sections over, 2 sections to the left and the right, all these people can order free. They get all the beer for free, all the drinks, and the vendors are coming up and just handing people without taking the money. So I guess it's included in the price of the seats.
Price of the ticket?
It was insane.
I mean, that ticket's got to be
crazy. I
mean, when we were looking, I mean, we had a friend. He was like, I want to get like a bunch of people to go to the game, and he was going to have his company pay for it. And they were going to be like in the 200 level, $1,000 a piece for game one.
Oh, yeah.
I can only imagine what these went for.
A couple of the people that we were with, they're going to a game in Arizona. They paid $1,200 a piece. $1,200 a piece. But these came with drinks and food. And shout out to the Tolos that I met. You know, people will look at you and you don't know whether you have something in your teeth or they're like, are we recognizing? And the guy's like, I heard you say section 17, but I didn't really believe it. So he was sitting right behind me. So thank you, Kyle. Custom Emerald Custom Pools. Fantastic. Best seats I've ever had in Arlington. And now let me get to the bad news.
Uh-oh.
And I'm here for it, y'all. If you didn't learn over the weekend, I don't know if we got a different full moon situation. I don't know what has gotten into the air, but you dummies on social media, the rule I always have, and I've had it for 12 years, is never going to change. I don't care what the bosses say. I don't care. If you come at me, I'm going to go right back at you and try to take it to whatever lowest level I can. And this all started because the bad fans at the Ranger game, we just had bad playoff fans. That's the truth. Other people are scared to say it. Other people are sitting there texting. We're all texting each other. Other people aren't going to go on the radio, probably TV, and say it. The lack of baseball enthusiasm or playoff sense for games 1 and 2, and I went to both. It's embarrassing. It really is.
So was it different in the upper deck than it was at it's section 17 or whatever?
No.
You would think, right? It'd be louder up there.
You would think. And trust me, I could see everyone. Game 2, I was section 319, second row from the very, very back.
You don't have to worry about standing up and blocking somebody's view behind you.
Dude, I was getting scared. Like I'm scared of heights.
Yeah.
And I was scared. I was, again, last row, and I was still scared to like stand up because I was like one tumble and I'm like going to fall onto the field. And the DJ, he goes, hey man, I got 2 $15 vouchers. Where are you? And I was like, bro, you might as well. Don't worry. You ain't gonna find me up here. But I was still in the building, so I was appreciative for that. And took my wife. But the fan experience it's embarrassing. And I don't want to hear on the let me start off with the code of conduct rules. Here's the way it should be, and here's the way it is. The way it is in Arlington is, okay, 3 and 2 strikes with 2 outs will stand up. If it's 2 strikes before 2 outs, we're not standing up. You'll have a section here, section there. Again, 133. Section 133 is a madhouse. You'll see people sporadically standing up. The way it needs to be and should be in playoff baseball, anytime there's 2 strikes, Anytime. Not with 2 outs, 2 strikes. You rise up as a fan base and you help the pitcher get out of that situation. And it just didn't happen. And I had these idiots, these morons on social media come at me because I took one video and I said, here it is, right to left, 2 strikes in my section. And these idiots are like, well, you're not screaming. And I'm like, I'm taking one video to show. I'm not going to scream over my own video. And I'm standing up if you could not tell. You can ask the totals behind me. Any totals that saw me, you can check the receipts. I stood up every time 2 strikes because that's what you're supposed to do. And it did not happen. Yeah, you might get a little section here and a little section there. But throughout the stadium, it does not happen. And it did not happen in game 2. I don't care if you're down 3. I don't care if you're down 4. If it's 9-1, I get it. If you're down 3, if you're down 4, you have to stand up with 2 strikes in any situation. When you feel a big moment and the bases are loaded and there's just a moment in the game, you can feel it, you should stand up as a great playoff baseball fan. And it did not happen for either of the game consistently enough. And it's just the way we are here.
So
that's
quiet.
That's the way it is.
It's so
and
quiet.
it's the truth. I'm just going to say what the truth is.
I mean, look, you can have. I mean, and I don't want to hear that it's priced out the regular fans because I mean, like,
Thank
do you think they're free in Philadelphia?
Thank you. It's not that. So I know everyone writes that back. The real fans are priced out at home. The
Every playoff ticket's expensive around the sport.
Yes.
Every playoff ticket's expensive around the sport.
And looking around me, it wasn't 90-year-olds. It was fans my age, some a little bit older, some a little bit smaller. They just don't want to be bothered. You feel uncool. I know you're going to get the Usher tweets as well. Jen Floyd Angle said, and Usher, people telling me to sit down and back of me. But man, it's not an age thing, and it's not a money thing. It's a mentality thing.
If the Ushers say that, then shame on the Ushers. You got to change the policy on that one.
Yeah,
you don't want that. I mean, I remember when I embarrassed Bassick a couple years back. We went to a.
I remember that.
Yeah, we went to an NCAA tournament game, and we were sitting, pretty low. He got great seats, and it was the Tennessee game. And I yelled. I said, "Hey, old people, like stand up! Either stand up or go home."
Yeah.
And people around me they got all mad at me because they were look. I felt bad because there were a lot of old people around me.
Yeah.
And they probably want to sit down, but I was like, no, man, if you're going to be at the game, get your butt up and cheer. You don't have to make it so quiet there. It's quiet up. The announcers don't have to yell. It's so quiet in there.
I remember.
And by the way, I was getting text messages from Bobby and other people whose sports opinion I trust, and they're like, "Is it really quiet in there?" So game 1, for as special as the ending was, it was a morgue. It was like dead in the middle part. You had some activity in the beginning. You got the legendary finish at the end. In the middle, it was dead. Bobby was texting me. My buddy Goldberg, who lived at Yankee Stadium, texted me, "Is it that quiet in there?" And it is. And I'll bring up another thing that probably won't make me any friends over there in Arlington, but it has to be brought up because some people within the sport sent me these messages after they saw my tweets. And I can't compare because I don't go to other baseball stadiums. I'm just bringing it up. They told me that the in-game presentation in Arlington is nowhere near what it should be or what other stadiums have. So I don't know whether that's Chuck Morgan. I like Chuck. I appreciate him coming on. I know he's got the liners, but man, there's some lulls and there's some cheesy stuff taking place in there that could be better in order to get the wave broke out in game 2. That wasn't Chuck, but the wave broke out.
Yeah,
That's the beginning of the end. But I had just been told by some other people there's some better and superior in-game presentations at other stadiums. I can't speak to that. I'm just bringing it up as a point from people I trust. But it was dead. It was dead.
That video of me at Game 5 where everybody said Bobby thinks he's in the game because somebody got a picture of me like looking like I was swinging or whatever. That was me in the middle of trying to tell a fan stop trying to get the wave going while they're up at bat. That's what I was like. When they are up at bat, you do not do the wave. Like, so yeah, people have tried to get that going. I'll say I went to playoff games in 2010 and 2011.
Well,
and the crowd was much better in 2011 than in 2010. Like, I think they needed
2011 and 2010.
Yes, it was.
Because so
it was
2010
better.
It was new,
was
and I
very
think
new.
people forgot, they didn't know what to. By 2011, it's like they know when to stand up, they know when to get intense. They started the whole Napoli chants, like everything kind of fell in place. I think it's that again. I think it's been 12 years since this town has really had deep playoff baseball.
Yeah,
and they forget how you're supposed to. If they go on another run next year, I bet they get an understanding. It becomes a like muscle memory. I think it's just they've been so uncompetitive deep into October for so long.
I mean, is part of the problem that they haven't been competitive for a decade or half a decade? Yeah, I'm sure some of it is, but like, let's not act like the run to the World Series in 2011 was 50 years ago. I mean, if you were alive then, I mean, your chances are like you're still an adult. You know, it's not like you were 6 years old then. I mean, now some are for sure, but it's not like it was that long ago.
Yeah, but I mean, people like Peyton's age who would be going or whatever, like Peyton would have been 14 the last time they were in the World Series or whatever it was.
Then people were texting me and tweeting me saying, "Oh, how did it sound during the Seager home run? Didn't we represent during adult?" Well, congratulations. You exploded with one of the great all-time postseason moments in the history of the sport. Whoop-de-freaking-do. You proved me wrong. You proved me wrong because the place went bonkers when Corey Seager did save game one and Adolis hit another crazy walk-off. Wow. Way to be judged off that.
Okay. So that sarcasm aside, how loud was it when Seager hit the home run?
I mean,
was it deafening? Not
honestly,
as any sort of a credit.
out.
Not as any sort of a credit.
Blacked out.
Honestly, I mean, you don't even I don't even remember. I will always remember the Napoli chants leaving when we sat in the outfield and really leaving, walking down the ramp out of the stadium with the whole place echoing Napoli. That was a goosebump moment. It was awesome walking out of game one into Texas Live with everyone running by, just high-fiving each other. Just standing around high five. It was bonkers. It was crazy. But overall, it's disappointing. And it's just not going to change this year if the series makes it back here. 2 strikes. This is the Sean Sharif. It could be the Sean and RJ. If y'all want to put your names on it. If you don't want to come anywhere near it, fine. When there's 2 strikes, period, get up and cheer. I believe that 30,000 people in unison can help
40
a player or pitcher out. But this fan base is, you got to impress me. You got to give me this is some of these idiots on Twitter that I had to go back at all weekend. You got to give me a reason to stand up. I spent the money, so don't tell me what to do with my seat. Fine, do what you want. I'm just saying, the best playoff crowds cause something to happen on the field versus wait for it. And we are reactive versus proactive, and it held true for game 1 and game 2.
I've always felt like at a baseball playoff atmosphere,
don't tell me you can't give an extra mile per hour on a fastball to Jordan Montgomery or Nathan Eovaldi or someone out of the bullpen with 40,000 people up and screaming.
So, I mean, you would have been at the game, so you wouldn't have heard this, but they talked about that, just the energy and the effect it has. Zach Gallen's fastball velocity was the highest it's been all year. Considerably up in that first inning.
Really?
Because he was so amped and just it's the energy,
adrenaline.
It's the juice. It absolutely makes a difference. And my thought on it has always been, for a home playoff game, everybody should be up and loud. It's the reverse me until they give you a reason to sit down. If you fall down 4-0 or whatever, I understand. But you should be up and loud until it gets out of hand.
First inning would be nice.
First inning would be great.
I think we sit down here after the first strike. It's like a basketball team who sits down after the first bucket.
Everybody, it's a Syracuse. Everybody claps. Everybody stands for the first basket. And they sit down.
First strike. I'm like, why are we sitting down? And then they'll stand up for the first pitch of the 2-strike at bat. But if it gets fouled off, it's like, okay.
Oh my gosh, my energy. It
doesn't stay up.
Zapped.
You know what I mean? So disappointing. Pretty embarrassing, in my opinion.
Are you embarrassed, Jerry?
877-881-1053. Let's hook you up with Blink 182 tickets. We'll do it today and every day this week. And then Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys, next after we hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Blink 182 at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on June 25th. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
RJ Choppy, our good friends over at QC.
Security.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3 receivers right, 2 come to the left. Rams are going to rush 4. Prescott runs up out of the pocket and runs right, looking downfield. Throw into the end zone, touchdown. C.D. Lamb. Cash in. That's C.D.
Player of the game? Man, Dak Prescott, you got Deron Bland and C.D. Lamb having a game by halftime. It's Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell on your home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan. By halftime, CD had 9 for 122 and 2 touchdowns. Dak with 225 and 3, and they wax LA 43-20 on your home of America's team. The voice of the boys, Brad Sham, joins us now on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Good morning, Bradley. How are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
Doing well. What does this win mean or say about the Cowboys as a team, if anything?
I don't know. I really don't know. They needed to win. They needed to win somewhat convincingly. They needed to come out of the bye strong and establish a positive note of work for the week they've got ahead of them. This was not. This was a decent Rams team, not a contending team, in my opinion. Then Stafford, who was probably somewhat physically compromised anyway, got hurt, and so I don't know. I mean, it's better than if they'd needed a field goal right at the end to win, or if they'd lost. It's better than that, and I want to give them credit for playing well. And when but again, my favorite saying is last week and this week have never met. So it's gonna be a little while before we know what that meant. But it was better than an alternative.
The way this team responded after San Fran, after that game, does this obviously this is something that
you think the Chargers was a response?
I mean, they won.
Yeah,
it's a road win. I mean, I think that was going back to the West Coast on back-to-back weeks probably isn't the easiest thing to do. But
well, it was not easy for me. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, we haven't talked to you in 3 months.
I'm saying.
But anyway, their response after the San Fran week.
Well, I think what Sean is saying is not unimportant. They won.
Mm-hmm.
They had to win. The Chargers are not. Chargers aren't terrible. They've got a lot of things going for them. Their record doesn't say it, but the Chargers are a test, and it was on the road. And I just think that San Francisco game left a mark, and that was going to take more than a week to get over. And fortunately or unfortunately, or I don't know if it's either one, but you had that bye in the middle, so that kind of destroys the evaluation momentum anyway. And now you're going to, let's talk again in a month, because you'll have this game, which, like San Francisco a little bit, is not going to determine the Super Bowl, but it's going to be an important game, and they can't have another showing like they did in San Francisco, I don't think. And so, but then they've got these home games in a stretch, and you can kind of build some momentum if you do things right going into and coming out of Thanksgiving. The Seattle game a week later won't be a piece of cake. Might be a slice of pie, but it won't be a piece of cake. So I really think the bye kind of gets in the way of that evaluation. So was this a response to San Francisco? I don't think so. I think the Chargers game was that, in that they won on the road at night again, but I don't know who they are exactly.
Brad, the improvements that we've seen on offense in these last 2 games, is that more about time on task and getting those reps, or is this more about tweaks and changes that they've made?
If I'm going to be honest with you, Bobby, I don't know for sure, but my guess would be this is tweaks. This is, you can say whatever you want about, and I have about the first month. There were some built-in excuses and asterisks, but it's like they didn't know Brandon Cooks was on the team for 5 weeks. And that's not Brandon Cook's fault. And it's like they forgot they had C.D. Lamb. C.D. in my opinion, would you like to do it a different way? Yeah, maybe. But in my opinion, he was not wrong to express to whomever he expressed it, this is how I feel and this is what I see going on. And there, for CD, I really like him. I respect him. He's coming up into a contract situation, and he wants to be recognized. One of the things that drives him, and a lot of the great, especially receivers, are like that. One of the things that drives them is they believe they're among the greatest, and they want to be seen that way. Well, you can't be seen that way as a wide receiver if no one's throwing you the ball. And that doesn't mean that he's a selfish me-first guy, because I don't think that's true. I think he's very much a team guy, and there are a lot of the same personality traits that Michael Irvin has that drove him as a receiver that I believe CeeDee Lamb has. And so I think he did the right thing, maybe the wrong way. I don't even know if that's true, about expressing, hey, boys, you over here. And just look what happened since. I mean, the way they're built. I mean, they came out yesterday. You could tell in the first series of the game, they weren't trying to run today. They went down and scored, and I think they ran once. And so now I think they've got to get that straightened out. They got to be able to run with some success when they want to. But I think it's tweaks, Bobby. I think that the coaching staff was forced to look at it and say, we got to approach things differently.
Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys, with us here on a Cowboys Monday with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. What were you thinking? Well, you know what? Let's give Dak his due, because he certainly catches it the other way. It feels like, and he talked about this after the game, Brad, him knowing when to use his legs and throwing on the run feels like it just adds. It feels like he's got the timing down with it. He's got the feel down for it. What does it add to the Cowboys' offense with Dak discovering the legs again?
Yeah, I don't think he just discovered them again. I think there is something to the notion that this new offense was going to take a little longer to get accustomed to than everybody wanted to say. And so he had a lot to think about, when they came out of the chute. And the defense and special teams helped a great deal by the way 3 of those first 4 games went, because he didn't really have to take charge. Then the quarterback has to take charge at some point. When he is playing the way he is comfortable playing, that happens. I think he has reached a point in his career where he's smarter about it, so he's not going to be looking to do that first. But if the defense knows that is something that's a possibility, they have to either play differently than if they're ignoring it, or suffer the consequences. So I just think that's part of him, Prescott, kind of being more into a flow, and I'm not sure he's completely there yet. I still think they're finding their rhythm. You score a lot of points like that. You can say they're in rhythm, but again, you get 6 from the defense and 8 from special teams. So I think it means that he is finding a rhythm, and I think that we're going to see more of it. He's a different player than Jalen Hurts or Daniel Jones or a lot of guys who are certainly Lamar Jackson. He's a different player, but it's something that he's got that can be effective, and he enjoys using it, I think.
Does it look like he's as comfortable throwing on the run as he did, say, earlier in his career before the injury?
Yeah, I do think that, RJ. I think that he is and some of that, what we see in that regard is scramble drill, and some of it is designed. They can roll the pocket out, they can move it, and then what the quarterback does once he gets outside the pocket, where he throws, when he throws, if he throws, depends on what he sees in front of him. So that's partly what the receivers do and partly what the defense does. But I think that that's a big plus, that he's pretty good on the move, and I do think that is something that he is really comfortable doing and is maybe even more effective at. I think he's kind of refined that a little through the years.
Brad, what do the Cowboys have to do to get the running game fixed?
Well, that's a great question. I'm not smart enough to know if it's individual blocking or if it's scheme, and I'll be very interested later today when I get my hands on this tape to see what that looked like. And then let's find out who's playing left tackle, because I don't know what Aduga's situation is going to be. And obviously we don't know what Tyron's situation is going to be. It was very interesting to me. Babe and I were as when Aduga went out and Awesome Richards came in, and I said to Babe, okay, so what would you do here? Would you give him help? Would you stay away from that side? And Babe said, oh, yeah, well, you'll put a tight end over there. And of course, they didn't. And I don't know if Dak threw a touchdown pass on that play, but he had a big completion right away. Now, he almost got clocked from the guy who Richards was trying to block. But, Richards got thrown right in. I talked to him a couple of weeks ago. He's a very intelligent young man, and he is a guy who I think has been trying to learn on the run, knowing that he was not hardly going to play. Well, that might change. And so the answer to the question about what do they do to fix the running game depends partly on who the left tackle is. Babe always likes to say, if you want me to tell you who's going to win, you have to tell me who's going to play.
All right, I want your opinion on the trade rumors. Jerry's saying afterwards, I don't think we're going to do anything. You've tweeted me back after Jerry came on, explaining how things would have to go, all the Derrick Henry noise that's out there. What's your opinion on what the Cowboys could or should do in terms of needs?
They could do whatever they wanted to do, depending on what they're willing to give up. Hey, who would want to have Derrick Henry? Who would want to have Devontae Adams? That doesn't mean it's going to happen. It doesn't mean it's realistic or smart. And the contract stuff does play a part in some of that. Like if you take a look at everybody whose name you've seen, I would love to have Mike Evans, because now you got a real red zone threat who can out-jump people. But he's 30 years old, and his contract is up, and he's going to want $30 million next year. So what do you give up for him? That becomes the question. What is smart? You have to really think you are that player away from being on the same level with the Eagles and the 49ers to give up something substantial. And I think that is where the problem is. I'd love to see him add Derrick Henry. I'm a little concerned about Pollard holding up to the workload they've been giving him. He doesn't. I don't know if he looks is the right word. I would say he's not playing as explosively as he did the last couple of years. There could be a lot of reasons for that. But how could you say Derrick Henry wouldn't help? And I don't know what linebackers are out there, and I don't know what cornerbacks are out there. I mean, they are one Stephon Gilmore injury away from a disaster. And they're one Damone Clark. They've already got a safety playing linebacker. He's playing it pretty well. I don't know what Rashaan Evans is going to give him, but I think you'd like to have, you're talking about getting the running game going. You also can't have people running down the field down your throat at will, and you got to have something inside there. Now, I don't know if Van Der Esch is coming back or not, but if you could tell me that you could get a quality, field-ready corner or linebacker, I might have a preference for that just with this team as currently constructed than I would Derrick Henry. But who wouldn't want to have Derrick Henry? Just depends what it costs.
Player show tonight?
Yes, Sidecar Social and Big Hanks will be on, Jonathan Hankins.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it.
Talk to you later.
The great Brad Sham on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. RJ on the Texas Rangers, who have to step up tonight, and the rest of the World Series next.
Let's get you over to Dr. Mark Bishar's office.
right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
And the pitch to Corey, swung on and a high drive, deep right field. This one is way back. This one is history. The game is tied 5-5. Grove right field is on its feet for Corey Seager. A two-run homer, and Seawald has his first blown save of the postseason. The first run scored off him. And it's a new game in the bottom of the ninth.
Someone was like, if Corey Seager homers, I'll go number one on myself. And he did. It looked to be a video in the stands in Arlington. Someone said, if he hits that, it's happening. Torey Lovello, by the way, after Seager's game-tying homer, he said that was easily the loudest crowd noise I've ever heard. So that registered apparently 112 decibels. Lovello saying that's the loudest I've ever heard a place.
That was an incredible moment, but the coolest thing about that to me, and I immediately went to Twitter and I had to search, and I found all these comments from Dodgers fans that were just rattled by what was that emotion from Corey Seager. Like, it's a huge moment, obviously, but they're like, robot. Even in the biggest moments, he never reacts. And so when he hit that and he turned around and immediately like screamed at the dugout, I was like, oh, this thing's going a mile
and
if he's like that.
Derek Jeter was given the praise on the Fox post game.
Corey Seager has become my favorite player in baseball. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm a little biased, obviously, because he plays shortstop. He's a tall shortstop, has way much more pop than I ever even dreamed to have. But I love the way he carries himself. And it rubs off on this team. We just had Evan Carter here. You can just see the demeanor that these guys have. He's a champion. He's won before. You can tell that he's one of the leaders of the team. And I just tell you what, man, I enjoy watching him. I haven't had a chance to watch him as much as I have throughout this postseason. And, he has become my favorite player.
So that was Jeter. And Simeon and Seager are on your list for getting it together.
Well, they got to, and everyone's looking at like how can Seager's been great. Well, I mean, he had the great home run, but if you look at it, like we will not grasp how big that home run is. But when you go back and look at it, they've got to get him and Simeon going. Simeon and Seager, they're a combined 3 for 18 in this series with 6 strikeouts. They can't win this series if these guys are going to combine for a hit every 6 at bats. Unless that one hit every 6 at-bats is a 3-run home run. Now, if every 6 at-bats they hit a 3-run home run, they will win the series. But short of that, it's going to be really, really difficult to do. They paid them. They need more. They're paying them for more. Seager gets the game-win reprieve because, I mean, he hit the massive home run where they're down 0-2. They are down 0-2.
They should be up 2-0.
They've won about 17 of the 20 innings this series has had.
It's been very Giants-Rangers-like.
It has.
It's 1-1 in this instance, but it is the same sort of, they're not just scrappy. Like, they're a good, fundamentally sound baseball team.
Marcus is a walking strikeout right now.
Oh, my.
Leote, Heim, and Lowe.
Here's Simeon's numbers.
Oh, no.
14 games in the postseason.
It's too early. We don't have to talk about that.
Average, 194. 2 extra base hits, 2 runs batted in, 10 strikeouts, 6 walks, OPS 491.
Dude, and
it feels like he's shriveling.
That's the entire playoffs. That's not even, if you just cut out the wild card and the ALDS, you just go on the ALCS he's slugging 205, which is just impossibly bad. His OPS is 484. He doesn't have a single extra base hit in the LCS or the World Series.
How many,
here's his World Series numbers, by the way, compared to the regular season. Fastballs, regular season, he hit 487. Postseason, 323. Sliders, he hit 478 in the regular season. Postseason, 188. Curveballs, he hit 459 during the regular season. Postseason, 0 across the board. Off speed, regular season hit 456. postseason 100.
Leote, Heim, and Lowe are a combined 0 for 18 with 4 walks.
Leote, Heim,
and
yeah.
Lowe. That's tough, man.
And Josh Young, I mean, it feels like he's an automatic out too. I was like,
he's 3 for 8.
I was gonna say I thought he had a good game the other night.
Well, yeah, fine, he had a good game. I'm just saying he's been. Maybe I'm still scarred from the Houston curveballs and breaking balls, but it went in my mind. You can tell me reality. Josh Young, I want him hitting 5th or 6th, maybe even 4th sometimes during the regular season. This guy's going to win Rookie of the Year. He is a dangerous power threat. X Factor. We were talking about him as the X Factor. When he got hurt, things went downhill, and now it feels like, put him in the 8th spot and hope he doesn't strike out on 3 pitches.
Now,
that's what it feels like.
Now, generally, your numbers do drop in the playoffs. The further you go, they're going to drop. You're facing better pitchers.
Right.
This isn't Schilling and Johnson that you faced in game 1 and 2.
No,
they're good. Merrill Kelly was, he was on the World Baseball Classic team. He got a big start. Zach Gallen's a good pitcher. They're good players. They're not going to the Hall of Fame. Not as Kurt Schilling, but whatever. That's maybe for a different reason. But the Rangers had a batting average this year of 263. They're batting 188 this series. They had an OPS of 790. It's a 656 this series. Everything's down. That's to be expected. This is a pretty big drop, though.
It is. I was just looking this up because I know one of the things I was thinking was, man, we're asking Seager to step up and we're taking him out of the friendly confines of Globe Life, which the way he hits at Globe Life is absurd. He's at 143 career games now played at Globe Life. And I think if you factor in the playoffs too,
it's probably closer.
I believe he's got 56 home runs at Globe Life over the course of a season. So I was looking it up. I was like, well, how does he hit at Chase? I was curious. So outside of Dodger Stadium and Globe Life, Chase Field is where he's hit the most home runs in his career. So he does feel comfortable hitting there.
Yeah, that's good. And obviously being in the NL West, played a lot of games there. Was it, Arizona may have been a really bad team for a couple of them, but then they did make the playoffs a couple years back.
He's played about as many games at Chase as he has at Coors, for instance, and he has twice as many home runs at Chase than Coors.
Wow, at Coors Field.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jeter's saying, look, as good as Arizona feels about going home, Texas feels good about going on the road. What you need to know about Brandon Pfaadt, rookie right-hander, had a 5.72 ERA in the regular season. Started Game 7 at NLCS. He had the 3rd highest ERA ever for a Game 7 starter, and he held the Phillies to 2 runs in 4 innings, had a shaky outing against the Brewers in the wild card, got knocked out in the 3rd inning, but then he went on to throw 4 1/3 scoreless innings against the Dodgers in the division series, then 5 2/3 against the Phils in Game 3. He struck out 9 and turned the tide of the series, according to many, and he'll be taking on Scherzer tonight.
Yeah, this is a huge game for a lot of reasons. If the Rangers win this one, Arizona's Game 4 in the NLCS was an 8-pitcher bullpen day. They started out with Mantiply for an inning. I don't know how they're going to do Game 4 in this series. If the Rangers win this one, they could be in a really good position to take the first 2 games on the road here. A really good position to take at least 2 or 3 at the place they used to call the Bob. I like the Bob better.
Yeah, it's Chase. I do like the Bob better. Bank One Ballpark. Now it is
much
Chase. Yeah, it's way better. But this is one, though, where I feel like if they lose this tonight, and like you said, they set up really well potentially to win a Game 4. But, man, if they lose this tonight, I think I'm going to have to shift my pick.
Oh.
Being down 2-1, and you definitely, you probably should have lost.
They were down after Game 5 against Houston. What are you doing?
But down 2-1, and you probably should have lost the one you won. That's 3 in a row. And got to remember, they've essentially won these first 2 games. They've played better in these 2 games. And then you look at in the regular season, they beat you 3 out of 4.
Yeah. And then, at least with the Houston game, you could sit here and say that the Rangers should have won Game 5. The Game 5 against Houston, the Rangers should have won that game. So you could look at that Houston series and say, all right, you know what? We were down 3-2. We should have been up 3-2. In this one, you should be down 2.
Jared Sandler will join us from Arizona at 9 o'clock here on Sean and RJ. I was sitting there in the stands for Game 2, and this news took over the world. Matthew Perry passing away, reportedly drowning in a jacuzzi Saturday. The news breaking everywhere.
Man, this was very, very sad to hear. Chandler Bing, the character Matthew Perry,
Chandler Bong.
He had a really very difficult post-Friends life. Really a difficult kind of mid-Friends life too.
Yeah.
With a lot of substance issues that he's had. And he did a really he started this treatment center in Malibu, Perry's House, which was for people who were dealing with substance issues. But man, this was tough. Like, I know you weren't a big Friends fan, but
no,
and it was a good show. I liked it. Chandler Bing, the character Chandler Bing is
my favorite. My favorite of the group.
Choppy gave a hot take last night that I really wanted to dive into.
Well, I think he's from a 90s sitcom standpoint.
Okay, and we're narrowing it. Okay, 90s sitcom.
Right, 90s, early 2000s,
Okay.
early 90s, late 90s, that 10 to 15 year stretch.
Yep.
I think Chandler Bing, the character, you can argue is on the Mount Rushmore of sitcom characters in that era.
So,
did you ask Jalen Rose that?
Well, don't ask Jay Williams that, because Jay Williams doesn't want us ever doing Mount Rushmore.
I thought it was Jalen.
Right. Oh, I thought you were making another reference.
My bad.
Here's where I will actually say I think I agree.
Mount Rushmore 90s?
So it's got to be somebody from that show has to be represented.
Okay.
And he's the best one on that show.
It would be either Chandler or probably Rachel for just being because of the sex symbol status.
Well, I was thinking only men, Bobby, because I was going to go down that road.
I know. This is another reason why Jay Williams doesn't want to do the Mount Rushmore. There's no room for women. That's the whole issue. Matthew Perry, the character Chandler Bing, I think it was from the biggest show of the 90s, you could argue, the biggest sitcom of the 90s. Well, that and Seinfeld. Biggest sitcom of the 90s. And he was that whole sarcastic, like, just dry thing.
Yeah.
Well, it is me,
without the
for sure.
real humor.
But, I mean, that's something that was not as heavy, I don't feel like, until that character came along with Friends. Like, that became a more common type of character to write into TV shows.
So before you give your Mount Rushmore, 90s sitcom, I just Googled 90s sitcoms. Friends, Frasier, The Nanny, Blossom, King of Queens, Home Improvement, Everybody Loves Raymond, Will and Grace, Spin City, Mad About You. I already said Frasier. So
I got it.
Those would be the contenders. Your top four.
Got him already.
All right.
Kramer, Chandler Bing, Tim Taylor from Home Improvement, Tim Allen.
Yes.
And then Urkel.
So I was going back and forth between Costanza and Kramer. I didn't want to put two people from Seinfeld on there, so I just went with George.
Okay.
And I had Al Bundy.
Oh.
And I had Bing, and I had Steve Urkel. Now, if you want, I hated Frasier. I didn't think Frasier was a good show.
They got a reboot. I just found that out there that they've already started a reboot.
Yeah, they have. So that was my four. It was Chandler Bing, it was George, it was Urkel, and Al Bundy.
What's in below the belt?
A radical approach to the Cowboys' offensive line woes. That's next in Below the Belt
on a Cowboys Monday. But first, let me go ahead and get you set with the great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Prescott's in the gun again. Pollard on his right. Back to throw. Looking right. Deep to the end zone. Leaping catch for Jake Ferguson. Touchdown Cowboys to start the game.
CeeDee Lamb is the best player on the Cowboys. Potentially.
Ooh.
And more questions for the guys here in just a second. So the idea here, I want to run through some various hypotheticals and some different questions about the Cowboys right now and get y'all's thoughts on them. You guys can weigh in on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Before we do that, you just heard there the connection with Jake Ferguson, and I got to say, and I know we gave him a star up earlier, but I really need to give Jake Ferguson his flowers, because the way he has stepped up and become a really just solid, reliable target for Dak Prescott, I think is huge. Because we've talked before, that San Francisco game last year in the playoffs, it was when Tony Pollard went down, you had nothing because they just took away CeeDee Lamb. They just committed to, all right, we're going to roll extra coverage to Lamb. We'll take him away. Nobody else can beat us. And not that Ferguson is some massive vertical downfield threat, but what you're seeing from Jake Ferguson is that Dak is going to be able to rely on him. Dak has that kind of sixth sense with him. They've got that connection. The last time Dak Prescott threw an incompletion Jake Ferguson's way was the fourth quarter against Arizona. So we're talking about, we've gone a month now where every target has converted with Jake Ferguson.
Look, I love Jake Ferguson. He sat down with us. Cool dude.
Awesome interview.
I mean, are we overreacting a little bit? He's got 8 catches in his last 3 games. We're talking about
that's 2.5 a game.
We're talking about Jake Ferguson. Like my tight end questions are: should you have gotten rid of Schultz? We were fine with letting Dalton leave. The worst part about him leaving town was his wife being a Tolo. And then number 2, should you have drafted Schoon? So those are my follow-up tight end questions. Awesome game from Ferguson, 4 for 47, but he had 1 for 15 the game before and 3 for 28 the game before that. Had 2 nice games before those. For the season, he's got 25 catches for 237 and 2 touchdowns.
I mean, Dak will, generally.
That was a great catch, by the way.
It was. I mean, look, Dak has done a good job in his career of
throw. I'm kidding. Great. Very, very good throw. Phenomenal catch.
It was a great throw.
Great and great.
Yep, it was a great throw and a greater catch.
You tried. Trolling Bobby.
Would they have taken Laporta?
Yes.
Over Schoon?
They may have taken Laporta
over Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, I mean, it was Laporta definitely would have been their guy.
Because he's really, really good. The Lions found something. The Lions have had a good draft.
Mike McCarthy loved Sam Laporta, and I believe it was Justin Stuckey, their Midwest scout, came on with us on DallasCowboys.com to talk about the draft process and who they had taken so far. And Wolchuk had asked him, he's like, hey, is there anybody that when you saw a pick go, you were like, damn it, like it upset you? And he was like, oh yeah, Laporta. He's like, when Laporta got picked by Detroit, he's like, that was a real bummer.
Like, I hope when they went to the second round, they weren't just dead set on a tight end and just zeroing in on a tight end.
No, I think Laporta and Schoonmaker, I think those guys were just up near the top of their board.
Look, would you have signed Dalton Schultz? That's a lot of money. You were going to give him. You already signed him. They're doing a lot of money.
Here's the big thing: is that what Schultz did for you in the red zone? He was one of the best red zone targets in the NFL the last 3 years. Their connection worked really well. He's a savvy route runner. Dalton knew how to work in close quarters. That's a tough area to get separation as the field gets shorter. The first week when these red zone issues started, Jake Ferguson had been targeted 4 times. He had 1 catch for 9 yards, and he had, I think, 2 drops in the red zone. And that was one of the things where it's like, well, crap, you're not going to get anything out of there. Since that time, he's been really good. He has 6 catches on 7 targets for 50 yards. He's got 2 touchdowns now in the red zone. He's becoming somebody that they can rely on. That's the same throw. The one that he caught yesterday is the same one that was on Luke Schoonmaker's hands, and he couldn't finish a couple weeks back. And so
I think the Schoonmaker throw is even better.
Yeah, the Schoonmaker, and that was dead on his hands. Yeah. He should have caught that. But this is something where I think what you're seeing with Ferguson is Is he a vertical threat? No. Is he going to be this big volume receiver? No. But what you are seeing is he's replacing some of that savvy and just that natural. He can be a chain mover. Jake Ferguson can reliably move the chain.
Let me give a couple more star ups because we're going to go with Jared Sandler and Nick Eatman in the final hour of the show. Star up to Brandon Aubrey. Oh, new rule on the show. We can never again go to Oxnard if there's a question about the kicker and doubt what they're doing. We're 0 for 2. We look stupid. We did it with Maher. He had a Pro Bowl type season. Now he's getting cut everywhere. And we did it with Aubrey. No one knew who this guy was. Are you kidding me? And now he is a Pro Bowl kicker right now, hitting that from 58 and making it 10-3 yesterday. And I was like, I feel like he's going to make it. I mean, they have the way that the Steelers and the Packers find receivers. This team does it with kickers.
Their plan with kickers is generally pretty good. It's just don't pay him. Jerry's never wanted to pay a kicker. Parcells talked him into it one time with Vanderjagt, and that was a disaster. It was a disaster, but just find a kicker and hope they get about 84%.
So when you walk into the locker room after a game,
well,
it's usually been just a feeding frenzy. Like everybody's just kind of running around. In recent years, the Cowboys have figured out, like, okay, a good idea would be for us to take, like, maybe the 3 stars of the game, put them up against a wall away from the locker so we're not just crowded. So yesterday it was CeeDee Lamb, Deron Bland, and then the third was Brandon Aubrey.
Wow.
And so he got to stand up there and get the media, but he's been a godsend in terms of bringing stability to something that was terrifying everyone.
Star up to, I'm always checking on this team's intelligence level. So I'm always checking penalties, and red zone's been a big issue, right? 2 for 4 in the red zone. They only committed 4 penalties, 21 yards. The Rams only had 4 penalties for 25 yards. And star up referees. And y'all, I know you don't want to hear this, but we try to just bring the reality. If the Cowboys get screwed in a referee, or if you got screwed in some calls yesterday later on, or if they get screwed in the next game, things even out because you got the benefit of some calls in this game. It happened. No one talks about it. The Charger game, 3rd and 19, a penalty. It was humongous and gave the Cowboys maybe the game. Mm-hmm. The first drive of this game, that was a ticky-tack illegal contact on 3rd and 11. Dak, that was his 3rd sack it should have been. That was a pretty ticky-tack call. Cowboys, first down. And I was like, ooh, that's going to come back with some karma in terms of evening things out. I also wrote down the illegal contact. Jordan Lewis grabbed Cooper Kupp. Sean McVay was not happy about that. He got him, wrapped the arm around the waist. And then for some reason I wrote Nakua catch. Oh, Puka Nakua ended up catching the football. And they blew it incomplete. It was the bobble one, and it kind of came back to him. The Cowboys got the benefit of the officiating yesterday. Just remember that the next time, as RJ said, when we complain that, oh, they're getting screwed, and Roger Goodell doesn't want them in the Super Bowl.
Generally, fans of any team, it doesn't matter what team it is, what sport it is, they will focus on the times where the team gets screwed and overlook the ones where they get the benefit of the doubt. I mean, that's just the nature of fans, and it's okay. It's the way it is.
Yep.
All right, so let's run through some of these questions really quickly. With the instability on the offensive line and all the changes that are always there, Sean, the Cowboys should draft an offensive lineman in the top 100 of every draft, regardless of how they feel about their unit.
Top 100? That's so what, first 3 rounds?
Yeah. Just make sure if you get to the 3rd round and you've gone best player available the first 2, look, the 2nd round has become their blue star special round. Maybe you just commit to a 3rd round. I'm taking an offensive lineman. I don't care how good my group is. I'm just always going to replenish that.
I mean, I don't know how the Cowboys' offensive line depth is compared to the rest of the league.
It's depth around the league is not good. That's why I'm saying if you want to make sure that you are solid there and you've got the depth behind you, you will probably just have to commit to, regardless of how good we are, we've just got to keep throwing picks.
I just want to know what everybody said yesterday when they first heard Tyron was out. Tell me the words that you can repeat on the radio that came out of your mouth.
Really?
Really what?
Really? He's out?
Well, that's surprising.
Really? Mine was much more R-rated than that.
I think Tyron Smith's words were really too. I think he went, really? I'm out.
Oh, really? You think he was surprised?
I think Tyron Smith thought he was playing yesterday. And I don't know that he found out until very, very late in the game.
So what happens now at left tackle with Udoka hurt?
It sounds like the buzz out of there is it's a sprained ankle, so I don't know. I guess we'll figure out exactly how bad that one is.
Let's just say he's out for Philly.
Let's say he's out.
I think you should play Tyler Smith out there. They may just roll Awesome Richards out there like they did, but we'll see.
I mean, look. I mean, generally, like if they do say that they want to keep Tyler Smith at guard, I mean, then they like up the middle they are pretty solid, which is big. But the left tackle is just more important.
By the way, this is the second highest sack percentage of Dak's career so far. This is the only one that was bigger was 2018. The Cowboys would beat the 49ers if they played next week on a neutral field.
Woo! I mean, why don't you just wait till overreactions or not?
Yeah, I know. He's again blowing up a Tuesday, Wednesday topic.
How was I supposed to know this is a Tuesday, Wednesday topic?
How long have you been on the show? That's how you know. When we talk about the actual game. But San Francisco has lost 3 straight. People are calling Purdy Linsanity.
Wow.
This is from NFL memes. Niners have dropped 3 straight. Purdy's Linsanity run is over. Bosa has more Skims ads than sacks. Debo and Trent Williams are made of glass. Trey Lance not there to save him. Steve Wilkes is ass. Kyle Shanahan is 1-30 when trailing by 3 or more entering the fourth quarter.
All right.
They lose to Cincy yesterday, and they got worked.
This has to be a Monday topic then, real quick. I'll hit you with this last one because this is...
Who are the Cowboys going to face in the NFC title game? Is that what you have next?
Trade deadline is obviously tomorrow, so this question has an expiration date. Trey Lance has much higher upside than Cooper Rush. We all agree with that. There's a little bit of an unknown factor. Would you rather trade Trey Lance for a 3rd-round pick or Cooper Rush for a 5th?
Trey Lance for a 3rd.
So you have to give up the potential upside of Lance. You're getting a better pick. But with Rush, you may be saying, I know exactly what he is. If I can get a 5th-round pick, if I can get day 3 depth.
Say that again?
Would you rather trade Trey Lance for a 3rd and keep Cooper Rush or trade Cooper Rush for a 5th and keep the unknown of Trey Lance behind Dak?
Ooh, that's a really good question. Trey Lance for a 3rd or Cooper for a 5th?
Trey Lance is never going to play here, so just get the 3rd.
I think I agree. I'm assuming Dak is re-signed.
Daniel Jeremiah suggested yesterday, he said, I wonder if Minnesota would call the Cowboys about Lance with Kirk Cousins going down. Trey Lance is from Minnesota. The Vikings were really high on Trey Lance. They've kind of salvaged their season. They're 500 now.
And poor Kirk Cousins. It's amazing how bad you feel for him after the Netflix thing, gone with the Achilles. They were starting to fight a little bit.
They were clicking a little bit.
They were scrapping. They got the win.
Creed does that for you.
Yesterday, below the belt. Every day at this time here on Sean and RJ, Jared Sandler from Arizona. Does he think the Rangers could be in trouble? Our Rangers insider joins us next. But first, Sean Sharif here.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 1-1 delivery. And there's a hot shot up the middle. That's a base hit. One run is home. And here comes Rivera to score. The throw to the plate, not in time. A 2-run single for Ketel Marte. It's 6-1 Arizona.
Absolute dominance in Game 2, and we are tied with Game 3 tonight. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's fist pump time on the Fan Cam. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
Touchdown.
On DFW Sports Station, Nick Eatman back from the Cowboys locker room at 9:20. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. But right now, our Rangers insider Jared Sandler on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline live from Arizona. Good morning, buddy. How are you?
Good morning. What's up?
Are you worried?
Worried that I'm going to see RJ at Sam Glazer's wedding because he and Bennett Glazer are best friends now?
Yes. And are you?
No, I'd be pumped on it. That's a great career move, though, by RJ marrying Sarah, so you can get some pretty sweet hookups.
That's
through,
right.
I know.
Bennett.
Took meeting somebody else to get hookups around here.
Yeah, that's right. No, I'm not worried. I mean, again, didn't think I know there's some perception like Arizona sucks and whatever because they won 84 games, and are they the best team to ever make the World Series out of the National League? No, they're not. But they did earn their way here, and they did not have an easy road to get here. It'd be one thing if the teams they faced were depleted because of injuries or bad luck. It's not like the NFL where you can win a playoff round in 2020 because the other team's quarterback is out due to COVID. You know what I mean? So, there's a reason they were able to beat the Phillies in a best-of-7 series. So, the Rangers have played really well on the road. They are going to have to do that again. And depending on how you view Max Scherzer, you could say that over the next 3 games, the Diamondbacks maybe have the pitching advantage, at least from a starting pitching side, in 2 of the 3. Or, if you're a big believer in Max Scherzer, maybe that's not the case. But the Rangers, they're going to have a tough series. The Diamondbacks play a style of baseball that is not always easy to prepare for. And they're going to have to, put their foot down.
Should Arizona be up 2-0?
So, I was thinking about this. On one hand, the Diamondbacks have led all but 3 innings this series, and they were 3 outs away from being up 2-0. But, when the Rangers were blowing games in the regular season late, we didn't say, well, yeah, but they should have won those games. They're basically wins, right? You play 9 innings, and the Rangers, if it was about how many innings you led, the Rangers would have won this division, by a landslide because they had a number of games where they led most of the game and then, gave things away over the last couple innings. And that happened against Arizona, once during the regular season as well. So, you can look at it that way, sure. But the reality is they did what they needed to do in the 9th inning in Game 1. And, through the Rangers lenses, they're tied at 1. Now, if I'm the Diamondbacks and I'm looking for some sort of confidence twist, I'm going to, tell my guys, I'm Jeff Bannister, wanting to give my guys a big speech, which I know he loves to do. Fire up the troops, talk about how, you should be up 2-0. So I guess it just depends on what side of the line you want to look at it.
Jared, I guess why I would view it different and why I think some Rangers fans view it different, other than just obviously the PTSD of losing 2 other World Series and not being over that yet, is that when the Rangers had those blown leads close, it became a pattern for them. Whereas this would be, well, the pattern is outside of that one game 1 of the World Series, the Diamondbacks have now beat you in 4 out of 5 games. And so for one of your few victories against them, it felt like something that changed late. So the concern being that it might be a little bit more predictive. Is that just the wrong way to think about it, you think?
Well, yeah, the Diamondbacks also had a ton of bullpen problems during the season. I know a lot of people talked about how good their bullpen's been during the playoffs, but much like the Rangers, they turned things around.
Mm-hmm.
And again, one of those losses to the Diamondbacks was a game the Rangers led, I think, through 8 innings. And so, I don't know. I don't put a whole lot of stock into the regular season record between these 2 teams. It certainly didn't matter against the Astros. The Rangers actually won the season series and they split with the Orioles. But when the Rangers played the Diamondbacks in a 2-game series in Arizona, that was, right in the thick of the Rangers looking like a team that was going to find themselves out of the playoffs. It was a part of that road trip that included Minnesota. They ended up, salvaging it just to a little degree in New York against the Mets. But I don't know. And then the other two games were so early in the season. I mean, they faced Brandon Pfaadt in his major league debut. Pfaadt is pitching tonight, but it was his major league debut, and he was a totally different pitcher. And they knocked him around, even though the Diamondbacks ended up getting the win in that game. So I don't know that I equate much of it to, or I tie much of it to the season series. But Bobby, you're not wrong in that, like, from an offensive standpoint, the Diamondbacks were 1 inning away from shutting down the Rangers lineup, through the first 2 games of the series, right? I mean, there's no denying that. But you also, the win still counts, and you still, they deserve credit for getting those 3 runs late. And maybe if they can, find themselves down, or if they do find themselves down through 6 innings in a close game, maybe the Rangers are able to get to the Diamondbacks bullpen again. We didn't really get a chance to see that in Game 2 because before the Rangers really had those opportunities starting in the top of the 7th, the Diamondbacks opened the game up and they created enough space to where it kind of was inconsequential.
Jared Sandler joins here, 105 through the Fan. Game 3, is it more important for the Rangers to win because they don't be down 2-1 on the road, or for Arizona because they're Game 4. I mean, in Game 4 of the NLCS, they threw Joe Mantiply out there. It was like an 8-pitcher game for them. Which is the bigger one?
Yeah, and, the Rangers tomorrow are going to go the bullpen game as well. Depending on what Max Scherzer can give you, maybe it's a Heaney-Dunning combo platter, or Dunning-Heaney in whatever order, or maybe they need one of those 2 guys tonight, and, they really have to piece it together. RJ, I don't know. I mean, you can spin it both ways. It's the World Series, and all these games count. All these games matter. But, if you go to that Astros series, which is the only non-sweep for the Rangers, the only one that was, kind of competitive in that way, we probably would have said, well, it's really important for the Rangers to win this game, and they didn't, in one of those games in Arlington. And for the Astros, you would have said, oh, it's really important they win Game 2 after losing Game 1. And they didn't, yet they almost ended up winning the series. I think it depends, as far as the pitching matchup, because we just don't know what both teams are going to look like out of their bullpen tomorrow based on today. Brandon Pfaadt might give you 4 innings, and maybe the Diamondbacks have to extend a little bit deeper. Now, I will tell you this, RJ, the Rangers' plan, I think, is more to try and take 2 guys, piggyback them, and have those 2 guys combine for a starter's workload. Whereas the Diamondbacks might go a true bullpen game. And I think we talked about this the other day. The Rangers have struggled this year in bullpen games because, for whatever reason, the challenge of a bullpen game is that for good hitters, part of what makes them good is their ability to hit the crap out of the ball. But another part of what makes them good is their ability to make adjustments against you. And the more they see you, especially within a game, the more their advantage grows. Well, when you have a bullpen game and you're Corey Seager and you have 4 at-bats and you're facing 4 different pitchers who have 4 different release points, 4 different bags of tricks, then it's that can be a challenge. Even if those pitchers are not elite pitchers, right? It almost helps the pitcher play up a little bit. So it doesn't mean that it's going to go down this way tomorrow, but I will tell you in the regular season, the Rangers did from time to time have a little bit of a challenge with those types of games. So maybe you could say, well, bullpen game doesn't seem to be too intimidating on paper, but perhaps the Diamondbacks have the advantage based on that. But I think it just depends on who's available and who's utilized here in tonight's game. And that is why, guys, obviously this, getting to Brandon Pfaadt, that's I'm not breaking any news here that they need to do that. But the quicker they can get Brandon Pfaadt out of the game tonight, the more of an advantage they'll have tomorrow because the Diamondbacks will have to use more of their bullpen.
What type of pitcher is Pfaadt?
Well, he's a young guy, and during the regular season, he really rode one pitch, and that was his sweeper. It was a really good pitch. It performed really well. His other pitchers, not so much. There's other pitches. The fastball was not a great pitch, and the Rangers have had success against guys who have had just one elite performing pitch because, a part of what's made this team good, an indirect result of their patience, their ability and willingness to draw walks, their ability to execute a game plan. And so, if Brandon Pfaadt's not able to throw a sweeper for a strike, the Rangers have done a pretty good job over the course of the year of taking pitchers like that and forcing them to throw their best pitch for a strike and lay off of it if they're not able to do it. Now, Brandon Pfaadt has not had success throughout the playoffs by just having one good pitch. His fastball has started to play up a little bit. He's been a little bit better with his command of that pitch, not necessarily from a standpoint of throwing strikes, but from throwing quality strikes. But at the end of the day, over the larger sample size, the sweeper's his best pitch, and it's not a horrible matchup for the Rangers tonight, even though Brandon Pfaadt has shown some big balls this, can I say that, this season. I don't know. Dump it if I can't say it. But he's thrown.
Second dump of the show.
He's shown some cojones with what he's done. I mean, heck, the guy pitched Game 7 of the NLCS against the Phillies in Philadelphia. That's a pretty big spot, pretty intimidating atmosphere, hostile environment. He stepped up and did a really nice job.
Jared Sandler from Arizona, getting you ready for Game 3, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline. Which one would you pick? That we see the Max Scherzer we've seen throughout the playoffs so far, or more of a breakout and Max being Max that we've seen throughout his career?
Are you asking me which one I'd rather have?
No, I'm asking you which one you expect to see. I know which one you'd rather have.
Oh, I thought you said which one would you rather have. I'm sorry.
Which one would you side towards?
Yeah, I think I lean more a steady progression from the Max we've seen in the playoffs. I don't think that you're going to see a vintage Max Scherzer 6 to 7 innings, 1 or 2 runs with 6 or 7 strikeouts. I think you're going to see, hey, let's try get him through 4 or 5 innings, maybe get him through the order 2 times. And if when he gives the ball to Bruce Bochy or gets that handshake in the dugout, the Rangers have allowed 1 or 2 runs, I think they feel like they're going to be in a pretty good spot. I think that's kind of the hope and expectation. I think he's going to have success with his mind as much as his arm. And we'll see. He said, I asked him yesterday why he leaned more curveball than slider against the Astros second time around. He said it was more matchup based, but I still think that there's, he's got to show that can be a top-notch pitch again, the slider that is. But what he is good at is figuring out when his stuff isn't good or when it's not where he wants it to be and trying to make some adjustments and making the best of it. So, the Astros, they're not a launching, or the Diamondbacks aren't a launching pad team. I think there is a chance the roof is open. Typically, the ball will carry more with the roof open, and I believe the roof could be open for tonight's game. But this is a team that might play a little bit better towards Max Scherzer's current status in terms of his ability to get outs. Because his biggest challenge this year, he gave up the long ball in a big way. And we'll see whether that comes into play tonight.
What have teams done differently, if anything, to Marcus Semien this postseason, even in this series too? Like, just hasn't been nearly the kind of production he had during the regular season.
Yeah, they're forcing him to attack outside pitching. I mean, they Marcus is a guy who's a dead pull hitter. That's how he makes his money. He will pull the ball in the air and hit home runs to left field, and that is what he does. He has figured out. I mean, I don't want to say it's a shortcut, but the easiest way to hit a home run is to get it in the air down the line on on the pull side. And so Marcus Semien has a way of hitting a lot of home runs without necessarily having some of those metrics that suggest he's one of the hardest hitters in baseball. And he gets other hits too. I mean, he was the American League leader in hits. It's not like he's home run or nothing, but he loves to pull the ball. He really doesn't go the other way a ton. Now, teams and the Astros really did this to a really impressive degree. They are basically throwing Marcus Semien pitches over the outside part of the plate, and they'll elevate them as well, and he'll pop those pitches up. That's not to say that Marcus can't hit that pitch. Marcus had success, over the course of the season. You don't lead the American League in hits if you can't, if you just can't hit anything that's thrown over the outside part of the plate. 2 things. One, he's in a bad way right now, and he's not taking what they're giving him. He's not either pulling those pitches with the proper timing, because you can pull a pitch over the outside part of the plate. I mean, guys do it. You have good plate coverage. You can do that. His timing is off, He's clearly not, in any sort of a rhythm. But one way to kind of get out of it might be, hey, just shoot one the other way once or twice and get yourself back on track, and then you can get back into the rhythm that allowed you to have the All-Star season that you had. But I think that's the biggest difference. If you look at the percentages, the ways people are pitching him, they're trying not to give him anything over the inner part of the plate, because that's his bread and butter, and they've really been attacking him over the outside.
Thank you, brother. We'll be listening tonight. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
Jared Sandler, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline, Nick Eatman. What does this win really mean for the Cowboys over the Rams? We'll check in with Nick from DallasCowboys.com next.
Let's get you over to BetterHelp. If you've been thinking about starting therapy, BetterHelp, give it a try. It's a great opportunity.
Well, accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
So 10-3, Dallas by 7, last 43 seconds of the first quarter. They're going to blitz Stafford. He throws it to the left. Picked off by Bland. He's done it again. Look at me. My eye came back home. A house call for DaRon Bland.
Another pick six for Bland. His third return touchdown of the year. The team has 4 that made it 17-3. He has 9 picks in the last 2 seasons. That leads the NFL. DaRon Bland, as Bobby tweeted, leads all Cowboys players in touchdowns, and he has more passes caught for a touchdown than Devontae Smith, T. Higgins, Tyler Lockett, Jalen Waddle, and Calvin Ridley. Let's bring in Nick Eatman, Cowboys insider from DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Please game responsibly. Did you see Mr. Important RJ Choppy down on the field hobnobbing with all the big dogs?
I didn't see that.
I didn't see him either, Nick. It's cool.
I was off to the side, like not in where the cool, kids are in the middle, so I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's just like in Oxnard where they don't allow you in the middle. I was in the middle. I was where they don't allow you. So it was a cool spot, man.
Yeah.
Big time, big league.
Yeah, maybe there was, maybe he wasn't as tall as he needed to be for me to see him. I don't know.
It's possible.
All right, so your recap, part of it says, I kind of compare these star receivers to hungry children. The best way to silence them is to feed them. So your focus on this was the amazing performance of CeeDee Lamb?
Yeah, I edited that at the last second because I had like crying babies, but then I didn't want to put crying babies in, to like, say that CeeDee Lamb was, is a crying baby.
Sure.
But, they're hungry. They want the ball. And I've always said that about, even when it was Antonio Bryant, the number 80, they want the ball. There's a reason for it. Now, if certain, I'm not going to call out certain players, but, you third, fourth receivers, want the ball. Okay. That know your role. But this guy is the number one. And I like the way that they've basically listened. They're like, all right, you want the ball, and we're going to give it to you. But the one thing that he's got to do is he's got to make plays in the open field. Are they going to get the ball in his hand? Then you got to go and make it. It's not just running routes. It's quick passes, quick screens, hitches, and he's done a good job of that too. So all in all, it's 21 targets since that little tyrant, whatever you want to call it. There.
It is 21. Yeah, 21 targets and 19 catches.
That's pretty badass.
Well, but that was reasonable, right? I was looking at this yesterday. His targets per game were equal to that of his rookie season, so they were definitely down heading into that game yesterday. But that was a reasonable complaint from CD, wasn't it? Like, I don't think anybody thought he was complaining about things.
No, that's my point. Is that he's right? I mean, it's the squeaky wheel gets the grease, but give it to him. I mean, like he wants the ball. Okay, he deserves it. He demands it. And look what happens when everyone's going to win here. That's my point. I mean, I don't blame him for that. I'm saying they've done a nice job. He spoke up, and then he came back and said the right things and said, "Yeah, I got to do better than control my actions." He didn't really apologize, but he just said he's been talked to. Great, but also he also let his point be known as well, and so I think it's been good for everybody.
Is there a number that teams have in mind where they think there's almost like too many targets to one guy where it kind of at that point slows the offense down, or does that none exist?
Man, I've never heard that number. I think it kind of depends on who your number one is, but in this case, I didn't feel like it was forced. I mean, I felt like it was 14 targets, 12 catches. I don't even remember the two that he didn't catch. Honestly, it was just that kind of day. But no, I don't know if there's a sweet spot number there. I just think it's one of those things that until it starts getting to the point where all right, they're on to you, they're double teaming them. But I don't think it's a coincidence either that Brandon Cooks had his two best games with the Cowboys in these two as well. So I mean, they're kind of starting to roll there on offense with those two guys.
Nick Eatman, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline, every single Cowboys Monday here on 105.3 The Fan. So what does this win say about them?
Well, I think it says that they once again will, especially at home. I mean, they'll take care of the teams that they're supposed to. I mean, it's hard to get a good feel of this team because this is that lingering Cardinals game that just floats out there, and every time they keep losing, and they're 1-7 record. Mm-hmm. I mean, it makes you kind of wonder exactly about this team. Do they have another stinker game like that in them? But I think that they're starting to come together on offense, and their defense was pretty energized yesterday. I thought they did a really nice job on defense, especially with the receivers that they were going up against. I think this is a really good team that's continuing to get better. But we've seen that if they're not prepared and 100% ready to play, they can get beat badly.
I asked Brad this question, Nick, and it sounds from the way you're talking about getting Cooks and Lamb involved that you're probably going to say it's the latter here. But is this an instance where the offense playing well the last couple weeks is about, all right, they've spent time on this offense. They've gotten in the rhythm. They've been able to work out whatever kinks. They've been able to get comfortable. Or do you think conscious changes have been made by the coaching staff?
I think it's been conscious. I think it's been coaching changes, within the staff. I mean, the biggest one is what we just talked about, just making an effort to get the ball to CD, and that's just let's scheme him open. Let's throw. This is the route. This is the play. It's not, well, let's see how it progresses and all that. But and they're still tinkering with things, and it doesn't always work. I mean, I thought one of the worst play calls that I've seen in a long time is it made me even pull out the rankings. Like I ranked the offensive weapons on the team, like the skill players. I had about 11 guys that are available to play, and I had 9, 10, and 11 in a route that was like a little triangle across the field. That was the one that was intercepted. I mean, like everything's rolling, and next thing you know, they have run a play where Lipke and Schoonmaker and McEwen are the three guys right in the center of the field, kind of just crossing each other, and it leads to a pick. And it's like, what is this? So some of the stuff works pretty good, and there's still some kinks to be ironed out.
What do they do on the offensive line? And when you learned Tyron Smith was out, dumb question, how surprised were you? And what do they do now?
I thought earlier I thought on Friday he was probably going to play. And then, I was, but I heard y'all ask the same question. It was just like, okay, again. I mean, like they know how to play without him. They just do. They have to expect that. I think he thought he was going to play, and so, it's a weird deal when you throw a contract out there that it's $1 million every time you play. I mean, that's kind of weird. I mean, it's strange for both sides. Nah, you're not really that healthy. no, I'm healthy. Like, it's tough to do when you have that out there. So I think he thought he was going to play. He thought he was close. It would make me think that he's going to play this week if he can get through that, treacherous Thursday practice that seems to always bite this team in the butt. You can get through that, then I think he plays, and I think Austin Richards is probably the swing tackle.
Better day for Bones Fossil or the USFL?
I will say Bones Fossil because he probably had a huge hand in grabbing those guys from the USFL too. So it was great. I mean, great day. I mean, for him and for Turpin. I love what they're doing with Turpin, not just on offense, but then he's really making a difference there on special teams. But I have to throw this out. Sam Williams. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that in all the years of covering the Cowboys. I can't remember a linebacker that was a gunner. And not only that, but going down there and making plays like that. That was pretty impressive right there. I mean, it made me think, like, is that what Hollywood Henderson was back in the day? I mean, I don't know, but that was pretty awesome.
He was a lotto winner. That's what I know about that.
Thank you, brother. We'll hype up Philly. Will this Philly hype match, exceed, or be less than the San Fran hype this week?
God, I hope it's less.
Yeah,
I hope it's less than that. But no, it's there. I mean, and this is the division. This is a game that you got to clear this hurdle if you're going to do what you want to do. So this is probably even bigger, especially the way that they've played. And yeah, that 49er game. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, the Cowboys now have a better record than the Niners. It's going to be interesting to see power rankings.
Yeah,
because if you're doing power ranking, not that they matter, but it's hard to put the Cowboys ahead of the Niners when you just saw it. But based off records and based off trends, it's probably going to happen. That's kind of strange. So.
Nick Geetman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. This was Mike McCarthy in that Cowboys locker room after the win.
Hey, great week all the way through. It's nice to see everything you did this week. It was awesome. Obviously kicked ass today. Zach, what time is it? It's only 3:05.
They love their early
Quick
departures.
game, man. That was speedy.
Love their early departures. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the great.
Adolis swings, and it's a high drive to right field. Going back is Carroll. He's at the wall. He leaps. That ball is history. Adolis Garcia has walked off the Diamondbacks in the 11th. My goodness, he's done it again. The Rangers are awaiting Adolis at home plate. He throws off the helmet, leaps into the pile, and the Rangers have won it 6-5.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. Kevin Hagan, Mikey Bassick, and Corey Majors. Good morning. What's coming up on the show?
Guys, I don't know if y'all have heard about Stephen Jones, but he is the executive vice president for a team that absolutely demolished their opponent.
Trades needed, according to Jerry, afterwards.
Yeah, we'll have him at noon today.
What was the number you used, David?
We will have Matt Hicks join us during the C block today. So we got a listen, man. It's the baseball show of North Texas, as you dubbed it, Sean. I always appreciate that. And we've really enjoyed this run the Rangers are on. So we'll get after it.
You
today.
think they're in it to win it now?
I don't know. It's all tied up.
In it to win it a slogan out there?
So back in 2011,
oh Lord,
the first time we ever worked with Mike Bassick was right after the Texas Rangers defeated the Detroit Tigers to advance to the World Series. And I think it was the tease, right?
It was a tease out, yeah.
Corey's like, and we'll ask Mike Bassick, are the Rangers in it to win it? They had just advanced to the World Series, and that was his question. And Mike's like, yeah, you know what, Corey? I think they are.
To be fair, they lost the next round, so they were not in it to win it. They were in it to lose
wanted to win it, though, right?
That's now every time I autograph something, I do hashtag in it to win it.
So I can't tell if you have a huge boogie in your left nostril or it's like a colored nose hair.
That's a booger.
Is it a light?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just hooking you
That's
up.
a live bug
Helping
right
you out,
there,
letting
man.
you know.
Wipe it off.
That's the right thing to do, right?
Well, I don't know about on
Maybe
radio.
not on air, yeah.
But everybody,
Bobby,
we've all
don't
had
come over to me. I helped you.
He's looking
I'm
for
going to
a
kick you in
paper
the
towel.
stomach.
There's
Oh,
one right
man.
by Chop. Give me one of those, Chop. Here. But that's the right thing to do, and when you're around and like you see a friend with spinach in their teeth, you got to tell them.
But the most awkward thing is telling someone your flies down, because then it's like, oh, was I looking there?
My junk.
Was I
I mean,
checking
look,
it?
just admit, I look at bulges.
What?
Sarah and I, we look at. I'll take photos I'll take photos and be like, oh, look at this bulge.
Yeah, who'd she?
They're prospecting.
Who'd you guys add to your Cowboys hit list tomorrow?
Oh my God,
being up front.
Oh my God,
we could not stop staring at DeMarcus Ware's butt.
Okay,
that was
fantastic butt. Yeah,
that was phenomenal. I got to say, man, like kudos to you. What a booty. What a booty.
Is anyone changing their prediction of who wins the World Series right now today before Game 3? Kevin Hagan.
No.
Okay.
I guess I have to. I said Rangers sweep, so
okay.
I mean, that's off the table
Not
now.
how.
They sweep from here on. So
Okay. Well, you still feel
I still
fine?
think Rangers are winning this. They just have to make a very, very big adjustment.
Well, have like Marcus Semien and Jonah Heim and Josh Young and
Hit the ball.
Hit the ball.
Yeah, that's a big adjustment too. Yes.
Mikey, are you worried?
A little bit. I'm going to stay with Rangers in 6. I think they win tonight, Game 5 and Game 6.
Why do you think tonight? The Scherzer.
Here's my hope, is that is a rookie on the other side. Game 3s are like Game 1s in that if you go to it, it's the most important ticket to get because you have the announcement of all of the players, right? It's redone as Game 1. Game 3 is redone as Game 1. So I'm hoping all of that adrenaline, all of that energy in Arizona tonight with the rookie, he can get wild. That slider can miss, or sweeper can miss by feet, not just even a foot. So I'm just hoping, and I know he's pitched well in the playoffs.
Because he did pitch Game 3 of the NLCS too,
Yes.
which is
I know.
it's the same thing, right? They do the
Yes.
same.
Here,
and he was against Suarez.
Yes, I believe so. Lefty for Philadelphia. I'm just hoping, I guess, that our guy with his been there, done that. And look, I have no clue what to expect from Max Scherzer. This isn't, somebody said in the postgame show, I think he's going to give us 5 good innings. To me, I won't say it's a miracle, but that would be like the ultimate max of like what he can give you is 5 innings. I'm expecting somewhere between 8 and 12 outs is what I'm expecting from Max Scherzer. I'm hoping in an 8 to 12 outs, if he gives up 1 run, that is to me success. Now, that puts a lot of pressure on other guys. Spores hasn't pitched. I was honestly shocked he didn't start the 7th inning of Game 2. I thought you keep it at 2-1. You try to keep it at 2-1. You have a day off. They had 4 days off. Spores and Chapman had 4 days off from Game 7. But this is an unbelievably great manager that we have. And I did not watch no human being here watched every game that San Francisco played in the playoffs and understands exactly how Bruce Bochy uses his bullpen in a World Series, in an NLCS, and an ALCS. So it was interesting to me that he wanted to push Montgomery a little bit further. And then when it was trouble in the 7th inning, he said, I'm going to go to my non-winning relievers. And I totally get that if you're in Game 3 because you have a game tomorrow night, you have a game the next night. But he decided with 4 days off and then a day off after Game 2 to go to the guys that, in a way, have trouble getting outs.
Was there anybody more shocked that Jordan Montgomery came out for the 7th inning than John Smoltz, who thought that was the worst pitching performance in the history of any pitcher who's given up 2 runs?
Really?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so you buying into
really
the...
felt he's like, I just can't believe it. He can't strike out anybody. He's only given up 2 runs. It's crazy.
And that was after just praising Zach Gallen in Game 1 for walking in a run. He's like, what a great, you got to get to this other hitter. Just pitch around him, walk in the run. Who cares?
All right, more legit, because I was there. I couldn't listen.
Both games?
Both games.
Wow.
The Smoltz hater narrative or umpire in Game 2 squeezing the Rangers narrative? Which one more legit, if either?
Smoltz.
I mean, it's a reality.
Yeah, I'm gonna
the
go
number.
Smoltz,
The numbers
too.
are proof about the umpire, but I can't blame all of that. Other than it kind of messes with the heads of the pitchers and the hitters. Like whenever the guy sets up inside and then misses 2 feet and still outside.
Yeah.
That's one where Simeon's got to be sitting there going, the hell am I supposed to do here? Like, that wasn't even close. But here in Smoltz, it is a little odd. I also thought yesterday's Cowboys broadcast, I thought they were just talked about the Rams like they were just sweating them.
Pick it up, Brad.
Hard. No, I'm sorry. My apologies. That was Kevin Burkhardt and
Olsen.
Yeah, and Greg Olsen. Little baby KK.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go Smoltz as well.
Okay. Neither.
I love John Smoltz. I don't know. I'm thinking to myself, is there something that he has against Ray Davis? Is there something he has against Bochy? Because Bochy's just universally liked.
Been there forever, too.
So I don't know why Smoltz in the Baltimore series, then the Houston series, and now in the World Series seems to come from a perspective of he's calling the game for the other team. Like if you're watching Bally's, if this was a game, CJ Nikowski's calling it from a Rangers perspective. Like that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
You're the home broadcast of it. You're supposed to call it from that perspective. It's just sometimes maybe you have to take a perspective. And I don't know why Smoltz has decided that he's going to take I think anti-Ranger perspective is too harsh, but he's decided to take the perspective of I'm going to call this game from the Houston perspective.
Yeah.
I'm going to call this game from the Diamondbacks perspective.
Billy Packer talked about this back when he was doing games with Nance.
The kiss.
That's Bill Raftery.
Come on.
But Billy Packer would say, before the game, you pick a team that you like. That's the story. That team is the story of the game, and you've got to change your story as the game moves along. And it seems like Smoltz hasn't changed his story. The umpire thing. The umpires are what they are. I mean, the Rangers got I saw the same numbers, the same website that did the 10-1. Was it 10-1 or 11-1 in this game? It was in Game 6 and 7 against Houston. It was in our favor, 9-2 and 11-4. Like it's it doesn't. It all evens. Like
It's unfortunate. Kelly was around the zone, so he started getting benefit of the doubt. But I thought that Montgomery was too, and that was the confusing part. Is like I understand what the umpire's doing. Umpires do this. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You are pounding the strike zone. You are barely missing. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. But he didn't seem to do that for Montgomery. Yeah. So it was just interesting to me watching it. But in no way, shape, or form do I say the umpires won that game in Game 2. The Diamondbacks won that game.
I would love to ask an umpire when you're up in a game and you've got a righty and a lefty going for opposite teams, like how different does the way the pitch coming in? Like, do some umpires see lefties better or see righties better? I don't know.
I just always think about this on how good they are. Anytime a catcher gets crossed up, he can barely catch the ball or totally misses it. He's like, what the? Like, because The umpire has no clue if the ball's coming in at 95 or 85, if it's going to go right or if it's going to go left. I mean, he has to stay there, be totally still, not know what pitch is being thrown, and then call that pitch. So, look, you're going to make mistakes back there. It's going to happen. For Smoltzy, maybe this is where I'm going to give him. Maybe because the Diamondbacks play the game like 1995, maybe he just gravitates towards, I really like this. This reminds me of when I played. And I've said this, and we'll talk about it in the show. I can't believe it's happening in 2023. But I've said this for years now. Somebody's going to come along and play the game the way it used to be played, and it is going to screw up all of these teams, and they're not going to have a clue on how to defend it, on what's going on. Why are they bunting? Why are they hitting the ball the opposite way? Why are they moving a runner to third with nobody out and possibly sacrificing themselves to get the runner to third and now a ground ball or a fly ball scores them? And teams aren't going to know what to do because all of these players have been brought up to pitch a certain way. Lift your leg as high as you can. Why? If you're going to throw 100, you cannot slide step and throw the ball as hard as you can. It's impossible. You're going to lose, whether it's 0.5 miles an hour, whether it's 3 miles an hour. You're going to lose something trying to quicken up your motion to get the ball to home. It's screwing up all of these pitchers that the Diamondbacks have like 7 guys who are trying to steal bases. Even slower guys are trying to take extra bases, like Evan Longoria bunting, who is almost 40 years old. It is screwing up the Dodgers. It screwed them up. It screwed up Philadelphia, and it looks like it's screwing up a little bit of our pitchers because they are nervous that a team would be this aggressive on the bases, this aggressive. If you throw it the other way, I'm hitting it the other way. I'm not going to try to pull the ball. And the pitchers are like, what the hell? We've been taught that all hitting coaches teach you to pull the ball no matter where the ball is pitched. And this team has gone back to early 2000s, 1990 style of baseball, and it is effing up Major League Baseball.
There's a lot of coaches in football that think like everything's so cyclical that they're like, we're going to go down the passing game, and they keep bringing up these linebackers that run 4.4 and are 220 pounds. They say there's going to come a day here in about 10 years where you're going to load up on 330-pound offensive linemen and you're just going to start running the ball on them, and they're not going to be able to get off blocks.
That's why we're getting Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what's going to happen.
That'll happen.
Second round
That'll happen
pick,
at some point. Hey, you're still going to throw the ball, but there's no doubt like that cyclical aspect happens.
I know we're almost out of time. You had something on Adolis?
Oh, man, there's no way we're going to have enough time. I did not understand. I texted in the post-game show with you and Jared. Just took Jared 2 hours to get to it. Instead, he put Gavin Dawson's phone call on. Him and his family, whatever memories.
That was game 1. That was awesome.
Yeah. I did not understand why they pitched to Adolis. So I was half buzzed, but I was sitting in the stands, and I was like, here's what I was thinking. It's 1 out, Garver's on deck, and then it's Hedges.
Right.
And I'm like, the only thing that can beat you here, like, don't pitch to this guy who's Barry Bonds right now. Like, the whole
what's funny is he's not even close to Barry Bonds. He is. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at this real quick. I know we're out of time. His batting average so far in the playoffs is .339 with a 1.153 OPS, and he has 2 walks. I'm going to bring up Barry Bonds' 0-2 because they brought him up against the Angels. I'm going to give his regular season in 2002. He had a .370 batting average, a 1.381 OPS.
Stop it.
He had 198 walks.
Is that good?
So, like, you just look, and I understand people keep saying, I wouldn't do it, because A-Rod is kind of in that category. But I'm like, Barry Bonds would never swing at that 2-0 pitch that Adolis swung at. So it gives you faith. Here's the other thing, too, is if you're like that, why in the world did they pitch to Corey Seager with first and second and 2 outs in the 10th inning? And it was 2-0, and he swung and grounded out to second. If you have that philosophy, Sean, I'm with you.
Yeah.
But you have to stay with it. You should have never pitched to Seager. The Rangers should have never pitched to Ketel Marte to start the 10th inning off either. He has a 17-game hitting streak. The dude's hitting doubles left and right. So that philosophy, I know it's a different side, but if you have that philosophy, you have to stick to it. And that puts a whole bunch of free base runners on throughout the game. But I'm not against it. You just have to stick with it.
All right, it's the KMC Masterpiece, the football show of record. Next with Stephen Jones on a Cowboys Monday. We'll be back tomorrow to recap Game 3. Jerry Jones live at 8:30 and a Blink 182 ticket giveaway. KMC is next.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Big show ahead for you today. Matt Hicks coming up at 1 o'clock. Stephen Jones at noon o'clock, as there are obviously big things happening on both the Cowboys and the Rangers front. Cowboys victorious. We'll get to the most amazing part of that victory in a little bit. But the World Series tied at 1. Game 3 coming up tonight, gentlemen.
Also, the Mavs and Stars play tonight.
That's true.
Good
I'm up at Bally's. It's going to be a packed house.
Yeah, we have a theory, and this probably wouldn't work, because of schedules and everything. We really wish the Mavs and Stars would have moved their games to yesterday when there was no World Series. As of now, good luck with your game tonight.
Were you really invested in the Bears last night?
Hell no. So the Bears weren't invested either.
It would have been better to just say, hey, let's roll these Stars and Mavs games out Sunday night, and we'll just move on to Monday and let the Rangers have their place.
Scheduled be damned. Yeah. As it is, I hope they win. All right. What are your reasons for Rangers optimism? Because we've got all kinds of ways to chop up these first two games, but I'm curious going into game 3, because the last game we saw was you did get punched in the face. That was the end result in game 2. What are your reasons for optimism going into game 3? And that doesn't have to mean just game 3.
Yeah.
That can mean for the series going forward.
Merrill Kelly isn't pitching tonight.
Damn right.
Yeah,
that's optimism.
Good for him. He looked phenomenal.
I mean, they're here. That's a reason for optimism. They've navigated their way to this. They had a situation. They had a game 7 against Houston, the defending world champs, and they still got here. So I think the reasons for optimism are they figure out ways to do it. I know Arizona right now, because you lost, you're like, oh my gosh, it's just like, how are we ever going to make an adjustment to what they're doing? I mean, that's the job of Bruce Bochy, and I think everybody in this room trusts Bruce Bochy and trusts this staff. So when I'm talking about the reasons for optimism, they've made it this far. They still have Boch, and they're a tough, relentless team.
Different day. So you can't take what happened on May 3rd and say it's going to happen again. But Fott has pitched against the Rangers. It was his major league debut. 4 2/3, 9 hits, 7 runs, 4 home runs, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. That was his debut. That was a long time ago, but remember how good Grayson Rodriguez got? Remember the Rangers hit him hard, and remember how great he got. Now, this isn't fair because Grayson Rodriguez didn't have any playoff success, and Fott has now when you look at what he's done. But the Rangers looked at Grayson Rodriguez, hit him very hard twice in the regular season, sent him back down to the minors, and then he came back up and was phenomenal. In fact, I'll tell you this. I think Grayson Rodriguez is going to be a Cy Young candidate 2 to 3 years from now. I think that's how good he's going to be. Fott looks really good. He's not as good as Grayson Rodriguez, and I don't think ever will be. But you have hit him. So this isn't a rookie pitcher you've never seen. You did have at-bats against him on May 3rd. He's pitched well in the playoffs. He has a 2.7 ERA, but he has a lot of memories of them beating the crap out of him.
And Mike, I don't know if you have these numbers up. Do you know how many innings, regular season innings he pitched this year? I think it was around 96.
Okay.
He gave up 22 home runs in 96 innings. Now, again, like Mike said, major league debut, he had, some learning curve, but that's a big number for 96 innings right there. So he is prone to giving up home runs now, and I think he's given up a couple during the postseason so far. So he has, and the Rangers have the ability to hit home runs off this guy. So that's another number that I think is for tonight specifically. That's a number you can say, all right, man, we're waiting on that home run pitch.
Also, all of Max Scherzer's numbers pretty much against all the Diamondback hitters are phenomenal. But I don't know, when you look at Max Scherzer's career, who has like great numbers against Max Scherzer. There's a reason he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. So it's really easy to go to Max Scherzer versus these guys and go, man, he dominates these guys. But does he dominate them at 38 years old off of an injury that he's come back quick from?
And that's
tonight.
And that's the thing. I in crosstalk, what you said made a lot of sense to me, Mike, when you talked about potentially like the 8 to 12 outs for Max Scherzer, because I know this is a fool's errand, but it feels very like, I know you love the movie The Perfect Game.
Yep.
It feels very Perfect Game-esque, where wouldn't you just love to see Max Scherzer have one more outstanding performance on the biggest possible stage?
And
for love of the game.
For love of the game.
That's
Well, the Perfect Game, isn't that like a little league, like the Mexican team? Is that right? I remember watching that movie where
9 Boys, 1 Dream.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and I think one of the pitchers throws a perfect game in the Little League World Series. I believe that's in like the 50s or 60s that happened. So I would love for him to throw a perfect game tonight. That would be amazing.
I'm even saying, like,
I also vote for what Mike just said. No.
What I mean, though, is...
I'll go ahead and third that.
Okay.
Reggie's in too.
Let's do that.
That
Good
is
job,
great,
Kevin.
and I would support that. But what I more meant is, and I realize the leashes are way shorter when it comes to playoff starting pitching and everything like that, but I was just like, how amazing would it be to see that 7-inning 1-run game? And you're like, one last for, the old pitcher.
And it can happen. And maybe John Smoltz will really appreciate it because he pitched till he was 40-something years old, too. So
finally, John Smoltz like, you know what?
You know what? I'm
This
coming
is
around
great.
on this Ranger team. I hate it because I love John Smoltz so much. I don't get why Montgomery was like, God, he was horrible. How he's only given up 2 runs through 6 is a miracle.
I didn't know. I was like, are we watching the same thing? I realize he hasn't struck out anybody, but he's been pitching pretty well. And he was like, I can't believe it.
I do wonder, Mike, if it's the what the Rangers were for a while, being the analytics team, if he's just got that in his brain that because he doesn't love analytics teams. We had him on the show recently, and he had thoughts. I didn't even ask him about analytics. I asked about something completely different. But he I wonder if that's it. If he's just like, I'm in that mindset, and he hasn't realized that Bochy's kind of changed all that up.
Yeah, and then for Montgomery, I was on the post-game show with Sandler here on 105.3 The Fan. You can hear it tonight again. I mean, he's doing a phenomenal job. He's in Arizona, but he'll take your calls till probably midnight to 1 a.m.
Yeah, nice.
Is when you look at what Montgomery did, what I was super impressed with, he didn't have his best stuff.
Nope.
He was not pitching with his best stuff. And they were making comments on that his fastball isn't getting swings and misses, and neither is really any of his stuff. But to go 6 innings in the World Series without your best stuff and only give up 2 runs. Now, I know what happened in the 7th inning. I hate saying this. I partially blame Bochy for that. I wasn't 100% sure why we needed him to go out for the 7th.
Is that because of the off day and you could load up the bullpen?
I thought for sure when he picked off Pham at second base, and I know there was a lefty up, so I thought, well, Alec Thomas was up. I thought, well, maybe you send him out there for one batter, and unfortunately that one batter hit a double. But I just thought, bring in Spores here. He hasn't pitched in 4 days. He's not going to pitch tomorrow. There's an off day. So I thought, in a weird way, you can play this as a tie game or a lead because of the amount of time that Spores and Chapman have had off. And he decided to play it as in, no, there's a possible 5 more games in this series. And I think this is where he might be smarter than me. He might go, I don't want them to see Spores until it is a winning situation. I don't want them to know his stuff and know what it looks like in the batter's box until it, I guess in a weird way, saying it really matters because the Rangers are up by 1 or 2 runs in the 7th inning. So that's the way Bochy played it. I was just surprised in the moment that you wouldn't, because I thought, oh, he can use Spores and Chapman here because they've had 4 days off and they'll have a day off the next day. He played it another way, but I give Chapman a lot of credit. He gave you a good chance to win that game.
Now, my reasons for optimism, I have a variety that are more like historically based and then one based on the series that's happening.
And a moment ago, you just told us you're expecting a perfect game from Max Scherzer. I think we can all
that
get behind that one. I'm proud of you, dude.
What I was getting
That's
at.
out on a limb, but I think we can support it.
Is this the first time the Rangers have won Game 1 of the World Series? So, positive. Also, I believe Bruce Bochy has now won 12 or 13 straight playoff series when they win Game 1. Not just with the Rangers, but going back throughout his career. And then the other thing is, they have not lost a game on the road yet. I realize it's pitching matchup dependent and everything like that. They're 8-0. That's tied with the 96 Yankees for the best start ever in the playoffs on the road. That team won the World Series.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
Now,
keep winning games on the road.
Agreed.
If you win all the games on the road, it's over.
That is true. That is very true. Now, if you want something that's more focused on, not historically, but what's happening right now, going into it, we talked about how badass the Diamondbacks bullpen is. You got to them.
Yep, you did.
Now, I know that the focus is Game 1. Yeah. And, I don't feel like it goes the other way because you're like, well, they got to the Rangers bullpen in Game 2. Well, neat. Take a number. Who hasn't? Yeah. But you think about it. Ryan Thompson in Game 1, he still did his thing. Good thing for him. Kevin Ginkel has still not allowed a run in the postseason. He gave up 2 base runners.
And 28 pitches.
Exactly.
That was another thing, too, is I thought they might not have Ginkel close to 100% if they need him in a 2-1 game. But once the game got extended to where it was, they could rest him and give him 2 days off.
So you showed that you could put Ginkel to work. And then the biggest one was Sewald. Sewald had picked up 6 saves in the playoffs, hadn't allowed a run in 8 innings. You got to him for sure. And so I'm not saying that necessarily means you'll do the same thing in 3, 4, 5. Right. But one of the things we talked about is if the Rangers weren't ahead after 6 innings, it felt, I don't want to say like you thought the game was over, but it felt bad.
This was the script for the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks script was playing out again, and I did not have a lot of hope going into the 9th inning because I'm like, God, they keep getting out of these situations, and they just are able to put up zeros against everybody in these situations.
And then you saw it happen straight away, and you showed, just like you showed you could get to Verlander and elements of the Astros bullpen, you have now shown that you can get to the Diamondbacks bullpen. Now, that doesn't discount that you still need, whether it's Scherzer, bullpen day tomorrow, going back to Eovaldi and Montgomery, you still need quality starting pitching, of course. But I was encouraged that the Rangers made a late game comeback against an awesome bullpen.
Yeah, no, that was part of what you have to do. If you can't do that, then you have to be ahead early and stay ahead the entire time. A question did come in about Max Scherzer's arts and crafts is what I've heard it be called. And it's whenever he is putting this cotton and super glue on his thumb because he's bleeding.
He does have a little like blister cut type of deal.
Yeah, is that a concern for you tonight?
Yeah, I forgot about that, but thanks for bringing it up.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
It still existed either way.
We did discuss that he needs to have somebody needs to have a bloody sock game. And what if he's out there and he's having bloody thumb game and he goes out there and gives you relentless stuff and you're like, wow.
I feel like the bloody sock, even though I'm going to say it does affect you if your ankle's bleeding, I feel like your thumb bleeding when the ball in the seam rips off of your skin and there's no skin there anymore, that might be a little bit too painful. The other thing, too, is that Max Scherzer has to watch. If you don't remember this, he did get suspended this year with the Mets when they said you have too much tackiness on your fingers. Well, they are going to have to probably kind of glue this up a little bit to make sure it doesn't split open. And so, but then you have to make sure it's within the rules of spider tack.
Oh, no.
And so it's one of those things where I forgot, but yes, we are hopefully not having to deal with Max Scherzer in the first or second inning looking at the dugout going, my thumb is too jacked up right now.
Imagine, Kevin, every time you're up at the plate and he's throwing and blood's just flying at you and you're like, how does this happen?
That
just spinning off the ball.
I mean, you have to process a lot of information really, really quickly. I'm not sure if that immediately made it in, but man, I don't want this to happen, but I would love to hear the feedback from Rangers fans when the Astros player got suspended and they're like, you can serve that next year. But then we had to pull our pitcher out because they're like, nope, too much spider tack on there. Take a seat.
He's bleeding everywhere today.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. Who deserves a tip of your cap after demolishing the Rams? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
This is the KNC.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's soda. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Prescott's in the gun again. Pollard on his right. Back to throw. Looking right. Deep to the end zone. Leaping catch for Jake Ferguson. Touchdown Cowboys to start the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and the Cowboys would go on to stomp out the Rams yesterday. It's time for Cowboys thank you notes, and I love that clip because I think both of the gentlemen in that cut deserve lots of credit. I thought Dak Prescott, well, I mean, big shocker. He was phenomenal yesterday. I don't feel like that is that controversial of an opinion. But also Jake Ferguson. That was a hell of a catch he made on that first touchdown right there. And I don't think if he wouldn't have pulled it down, it would have necessarily been like, oh, you suck, blah, 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 blah. But he's had some drops this year. That felt like a huge catch, not only in terms of scoring the touchdown, but for the trust factor and to get things going.
That pass was in, like, that was the only place that somebody could get it was where it was. And no cornerback was going to get to it. No safety was going to get to it. It was a top shelf pass that had to be made. We used to see, I always compare this, Kevin, to the Joe Flacco, Anquan Bolden combination. They used to have that back shoulder top shelf fade that they'd throw all the time. And he delivered it perfectly. That was wonderful, man. And to see Ferguson reach, just stretch to get it by the fingertips. Now there's got to be even more trust between those two. That connection between those two guys has to continue to grow. I thought Dak was exceptional yesterday, man, and there's no way to go around it. He looked like he was going to die in the first 5 plays of the game. It looked like that offensive line.
When we're like, do you want to block somebody?
No, we're just going to sit here and just watch our quarterback lay on the ground. And he gets back up and says, guys, come on, I got this.
And it was both sides, right? Because Doga got hit, and then Steele, I was like, what was that?
Yeah, that was really poor.
You're right. I was concerned for him, too.
I really do like that they're listening to CeeDee Lamb whenever he's like, hey, give me the ball. Not throw me the damn ball like he's a diva receiver. But he knows, and I loved hearing the quotes and seeing the quotes from him this weekend of, I say with respect to everybody in my locker room that I know I can do this. And I think everybody in that locker room knows that I can do it too. So if we need to do this to get me going, get me going. Feed, what was it, on the backside of the McCarthy sheet, it said feed the studs, and it had plays for CeeDee Lamb and everything. And I really, it was nice to see Dak throw some dimes yesterday. Nobody can say he did it against a bad team, considering how the Rams had only given up, 4 touchdowns all season. And yesterday he almost matched his entire season's worth of touchdown passes. Wow. He had 4 leading up to that. And the first 6 games, he had 6. So he had 4 yesterday. That's that was the moment where you go, where's this been? What is that? So now we saw it. Thank you, Dak Prescott. Do it against Philly and do it consistently from here on for the rest of the season. And nobody can say that stuff to you. Nobody can say that crap. But it was nice to see them getting him going early and often. I will like to say a thank you letter to the second leading touchdown scorer on the team, Deron Bland. He has he's tied for first.
He has 3 touchdowns.
He has 3 touchdowns, and so does CeeDee Lamb.
That's tied for first on the team?
Yeah, him
oh
and
my
him
goodness.
and
Time
CeeDee
running
Lamb
both ways.
have 3.
I know it's not just one game, right?
Travis Hunter experience. Let's go.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't know if I feel great about that.
Deron Bland, he's an above average cornerback, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Is he a $20 million cornerback?
Hey,
I know that's in the future, but I feel like this dude is trending towards, if the thing is Trayvon Diggs. I don't know if he's going to come back healthy or not, or we hope so. Still to this day, even Tony Pollard, who had a pretty good game yesterday, still I'm not 100% sure he's 100% or he's ever going to get back to the guy that he was. But my gosh, Deron Bland, I just think of the future. If Trayvon Diggs can come back healthy, that is a great 1-2 combination, but it will cost you a whole bunch of money to keep it.
No, you're right about that. I also think Deron Bland gives you a little bit of the Trayvon Diggs experience in terms of
gambling.
Yes, and that there was a gamble early on that you're like, oh, on a third down that you're like, come on, dude, you can't get that far out of position. But then on the flip side, I also wanted to thank Deron Bland. I know it's not as splashy of a play, but he made the third down tackle that prevented a touchdown for the Rams on their first scoring drive. Yeah, you remember they ended up kicking the field goal. And look, I know by the time you got to the end of the first half, it didn't really feel relevant. But in the moment, that game still felt, it still was very early in the game, and the game was in the balance. He made a great third down tackle where it looked like there was a lot of space and the Rams were going to score a touchdown. And then obviously, to your point, the pick six was freaking awesome.
This is kudos to the front office for getting Stephon Gilmore and saying, hey, what if? Kevin, we talk about how they don't feel like they plan for the worst. They plan for all the best stuff to happen. And they said, what if?
We'll get to you, Tyler.
So, this is awesome that we have 3 great cornerbacks. And then Diggs goes down. So, okay, now we have 2. And that's really good because otherwise you just have Bland and Jordan Lewis. And you're kind of scrambling there. One of the reasons I'm kind of like, hey, I agree with Brad Sham of if there's another cornerback out there that's willing to be dealt by another team, I would certainly love to continue to pursue that option right now. But yeah, kudos to the front office for making sure that you weren't limited if somebody went down.
I would be okay with that as long as they came to us first.
Okay.
I'm not making phone calls.
Gotcha.
Me and Jerry chatted about that.
That's posturing.
Desperate?
That is posturing.
Trade deadline's tomorrow.
I think that they will make one move.
I know that the NFL has done a better job of trading, as it used to be like there's two trades. Yeah. Like we think of NBA, there's going to be whatever date it is, February 14th, let's just say. There's going to be 40 trades in February in the NBA. When you get to close to August 1st, there's going to be approximately 40 trades in Major League Baseball during that deadline of July-ish. But I feel like the NFL, even though they've improved on teams making trades at this deadline, the odds are there's probably going to be 4 trades in the whole NFL.
Yeah.
So there's going to be 8 teams involved in trades. There's going to be 4 teams trading players, and there's going to be 4 teams getting a player or 2. I feel like this trade deadline has been built up like we're in the MLB or NBA, and it just doesn't. It's improved, but it still doesn't really do anything.
But you kind of understand and appreciate what the media, the national media, tries to do with that. They're like, hey, this is easy content. Let's write 18 stories about how Derrick Henry is going to come to the Cowboys and stuff like that. I think you're 100% right. I do understand why national folks are trying to make that be a thing that everybody cares about.
I will also add, Mike, I agree with you on Tony Pollard and that, he doesn't look as like he can make these big plays. I also think that they're not blocking it very well.
I agree.
Watching their run blocking right now, it's not what I need it to be. There was one really, really good run block yesterday by Udoga, who's now hurt, and now you have some things you got to do there. But he had this one where he came around the outside and went boom, and I really was like, wow, that's really something you can grow on right there. You can continue to add onto this, but they have to be better at the second level to open up the space for Tony Pollard to be able to do it, and even at the first level, they have to be. What I see too much of is times where they don't make the line move forward. And we used to talk about this with Zeke, man. Whenever the Cowboys had their best offensive line, it was 2, 3, 4, 5 yards before Zeke was even getting touched because the offensive line was coming off in sync and everything. So they need to get to that point. I also wanted to say thank you letter to Dak for this. This is another one. When the play wasn't there, he ran 10 yards out of bounds. Instead of saying, I'm running right up the middle, I'm going to go get this play, he found places to go get out of bounds and still get to the sticks on third down. And that was something I was asking him to do.
Yeah.
The last few weeks now, I've been like, dude, I don't care if you think you can't run for 40 yards. I just need you to keep the drive moving. So if the play isn't there downfield, you pick it up and get the next play somewhere. And he did. He's not saying I got to lean my shoulder into anybody. He even had a hell of a slide on one play. I thought that was a positive too. He's in there getting down at the right time. So nice work by him to make sure to pick up yards whenever he needed to get extra yards.
Now, I wanted to play a specific cut, and then I think it goes beyond just that. If we can fire off cut number 4, please, I want to talk about what felt like the most amazing back-to-back-to-back special teams plays I've ever seen in a run.
9-yard loss, and the rookie punter, Ethan Evans, they drafted him from Wingate in the 7th round. Oh, they blocked the punt, and it's going to go through the back of the end zone. Sam Williams blocked the punt.
All right.
Then later he makes a great run down the field and tackles the guy.
So this was part of a sequence that was bananas for special teams fans. Like, if you love special teams...
Like the Rangers kids behind the plate, but the bananas?
No, by the way...
That didn't work.
We need to talk about that a little bit more because I know people are like, they banned them. And I was like, don't they take the banana outfits off for the Rangers? Anyways, 3 plays in, like, consecutive sequences. Brandon Aubrey makes a 58-yard field goal. Looks like nothing.
He's pretty good.
It was almost right down the middle. It looked like it was good for quite
10
some
more
time.
yards, yeah.
And then you follow it up. Sam Williams blocks the punt through the end zone for a safety. And then the follow-up on the free kick, Kevontae Turpin runs it back 60-some-odd yards. It was, if you're a fan of special teams play, that was something to see.
I know in the first year, whenever we didn't quite have the team and Dak was injured and all that stuff, it seemed like our special teams was like, let's go out there and try all the crazy S we can, right? Like they were just trying all the wild stuff they could throw out there. And the last 2 years, I feel like they've been not only more responsible, but better at doing just the regular stuff. And that means that Fossil doesn't have to go out and call wacky plays for them to do something on special teams. I'm not sure what the rankings are right now, but I feel like the Cowboys have got to be in the top 5 of special teams rankings at the moment. And that's a positive because they can make big things happen. I felt terrible that Nashawn Wright got called for that penalty on the complete opposite side of the field whenever Turpin's making this great moment happen for all the Cowboys fans. But yeah, man, like you look at all these positive things that the special teams is doing. I'm feeling really good about that. They can make an impact definitely on any game.
Okay, let me ask you real quick. What was your hype level on the Kevontae Turpin return, or did you see that there for the touchdown, or did you already see that there was a flag and think, oh crap?
I thought there was a block in the back right next to the play. They didn't call that the block in the back. They called the thing on Nashawn Wright, but I thought that was one, and I was like, dang, because they said flag down. But I wanted to be excited. For just a split second, I was super stoked, and I was like, Turpin's about to get all of his kids fed. And then it didn't quite work out.
How many times can you say my bad after you false start? Because I think Turpin has the Guinness Book of World Records for that one.
After a great play, he's still walking going, I'm still
okay,
I'm sorry.
We know. You false started. You said my bad 70. You said it in the huddle. We took you out of the huddle. You said it on the sidelines. Next play happened. You said it on the sidelines. Score a touchdown. You said it on the side. We all know it was your fault. And they called you out. The umpire, the referee, actually puts on a microphone and doesn't call you by name, but he says, number 9 did it. We all know. Anyways, it was a great return. But I just thought I was like, dude, I wonder how much he apologizes in real life. Like, hey, I'm sorry. Hey, I accept your apology. And then 1 minute later, he's like, I really am sorry. Like, I know, I accept your apology. You made a mistake, and we're gonna move on.
You hear me? And
yeah,
like, no, I got it.
I get it, man. You've apologized. It's okay.
And I did want to throw this out there. Thank you to the officials for that dumb penalty that the Cowboys got the benefit of. Is you brought up, Corey, it looked like we were not interested in blocking for Dak Prescott in the first 5 to 6 plays. And then Quentin Lake got flagged for illegal contact when we'd already put ourselves in a hole, gave you the first down.
What would be illegal content?
Stuff that has to be on a podcast.
Yeah. Never mind. I'm not going to answer that. And then on the flip side, when the Cowboys did, I don't know, what felt like a very similar play, they're like, nah, that's not a penalty, and I appreciated that.
I only heard the penalty they called. I didn't see the replay on the one called against the Cowboys or against the Rams.
Was soft.
One not called on Jordan Lewis, though. I was like, why are they making such a big deal out of it? he basically put his hand on the hip and then like caressed him around his hip. That was what I saw. And Cooper Kupp wasn't catching that. He didn't hold him back. He just kind of put his hand on his hip to guide him. I disagreed with Greg Olson on that one.
I think the logic was, and McVay said, you either have to call neither or both. One of them can't be a penalty if the other's not. But thank you very much, officials, for making sure that was not the case.
Yeah.
Maybe they saw Game 2 of the World Series and they're like, ooh, we need to fix this up a little bit.
Thank you to Matthew Stafford. As I know he talked about the bland interception, but man, that was very Neil O'Donnell of him to Larry Brown. It was awesome.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Maybe he was confused because the Cowboys always wear white at home. I'll tell you what, real quick, it did confuse me. When the game started, I thought, we're not in L.A., are we? Like, I swear this game was at home, but I don't know. Besides Thanksgiving, have we ever worn the Navy jerseys? Whether it's, I feel like only on Thanksgiving we've done that before.
So you really do think he might have gotten confused?
Yeah, he's like, I thought.
Coming up next, time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
The Diamondbacks are playing this like the 1990s. How confusing is that to the Rangers? Next.
RJ Chop here, my good friends over at K Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
Kelly's only previous start against the Rangers came in this park in 2020 with no fans around other than cardboard cutouts. The 0-1 pitch looped in the air, short center field, and that will fall in front of Thomas. So Carter is aboard. He extends his on-base streak to 14 games. 13 of the 14 he's had hits. And he's one shy of the Ranger club record, which is 15 consecutive games on base, set by Elvis Andrus back in 2010.
Whew, that was just for you, Mike, as we get ready for Game 3 of the World Series. Get ready right now for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so Baseball Nuggets brought to you by the Diamond Factory. Well, they'll be playing baseball on a diamond tonight. Get it? Get it. Okay.
I do.
All right, so
Good
I
job.
wanted to go look at some of these stats because the Diamondbacks had 166 stolen bases in the regular season, which doesn't sound like a lot. That's one a game approximately. So I was looking at it and I'm like, gosh, they've stolen 21 bases so far in 14 playoff games.
Ooh.
So they have really upped the we are going for it. We are going to try to take the extra base. And I do think that was part of the reason that Eovaldi struggled a little bit. If the Diamondbacks get a guy on base, they put a lot of pressure on you. First of all, as a pitcher, most of the guys in their lineup can drop a bunt down. So as a pitcher, I have to know that when I finish this pitch, when I finish my follow through, there is a possibility that I have to hop off the mound and make a defensive play. I don't know. Is that 1%? Is that 10% of your concentration now going to they possibly might bunt? Then there's a guy on first base. And if you look at their guys who've stolen bases this year in the playoffs, you have Christian Walker, of all people, who you probably wouldn't think. He's stolen 5 bases. He's their leader in stolen bases in the playoffs. Then you have Carroll, who stole 54 in the regular season. So you know he is going to run, and he's very successful at it. 54 stolen bases in the regular season, 5 caught stealing.
Wow.
So, I mean, he is unbelievable at doing this. When he goes, he's safe. Okay, and he has 4. Then you have Perdomo, who's unfortunately getting on base a little bit in this series. You want him to be an automatic out. He has 3. Marte has 3. Thomas has 2. Gurriel has 2. Pham has 2. Their whole lineup runs. And in a way, their whole lineup will sacrifice themselves or possibly bunt for a hit. I think that, I'm not 100% sure what the conversation was, but when the manager for the Diamondbacks was talking to Longoria in the dugout after he bunted for an out, I think he was like, man, I get what you were trying to do, but maybe not you, because you are slow. And I don't, but it just shows, it just puts more pressure on the defense. It brings Josh Young maybe one more step in, and that ground ball hit to him is now a hit instead of an out. And so what they're doing is they're playing the game the way the game was played for approximately 100 years. Now, obviously, way back in the day, the bats were made differently. The balls were constructed differently. It was tougher to hit home runs. I'm not saying it was impossible, but it was tougher. I think that's why Babe Ruth became such a name, because he was out slugging all teams. He wasn't just like he's the leading home run hitter. He's like, yeah, if he played on 14 of the 18 teams in Major League Baseball, he would have led them in home runs, not just as an individual, the whole team. He was out hitting home runs for teams. And so I think that's why his legend was so great back in the day. But now we've gone back to this. So as a pitcher, I have to worry about them bunting. I have to worry about them bunting for a hit. I have to worry about them sacrifice bunting. I have to worry about their whole lineup running. So when a guy gets on base, I have to speed up my motion. So for Eovaldi and Montgomery, I don't know if this was the case. Montgomery might have been a little bit fatigued after pitching Game 7, 2 1/3 innings, and it being a little bit of a different deal. But I also think when I can't lift my leg as much as I want to lift my leg, I can't take my time making the pitch I want to make, because I have to quicken up my motion to make sure they don't steal bases. And look, it worked out great in the 6th inning. The Rangers were on edge. I'm glad they were on edge, because Seager was there at second base. Heim noticed that Pham was trying to time up Montgomery on his double look. He looked back to home, looked back to second. And then as soon as he turned his head, that's when Pham took the 2 extra steps to try. He had it timed. This is all off of film. They knew that this is the way he would do it if he would double look. But the Rangers were on edge because of how much the Diamondbacks like taking extra bases. And you'd say, gosh, how stupid was that? You don't want to make the third out at third base. And Pham was trying to steal with 2 outs. But I was always taught this, especially against the Miami Marlins back in the day. They had a whole bunch of fast runners, Juan Pierre, Luis Castillo, just a whole bunch, Hanley Ramirez, a whole bunch of guys who could run. Well, when there was a runner on second and 2 outs, who cares if they steal third? They're already fast. They're going to score on a base hit anyways. But if it's first and second and both guys can run, you really need to pay attention because he was trying to steal on the first pitch. If he brings the runner behind him with him, now it's second and third with 2 outs. Now a base hit scores 2. So you have to watch the runner at second more carefully with 2 outs with the runner on first because a stolen base means 2 guys in scoring position, now not just 1 guy in scoring position. But great job. But if the Rangers are on that much edge and it works out at the end of the 6th, how much on edge are all of these pitchers with runners on base? So if the Diamondbacks just get a runner on base, the Rangers and all of these pitchers have not faced this type of edginess to a team in their lives. Because let's face it, a lot of people from very high educated schools came in and they had these numbers that said stealing bases is the stupidest thing you can possibly do. Bunting might even be stupider. And so it got eliminated from the game, and they had numbers to prove sacrificing ultimately doesn't work, and moving a runner from second to third with nobody out ultimately doesn't work. Stealing bases ultimately doesn't work, and so it was eliminated somewhat from the game unless it was just, we know you're going to get it easily. But all of a sudden, this Diamondback team has come along, and I'm just wondering as I'm watching this World Series, how much more on edge are our pitchers knowing that the stolen base and the bunt and the hit and run and the hitting the ball the other way is in play with this team? That wasn't in play with the Houston Astros. That wasn't in play with the Baltimore Orioles. It somewhat wasn't in play with Tampa Bay. It wasn't in play all regular season. It wasn't in play last year for all these guys. This is something new they're dealing with. I don't even know how to compare it to another sport. But this is very different from what these guys are dealing with. And Max Scherzer, the key is keep these guys off base. That sounds simple. But, man, if
strike
you –
them all out.
Right. And with 2 outs, it's a little bit different. Still, they're going to try to get to second base, steal second, so they get their runner in scoring position with 2 outs. But, man, when that leadoff guy gets on base for Arizona, and I'm just showing you that it's 7 guys. It's not like, oh, only 2. Like for the Rangers, Leote can run. But they kind of don't want him to run because then you have Simeon and Seager. And then Carter can run, but you're a little bit afraid of Carter running because now Garcia is so hot. You kind of want that to be a 2-run homer instead of possibly we get thrown out stealing and a 1-run homer. Garcia showed he can run, but then they just showed they're just going to walk Garver in that situation because Heim had been pulled out of the game. By the way, people calling in on that. That was 100% the right move to take Heim out of the game. Yes. It was the 8th inning. Yeah. He got on base to first. That was the tying run. If you hit a double, Heim can't score from first base. He just can't. So you have to put a runner in who can score on a double. So if you do hit a double, or even if you hit a single, there's a good chance Josh Smith can get to third base on that single. So you have to pinch run for him in that situation. Because some people were upset that Heim got taken out of the game because it hurt you later in the game, or it looked like it hurt you later in the game.
I do have a question about that. Is there an option to move Garver to your catcher, though? I know Hedges is the better catcher,
right?
But is there an option to move Garver to catcher from DH and then have, I don't know, Grossman as an option to hit?
Well, you lose your designated hitter. If your designated hitter goes into the field, you lose the designated hitter for the rest of the game. Garver can go in, but you lose your, now in that spot where you took Heim out, your pitcher is up the rest of the game.
All right.
So that's what makes it difficult.
National League pitchers, Kevin.
But it was interesting when I looked at this real quick. You would think there were more stolen bases from guys in the regular season. I mentioned Carroll at 54. Perdomo only had 16. Tommy Pham, 11. Christian Walker, 11. Alec Thomas, 9. Ketel Marte, 8. Gabriel Moreno, who doesn't have any in the playoffs, he had 6 in the regular season. So it's really weird when you look at it, how much they are stealing against the Phillies, against us. And you're like, wait, I go to the regular season and I get Corbin Carroll. I get kind of Perdomo, but like now everybody's running. They are putting pressure on teams. This is what I was afraid of.
Pressure's a great word, too.
This is what I was afraid of, and I've talked about it for years because I use Chris Young's Kansas City team as an example. That was the last team to really play the game in a somewhat old schooler way. But when I look at it now, this is confusing the living crap out of all of these teams. And I've said it for years. Somebody's going to come along and they're going to go, you know what we're going to do? We are going to hit the ball the other way. We are going to put the ball on the ground. We are going to sacrifice bunt. We are going to bunt for a hit. We are going to steal bases when we think we can steal bases. And we found the team, the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that freaking team is in the World Series, upsetting everybody because of the style of play that they have. I hope it doesn't ultimately end in an Arizona championship, but they decided to play the game the way it was played over a decade ago, and it's confusing the living crap out of all teams that are more talented than them.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this should be an interesting segment. Rangers reactions from Friday night. How did you celebrate? What was Corey DJing? And is this even relevant anymore? We'll talk about it all next right here on The Fan.
You are officially...
see Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know usually we have Mickey here today. He'll be back with us tomorrow after the Cowboys' victory over the Rams, 43-20, which...
Is it weird that they should have played a more competitive game for us to talk about them a little bit more today? Like, it was such an easy wasn't it 26-3? And you're just like,
yeah. And it felt like this game is over.
Yeah.
I'll give you a bit of an update here, Kevin, on Tyron Smith, if you want one, real quick.
Okay. He's hurt.
He wanted to play in the game, but doctors held him out. So that is the news from Todd Archer this morning.
Isn't that how injuries work?
The doctors couldn't get to tell you, but yeah, multiple sources
how
said.
How many times do you guys say I don't want to play?
He's susceptible to a stinger just 3 days after he had one in practice and still had symptoms. The hope is he's able to go this week, but not for certain, according to Todd Archer. So that's one little nugget that we have there.
Okay, I will tell you something uber positive that we should all be able to agree about that game yesterday. 43-20 seemed like a meaningless field goal. It was not. Because that, my friends, is Scoregami! For the 1,079th time in NFL history, we have a unique final score. Never has there been a 43-20 NFL game in the regular season, ever. Now we got to see it, so you're part of history.
Yeah, that's something special that we created here on this show. Scoregami. We've been tracking this the entire history of sport.
I know get a disproportionate amount of credit. I'm like, I swear we didn't make it up.
I know we're getting to baseball, but this is the craziest Cowboy season that there's only been 2 competitive games.
Yeah, the Cowboys have either blown you out or just lost games.
This is like a college football season so far.
Yeah, it's going to be wild, but I'm hopeful, and we'll see against Philly. I mean, this is a really good test between this opportunity. Is that the offense that Mike McCarthy has been wanting to run all season, and he was just kind of working it, installing it? So we'll have more Cowboys discussions. But good job, Cowboys. You did it.
You did it. Scoregami. Now, there's a whole lot to dissect from Game 1 of the Rangers World Series, but I also want to ask the question, do you even feel like that's relevant anymore since they got punched in the face in Game 2? But, Mike, I want to get you hyped up.
Yes,
let's go
because
to cut number 9. It was the bottom of the 9th. It wasn't looking great for the Rangers, but then this happened.
And the pitch to Corey, swung on and a high drive, deep right field. This one is way back. This one is history. The game is tied 5-5. The old right field is on its feet for Corey Seager. A 2-run homer, and Seawald has his first blown save of the postseason. The first run scored off him. And it's a new game in the bottom of the 9th.
From the 8-0-6, I think I levitated when Seager hit that home run. And the emotion that he showed, he still showed it in the box because the Adolis Garcia, he hit a home run. We'll get to that. But it was at least like, oh my God, please be a home run. When Corey Seager hit it, it felt like that ball was going to go 500 feet. I know it did not, but that was a shot.
I don't know if I've ever screamed louder or longer in my life. I looked up and I just got done screaming. It was 0-2 to Carter, and I had no clue what happened on the first 2 pitches. I couldn't stop screaming in the living room, and I thought my wife was upstairs just reading a book. And I was like, and then I finally so! And I run upstairs, and she was with her head on the pillow, lights out, and I go, we just tied it up! And she goes, that's great. Can you close the door?
That's.
But I thought she was just up, and I was like, you have to come downstairs. A miracle just happened. And I shouldn't say that because things can happen with your best hitter at the plate like that. But I've never screamed that long in my life for a sporting moment.
And your wife was disinterested.
I think I missed it.
Wait, what?
I got up to get a drink of water.
Oh my God, dude.
And was turning the corner, and Adrian goes, you just missed something really cool.
How dare you be thirsty?
And I saw, I know. And yeah, I'm always thirsty too. And I turned around the corner and saw him running around the bases. So I got to see everything on replay. Now,
My
that's where-
brother-in-law couldn't watch because he agreed. He was listening to us the other day, and I said, "Man, the 5th inning, a leadoff walk, all puts you on edge either way. If you get a leadoff walk, we got to score this one, leadoff walk. And if we walk out, what the hell are we doing? You know?" And it's like that's baseball. He's like, it is so much stress watching. He's like, when the Rangers were down, like about after 5 innings, he's like, I'm just going to check my phone. I can't watch it anymore.
It's stressful.
I'm too stressed out watching this.
You're riding
so he
emotions.
didn't watch because of the stress of losing.
You're riding emotions up and down through the entire game. And I just, like I said, I just stepped around the corner to get some water and peeked my head back when she said that and was like, oh, now here's the thing though about that specific moment. When he hit it, like he knew.
Yeah.
You know, it was one of those, Mike, it's hard to explain to people that have never hit a baseball before how you know when you got a hold of every single piece of that ball, but he knew. And that's why he was cheering before any of the fans even realized that it was about to be a home run. He was up there just whack because he blasted that thing. And then the emotion that he shared as he's rounding the bases, as he comes into the dugout, you didn't see that. Again, this is the second time we've seen it in the playoffs. You didn't see that from him all season long. And now here he is showing that, and it just gave the team everything, man.
I was amazed at how many people hit up our Facebook page talking about how they missed it or they turned the game off. If you told me you turned off game 2 or stopped listening right here on the Fan where you can hear all the World Series games, I guess I could understand that more. It was 5-3.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't 8-1.
Yeah.
So they tie the game, which is awesome. But guess what? It's still all in the balance, and it could mean nothing if you lose.
What was crazy is in those situations, the Rangers are 1-62 this year. So if they're losing after 8 innings, they've won 1 game all year. So I'm not saying you should have turned it off either. It's the World Series, dudes. Even I told my wife, she's like, let's all wear rally caps when it got to the 9th inning last game. I was like, you can take those and put those in the closet. We're not going to rally out of this situation. But I was like, in that moment, I didn't feel confident the Rangers were going to tie the game or win the game going into the 9th. Even when Seager was stepping up to the plate.
Because everything we talked about their bullpen was shut down. So you were like, this is going to be too much.
I hate saying this. Simeon kind of brings your energy down after most at-bats.
Yep. 1 for 6.
And so Leote got on base. And then you're like, come on, one time, Simeon. Just come on, one time! And then he gets out again. And you're just like, son of a gun, man. When is our second best hitter in the regular season going to start being our second best hitter in the playoffs? And I know that I'm getting onto a tangent there, but that kind of brought me down just a hair. And I'm like, and then it just, in Seager fashion, it takes a half a second. And you're just like, that at-bat's over, and it's over in a good way.
From the 940, this is a whole nother level of stress. So much sports stress right now, and I'm trying to quit smoking after 38 years.
38?
This is tough.
You can do it.
What a terrible time for that, but good luck to you.
Listen, I have a friend who, I think every month tries to quit dipping, all right? And I always tell him, you'll never do it, and he never does. He's the worst.
Oh, no.
Because I know he can't.
Him.
Oh, I just know better. But you can quit smoking.
Oh, my gosh.
I did it, all right? I quit smoking at 24 years old, and I haven't had a cigarette since then. And I'd smoked for 8 years.
Oh, no. That is too long.
Yeah.
So
count backwards.
If I were to ask you guys this question, and I know that they have to win the World Series for it to kind of mean the most, is that the greatest Ranger game in Ranger history?
I could see that, and you're right about the back half of it, because I saw somebody post up, like, where is this Adolis playoff performance going to rank, like in the all-time? You go back to Dirk in 2011, and I just thought to myself, it feels like there's a whole lot of shifting in there depending on how the series turns out. Yeah. If they lose, well, hell, Josh Hamilton hit one of the most incredible home runs I've ever seen in my life. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
And so if they end up losing, it'll still be great, but not like that.
That game's still great. That moment is great. Yeah. I feel like I really like the one against the Astros, like where they just blew them out of the water.
Game 7, it felt like Mother's Day Massacre.
If you're talking about a game where you're just like, oh, I'm a baseball fan, then yes, this one. But for that, and maybe even Game 5
the
was
Nelly
a great
Cruz
baseball
Grand
game.
Slam walk-off in 2011
Yeah, that was
against Detroit.
Oh, I love that moment,
Like,
dude.
do you compare
That
at
was
all?
awesome.
Do you compare at all Nolan Ryan's no-hitters or Kenny Rogers' perfect game? Because they're not playoff games. They didn't lead, but those are special games in Rangers history. I just wondering, after that game was over, I'm like, I think I just watched the greatest game in Rangers history. But if they lose the World Series, I don't know how well that lives.
And that's what makes it so tough, because I want to say the stakes are so much higher for this. This is bigger. But will this be remembered? Like you brought it up, Corey. It is a great game, and I swear I'm not trying to beat people down with like Game 6, but Hamilton hit an incredible home run. Lord knows I'm not a big Josh Hamilton fan, but it gets forgotten because they lost. If they lose this World Series, I still think you'll be like, man, remember that Kenny Rogers perfect game? I don't know if you'll be like, man, remember Game 1 of the 23 World Series? I don't know. Not the same.
Because we're moving past it, right, for the most part today.
I did ask this question to Broadus and Chiafalo on Saturday. They had the epic pregame show that I thought was fantastic. You guys all jumped on too. I was on before y'all because I requested it. I couldn't decide though which home run in this game was bigger, because the Seager one ties it. The Seager one gets you there. You don't have the opportunity for the Adolis home run if Seager doesn't do what he did. But the Adolis home run is the walk-off game winner of everything, and it kind of barely gets out and everything. So I couldn't decide which one was bigger because both moments were so massive.
I'll just say this, and I do want to play. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 10 if we can, and I'm going to answer your question. Here is the Adolis walk-off in the 11.
3 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. Adolis swings, and it's a high drive to right field. Going back is Carroll. He's at the wall. He leaps. That ball is history. Adolis Garcia has walked off the Diamondbacks in the 11th. My goodness, he's done it again. The Rangers are awaiting Adolis at home plate. He throws off the helmet, leaps into the pile, and the Rangers have won it 6-5.
From the 6-8-2, win or lose, that Seager home run in the bottom of the 9th was my favorite Rangers moment ever, and I'm not discounting that whatsoever. I'm going with Adolis because it extended what already felt like a magical narrative. Like, Corey Seager is an awesome player. Like, he's your best player. Probably he should be second in the MVP, and I understand there's people who want to argue for first. He's a great player, and he did a great thing at a great moment. But Adolis Garcia is coming off this run where I know it's not factually accurate, but it felt like he single-handedly defeated the Houston Astros. Yeah. And then he goes in there and hits the game-winning extra inning home run. It felt like a crazy thing that if I wrote to you that's what was going to happen, you'd be like, that's stupid. That's never going to happen.
Especially you thought like he got outside of himself again, because on 2-0 he swings at a horrible pitch.
He swung the bat 17,000 miles an hour.
And you're like, oh, come on, buddy. You know, it's kind of like one out. Just like get a big hit here, get on base. If they're going to walk you, because I believe at that point he still hadn't walked in the playoffs. Is that correct?
Maybe.
I'd have to go look. I think go see how many walks he has in the playoffs so far, because I'm not sure at that point. He has 2 walks so far in the World Series. He had no walks in all the other rounds, just to give you an idea. So I'm like, I don't know if he's going to take a walk.
Yeah.
You know? But now he does have 2. So I just was like, I think that's why, in a weird way, him making such a bad decision on 2-0 gave him the opportunity on 3-1.
Yeah.
In a weird way, because like he might get himself out, except they threw him a strike and he once again deposited it. Real quick, I just want to give this because they're comparing him to Barry Bonds. I just want to give this real quick on how crazy it is to compare a human being to Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds in the World Series, when they're like, this is like Barry Bonds, I wouldn't pitch to him. He was 8 of 17 with 4 homers, 2 doubles, and 6 RBIs and 8 runs. That doesn't sound like a lot, and that went all 7 games. He walked 13 times. His OPS was 1.994. So we might not want to compare too much to like, he's Barry Bonds. I get you're trying to put something on him that is like, he's the best we've ever seen. And I get the whole steroid thing and everything, but Barry Bonds had a 1994 OPS in the World Series in those 7 games.
Hopefully Adolis can do what Barry couldn't. Win the World Series.
That would be great. During that stretch, Kevin, I stopped listening to the broadcast and just started DJing in my house.
What?
So I started playing music around to Carter and Lucy and Adrian. And I was just playing. I was deciding that I'm going to play music that I think is going to be fitting for the moment when it happens. And because we went into extra innings, every at bat kind of changed. I was like, okay, I've kind of run out of songs. This was the song that I played when Adolis Garcia hit his walk-off home run.
Tell me, when will you be mine? Tell me
Oh man, I think I want to just keep playing this song forever, and I think it's
that's
such a
the
catchy
song
Yeah,
that was
man.
going
I actually want
for the
that,
game winner?
If we can put that like underneath the Eric Nadel cut as he's going through the explanation of the home run and everything, describing that with that music playing at the time. I mean, like he hit it right on time, dude, and it was awesome. It was a great moment for me.
Now, my last question to go along with this, and I'm seriously asking, does any of that matter anymore? Because I will admit, and Corey and I were talking about this, I'm part of the group that firmly believes in momentum. That got punched in the face on Saturday because any momentum that you carried over with a brand new pitcher and everything.
Reggie's saying, that's right.
Don't look at me. I don't want to be involved with any of this conversation.
It went away.
This is the worst sport for momentum because the quarterback changes. Luka Doncic, if best player, he changes. Like all of a sudden, like, well, Luka's not playing this one. He doesn't play again until Game 5. You're like, oh, damn. So we have a whole different team kind of out there. I get the lineup is similar, but the quarterbacks change in baseball and the quarterbacks don't change in football. So I do think it's a little bit tougher to carry momentum. And you saw the Diamondbacks' reaction. They didn't look devastated.
Yeah.
I mean, they're like, all right, that happens. It's baseball.
It feels like both of these teams are really difficult to just crush their spirits.
Yeah.
Because they're like, we'll be all right.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that there was momentum. My belief, whatever Rangers want to say, I get it. They were playing, but I do think there was a momentum shift no matter what Ron Washington said after Game 6, 1 pitch away twice from winning the World Series. I do think that was a killer, just like the Billy Buckner ground ball. That wasn't to win the World Series. It was going to stay tied, but that momentum shift changed everything. And Red Sox, the players can admit, and the Mets can admit that play, even though it didn't win the World Series or lose the World Series, it totally changed their mentality going into Game 7.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst this weekend? It's time for Wanker of the Weekend, 877-881-1053. Get ready, Dana White. You're up next right here on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Oh, he catches him off guard! Francis Ngannou has just scored a knockdown!
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend, and this one has a lot of options for that fight. You could throw in boxing judges, Oscar De La Hoya, Dana White, everybody who clowned on Francis Ngannou on his way to that fight against the undefeated heavyweight champion of the world. He might have won that fight. In fact, I think he probably did win that fight in a razor-close decision. He lost a split decision. But when Francis Ngannou left the UFC because they don't want to pay people, Dana White said it's because he wanted to take easier fights against lesser competition. Whoops. Good call on that. Oscar De La Hoya said on Saturday that Francis Ngannou had literally 0% chance of winning, and he had a better chance of defeating Tiger Woods in golf than Francis Ngannou did at beating Tyson Fury in boxing. And yet, if not for questionable judging, I know some have argued corrupt judging, that is exactly what would have happened. Francis Ngannou, by the way, 0 boxing fights before this ever.
Great striker, though, right?
God,
in
yeah.
MMA, one of the premier strikers, I do believe.
He was the heavyweight champion, yeah.
And so that you knew that he at least had that boxing skill to go along with it. But I didn't expect him to knock Fury on his ass. I didn't expect those moments to happen. More than anything, when I was observing that fight, because I did watch it in a different manner than you did, probably, Kevin.
On the up and up.
I just was thinking, man, this is going to legitimize Francis Ngannou as a competitor for boxing. I was like, this is really going to legitimize him because he just knocked down Tyson. This is great.
For sure. In his next fight, whether it's
Tyson Fury, that
is. Not Mike Tyson, even though Mike Tyson was there.
Yeah.
So it gets confusing. Whether Ngannou gets a rematch against Fury, I know he's got another fight set up, or he fights Deontay Wilder or whoever, I believe that Francis Ngannou will make more money in his next boxing match than he did in all of his mixed martial arts career.
And that's a good thing considering Dana White, right?
Yeah.
Like considering how he holds down all of his fighters.
Yeah. Whoops. Sorry about that. I don't know if this counts as Wanker of the Weekend or if this is just good reporting. I'm going to take you to cut number 17. This is Kimberly A. Martin with ESPN. Again, it's up to you. Is this just good reporting or is this Wanker of the Weekend material?
Jeff, the Steelers want to make sure that Trevor Lawrence doesn't beat them with his legs. Talking to coaches, they want to make sure that the Jags QB stays in the pocket by bringing 5 and, quote, getting in that ass long enough for their defense to do damage.
Is that just quality reporting?
Did you hear
there?
the quote, Mike?
That's a technical term.
Didn't want him to get beat by his legs.
And then, and quote?
What's the quote?
You would have remembered it. Play the last part. How did you just zone out for the most important part? Play that one more time. It's pretty noteworthy. It's Josh Young style.
And, quote, getting in that ass long enough for their defense to do damage.
Getting him at ass?
Yep, that's exactly what was said, Mike. Great ears.
I think in that was the connecting.
Oh, getting him in the rear.
No, not necessarily. But yes. Just getting after him is what he.
And, quote, getting in that ass long enough for their defense to do damage.
Don't think she said that correctly.
I think she said it perfectly.
She said it right, and she said it as a reporter.
She did have the reporter voice on.
Yeah.
Because I doubt that whoever the source was on the team was like, getting in that ass.
Yeah, they were like, getting in that ass.
That's right.
That's more how it was probably said.
Hey, it's almost impossible to go to Pittsburgh and win. But the Jacksonville Jaguars dominate in Pittsburgh 6-2. What you gonna do when the Jaguars come after you?
Couple things. Would we say dominate? And did you guys get the softest roughing the passer call ever?
Won by 10 points. That's all that matters.
In Pittsburgh. I mean, like, you got to give that credit to win like that.
As
in
Bill
Pittsburgh, pretty
Parcells
good.
said, don't tell me about the labor. Show me the baby.
Yeah.
And the baby won by 10.
Then some writer said something
My
about
T-Law,
eating baby. Kevin, you got to give them credit for going to Pittsburgh and doing that against Mitchell Trubisky of all people.
And he didn't even look. First of all, I disagree with the basic idea of that statement. But then also, didn't he get hurt? Not that matters, because again, I don't really think that makes much of a difference.
Deontay Johnson, though, after that game, I think he's going to receive a pretty hefty fine because he was blaming the referees and he was like, I hope they get fined. And I was like, that's awesome. So, yeah, Kevin, to your point of penalties, that was a thing that happened, but it was a 2-score game. So, I mean, just get. Yeah. Why are you so
score twice with no time left?
You're so against Mike on this. You're just.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
There it is.
Hey,
That's why.
Corey, if you're not watching on Twitch or YouTube, what color of hoodie is Kevin wearing today?
Steeler colors.
Yeah.
It's not. It's blue.
It looks black and yellow.
It's not.
Well,
it's definitely not.
Says you, who's trying to defend yourself from being a huge Steelers fan. You said
black and yellow, black and yellow.
All right. Do you guys want to go?
You're a big fan of the terrible towel, I bet.
No, I think it's terrible. Not to be a give up right there. Do you want soccer or college football for the next wanker?
We're supposed to
look. That
Of the weekend?
Of the weekend.
Thank you.
That was probably not my finest sentence.
You've said a lot of
said things,
good
dude,
sentences.
but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like you lost
Yeah, go
some
ahead and rock
steam
with
on
that, dude. Go
All
ahead
right.
and rock with the original football.
Here's my attempt. Leon coach Fabio Grosso is fans are the wankers of the weekend because they busted up his face by throwing rocks at the bus and the glass got into his face.
What?
Yeah. Like, look, I know
What
English.
kind of stupid bus do they have?
All right, so hold on.
It must be like a school bus.
I just want to make sure because I had a feeling this might happen.
This isn't
Or
a
they're
charter.
really strong rocks.
Your contention is not that the people throwing the rocks. It's that the bootleg bus they have for not being able to protect their coach.
Look, there was a school bus parked behind a church down the end of my street growing up. And did I see a couple kids throw rocks at it? Yes, I did. Was I one of those kids? No. I said, y'all should stop. And then they broke the windows out of that bus, Kevin, and they got in trouble because they didn't stop. And I didn't tell on them. They just got caught. I don't know how. Anyway, different story for a different time.
Do you think they're going to go to hell?
It must have been a school bus because I've been in charters before. Cowboys ride in charters in Philadelphia all the time. Nothing ever cracks in their windows because they throw lots of stuff at the Cowboys players when they're driving in. So yeah, I'm blaming the bus, not the people. You should be able to maybe just throw eggs.
What did Jerome
instead.
Bettis do about this?
Yeah, what would he do? Oh, the bus. I got you now.
So get a better bus.
Get a better bus.
Not stop throwing
You wanna be
rocks.
Traveling. Oh, maybe throw eggs.
Well, at what point did you stop thinking throwing rocks was bad? Because you said when you're a kid, don't do it. Now you're like, get a better bus.
Yeah, that's a valid
Hey.
point.
Do you guys want to put wanker of the weekend? The umpire behind home plate in game 2 was on John Smolt's side and decided that all the borderline calls would go to the Diamondbacks behind the dish.
He missed 11 calls. He had 11 calls incorrect. DJ Rayburn, the one from the game 1, had 12 incorrect calls, but he was less against the home team.
Oh, that's nice.
So he had a favorable. DJ Rayburn had a favorable to the home team negative .02. Walcott had negative .38, and it mattered by 1.24 runs. So yeah, it was kind of bad. That was a wanker of the
We
weekend.
would have only lost 7 point something to 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, I'm not. Yeah, we'll get to that a little bit more in a minute. But
806, or maybe Eagles fans are soft and can't throw hard enough to break glass. That's a valid point right there. Those soft Philly fans up there.
So now it's the grizzled soccer fans that they're able to throw rocks harder. Okay,
Maybe they were
I
kicking the
understand.
rocks.
That's such a dumb joke, and I appreciate it a lot.
Does Brian Custer, is he the wanker of the weekend for continually calling Oregon State the Ducks?
Oh man, he on purpose? On accident?
I don't know.
They're the orange and black. Not Cowboys.
That's Oklahoma State.
Oregon State.
You can do this, man. I got faith in you.
I'm not certain that he can, honestly.
15% right
damn.
now.
Wow.
Oh, that
he
was
basically
blatant.
handed it to him.
That was home plate umpire in game 2 blatant.
Ball 2.
I couldn't remember. Honestly, I was like,
Did you just?
I knew they weren't the Ducks, but I could not remember Oregon State.
They're
Now I do.
Beavers.
Yes, they're the Beavers as master of subterfuge, Corey Majors, with his little hint right there.
Leave it to Beaver.
Throws out there is, but yeah, multiple times in the first half, he was like, oh, look at the Ducks go. Or he's like, hey, the Ducks, well, they've had a turnover or forced one in every single game. And finally somebody was like, hey, that's not the right team. Which, by the way, it reminds me of the saddest thing I ever saw at a high school football game. I didn't want to interrupt his internet broadcast while it was going, but I was at a Plano West South Garland game back in the day. There was a kid who was doing an internet broadcast, and he had the teams backwards. He had them confused.
The whole game?
The whole first drive. Because then I had to tell him.
Maybe that's what happened at Duncanville.
I had to tell him because he was like, and South Garland has scored a touchdown. I was like, oh no. And just in the break, I was like, hey man, I'm really sorry. I didn't want to interrupt your broadcast. But that was Plano West. I think you have the teams backwards. And he was very sad.
He was a high school kid?
Yeah.
I'll give him a break. I mean, you should
let's
know
not give Big Poppy a break. Every time I want to watch the pregame show, and I am 100% for 100%. Every time I watch it, eventually I go, I can't watch this.
Jeter's good. A-Rod, you kind of just like, okay, yeah, I understand
Very
why
general.
I still hate
He's doing
A-Rod.
the general
But
stuff.
Big Poppy, he will ask a 15-minute question and then say, but how do you feel? And then you're like, what? That was the question? But I did like what he said after this.
Do you like that he gave Greg Olson a shirt of himself to Greg Olson?
Yeah.
I mean,
a little bit I do, actually.
I just was like the ego. And then Greg Olson's like, oh man, I really wanted a Big Poppy shirt that said my dog on it.
He did say though, how are you going to pitch to Tavares so tough and then give a cookie to the Cookie Monster regarding Corey Seager in that moment? So that was a pretty funny moment. But yeah, other than that, it's kind of difficult. Just listen to the pregame show right here on 105.3 The Fan.
How do they do that?
I don't
How do
know.
the there's people at Fox making 7 plus 7, maybe even 8 figures, and they're like, "This is what we need to start off the World Series."
With the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which NFL history is more impressive? Talk about it next right here in The Fan.
I'm Dak Prescott, quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
And they snap it to Prescott, who looks right.
I'm going to get it wrong.
I said, which is more impressive? Reggie told me it was the Eagles. A.J. Brown, this is kind of wild, is the first player in the history of the NFL to have 125-plus receiving yards in 6 straight games. Never happened, ever, until A.J. Brown came along. Do people understand how badass he is? I hate saying that because, he's not.
So I did see this morning the question was thrown up, who's wide receiver number 1, and I still want to say it's Justin Jefferson, even though he's injured. But they had a picture of Tyreek Hill and A.J. Brown next to each other.
Okay, good.
And I was like, I got to look. And so A.J. Brown has 60 receptions. Tyreek Hill has 61. A.J. Brown has 5 touchdowns. Tyreek Hill has 8. A.J. Brown has 939 yards.
Tyreek Hill has more than 1,000.
1,014.
By the way.
So I guess that Tyreek Hill is wide receiver number 1 right now, guys.
And that's the other history. Tyreek Hill, first player in NFL history, in the Super Bowl era to have 1,000 receiving yards through the first 8 games. So when he said he's shooting for 2,000 yards, looking good.
I'm with you. I just didn't know that both guys could be as great without each other. Mahomes without Hill, Hill without Mahomes. They're both proving to be great. And I know we're talking about Hill here, but it's amazing that it doesn't matter because Waddle still gets his too. Now he's not getting as much as Hill, but Waddle had 121 yards, right around there. I don't have the box score pulled up, but I mean he had over 100 yards too. It's just they are very scary if Tua T can stay healthy. I'll say it. I think they're going to win it all.
Wow.
I'm gonna put it on the table right now. If Tua T is healthy come playoff time, I think Miami's going to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Because watching Kansas City yesterday afternoon, I have no clue. I'm texting one of our friends, and I'm like, it's amazing how good Mahomes is with the trash that he has to throw to. He does have a tight end. Sky Moore is pathetic.
Oh.
Pathetic. He was supposed to be drafted as the next Tyreek Hill, if you remember. The speed, the agility, the quickness.
Large hands.
He fumbles. He can't catch the ball, and he doesn't seem to get open very consistently. So they're relying on, why am I drawing a blank on number 4, who's
Rashee Rice?
Yeah, and you know what? He's like a
SMU product. Yeah.
He's a solid player, but nothing special. Like Mahomes is doing this with arguably, and I'm going to say, the worst receiving core in all of the NFL. Worse than the Bears, worse than whoever. That is the worst receiving core in the NFL. Yet Mahomes, I know yesterday, definitely no. They scored 9 points. But Mahomes is able to win MVPs and Super Bowls with that trash. That's the most amazing accomplishment in the history of the NFL.
By the way, this upcoming weekend, I know we'll talk about it more as we go along, is unreal for the NFL. Bengals against Bills, a suddenly very important Seahawks versus Ravens game, Eagles, Cowboys, and Chiefs, Dolphins.
And Chiefs, Dolphins is the 8 a.m. game or 9 a.m. game?
Correct.
Whatever time it's in Germany.
Yeah, so this weekend is freaking stacked. All right, let's go from that to, well, you brought up the Chiefs. The Chiefs were awful yesterday, and that game was awful.
Yes.
The Denver Broncos ended their 16-game losing streak against the Chiefs with a 24-9 victory that all of a sudden the Denver Broncos have 3 wins. I'm not saying look out for the Broncos. Right. I'm surprised. I kind of thought maybe they would have 4 wins all year.
I don't know what their end game is because they mortgaged everything for Russell Wilson and Sean Payton because they were talking during the game that if they lose this game, they might trade Jerry Jeudy or Cortland Sutton. And I'm like, I don't think you can go all in and then just go all out. There's no future in Denver. The future has to be in the next 2 to 3 years. They believe that Russell Wilson and Sean Payton are going to lead them to 10 plus wins on a consistent basis and have a chance to win it all. That's what they sold out for. They sold all the future for that. So I was like, I don't get, we're going to trade one of our wide receivers for a future second round pick. I think you have to stay all in at this point, at least for the next 2 to 3 years until Russell Wilson can't quarterback anymore. I feel like you've sold out, so why would they then sell a couple of pieces? It didn't make sense to me.
I didn't understand their strategy either, and now they're winning to cost themselves draft. I don't totally understand.
Because I understand trading Randy Gregory. He was doing nothing there, but Sutton and Judy, if you're going to be good, if you're going to make the playoffs, you have to have those two guys with Russell Wilson.
Now, there was a lot of injuries yesterday, which, pick a week. That is usually the case in the NFL. Falcons defensive tackle Grady Jarrett out for the season with a torn ACL, and then Kirk Cousins tore his right Achilles in the Vikings win, which would obviously bounce him out for the rest of the year.
And you would think, kind of like looking at that, well, that team's done, considering Justin Jefferson's injured and you're dealing with that for a while. You would think that they're done, but they might be in a pretty decent position. They still might be. Cousins was having a fine year. After what you saw with a quarterback, I was like, man, I could see myself not rooting against this guy now. Not necessarily rooting for him, but not rooting against him.
Yeah, he's doing well.
That really stinks. But you know what? If he goes out there and works really hard like Aaron Rodgers, maybe he can get back on the field really soon.
In 2 months.
Yeah.
This is why they drafted Kellen Mond in the second round a few years ago.
Well,
they moved on.
They already cut him, and then the team he got on after that, they got rid of him as well.
So he's available?
I think actually he is available. Maybe we'll double check that. I feel like I should know that, but
give you a minute.
It's not looking great for him. By the way, the Vikings have gone from 0-3 to 4-4. And, last week they beat San Francisco 49ers in what felt like a stunning upset, but now the 49ers have a whole different set of problems. But good for the Vikings for getting back to 4-4, especially now that Jefferson has been out and Cousins is out. But I don't know how things go for that team going forward.
He was on the practice squad, Kevin. He's on the practice squad as of October 10th.
Who is?
Kellen Mond.
On what team?
For the Colts.
Oh, man. You can still pick him up, practice squad.
Yeah.
Let's Kellen Mond this, man. He almost made the Final Four in football.
That's Let's for the Vikings, right? And they were like, you're so bad that even though we drafted you, we're going to cut you. Now you think they're a swoop back in and pick him
Merrill
up?
Kelly had to go pitch in Korea for 4 years.
God, I feel like they told that story 4 times.
They probably did.
It's a neat story. It really is. And I was like, all right,
What? I don't think I've heard this. You want to tell me about it?
No, I don't.
Hey, Corey.
What's up?
Have you heard that Merrill Kelly had to go pitch in Korea for 4 years?
Wow. And then now here he is pitching in the World Series.
It's incredible.
Who would have thunk?
Not me.
Hold on, didn't Colby Lewis do that?
What?
Yeah.
Japan, maybe?
Japan,
he went to Japan and
I don't
then
think
came
for
back.
4.
Those are completely different countries. Corey, what are you doing?
Oh, well, that's not what I was saying. Is he left Major League Baseball and then
Never
came
happened
back?
Kelly is
came
the
back to
Colby
pitch.
Lewis of 2023.
I mean, it definitely did.
Name
happen,
one
Reggie.
person that it's happened
That
for.
example he literally just gave you.
Okay, name another one.
Mr. Baseball. Tom Selleck.
Cecil Fielder.
Oh, yeah.
That
Oh,
probably
yeah.
holds more legitimacy than Mr. Baseball. By the way, for all the people...
Barnett. Tony Barnett.
Okay, there you go.
Our old friend, the relief pitcher.
For all the people that have been clamoring for the Dallas Cowboys to go trade for Derrick Henry, it's not going to happen.
What?
But just to
Why
further
not?
that, well, here's part of the reason. Supposedly they want a second-round pick.
Do we have one?
We have tons of them, for the next 40 years. What if we traded our 2040 second-round pick? What if we're just like, all right, you want a second-round pick? Fine, we'll give it to you 20 years from now.
Can you do that?
I don't know.
Because
I don't think you can go
only
that far
say
down
yeah,
the
right?
line.
Let's just do it. Let's just we'll offer you a conditional second-round pick 20 years
Yeah,
from now.
why do you always have to offer next year's? That always seems weird. Why can't you just offer
that's
way
probably
down
for
the road?
team that's making the trade, right? If you said, all right, look, I'll give you a first in 2032. Sure. The management or the ownerships are like, hey, you should do it. But if you're managing, you're like, well, F.
The GM's
am I
like,
even
I'm
going to be
probably
here
gonna
in 1 or
get
2 years,
fired
let
pretty
alone
soon.
9?
Yeah, good point.
I just don't think you want to trade Derrick Henry if that's your asking price.
Yeah, no, I didn't think they were, but now supposedly the rumblings are that Tennessee is like, nah, we're not going to trade you.
Right. I think that if they were saying we will take a fourth that could become a third, I think that maybe somebody would be interested.
Yeah, I could see that. And I didn't want to leave him out. I know there's a lot to get to today, but did you watch? Were you impressed by Will Levis? 4 touchdown passes. It was a day for 4 touchdown passes.
Because they wore the Houston Oilers jerseys.
3 of them go to.
I feel like the Houston Oilers, like the Houston Texans, should be like, my butt, you're not wearing those.
You know
Houston
what?
Oilers are
we
the
do know a
Titans.
logo guy.
I know they moved from there, but I feel like now that you have the Houston Texans back, that should be Houston, the city's. Like, if we want to do throwback Houston Texans, we're going to wear Houston Oilers jerseys, not you, who took our franchise from Houston and moved them away.
But they may not own the mark. The Titans might own that mark.
You know what would be great is if the Baltimore Ravens wore Cleveland Browns jerseys against the Cleveland Browns.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
That's right, Mike.
Coming up next, would Stephen and Jones allow, and the competition committee allows such things to happen? We will talk with the Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President next right here on The Fan.
They are 3 lifelong DFW guys talking sports. and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Are you familiar with the concept of scoregami?
I can imagine what it might mean. I've never heard of the concept, but it sounds like a good one when you're a part of it.
It is unique final scores in the history of the NFL. Yesterday was the first 43-20 game in the history of the NFL. So congratulations to you guys for that.
Every time you mix in a safety with some scores, you probably got a chance to be a part of a sportagami or a scoregami. But certainly, I thought, the team got off to a fast start, and certainly our fans get into that early, and I think our team feeds off that. So it was, coming off a bye, I thought the staff did a great job of really, going through the first third of the season and, seeing, what our tendencies may be and, coming up with a game plan that I think really, the team fed off of.
I'm curious your take on the offensive line for the rest of the game as opposed to, say, the first 6 plays when it looked like the potential was there for a long day for Dak.
Well, certainly we didn't get off, to the fastest start. We were wanting to come out and throw the ball, which I think everybody was able to, get their hands around in quick order. That was some of the things we looked at early, during the bye week was that, we certainly were, convicted to run the ball. But, we did get off to a slow start there, giving up 3 sacks. One was negated by a penalty. But, after that we settled in, and I thought the offense really executed from that point forward. And I thought overall, in all 3 phases, we, played top-notch football.
I just saw from Ed Werder that the Cowboys have 9 block punts since y'all brought Bones Fossil in, and I'm just kind of they've done this team right now looks like it could be a top 5 special teams. What kind of job has Fossil done since he's gotten here, and even this year added to it?
Well, my hat's off to him. He's certainly has just a passion for his job, and I know he looks for every little detail week in and week out, ways to utilize the skill sets of the personnel that we have and get them in the right positions to make big plays. Obviously, the block punt, started the momentum, and then a huge return by Turpin and the special teams unit, on the ensuing punt kickoff, if you will, that comes after a safety. And certainly we sprung another one there. It was just unfortunate that we got a holding penalty, probably even on somebody who wasn't even going to be in the play. So, overall, this team's trending in the right direction, making plays throughout the year. I know we've, scored a 2-point conversion off an extra point kick. I mean, he's always looking for unique ways to give our team an advantage, and certainly it's paid off.
And not to be lost in the special teams extravaganza, Brandon Aubrey kicking a 58-yard field goal like it was nothing.
Well, I think that one might have been good from 70. He really got his leg into that, and he's just been outstanding all year. I know got everybody's attention when he missed his first extra point after what we went through last year, but he's been nothing but spot on from that point forward, and just been obviously not only a top kicker for us, but one of the top kickers in the NFL at this point. And kickoffs have been outstanding. He's just certainly done a great job for us, exceeded all expectations.
Yeah, and I'm sure every time he makes one, you kind of nudge Jerry, and you're like, I can't pick a good kicker.
I just, that's good. That was my kicker. Aubrey was. So the other ones we've been letting Jerry pick them, but he had to step aside on this one.
I like it.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Well, we'll be sure to talk to Jerry about that as well. I'm sure he'll agree.
Will McClay will claim that he picked him, and Bones will claim that he picked him, and McCarthy will claim that he picked him. Success has 1,000 fathers.
Yeah, and failure is an orphan. Yeah, absolutely. I love that. I love that saying. Now, there's so much good coming out of this game. I'm hoping you can tell us not just about the pick six, but the general thoughts about the quick evolution of Deron Bland with the team.
Well, I think his evolution started last year. I think he led all rookies. You correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he may have led all rookies in interceptions last year. So he's just continued to be a playmaker for us. He was obviously our starting nickel before Diggs was injured, and he's left. We certainly think Diggs may be right there coaching him up, because he certainly picked up right where Diggs left off, with takeaways and just doing a great job for us. Of course, Jordan Lewis filling right back in where he left off as well as our starting nickel now. And really think that group, that whole back end back there is playing at a high level.
Yeah, the other, I mean, as great as Bland's been, because I think he has the tie right now for touchdowns. He's tied with CeeDee Lamb at 3 right now. But the evolution of Marquise Bell too. Would he be playing where he's playing if Dan Quinn wasn't the coordinator for this team, you think?
I would suspect not. I think Dan's just got a great vision for these type of players. I'll give Dan credit when we're looking at looking at Bell in the draft. He had a vision for him that he might be a linebacker first, and he had been heavier at different points in his college career, but felt like he could be certainly one of those hybrid safety / linebacker types. But he had a vision for him. The scouts agreed with the vision after scouting him, and he's one of those things when you communicate and you come up with a consensus, you end up with a good pick. I know he was a guy who was right there, made the 53 last year, and glad we kept him and didn't expose him, because he's really continuing to develop as a guy who's going to be a really good football player in this defense.
When Chuma Edoga gets carted off, it's easy to automatically assume the worst, but is it now looking like perhaps the injury is not as bad as originally thought?
Actually, the initial news we're getting back on Chuma is that, it's not as bad as we first feared. And you always worry about those when they land on the outside of the ankle and push inward. The good news, it wasn't torqued in the right direction to give him a high ankle. And I think he's got an opportunity to be in the plans and be available, hopefully as early as this week. And certainly Tyron was real close to getting back for this game, and hopefully we'll have a full allotment of our offensive linemen there in terms of availability for the Eagles.
Do you get any concern on the Tyron front that this is the second time he started a week of practice looking like he would be good to go and then got dinged up in practice?
No, I think these are things that sometimes are just unfortunate, and I think that's the case here with Tyron in terms of these a couple of the freak injuries he's had here in practice. I know he was wanting to play yesterday. The doctors and the trainers decided, that it was in his best interest not to, in terms of the strength level, albeit close. And I just think he'll respond this week, and hopefully he'll be ready to go against the Eagles.
With the trade deadline approaching, Stephen, I'm just kind of curious if there's a spot on your team, because we know Jerry has said, look, we feel good about this team. We're confident there. But is there a spot on your team that you're like, I would like to add more depth? If I can, I feel like that could make us an even better contender. Yeah,
I think the ones you always look for to replace where you've had some injuries. I mean, obviously you lose a Diggs, you're a man down at corner. Certainly Bland has stepped up and done a great job, and we've got Nashon back in the mix, who's doing a good job for us. We made the trade with Kelvin Joseph there for Noah, and so we've got a good group. We were heavy at corners when we started the season, and then, of course, between losing Overshone and now Leighton, we've lost a couple of backers there, so you're always looking to replace that depth. But we've also got some good players that have stepped up. You mentioned Bell. I mean, he started the season more with the safety in front of his name, and now he's our starting linebacker. So he certainly stepped up and filled that role. But we always keep our if you will, hook in the water, and if the right situation comes along to improve this football team, I do know, we're all ears and certainly willing to consider anything. That's the way Jerry wants everybody to be, as aggressive, and certainly between Will and myself, we're always looking and listening for opportunities to improve this football team.
I was listening to Brad Sham this morning as he was on with Sean and RJ, and this is where this question came from, was when it comes to the offensive line and the run game right now, have you figured out whether it's individual blocking or scheme that's kind of keeping this from turning into a more explosive running game?
I think it's a work in progress. I think teams, as I mentioned before at the start of the show, I think when we self-critiqued ourselves during the bye, I think there's no question teams are game planning us, knowing that we have a conviction to want to run the football. And I think as we loosen it up like we did yesterday and have the type of success we had throwing the football, that at some point you can't keep letting, or you got to try to prevent CeeDee Lamb from catching 10, 11, 12 passes. And, us having the success we did in the passing game will certainly loosen things up. So I just think it's a work in progress, and I feel like we'll continue to get better. And I know we've got the players who can make those explosive plays, especially Tony Pollard.
I think we all realize that the NFL games count the same, with the exception of tiebreakers and everything like that. But can you already start the hype for the Eagles game? Are you already fired up, or still basking in the glow of yesterday's win?
No, I think everybody enjoyed their night last night, and everybody's totally focused on the Eagles now. Obviously, they're the defending champs in the NFC East, and for that matter, the NFC representation in the Super Bowl. And you've to be the champ, you got to beat the champ. So we know we've got to go on the road. They're a great football team. Certainly playing at a high level again this year. I think they have the best record in the NFL. They've got a lot of great football players, but we love our team too, and it's going to be a classic NFC East matchup. And we look forward to the game, and we got our work cut out for us, but we've got to go up there and execute. And I know everybody will be laser focused on this football game.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. Look forward to talking to you again next week.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, really curious to see which direction this segment goes. Do you usually complain about officiating? Was it warranted in Game 2 of the World Series, or does that even matter anymore? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by QCkinetics.com, non-surgical regeneration treatment care.
Here's the 1-1 delivery, and there's a hot shot up the middle. That's a base hit. One run is home, and here comes Rivera to score. The throw to the plate, not in time. A 2-run single for Ketel Marte. It's 6-1 Arizona.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Game 3 tonight. I'm curious about a variety of things. I realize the Rangers lost Game 2. There's a good chance they were going to lose Game 2 either way. But do you usually complain about officiating? Now, this can go to any sport. And did it bother you on Saturday?
I was complaining some, but ultimately they weren't super egregious. I mean, the balls weren't like in the dirt or shoulder high. They were close. You just felt like, dang, man, a couple of these close ones just aren't going our way. And I'm wondering
some of them cost the Rangers.
Right. Is that going to cause expansion? Like there was a 2-0 one. Jonah Heim, right? Jonah's catching every ball we're throwing, so he really knows what the strike zone is or isn't. So when he kind of gave the eye roll on a 2-0 pitch, it's like, dude, like, I've been catching back here all night long. That's not a strike.
Yeah.
Not one time has that been a strike for us. And then you saw later in the inning when, I can't remember who was pitching. I don't want to say it was Montgomery at that point, but maybe it was. He catches the exact same ball. I think it was Martin Perez. And he's like, you literally just called that last inning on me.
Was that the one where he looked back at him?
Yeah.
He's like,
because he's like, this is literally the exact same location. So you told me that was a strike 5 minutes ago when I was hitting. Now it's not a strike because Merrill Kelly isn't pitching. Because why is this now not a strike?
Yeah. Yeah. And the stat I know that has caught a lot of people's attention is Quinn Walcott missed 12 calls in World Series Game 1. Game 2. I'll get it together. 10 of them went against the Rangers. And the reason why that was astonishing to me, and Corey and I were talking about this off air, is Quinn Walcott was supposed to be the dude. He was the number 1 ranked plate ump in all of baseball. They have like 92 officials. He was number 1. The guy who got to call Game 1 was 77. How the hell do they make these selections? I get why the
Broadus asked me. I had no clue. I thought it was based off of how you did in the regular season, but obviously
the
it's
next
not.
highest who's in this World Series is 33rd. So you got number 1, 33, and then everybody else is worse than that.
Do you know the answer?
No, I do know that was the third worst of his season for him. I think it was the third worst game called. Yeah, just of his season because Angel Hernandez has all the other ones. No, I don't know how they select them. I really don't know.
Is it predetermined before the season starts? Like it's your turn to be in the World Series?
Which would be weird to me because some merit-based stuff makes sense. I'm not saying it has to be all that, but.
And it's not like in a way, in baseball you can have random people working together. I always find it weird in basketball because those guys are working somewhat as a unit and a group as they're moving up and down the court and they have a good idea. You kind of get used to this is the way this guy calls the baseline. This is the way this guy calls at the top. And so I understand in basketball how there has to be kind of a little bit of chemistry when you're reffing a game with your other two guys in the NBA. But in baseball, obviously, the guy behind the plate, you'd want the best guys behind the plate. What does it matter if the guy calls safe or out at first base? It's not your responsibility to look at that anyways.
It says here that it is a meritocracy, Kevin, and that the guiding principle is merit when selecting umpires for the World Series, with top priority given to those with the highest ratings and evaluations. The decision-making process considers factors such as experience, consistency, and the ability to thrive under the immense pressure of the grand stage.
All right, well, Umpire Auditor has 90,000 followers, and they do not use this service to determine their meritocracy, perhaps, then.
So with the NFL, I'm going to be upset if you've thrown 20 flags in the game, because now this game could have been over like an hour ago, but y'all had to stand in the middle of the field and argue about stuff.
Yeah.
And then whenever they're like blatant, like the Rams versus the Saints on a trip to the Super Bowl, the dude hits him before the ball even gets to him, and they're like, no pass interference.
God, that was so bad.
Those kinds of things stand out as big factors that altered and changed games. When it comes to the NBA, it's almost impossible to decide, these guys, they call it as fast as they can. I get it. When it comes to baseball, what I got in this game, again, those numbers don't say that anything was a specific moment that changed the entire game. But it is moments where now you're in a pitcher's head, you're in a hitter's head within that at bat,
right? Maybe
even later in an at bat, maybe even later in the series. It alters what's going on because you're like, I thought the strike zone was this, and it's changed what I'm doing. So I don't complain about it all that often, but whenever it almost seems blatant that you were intentionally going against that one, that's what I'm like, come on, man, we could have gotten a better one out of that.
And I want to state this. At no point will I ever say game 2 is decided by the home plate umpire.
Right.
That was Merrill Kelly was great. Jordan Montgomery was good. The Rangers, if they had opportunities, which they really didn't, because I remember at one point before the game got really out of hand, the Rangers were 0 for 0 with runners in scoring position. So there wasn't really man, we really missed an opportunity in game 2. There were no opportunities. Merrill Kelly was great. Their defense was solid. The umpire helped them out a few times, but that was really a Merrill Kelly, and then our bullpen, the guys that are supposed to just be able to try to hold it where it was at, did not do their job.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you for that. And I don't know if I have run into anybody who said the umpires are what cost you game 2, which is good because that feels disingenuous.
I think if there's bases loaded or second and third and those calls would have been made, you're like, that's tough, man, because we had an opportunity to score and the umpire totally changed the count. When he changes the count when nobody's on base, it's a little bit like, dude, that stinks. We could have got a guy on base, but it didn't feel like those calls were in the biggest moments.
I think you're right about that, with the exception of, darn it, I cannot remember the inning offhand since it was a day and a half ago now, I feel like we got jobbed on what should have been a called third strike in an inning where the Diamondbacks ended up scoring 2 more runs after that.
It might have been Martin Perez who yelled at the umpire afterwards.
I thought he was going to get ejected. Not that he was coming back out to pitch, but I did see that.
I have no clue. He was so good last year, Martin Perez. And now when hitters face him, this is general, not all the time, but the Diamondbacks, I'm watching takes, and he'll be missing by 3 inches, and they don't check swing. Yeah. They don't look off balance. The ball's inside by 2 inches. They don't flinch. They're just like, I saw. It's like they're seeing the ball like he's lobbing it out of his hand. I don't know what happened from the Martin Perez last year to this year that the hitters are not threatened at all by inside, down, away. They're just not threatened at all. And then when he throws a strike, they hit it hard. When he throws a really good pitch, they foul it off. It's weird to me, the Martin Perez from last year to this year, and how hitters are just not threatened by him at all.
Yeah, and maybe it was pitching coach last year. Like maybe he had something different, but Mike Maddox is preaching the same stuff, the same things of keep it down here, and Martin Perez's changeups, fastballs are all floating high. So that can't, I don't, and by the end of the season, Martin Perez did turn back into Martin Perez last year.
Right. It looked good. Like September, he was pretty good, but last night you're just like, they are on him, and they're on Stratton too. Like Stratton, we never saw Stratton really take off here at all. They traded for him August, September. It didn't look very good. And like in these games, I hate saying this, I don't want to see Stratton pitch.
Yeah.
In these games, it's just his fastball looks very hittable. It's not overpowering at all. His slider is flat and has no swing and miss capabilities really when you watch the hitters and the way that their approaches are at the plate. So I guess one thing is that I want to just say is tonight it's Max Scherzer. I do think this. I don't know this. I think it'll be John Gray next.
I'll take it.
And then Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc. And that formula of Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc, it might not be the most beautiful 9-up, 9-down situation, but the last 9 outs need to be those 3 guys.
Is there, and this is a weird question because now you're even jumping ahead to Tuesday.
Sorry.
And no. I'm going to ask this, and you might be like, well, we have no idea until today. Is there anything you would go into this game alter thinking, maybe I do want to see John Gray kick off game 4?
Yeah, if Max Scherzer goes 6 innings and gets me to that spot, then I don't have to go to, like, if he's dealing, I don't think that that Bochy will take him out. I think Bochy will be like, no, I got a hot pitcher right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he could ride him for 90 pitches tonight.
Yeah, and so if that happens,
but he has to be going well.
Then he goes to in 6th inning, Spores, and then he just rolls along with that bullpen. So then that would give you that opportunity to see Gray come out and start.
I want to say don't be surprised with this if this happens. Let's just say you get, whether it's just Max Scherzer, whether it's Max Scherzer and another guy. If you get to the top of the order and it's Marte and Corbin Carroll, I'm not 100% sure, but he might go Chapman first. He might look at where you're at in the lineup and go, I'd rather have Chapman pitch the 7th inning right now because I like the matchups that he has.
Yeah.
And then I'm going Spores in the 8th inning. So looking at the Diamondbacks lineup, I'm like, there could be a case in this series. Hopefully it is tonight because it means you're winning. Is that Chapman actually could pitch the 7th and Spores pitch the 8th. So their roles could be flipped. Leclerc will be the closer as long as you're leading after 8 innings.
But there's nothing going into the game that you would say or you have seen that makes you think, I'm deciding right now. Like, Corey, you're right. I totally see how the game flow of the game changes your mind. There's nothing right now that would make you say, Dunning is starting tomorrow, or Gray is starting tomorrow.
I have to have this game play out.
Yeah,
me or my Bochy? Because I like trying to think like Bochy, which is impossible because the dude just thought 13 steps ahead. So, Kevin, when you ask that question, I think Bochy's sitting there going, yeah, we'll watch it out, but I have 13 other things that I could do tomorrow. And you might be surprised by an opener, and you're like, what the hell just happened? And he goes out there and throws one pitcher as an opener, and then all of a sudden, maybe you do get John Gray or Dunning for 6 innings after that.
I don't think it'll be Cody Bradford, but there's a small possibility Cody Bradford starts tomorrow. If for some reason this game plays out where you use Dunning and Gray, I don't think can give you more than 45 pitches.
Mike, is he like Framber, where mentally once something happens, it just cracks him for the rest of the game? That's where my distrust is.
He can emotionally, without externally showing it, he can, I think, emotionally get so mad and frustrated inside himself that he then isn't able to execute. But yeah, the one thing I still look at, and if we look at game 1, it worked out for the Diamondbacks, and I just don't know if this is the right decision, but it did work out to start the game.
Yeah.
Is do we want Seager and Carter batting back-to-back where their 2 lefties can, in a way, I don't want to say dominate, but in a way really put us in a bind that those 2 guys are batting next to each other. But then what do you do? Do you move Adolis up to 3? Like, I thought about this. Do you move Adolis up to 3, then go Carter 4 and Garver 5? So now you go to start the game righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty. So it puts well, I know it's not Mattingly, but Mantiply. It puts him in a little bit of a situation where he would have to face possibly after Seager, you would be facing Adolis. You don't get back-to-back lefties.
Part of me kind of wants to put Heim there, but the other part wants me to put just move Josh back up.
I think what they're worried about Heim is at 3 is he's so slow on the bases. You don't want to have Heim batting third, and I think this is maybe the Josh Young situation too right now is, do I want to put a guy that slow in the middle of our lineup so when guys that are coming up in RBI situations, they can't score from first base, or on a single, they could have trouble scoring from second base?
Yeah, if you have 2 outs with Simeon and Seager in the, to start it off, and then Adolis or Carter's on first, steals second maybe. Or he's even on first and Adolis puts one into right field, he can score. He can fly around those bases. That's a good point. With 2 outs, you can still score runs with Evan Carter.
Isn't it amazing how much speed, once again, like the athleticism and speed plays a role in playoff baseball, where you don't worry about it too much in the regular season?
No, you're right about that. I wanted to throw out for Max Scherzer, he'll become the 8th pitcher to start a World Series game with 3 different franchises, and one of these names might catch your ear. He joins the list that includes John Lackey, Roger Clemens, Danny Jackson, Charlie Morton, Jack Morris, Curt Schilling, and Bullet Joe Bush.
The guy who was the governor of Florida?
That's Jeb Bush.
Oh.
Bullet Joe Bush pitched for the then Philadelphia Athletics in 1912. He went on to also pitch for the Red Sox, the Yankees, the St. Louis Browns, the old Washington Senators.
Of course, yeah, I forgot about those
He
years.
won 3 World Series and also pitched a no-hitter.
He was great. Now, Mike, I guess the question is, why did W skip one? Was there did you have any thoughts on
He's
W?
77 years old.
All right.
What?
Isn't he?
He is?
Isn't that how old he is, or am I crazy?
Holy moly. I did not realize
Kevin,
that.
you didn't know that 43
wasn't he in his
77?
he was in his early 50s in 2001, right?
Honestly, I did not know he was 77. Wow, that's wild.
It's like in your prime to run for president.
You're telling me I won't be able to throw at 77 is what you're saying?
I think at 77 you have a lot of physical issues of taking a ball and throwing it 50 feet in the air.
Okay.
Now, Mike,
but I could be wrong on his age. I'm sure.
No, you're right. You're dead on.
Okay.
Wow. Good for him.
I mean,
He was
even Jerry
fantastic.
told us on Friday, he was like, I don't think I could do it right now. He's like, I'd need a lot of help.
Mike, I don't know if you were hoping to avoid this topic today, but did you pay attention to the high school football world over the weekend, where the biggest game in the country happened in the Metroplex?
I think the rain caused Duncanville to really not play well on Saturday. That's what I'm blaming it on.
Even though
I got to give credit to DeSoto. Hey, you guys beat us. Once in a blue moon, DeSoto is better than Duncanville at something. It has to be football because it's never going to be baseball. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my gosh.
Why don't you guys develop one major leaguer next to the 9 or 10 major leaguers we've developed in Duncanville?
Holy moly, man. I did not realize the rivalry was still like that entrenched in you as a human being. But DeSoto,
Patrick Creighton, there's something that came out of there,
DeSoto beat Duncanville 49-35, ended Duncanville's 22-game winning streak, 47-game district winning streak. Both of those teams were ranked top 15 in the country. Is when we talk about, obviously, Cowboys just won, Rangers in the World Series, but also the biggest high school football game in the entire country this weekend was in the Metro.
No, congratulations. DeSoto, that is awesome for them. And DeSoto, obviously, they play in the lower 6A, Duncanville in the higher 6A. So in a way, like, let's just say DeSoto goes on, and I am rooting for DeSoto to win the state championship. Sorry, all the other cities. I do think it's really cool that where I grew up, that Cedar Hill has kind of dropped off recently, but that DeSoto and Duncanville are powerhouses in national football, that if there is going to be a national champion from Texas, that now it would go to DeSoto. There's nothing Duncanville can do. Duncanville wins state, they'd be super happy. I'm not saying they'd be disappointed, but at this point, if DeSoto wins the state championship in is it called small 6A?
I think it's just called 6A Division 2 and Division 1.
That they would be considered the best team in the state of Texas now. There's nothing Duncanville can do because they can't meet each other in the playoffs.
And I do believe DeSoto scored more points in that game that Duncanville had given up the entire season total, which is pretty wild.
Congratulations. They're good. DeSoto has obviously developed probably more football players than Duncanville has. Obviously, you have arguably the greatest defensive player in Texas history.
I know there's discussion about that, which is obviously an impressive alum to have. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And how about some Mike Likes It?
Okay, so I'm going to start off Mike Likes It with 1 minute on this because I don't know how many people watched it. I was on my computer. I won't say I multitasked, but I was peeking.
Okay.
Luka had a memorable game.
What?
On Friday night.
He did.
I forgot about that.
He went 3-point happy in a good way, right? We talk about his 3-point shooting, but he made some really great 3-pointers. Made one that
bank one was incredible.
Probably luck. I don't know which one was luckier, that one or Dwight Powell making a corner 3-pointer.
Man, look at you doing a drive-by on Dwight Powell for no reason.
He now has surpassed his total 3-pointers made from last year, which was 0.
Yeah.
In your face, Mike.
But I don't know. They let Derek Jones Jr. shoot him from the corner. We're letting anybody do it. But
Mike was on 635 and just right through the entire city to hit Dwight Powell.
Great win by the Mavs. Great. Look, they beat Brooklyn, but it does count, right? You just keep beating the bad teams, whether it's by 1 point or 18 points. You keep beating the bad teams. You'll find yourself around 50 wins. You'll find yourself in a decent situation come playoff time. Mavericks play tonight. I can't imagine people are going to want to watch that over World Series Game 3, but I know that game will be on one of the Bally's because the Stars play too. So Bally's 1 and 2 will have Stars and Mavericks.
Are you impressed at how much they're pushing that NBA tournament, man? I've seen the commercial with that guy from The Sopranos like 50 times.
I couldn't care. I have no clue. I don't care. I do not care at all about that thing, but they are trying their best. I don't know. Is tonight one of the tournament games? I have no clue, and I don't
think
care.
It was until the start of November. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
About that.
So let's go back to the World Series, and let's go to tonight's rookie pitcher, Brandon Pfaadt. Okay, even though you're going to be like, "Are you sure you're pronouncing that right?"
I told you that's how it was.
I actually am. So this is a guy who was. These numbers are so unimpressive, but it doesn't mean he's not a good pitcher come playoff time so far. He was 3-9 with a 5.72 ERA in his 18 games this year.
Wow.
So when you really look at his numbers, you're looking at a guy that he pitched better as the season progressed, but pitched poorly when you look at the whole season in general. Here's what the Rangers, they have faced him. We brought this up earlier. If you don't know this, he made his debut against the Rangers, and he gave up 7 runs in, I want to say, like 4 innings. I don't have it pulled up, but he gave up 9 hits, 7 runs, 4 home runs. All right, so what did we do against him, and who did it? I'm just going to go down the list in kind of the order they give it here on ESPN.com. Adolis Garcia was 0 for 2 with an RBI. Austin Hedges, hopefully he doesn't bat, but he was 1 for 2. Jonah Heim, 1 for 2 with a home run in his 2 at bats. So he's seen him. Travis Jankowski, I don't think he's going to be playing today, but he was 1 for 3 against him. Josh Young, 2 for 3 with 2 home runs in that game. Nate Lowe, he was 1 for 2. Marcus Semien was 1 for 3. Leody Taveras was 2 for 2 with a home run.
Let's go.
So there's a lot of positives there. Corey Seager did not face him. That's when Corey Seager was hurt.
Okay.
So that's why you see hey, where's the Corey Seager at bats here?
It's okay, we'll just need 1 pitch from Corey Seager that's all we'll need to see. And he's going to swing at it, and it'll be gone. It'll be awesome.
All right, so now when we go to Brandon Pfaadt, just to give you an idea, because I'm sure most people are like, I didn't maybe watch National League. I don't know what he does. He throws his 4-seam fastball 45% of the time at approximately 94 miles an hour. His whiff rate on that is 17.5. Put away rate is 13.3%. So he's not putting away a lot of guys with his 4-seam fastball. So that is more of a pitch that he tries to throw strikes with, get ahead with. But then he does go to his sweeper, which he throws 27% of the time. To me, I call it a bigger slider. I think it's more basic to call it. It's a bigger breaking slider that has some downward motion to it too. This is his strikeout pitch. When you look at it, batting average against 180. Whiff rate, 33.7%. Put away rate, 25.1. So if he does get ahead of Rangers, look for him to go to his sweeper pitch quite a bit. By the way, batting average against on his four-seam fastball, 325. So the Rangers,
so you can gobble that up.
This is what the Rangers are looking for and need to hit. If he gets into sweeper situations ahead in the count and he throws his breaking ball, he's very good at getting swings and misses and a low batting average against. He throws his changeup 12% of the time. He threw 30 of them to right-handed batters, 165 to left-handed batters. So you probably will not see a changeup, or it'll be very rare, righty on righty, that he throws a changeup. He threw that pitch at 87 miles an hour. Batting average against on his changeup, 409.
Wow.
So that a slugging of 727. So that is not a very effective pitch so far early in Fought's career. So he will be pretty much, I think, a two-pitch pitcher. Mostly he'll mix in a changeup against Seager, against Carter, against Nate Lowe, but you look at it, he's pretty much going to be, to me, when you look at these stats, more of a fastball sweeper type of pitcher. He throws his sinker 10% of the time, which is a two-seam fastball. On that one, 313 batting average against. So very similar numbers to his four-seam fastball. So his fastball, you hit above 300 on it. His changeup, 400 on it. Only throws it to lefties for the most part. And then sweeper is his best pitch, the one that hitters have the most trouble with.
So I have a quick non-tangible question for you. We just went through, you're talking about Brandon Pfaadt being a rookie versus Max Scherzer, who's pitched in the World Series just about as much as anybody else.
Yeah.
Is there any inherent mental advantage that comes along with that, or is it, that's great, but what's your stuff looking like in this moment?
Yes, and yes.
Okay.
I think that what you're saying are both true. Is that, hey, the Rangers can say, oh, I've hit against this guy. I've hit well against this guy.
I have information from Bob Nightingale.
Okay.
John Gray will start Game 4 for the Rangers.
Wow. Okay. Are you excited about? I'm going to ask you guys.
Actually, I'm excited.
You put your finger up like we're doing it.
Because I think in the small flashes you've seen somebody that can give you 3 innings, like assuming that's the way that they would want to play it out. Although I guess one of the dangers we have to look at is, man, both Eovaldi and Montgomery early in their games, they look like they were going to have great games. And then you saw with Eovaldi more than Montgomery, it spun out. That is fascinating to me. I like that plan.
The Diamondbacks will go with a bullpen game against the Rangers then.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's going to be a very interesting Game 4 is going to be a weird game where you're probably going to see, I'm going to guesstimate 12 to 15 pitchers in that game, not from just the Rangers.
Yeah.
But like there's going to be 7 guys approximately, if not 9 guys used per team in that game.
Will Smoltz then be like, well, hey, this was a starter, so I'm rooting for the team that's throwing a real starter out there today.
There must have been a Rangers fan. If text in, were you the Rangers fan that said something really negative to John Smoltz while he was staying at a hotel here? And he was like, oh, you think I was negative early on in that series? Wait till you see me later. I love John Smoltz too. This is so tough on me that I'm like, I just don't understand his perspective is always against the Rangers' perspective.
So I have a quick question that will probably become more relevant tomorrow. So if you don't want to get into this right now, that's totally fine. How much can you restretch? I don't know if that is the proper terminology. A pitcher like John Gray, who was a starter, but then obviously they're like, hey, we're just going to stop for like 3 weeks.
You have to really watch his location and movement of his pitches because it could go in a second. He might be able to contend. If he's throwing well, you have to just keep watching because all it takes, you don't just fatigue and then get it back. Once you fatigue in an inning, let's just say it's the 3rd inning for John Gray, you need to have whoever it is, Cody Bradford, Andrew Heaney, you need to have them ready to go into the game quickly because if you're like, oh man, he's fatigued. Let me see if he can get the next guy out or do better. And then the next thing you know, there was 2 outs, and I'll go extra, the 4th inning. But then you have double walk homer, and you're like, oh crap, we just gave up 3 runs because we were trying to stretch him out further, or he did so well in the first 2 innings, we didn't see him possibly fatiguing in the 3rd. To me, you're dealing with John Gray, a reliever, not John Gray, a starter.
Okay.
So that's where you have to really have a quick hook on a guy who looks like he might have just lost it.
Does that put any more pressure on Scherzer for tonight, or are you like, there's still plenty of arms in the bullpen? I know we said you don't want to see Perez, but whether it's Dunning, Heaney, in addition to your regular bullpen.
Dunning and Heaney will play a vital role in, let's say, innings 3 through 6.
Okay.
I'm not saying they'll both pitch. I don't know. I'm just saying that those will be the guys that are super ready, and Bradford. Bradford could be a guy that gives you an inning or 2 in those situations too. I think the Rangers, I'm sorry to say this, I'm stating what I really think. The Rangers are going to do everything possible to stay away from Perez and Stratton in situations that matter.
Okay.
I hate saying that, but that will probably be their philosophy. Now, real quick, on the other side, guess what? Max Scherzer has had an awesome career. These stats are going to be very favorable to the Texas Rangers. Corbin Carroll, obviously not going to be great because he's only faced him this year because he's a rookie. He's 1 for 2 with a home run and a walk. Besides that, everybody else is almost going to stink tremendously against Max Scherzer. I'll give you the other guy who's hit him well, and he only hit him this year. 1 for 2, Alec Thomas. Everybody else, Loris Gurriel, 1 for 8, 125 batting average. Evan Longoria, 3 for 22, 136 batting average. Ketel Marte, 1 for 9 with a triple, 111 batting average for his career. Perdomo, 0 for 2. Jace Peterson, he's not going to play, who cares, but he's 185 batter. Tommy Pham, 3 for 23 with 1 double. That's a 130 batting average, a 341 OPS. Christian Walker, he is 1 for 3 with a home run. So when you look at a lot of their major players in this, they have not hit Max Scherzer well. I asked this to Jared Sandler. He said there's a lot of variables to this. I said, how well does Max Scherzer hold on runners? And he said for his career, he's done a good job. This year hasn't done as good a job.
Okay.
But he said there are variables there in that. Maybe we can ask Hicks coming up here in a second. What does he feel about Max Scherzer when there's guys on base? Because you have to be quicker. They have 21 stolen bases. They have 7 out of their 9 guys in their lineup are really good runners. The only guys that you consider not good runners are Evan Longoria and their catcher. But their catcher did have 6 stolen bases in the regular season. So maybe he might even run in the right situation tonight. So there's a lot of positive stats here. The Rangers hit Fott really well in the regular season. Fott has pitched better in the playoffs, but he did not have a good regular season. Max Scherzer, this is his 3rd appearance coming back. He has been healthy those other 2. He was okay in his 2 appearances. Hopefully this is the moment that he ups his game and has a really good game. I am predicting the Rangers win this game. I'm going to give it a 5-3 victory tonight.
Okay. I like it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and a special guest.
Yeah, let's talk with Matt Hicks, who'll be on the call tonight for Rangers Game 3 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Next on The Fan.
Rangers fans.
He struck him out swinging. He's looking up, and that ball is history.
Secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin Hagelin. Let's bring on our special guest on the Boomer Jacks Barn Grill Hotline. It is Matt Hicks, who'll be on the call tonight for the Rangers broadcast, Game 3 of the World Series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Matt, how are you doing today?
Doing well, thanks. How about you guys?
I'll let you know.
What an emotional roller coaster
10
sports
hours.
are, you know?
We're all over the place,
right.
Matt.
All right.
Is that fair? Is that fair for us to all be like kind of in weird places? And tonight's game is the thing that really is going to depict how we feel tomorrow?
Absolutely. I think there are probably a lot of people in that same boat.
How did you feel Saturday morning after what happened on Friday night?
See, I've lost track of days going all the way back into April. What is today? Is today Monday?
Today is still Monday.
How did you feel after the Seager/Adolis moments in the 9th and 11th inning?
I felt like I was on top of some mountain looking around, just like, does it get any better than this? It really doesn't. And then, Game 2, you could just see that starting to slip away mid-game, and then it just kind of ran away from you. And not that I didn't have a terrifically bad feeling after that game. Actually, as that Game 2 was progressing, kind of what went through my mind was, what do we have, about maybe 15, 20 games like this during the regular season, one way or another? And what it does is it brings you back to, yes, it's special. It's Game 2 of the World Series, but, sometimes games just get away from you and there's nothing you can do about it. It's obviously heightened by the fact that you are in the World Series. But, I mean, to me, and I'm sure to the players too, it didn't feel like, oh, this is a crushing blow. How many times have we talked about these guys recovering from just about everything? So as we were plowing through the end of that game, like, another game, we'll get them in Game 3.
So I know, Hicksy, there's probably a good chance that you're going to see Merrill Kelly again in this series if it gets to 6 games. Did you kind of hear from the players what was so frustrating about Merrill Kelly, why they were so off balance and really struggled to get anything going?
Not really. Just my own perspective is that Kelly was about as sharp as he could possibly be. I believe that the statistics show that that start, compared to all of his other starts this year, fewest times he's been in the middle of the strike zone. So that most of his strikes were quality strikes on the perimeter of the zone. And you combine that with the fact that his stuff was really good. It was kind of odd that the one run they got off of him, the Mitch Garver home run, came on a sinker that had really good movement and was in a really good spot. I think it was a 1-1 pitch, and most guys swing and miss at that, or if they make contact, they foul it off their shin. And Mitch just happened to get the barrel in the right spot. So I'm not too sure he made any mistakes, and if he did, maybe one or two, he got away with those mistakes. So that's about as good as you're going to get from Merrill Kelly. And I think it's befuddling for fans because, they see his fastball velocity right around 93 and they go, well, can't guys hit that? Well, if he's mixing his pitches and Kelly's got like 6 pitches and you don't know what's coming and he's able to command all of them and put it where he wants, you're at his mercy.
I keep thinking or maybe hoping that this will be a magical Max Scherzer start because it would be romantic for baseball and good for my team and all that good stuff. But what are reasonable expectations for Scherzer this evening?
Yeah, that's a really good question because, Mad Max might just go out and toss 6 shutout innings. And I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know as though that's the reasonable expectation. I think that maybe what would be reasonable would be that he goes 4 or 5 innings and is keeping you in the game, whatever that is. And really good might be 4 or 5 innings with 1 or 2 runs allowed. And I certainly think he's more than capable of that. You can never discount the gladiator inside of Max Scherzer. So he's clearly capable of something special, but right now what he doesn't have is his really good slider. And when he is on, he's got that. So does that, unveil itself here tonight? Perhaps. Certainly Rangers fans are hoping so. And I think that's, one of the things you have to look for early on. Does he have command of a slider that, has got some snap to it? And if he does, then he could be very tough to hit.
Okay, so we just saw, Matt, that John Gray was announced for Game 4 as the starter. Does that mean did Bochy see something the other night in Game 1 where he was like, all right, I'm gaining confidence in this guy? What do you feel about that?
Well, what I feel about it when I was watching John the other evening is that that's the John Gray that we saw back in May and early June. When he decided to sort of go full in on the harder slider, which he had previously in his career, and sort of just ditching the slower slider that had a little bit more movement, that 87, 88, 89 mile an hour pitch with a sharp break. And he was throwing that where he wanted to right-handed hitters and getting swings and misses. So I think that, all of a sudden we saw that and we saw that kind of command from him, and you go, and at least we all thought, all right, well, there's a newfound, even though John Gray's not newfound, but a newfound weapon now for the Rangers bullpen that perhaps, we can see, 2 to 3 innings of really solid relief from him. But now announcing him as the Game 4 starter, obviously the hope is that he can throw a few more pitches. I think in that outing the other day, he only threw 26 pitches. So I don't really know how deep he can go. But if he can pitch like that for 35, 40 pitches, maybe 45, and get you like 3 shutout innings, that's a good start.
How much, Hicksy, getting ready for tonight, Game 3, how much do you watch what Fott did on May 3rd against the Rangers, where they hit him well, watching his playoff starts? Like, are you watching a lot of baseball yesterday and today getting ready for Game 3, or how do you prepare as a broadcaster?
Well, I'll tell you what, I watched all of Game 7 of the National League Championship Series, and I even kept score and kept the pitch by pitch. I had to yell down to my wife a few times when she was asking me stuff. Honey, I'm keeping track of all the pitches. And Fott was, I know he gave up a couple of runs in that start and only went 4 innings. But and watching on TV, that's the nastiest I've seen a pitcher here in the postseason. I can't think of anybody that's been any better with what he throws. And in that particular outing, his slider was a swing and miss pitch. And his fastball was also really lively. Now, Alec Boehm got to him, but basically there wasn't anybody else that could figure him out. And so I completely discount his major league debut against the Rangers back in May, because when you talk to the Diamondbacks people, he is a completely different pitcher now. A couple of teams have gotten to him a little bit here of late, but he's got outstanding stuff. And if he brings that to the table tonight, it's going to be difficult for Ranger batters. Now, he's a rookie. Even though he's not a young rookie, I think he's 25 years of age.
Correct.
But he is a rookie, and maybe he gets a little too amped up. So maybe his command isn't what it's been. But, a lot of these guys, a lot of these really young guys for the Diamondbacks and for the Rangers have just been plowing through this postseason as if they have no idea the stage that they're on. And that's what I saw from Fott in Game 7 of the championship series. Now, who knows? Maybe he gets a little more amped up for the World Series, and that helps out the Rangers. But in terms of pure quality stuff, I haven't really seen anybody better this postseason.
When you talked about tracking that NLCS game and you told your wife that you're keeping track of all those pitches, If she responded, "Why don't you keep track of all these dishes?" Would you have gotten up and helped her?
No, it was other stuff that she was concerned about. In our family, actually, I do the dishes.
Okay.
And I actually enjoyed doing the dishes. But no, she knew that I was keeping track of the game. There were just a couple of times she had some questions. I'm like, honey, not now.
Is there, fans go, because I know we have these jobs, but deep down, me, Corey, Mike, we all grew up in the Metroplex and we're all fans as well. Do you and Eric and Jared have the same conversations you think fans do in between on the breaks? You're like, man, what was up with that decision? Or did you see how much he crushed that ball? Do you guys have the same sort of comments? Or are you like, hey, on to the next inning. We got to stay focused.
Yeah, no, I think a little bit. If there's something that really stands out, like Corey Seager hitting that home run to tie it in the ninth inning, or Adolis hitting another ball 430, 440 feet, special moments, really good defensive plays. Yeah, we talk about it, and we get pretty excited too. I don't know if any of us in the booth get as excited as Jared does. Jared is definitely on top of the wave when it comes to riding the highs and lows of Ranger fandom. There is no doubt about it.
And clapping back at Astros fans too.
Yeah.
But he'll be charged up and he'll be pumping his fist for good stuff. And then when some perplexing things happen, he'll bang his fist on the table. So he is definitely just as much a fan as others, that follow this team. I think Eric and I might be a little bit more even keel, but no, we talk about stuff that if the three of us weren't strapped into headsets and we were just fans in the seats, we talk about things that the fans talk about.
You mentioned the defense, and that's easy to fall to the wayside. Obviously, you're talking about pitching, talking about the lineup, but the improvement of this Rangers defense all throughout the season, and can you kind of compare how impressive their defense is versus Arizona's defense, because they are a darn good defensive team as well?
Yeah, I think it's pretty comparable. With what we have seen, over the course of the season. For example, I think a lot of people expected Josh Young to be a good quality hitter with a power bat, a lot of doubles, that kind of thing. And the thought was, if he can give you sort of an average, adequate defense, then he's going to be a big plus. Well, he's done so much more than that from a defensive standpoint that he has become a huge plus defensively. Forget his bat. And then I think that Corey Seager, at short, as the season has progressed, especially after he came back from the IL the first time, that he's taken his defense to a higher level.
Agreed.
Same with Marcus Semien. Marcus Semien showing great range both to his left and right. And Nathaniel Lowe, a Gold Glove candidate at first base. So, and not to mention Jonah Heim, not to mention what we knew was going to be, a really good defensive outfield. So there really aren't, now any real weak spots at all for the Rangers defensively. And you compare it to Arizona and you can say the same thing. And, one of the things that really stands out about Arizona's defense is how fast their outfielders are and how much ground they cover. And really, if a ball is going to fall in, you better be hitting a line drive someplace because these guys are going to go get it. So it's really nice, I think, when, if you just look at the seedings in this postseason, well, Diamondbacks 6th seed in the National League, Rangers 5th seed in the American League. These teams are lucky to be here. They're not lucky to be here. There are reasons why they're here. And the fact that they both have outstanding defenses is one of the reasons why they're here.
So, Hicksy, I'm just going back to my playing days. Arizona is a very hitter-friendly park. I feel like, especially from gap to line, it's an easier place to hit home runs than it is in Texas, yet I didn't play it, obviously, this new ballpark. What are your thoughts or feelings on the ballpark and how that could play to the Rangers' advantage or disadvantage for these next 3 games?
Yeah, well, I think we could see some high-scoring games, no question about it. Now, we were told while we were in Arlington that there was a pretty good chance that we're going to play every game here with the roof open. Huh. And so that's something to look for. I know that, temperatures here today are supposed to be in the low 80s. Of course, game time here is 5 o'clock, but the sun sets early here. When we were here last night, the sun was setting at about 5:45, so the sun will be setting pretty early as you're watching the game on television. And I think that it's probably just like similar to our ballpark, that if the roof is open, you're going to get varying conditions depending upon what the wind is like. It makes it more difficult on the outfielders. And usually when the roof is open, the ball flies a little bit better. So, I don't know as though either team is going to have an advantage or a disadvantage because of that. You could argue maybe on the periphery that, the Rangers hit more home runs than the Diamondbacks do, and if they can get the ball in the air, that might benefit Texas. But I don't know. I don't know as though I draw a conclusion that it's beneficial one way or the other.
Well, Matt, I know you got to go catch the bus and get over there to the field so you can get this thing started tonight. Thanks for hopping on with us today, man.
Thanks for having me, guys.
There he goes, Matt Hicks. He'll be on the radio broadcast tonight. I was going to ask him, it's a little late because he has to be on that bus. Otherwise, Kevin, he's missing that bus over to the stadium, and you don't want to miss the bus.
Was Jared texting you, asking you to stretch it out so he would miss the bus?
He was like, I want to kind of get my feet wet with this one tonight. No, but one thing is, for anybody that's out there that's been complaining about Smoltz, dude, just line it up. The Rangers broadcast is fantastic. You got a Hall of Famer in Eric Nadel. You just heard Matt Hicks and that dude is a gem of a broadcaster. And then Jared, who is ultimate Rangers fan, as well as a great broadcaster as well. So you have options. That would be my suggestion, is try to sync it up to the best you can, or just listen to it right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up next, let's keep the basketball discussion going.
Really?
What? Excuse me.
Time, baby.
The baseball discussion going. I was just looking at power rankings for the NBA, which was a mistake. Baseball discussion going.
Reggie doesn't miss, dude. Reggie's great.
What would you like to see go better for the Rangers starting tonight? And this can be across the board. And I have a feeling Marcus Simeon's name is going to come up quite a bit. Let's dive into it next right here on The Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our bad shows, and it's easier than ever on the Odyssey app. Check it out.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, today is World Series Day, all day, right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, have you ever been ripped off? It sucks. Having a daily reminder of it is even worse. If you shave with a well-known big razor brand every morning, you might be thinking more about how much you paid for the blades than about how smooth your shave is. I'm Andy.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
1 ball, 1 strike. And that one is swung on and hit deep to left field. That one's on its way. That ball is history. Mitch Garver puts the Rangers on the board with his 3rd postseason home run. It's the Diamondbacks 2 and the Rangers 1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now as you get ready for Game 3, which you can hear right here in your home of the American League champions, 105.3 The Fan. What would you like to see go better for the Rangers starting tonight? And I don't just mean like, hey, let's win the game.
More minutes for Derek Lively.
I made a mistake on that. I apologize. Baseball time.
In Texas?
The
Yeah,
leadoff hitter.
Yep.
It's 62 at bats, 194 batting average, 491 OPS. Now, if I take out Austin Hedges and his 1 spectacular at bat, by the way, if he would have got the miracle hit on the 3 pitches he swung, I was just like, this will be the miracle of all miracles if Hedges in this situation gets the hit to win Game 1. And
then would it have been the greatest Rangers game for sure?
It would have been. Sandler, I was talking to Sandler off the air about this, and he's like, isn't it kind of cooler, though, that Adolis did it? Because if Austin Hedges did it, yes, it's so fun, we're so excited, but in the history of Rangers, it kind of feels better that Adolis does it.
Yeah.
In the history, because most likely, nothing against Austin Hedges, there's a decent chance Austin Hedges isn't back with the Texas Rangers next year. I'm not sure, but we'll see. But when I look at Marcus Semien and you talk about tonight, this is now obviously 14 games of a 491 OPS. The only person with a worse OPS in all of the playoffs for the Rangers is Robbie Grossman at 308 in his 19 at-bats. So, I mean, everybody has a better OPS. Pretty much, I think everybody has a better batting average. Rather, Robbie Grossman is the only one batting 105 in his 19 at-bats.
But that's not going to change.
Okay, let's talk about that.
He's not going to do that.
Let's talk about that. And hopefully he'll be on tomorrow. I know, busy times. Usually he comes on Tuesday. We'll see. And we could definitely ask him this. Why? I understand the logic of he's been there every day. Marcus Semien, somebody you can depend on, played every single regular season game, led off. I get all that. You have 5 games to determine if you're going to be the champions. Is it not something where you would be like, well, drastic times call for drastic measures?
I understand that. In my mind, and I'm not Bochy, so I'm just trying to dig into his brain a little bit. But I feel like Bochy thinks, he's, I know what he is. I trust him up there. I trust him to do these things. But the other part is, if he does crack through, then that's something that livens up the team. To your point, they've won without him really contributing on a consistent basis. Yeah, and if he cracks it open, then that's that moment that the team goes, oh, our guy's back. And I know Corey Seager's their guy, Adolis is their guy and everything, but Marcus Semien was the steady hand almost the entire season when it came to, good teams, bad teams, whatever. I mean, the Astros series, he was the one that put the stamp on it. What's interesting about Semien is he was a guy when they were struggling. He had a meeting after they won a tough game, and he said, this is the way we're going to have to win playoff games. You got to get base hits. The homers might not be there. We have to be able to score by getting on base. If we hit homers, great, but it feels like he's the one guy who still has the same approach as I'm trying to pull a home run right down the left field line. Every pitch. And they keep throwing him the same pitch. It's always away. They're peppering him away going, I dare you to get a base hit the other way. And he's like, you can keep daring me. I'm not going to try to do it. And so it's just interesting with Marcus Semien. And I was talking to Ryan Drees, former Rangers pitcher, if you're a little bit younger, pitched with him in 03, 04, 05.
He pitched opening day one time.
Yeah. He thinks that they should take him out of the leadoff spot and bat him 9th.
Wow.
Move Evan Carter to
like
one?
Opposite. Like you become almost like a leadoff hitter he did say Evan Carter. I do worry about Carter and Seager, especially in Game 4. Like I think you're going to have to, if they're going to go with a bullpen day, they're going to make sure they have 3 lefties. They're going to line up the lefty every time for.
Would you put Leote one?
That's what I might do. I hate saying that. I don't think I would. I'm going to change it. Next year, Marcus Semien is not going to be my leadoff hitter. Nothing against him. I think he's a good. But right now, after playing all these games in a row with him being the leadoff hitter, I guess I'll just die. If I die, I die. With him being the leadoff hitter, I have to try to trust, if I'm the manager of the team, that he will break out of this. But if I did make an adjustment, I wouldn't put Carter at 1. I would just flip-flop. I would put Leote at 1, and I would put Semien at 9.
Do you want to continue with that, Kevin, that thread?
A little bit, and I know maybe we should just move on because there's a lot of other things to get to. But I hear you. I understand, and I don't mean to disrespect Marcus Semien. It is somewhat odd to me that the rest of your lineup outside of 1 and 2 has been tinkered with. You know, Evan Carter. Who the hell is Evan Carter? He's played 5 games, and we're like, you know what? He's rolling right now. Third hitter. You know, it feels like some more extreme decisions. And I realize you can't just switch things out every single day. You got 5 games to figure out, is this the first time we've ever done this in the history of the franchise? I look at this from the perspective of, I think it should be up for consideration. But you're right. Bochy's won 3 World Series. He's a Hall of Famer. It feels wrong to question his judgment, but this is the number one thing that continues to stick out to me.
And it also sometimes, like that kind of thing that's been that consistent all year, does it kind of scream panic? And Bochy's never been the one to scream panic. It just seems like he's always so steady. So that's what I'm hoping it is. The one thing there are 2 things, Kevin. One, and this goes along with the Semien thing, is the Rangers have been out hit 24-12. So like they're hitting the ball like crazy. Now 16 of those were in game 2. Like that's a big factor, but 4 were in there. The Rangers scored 3 runs in the first 3 innings and then were blanked for a period of time until they hit some home runs. They got to put the ball in play. They got to get runners on. They got to get these opportunities. You felt like in against the Astros, there were moments where they were like, we're great whenever we have 2 outs and runners in scoring position or just runners on base, we can do something. So getting the ball back in play is something that Arizona's doing very well. They look scrappy. They can get guys on, and then they can move them around, and they're willing to run. And I know our guys can run. It's just they got to be on base to make this happen. So I know Merrill Kelly was great in game 2, and that's fine. You're pretty good against him. Corey Seager's pretty good against Gallen, so maybe that's a good option. I don't know how their bullpen's game's going to go, but they got to put the ball in play. The other thing is, and it's going to change, the Banana Kids aren't going to be behind home plate this week for the next 3 games at least. And so that's a big factor. I know, Kevin, the Banana Kid popped up out of nowhere for you in one game, although he had been there the whole game.
I swear I didn't notice that Banana Kid, not in these last couple of games, but this was back in the ALCS till like the 9th inning. Is one thing I would like to see us change is, hey, how about we stop pissing off Tommy Pham? Because you saw the deal with him and Mike Maddox, right?
No.
What?
No, I have no clue what you're talking about here.
Okay, so
Tommy didn't slap nobody, did he?
No.
No, that was the karate chop, right? That he did.
I saw him interviewed after hitting the home run off Nate Lowe. I mean, Nathan Eovaldi.
I was like, yeah, that's your issue.
Wow.
John probably shouldn't have Nate Lowe throwing. Yeah,
John Peterson, he was mad at him and karate chopped him because of fantasy football.
Pham is the one who got picked off in game 2, right?
Yeah.
So Mike Maddox said, "Attaboy, you dumb F," or at least that's what all of the lip readers have determined. And I watched this video several times. It sure does look like that's what he mouthed once that happened. And Tommy Pham tweeted out pencil writing down on the paper. So he made note of that. And he's already been really good in the postseason. And so he was the 18th player ever to go 4 for 4 in the World Series, and we seem to have fired him up with bulletin board material. I would like us to stop doing that.
Well, let's be honest here. How was Mike Maddox supposed to know he would be on the camera when you picked a guy off? It was a positive play for you, and he stupidly jumped. He did stupidly do something. So how would Mike Maddox know that they were going to pick up? He said that or possibly said that.
You're definitely right. I wonder if you'd have just been like, "Attaboy," you've
been around me.
Dude, that's Mike Maddox too. Mike Maddox, they call Mad Dog for a reason, dude. You know Mad Dog.
But like even let's effing go. I think it's, well, for whatever reason, Tommy Pham, has now made it his mission to, well, you should probably be fired up in the World Series anyway. So
Yeah, he wasn't going to be good.
Maybe let's stop firing him up, because I can show you the video right here if you want, Corey.
No, I'm looking up. I just wanted to see if there's a history between the two of them where they hate each other, because it doesn't seem like Mike Maddox is just going to say that for no reason. And I know, again, Mike, he didn't expect to be on camera in this situation. I just wonder if, because I know, did he play? He was playing.
It sounded like him and Evaldi were good buddies. He's like, yeah, I kind of feel bad for hitting a home run off of him. He's awesome, but sorry about
was he playing for the Cardinals whenever Mike? I don't know. I'll have to look it up, Kevin. I'm looking something up here.
While you're looking that up, the other part of it is, let's see something from the back half of the lineup, because that has been one of the Rangers' major advantages for many chunks of this season. I know this season has been very different from month to month, but the back half of this lineup has been outstanding. I realize, especially with Merrill Kelly, this offense has been shut down in general, but the back half of this lineup is where they have the potential to really hold an advantage. I need more from them.
Are you talking about Josh Young?
Yes. Josh Young
Leote did get the walk, right?
That's
Leote
true.
drew the walk against Seawald to give Simeon and Seager the opportunity to tie the game up.
Because Josh Young, and I know we had talked about potentially moving him up in the lineup, but he felt like one of the more dangerous number 8 hitters you'll ever run across.
Yeah.
And he has had some struggle.
He did have 2 home runs against Fott
Which
on
was
May
amazing.
3rd. So I'm hoping that he sees the ball well tonight. He saw the ball well earlier in the year. Obviously, Hicks came on and talked about, look, this is a totally different pitcher than his debut on May 3rd. But those are good signs when you've seen a guy and you've hit 2 home runs out of the 3 at-bats.
1,000,000%.
Against him. I'm with you on that. This is when the Diamondbacks could look at this and go, hey, they stole one from us. We should be up 2-0 coming back home. So we give Seager all the credit in the world, but we had everything set up for Seawald to shut them down. And unfortunately, on their side of it, they can look at it. To your point, you've given the stats. We've dominated them for 17 innings. It was just the 9th, the 10th, and 11th that they beat us.
Yeah.
But for 8 innings of game 1 and for 9 innings of game 2, we have beaten these guys up pretty good. But that being said, tonight's a brand new night. We've seen the Diamondbacks get beat the crap out of in games 1 and 2 against Philadelphia, and it looked like it was going to be a sweep or a 5-game series, and they won that one. We saw the Rangers play pretty crappy baseball in games 3 and 4 against the Astros. They end up have the heartbreaker in game 5, and then they dominated game 6 and game 7. So I don't know what to expect tonight, especially with Max Scherzer on the mound, but I really am hopeful and I'm optimistic that the Rangers are going to win tonight. This does feel like a swing game. Sean asked before we started our show in Crosstalk, have you changed your prediction? And I said no.
Yeah.
I will change it if the Diamondbacks win tonight.
Okay.
That's how much I have on this game. I feel like if the Diamondbacks win, I will then go, man, I think the Diamondbacks are going to win this series. If the Rangers win this one, I still feel strong about winning game 5 and 6 are the ones that I think they would win to win the series.
And from the 469, Corey, you've really stirred something up here. I just noticed the Banana Kids in the 4th inning of the last game.
Listen, I wasn't that upset. I'm not that upset about it, but everybody that was at my house during the game, I had a bunch of people over to watch the game, and everybody was like, oh my gosh, that's got to go. It's just, it's an atrocity to baseball. I was like, oh my gosh.
Goodness.
Everybody was really mad about it, and I was like, I mean, let the kids play. But at the same time, I was like, can't we do something a little more? They were just back there trying to distract the other pitchers.
Right.
Not our pitchers, but it didn't seem to work for Merrill Kelly. He was
Do the
he was
truffle
locked
shuffle
in.
or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
How many people know what that is? I mean, I definitely
Mike,
know
show everybody on the fan cam.
No, you're not going to get me to do it. I do not have a 6-pack.
I guess Pham and Maddox were on the same Cardinals. They were on the Cardinals together as Maddox was the pitching coach there.
Gross.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support networking.
And Kansas City needs some help. They ain't going to win the Super Bowl this year unless they get a couple of receivers. They figured out even more how to stop them now.
I put it on the table today.
Was this 5 games under 20 points?
Mike, come on. This is a family show.
I said,
Mark that.
Haven't seen that since the first beach house trip to Oxnard.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Same size.
Okay. That's not true,
impressive.
Soda.
Nothing
You grow a little bit. Trust me, I know.
I said if Tua T's healthy come playoff time, they're going to win it all.
I like that.
Now, that's in it. All it takes is one hit and his head hits the back of the ground, and that changes everything. But
he did all that jujitsu, man.
I
He
think
doesn't play anymore.
It's a good
I
point.
think
He's
that-
rolling.
I
He's
know
a
that
holy
they've
roller.
lost. They haven't been perfect this year, but for some reason, I feel like Miami has everything you need to win it all if they're healthy, especially the quarterback come playoff.
They do need to prove they can beat a good team. The 2 good teams they've played, they've gotten
I hear you.
beaten pretty well. But I thought they had a chance against Philadelphia. I was disappointed in that game. They hung in for a while.
Cincinnati's figuring out things right now.
Yes, they are. Well, it feels like their rise up has run parallel to the 49ers drop down. So it was really interesting that they played kind of at their cross section right there.
Yeah.
Now, Corey, tomorrow's NFL trade deadline. Do you have trade news for us?
Broadus probably already knew this. Your old boy John Schneider just made a move for Leonard Williams. He goes and gets him from the Giants.
He did. He gave a 2 and a 5.
Yep, 2024 second-round pick and a 2025 fifth-round pick. And Mike was asking if we could trade like 40 years down the road earlier. And
Can we trade our two? All right, fine. You want a second round pick? Here's 2040 second round pick. You want it?
I think we could probably do that.
I know there's rules in the NBA on how
far you can go,
but I don't know.
They need to get rid of that.
I've never heard that in the NFL. Maybe you can be like, fine, you want a second round pick? Here's one 20 years from now.
I don't think I think we've only gone 1 year in advance on some. I've never seen anything more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just for Derrick Henry. All right, fine. You want a second round pick? Here's 2040. You got it.
By the way, the Titans, looked great in those old Houston Oiler uniforms.
That made me mad.
Gosh, they looked great.
I guess they own the Oilers' rights. I feel like Houston should be upset about that. That's a Houston team, not a Tennessee team.
Well, and credit to U of H. The Cougars did that, and now the NFL's ticked at them.
Yeah.
Did you think their jerseys look better or Will Levis look better?
I'm a Will Levis fan. I've been. And I know I'm going to get an apology from somebody on my show today about my thoughts about Will Levis. But, I'm a fan of the uniform. I'm not a fan of the team, but I'm a fan of that look.
It's a great look.
It's a very good look.
There's not even that much oil in Tennessee. It only accounts for 1% of the U.S. refining capacity.
They have all the grizzly bears, though. Watch out for those Grizzlies.
Yeah.
If they wanted it back, they should have made the Texans the Oilers. That's the way I look at it.
True.
All right.
I just want the Baltimore Ravens now to wear Cleveland Browns.
It does.
Play the Cleveland
And
Browns.
then it would be the Tennessee Texans. That would be
That makes sense, the Browns versus the Browns.
Yeah, the Tennessee Texans.
TT.
Hey, about that.
Who makes, Broadus, you might know this, who makes the decision on what jerseys are worn for the Cowboys? Because could they go into like, hey, we never wear navy at home.
They have to submit that to the league before the season.
So so they can't roll with like Navy's working.
Yeah.
We're going Navy the
there
rest
was a
of the
time
way.
that when the 49ers with Steve Young won the Super Bowl, everybody was wearing their the 75th anniversary throwbacks.
Yeah.
And the 49ers went on a hell of a run. It was their shadow numbers.
They looked good.
And they said, you know what, we're wearing these the rest of the year. So you have to petition the league to do that. But they put in before the season starts that these are the uniform combinations we're going to have for these particular games.
I wish the Cowboys would bring those back. I loved those Cowboys 75th anniversary jerseys.
Yes. Is it the white with the blue
with
shoulder?
the star on the shoulder?
I find those unlucky because we lost to the 49ers in them.
That is true. Now, aside from ending Ketel Marte's hitting streak, what do you want to see tonight for the Rangers? I mean, I get it, win. But, what do you need to see for that to happen?
Marcus Semien. Just anything offensively. Defensively, still a stud, and I appreciate you, sir. Let's get it together in the box.
I'd like to see the Rangers go ahead and just take a page out of the D-backs book, and let's go ahead and play some small ball. You got some guys that can run, and let's go ahead and do that and challenge them a little bit. And then Scherzer needs to control the running game on the other side. I came in and was asking you about that, Mike, and I do think you'll see Scherzer go 80 to 90 pitches tonight and pitch his ass off for the Rangers.
The scouting report, though, from the Diamondbacks, what they're saying is, because I was asking some guys there that I know, I said, what is it like, what do you expect battling Scherzer today? And their comments were, it depends on how his command is.
Yeah.
His stuff doesn't look the same, but the competitiveness is. And his experience will allow him to slow the game down. And so our goal will be to keep the intensity and the pace in this game.
Okay, and I really want to ask you this, Broadus, because I had a chance to ask Mike earlier. Do you believe in, I know y'all talk about the desperate team theory and everything like that. Do you believe in the old grizzled veteran who finds that one time and dials it back up to how it used to be?
I would hope so. I really would. I mean, the Diamondbacks, you talk to their folks, they believe this thing's going 7. They're I think both. I think if you talk to the Ranger people, Mike, they would tell you they think this thing is going full term. So yeah, it's the thing that was funny to me. You talk about the old grizzled veteran thing was Longoria the other day. You know, the pitch comp thing went out on the mound for the pitcher. What did he do? He took his out of his hat and gave it to the pitcher. Like I don't need this. I played 17 years without one of these things. I don't need. I could read what's going on out here. You know, so that was kind of
what's interesting, since you're tight with the Diamondbacks, is they stole 166 bases in the regular season, which was second to, I believe, the Reds were first. So they did have quite a few stolen bases, but that's just one per game. They have 21 in 14 games here, which would more be like 230, 250 stolen bases in a regular season. I give them a lot of credit for like changing the game and changing the way that they're playing, especially playoff time. Yes, Corbin Carroll had 54. Everybody knows he can steal. But they've decided we're going balls to the wall here.
Yeah, their catcher can even steal too.
Yeah, he had 6 in the regular season. It's just interesting that they're like, we're going to play this game the way Torey Lovello used to play it as a player. We're going to do something in a way, play wishbone offense in football where nobody knows what the hell's going on. Everybody might bunt. Everybody might steal. And it is putting so much pressure on the Dodgers, the Phillies, now the Rangers. It is very confusing to all these teams because nobody plays baseball this way. We're going to hit the ball the other way. We're going to put the ball on the ground. We're going to bunt and run. We're going to hit and run. We're going to just straight steal. And it is confusing the living crap and putting a lot of pressure on all of these teams and all these pitchers.
Pitchers can't hold anybody on anymore, Mike.
Well, because they don't practice it anymore.
Yeah, you got to keep those skills sharp.
I blame you, Mike Maddox. What are you doing over there?
How am I supposed to throw 100 miles an hour if I don't lift my leg completely?
Yeah.
You can't. And so it was taught for now over a decade, we don't care about the running game. Teams aren't running anyways. We need you to throw 100. Yeah. And so
little game theory happening here.
It is amazing what the Diamondbacks have done because they flipped the game on everybody, and it's confusing the crap out of all these teams.
I texted Jared during the game the other day. I said, how many sack bunts do they have already? He goes, that was number 3.
Yeah, they've got 3.
That was number 3 right there. Yeah.
You got to get the first guy out tonight. Scherzer can't be walking dudes. You got to draw some walks, you know, and we need some good umpiring behind home plate.
I would be inclined to agree
game
with
2
that.
was a
That
bit
was
of a bleep
miserable.
show. And I like Martin Perez kind of speaking out about that because he was right. He should have been out of that inning.
Agreed.
And you're thinking about Roy Kent from Ted Lasso as far as the KG veteran who can ramp it up for one last game.
Ooh, I like that comparison.
He's there. He's every bleeping where. Roy Kent. Roy Kent.
Oh, it's going to be a fun show.
His knee or something.
And he puts it back into place and plays.
Yeah.
He was just terrible.
Focus on the positives,
he
Mike.
played well, but he was terrible after that.
What do you guys got coming up on the program? Hopefully more
Trent
singing.
Cram motivated him to play better.
That's right. Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. I texted John Blake about CY. It's a game day in the World Series, so I'm standing by for word on that. But I would bet no.
Can you guarantee me more singing today then?
Yes, and I guarantee you some singing on Friday as well. Speaking of soccer, I'll be doing I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles as my bet payoff.
Oh, roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Bubbles in the air.
Don't give it away
I
all
might have
the way right now.
I might see me doing a national anthem at the ballpark.
Like my dreams, they fade and die. Fortune's always hiding. I've looked everywhere. I'm forever blowing bubbles. Pretty bubbles in the air.
United!
United!
There you go. That's a bet payoff.
There you go. On your home of the Rangers.
That seemed pretty easy.
The Fan. Roll home with G-Bag. KNC will be back tomorrow 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on the Fan.
Tell me when will you be
Good night.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools.
WSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3. The welcome in on a victorious Cowboys Monday and a World Series Monday. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. He has Krusty's Corner coming up today, maybe at 2:40, although I think we're going to be into a Mike McCarthy press conference, so got a backup plan for the 4:40, and you're going to want to stick around for that because Broaddus is the first and the only guy to get the All-22 from the media perspective on a Monday for you.
I have that broken down for you guys.
Nice.
Ready to go.
Looking forward to that. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Here at 75 and Fitzhugh. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of the G-Bag Nation, you can go get a flag right now. Whataburger in Frisco, 8,000 FM 423. And it's going to be the case all the way till 3 o'clock. There's a fan appearance going on out there to 8,000 FM 423 in Frisco. Whataburger.
Go get you one.
Yeah. And maybe
come see us on the road. We'll sign it for you somewhere.
Yeah, we'd love to see you. Yeah, bring them on by. If that's what you want, that's what you get. Complete devastation of the LA Rams is where we're going to start. We just talked Rangers in Crosstalk quite a bit with KMC Masterpiece, and we're going to talk about that here with you in 5-6 minutes. But 43-20, I mean, a great Cowboys win. I just want to start giving props out. I think Dak Prescott had one of his best games ever. 25 of 31, 4 touchdowns, lots of big-time throws. His QBR was 89. The passer rating was 133. He took a big first down with his legs. What was that? Was that 3rd and 15? He was like, I got it, boys.
That was they had a 3rd and 9.
3rd and 9?
Yeah, he got a 10 on one. But, yeah, there was several times. Did a really nice job of when we talked about leading up to this game, when the Rams were going to twist. He ran to where the twist, like Aaron Donald was coming, looping one way. He ran to where Aaron Donald was leaving. So he had a good feel where he needed to be in the pocket and to have that escape route.
CeeDee Lamb with maybe his best game, 12 for 158, 2 touchdowns. Even had a carry for 12 yards. It was awesome. And I love, now that they're able to get the ball in their best player's hand consistently. That's 2 weeks in a row. It's going to be interesting to see what defenses try to do to him. Ferguson with the stab in the end zone was awesome. 4 catches, 47. Deron Bland with another pick 6. And he led the team in tackles, by the way.
He did.
What an absolute awesome player. Big return from Turpin on the safety as well. And, I believe what we have is, a team that has rebounded well and has come out of the bye week well. And with the 49ers losing and the Eagles in trouble against Washington, with this big game coming up against Philadelphia, it's, I feel stronger now about them than I have at any point since the San Francisco game. And I think we'll see how it plays out, but I think Dak with his legs is important. And he only got 19 yards yesterday, but everybody's talking about it. He even had a nice moment with the fan before the game where he's like, I know, I got to use my legs, right? So everybody is talking about it. I think Dak knows it. But, hey, we'll see. We've had these games. He did this against Tampa last year. What's happened since then? I think he has one of these games like once in every 4 or 5 games. And damn it, you're going to go up against 3 good teams in the playoffs. So I hate to be Debbie Downer on a Cowboys Monday. Give everybody props. Go prove it, Dak. Go do like 3 out of 4 instead of 1 out of 4 like this.
He wants them to pour some honey on him, huh? He's ready to poke the bear.
Here comes the honey. Ready. I'm the bear.
He's not scared about the Eagles, and he's had a lot of success against the Eagles over the course of his career.
The bear has whooped your ass. Not the Eagles. The Eagles have not whooped your ass. The bear has, though.
Yes.
The bear arrives in big games.
And I get it, right? They've beaten up on bad teams, and you could say the Rams are one as well. But they did what they needed to do. I think, not only Dak's play, but what has me optimistic now is you've seen 2 weeks in a row, the Chargers game prior to the bye, and now afterwards, McCarthy's offense and his play calling is starting to evolve a little bit. And I saw Joe Noning tweet, they had 18 plays where they had motion at the snap. They were averaging 5.5 a game previously. You're starting to see McCarthy, who I think had his best game when it came to play calling yesterday, and it certainly benefited by the quarterback performance as well. And finally, after CeeDee Lamb, who was notably frustrated against San Francisco, and rightly so, I don't think it's coincidental that the last 2 games they've been force-feeding him targets, and you can see the impact that it has for the success of your offense.
Yeah, man, they came in with a good plan offensively. It was exciting to see it. Maybe they did evaluate some things at the bye and say, hey, we've got to implement some of this stuff. Some of the stuff that they clearly had because we saw a lot of it in Oxnard. We're like, man, they are using a lot of motion at the snap and bunch formations. And CeeDee Lamb dominated Oxnard the same way he's dominated these last 2 weeks, making him a focal point. So I think there's a lot to like about the game plan, plus the play action stuff. They really leaned into the play action stuff yesterday. And then you couple all of those things with Dak being more willing to use his legs, whether it to be take off and steal a first down or just to buy time and find a dude down the field.
Yep.
I mean, that's how you play some football. And not only were they using it, but I loved that it was the same thing that we talked about earlier in the season where Shanahan called Mike McDaniel a wizard, or it shouldn't be fair with some of the way they were using their motions. The Cowboys were using those yesterday.
Yes, they
where
did.
It's the guy on the same side who's like lined up as like an H-back, and then he motions out at the snap to the exact same direction. And McDaniel and the Dolphins introduced it. A lot of teams stole it earlier. Better late than never. Mike McCarthy, you did it and you implemented it, and it worked time and time again. Oh, there's motion. Oh, there's a chunk play. Oh, there's motion. Oh, there's a chunk play. It's amazing how that works.
And what about listening to your players? I mean, I saw our buddy Joseph Hoyt, who used to be with the Morning News, now covers the Cowboys with another affiliate. Brandon Cooks goes over to Mike McCarthy, says, hey, I can win on a stutter and go. McCarthy calls it. Boom, they execute it perfectly, and we finally saw Brandon Cooks hit the deep touchdown. And Brandon Cooks, 3 catches, but all very important. 3rd down conversion, 4th down conversion, and then the long 25-yard touchdown.
Yeah, they were committed to throwing the football early after the first start of the way that game started, and the fact that it looked like they could protect anything that Dak was going to do that day. You know, you maybe you worried about them going in a shell a little bit, but no, they kept throwing the football. They obviously felt like there were things that they could do against this Rams secondary. They felt like that they probably could. That was going to be their way. Their plan of attack was not going to run the football. We're going to find a way to make throws here and make some chunk plays. I think Dak Prescott did a great job of keeping his eyes down the field yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was something that really, usually with Dak, you feel like it's kind of, especially the first several games they played, everything's kind of been a little bit underneath.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like there was a willingness. His eye level was a little bit further down the field on this.
He was dialed. He was dialed, and I think, coming out of the bye, it's clear that they took their failures of the first 6 games very seriously and tried to come up with a different plan.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how it works going forward. But I think this is where Mike McCarthy thrives. He's not, we're going to stick doing what we do. He is guys, we got to get a better game plan going. Like Jason Garrett would be like, well, we have our offense. We just need to execute better for 18 weeks.
Right.
McCarthy jumped in there, and you can tell by the way people are talking, they knew they had to try some different things. It is the Rams again, so we shall see. Multiple sources said Tyron Smith wanted to play, but the doctors held him out. And it's awesome that you got him some extra rest and still won the game.
I was nervous. What was that, the first play of the game?
Yes.
Where you take a sack?
Oh my God.
No, it was not good.
The first series was looking a little rough until you got
saying.
bailed out with the illegal contact.
Yes,
and then from there on, and then CeeDee Lamb hits the big play, and then it was off and running.
Yeah, that was those first several plays that you were dealing with throwing the ball, man. That would have scared me out of anything about throwing it. I'm like, okay, let's run it and kind of figure some things out. They did catch a huge break, though. Aiden Hill, his crew yesterday, they gave you some calls.
Absolutely,
they gave you some calls.
Love a little home cooking.
There was several plays where you go back when you have the opportunity to watch the All-22, which a lot of people do. You'll see there were several plays where they were like, oh, that could have been a holding there. And the
holding that they did call against the Rams on the opening drive was very suspect.
It was very suspect.
It was a redirect, Greg Olsen said, and I agree.
Actually,
J-Lu got away with one.
Yeah.
Veteran play there from Jordan Lewis.
Well, I'll tell you what, on the safety punt return that they had, they could have called 3 holding plays right at where the ball was going. They could have called 3.
Wow.
But say, hey, the officials let them play. All good.
Took advantage of it.
Take
Giants are trading defensive lineman Leonard Williams to the Seahawks, who suddenly find themselves leading that division as San Francisco has lost 3 in a row, so they get a little bit better. And Pete Carroll knows how to use a guy like that. Game 2 was tough. Merrill Kelly dominated Saturday night, had significant help from the umpires himself. But you can't complain too much about that. I guess the Rangers were on the receiving end of some very good calls in Game 6 and Game 7 against Houston. But it's tough to watch those go against you, especially because Kelly was so dang good.
He was great.
Like, I don't think even if all those calls had gone for you, you were still going to make solid contact off of him.
Never. It never was.
He was just dialed.
Yeah, the best swing they had really was the Garver home run. Other than that, he was
he pretty much had you in check.
So, you move forward now and you hope that the Diamondbacks don't have another pitching performance like that. You hope you get vintage Max Scherzer tonight. They keep saying like he's old, his stuff isn't the same. But I think when he came back, when he came to the Rangers, what you saw was closer to vintage Max than his season-long stats would say. It's clear in New York, maybe they were way out of it. He got competitive when he got traded to the Rangers, and there's a very short sample size of what he was doing before the injury. But I don't think you have to look at Max Scherzer as go out there and be a cagey veteran and try to get guys out with your experience and your competes. I think he can still throw the ball incredibly well. I think in his second performance, there were some pitches that were like, bam.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't such a tight situation, they probably leave him in there, and he could have had a great game already.
And the umpire had an extremely tight strike zone as well. I mean, there were a couple of pitches. I thought he painted the corner. Depending on who the umpire is, he's probably getting many more strikeouts and swing and miss opportunities there. So for me, I thought the command looked good. I thought his stuff looked really good. Bochy said the same thing. I'm expecting a good Max Scherzer performance. And for Fott, the rookie, who, yes, he debuted back against the Rangers, and the Rangers hit him around pretty well. He's a much different pitcher now. But you've got a rookie making your first ever start in the World Series, and then a veteran been there, done that. You would think advantage Rangers tonight, hopefully. And Jared Sandler just tweeting this out. Roof will be open in Arizona tonight.
Cool.
Look at that.
Nice weather. I'm sure it'll be closed out there at the Globe.
Yeah.
Got a little watch party going on. $10 entry, free parking.
That's going to be a rocking environment, man. If you have a chance to go out there, that's probably a fun place to go watch the game tonight.
I've done that before. I don't know how many fans they're going to get in there, but I mean, just the opportunity to be in your home spot, be around a bunch of people that absolutely, love the Rangers. I think it's going to be awesome, especially if you were there on Friday night. I had an incredible opportunity to take in the game with my parents. And as you two boys are well aware, when the game started, we were down there very close to the field, and it was going well.
It was amazing.
And then a bunch of late arrivers started buying up every single damn ticket.
Yeah.
So, I think we parted ways around the third inning.
Yeah.
I wanted to let you guys do your own thing because it was much easier to find 2 seats than 3. So I was basically just cruising around and stopping and watching the game on TV.
Sure.
I didn't want to do the standing room only thing. But about middle of 7, top of 7, something like that, my mom texts me and says, hey, the people to our left got depressed because they were losing and left.
Ooh.
So I go up there, and they're in, 137, row 8, and pretty good seats out there in right field, and so I'm sitting there with my dad as the game is about to wrap up. It's looking like that, and we're starting to get nervous. But in the 8th inning, they moved some runners. They got some runners on base, so you got to be sure Seager was coming up. And I got to tell you guys, it was probably, I remember when Mark McGwire broke the record, there was a baseball history component there. My dad's a huge baseball guy. He played college baseball, nothing big or anything like that. But that was like our first sport together. He coached me growing up. And when Corey Seager hit that home run, I think it might have been the greatest sports fan moment of my life. Because there's my dad who came to town to make World Series, memory happen.
Mm-hmm.
My mom had, called me over, and it would have been cool if it would have happened. But I always, when I would watch the Yankees and Red Sox especially, I would watch those stands go absolutely nuts, and I always wanted to participate in something like that. And that's exactly what it was. It's exactly what it was when that ball went out. And it was such a no doubt about it. The ball's like halfway out and everybody's already going crazy.
It's a laser.
I want to apologize to the guy who was sitting in front of me. I hit his glove off. He reached up for a high five, and I hit it so hard I knocked it off. And then for about me and my mom and my dad obviously goes to the 11th inning, and Adolis Garcia hits the home run. But all the way home, we're like, I can't believe that happened. Mm-hmm. And we get home, and I call into Bassick and Sandler, and then I come out to the living room. We're all just hanging out, and it's 2.5 hours later, and we're like, I just can't believe it, And then I could barely sleep because of just the energy in your body. And I woke up the next day like, holy cow, that might have been the greatest sports moment of my life because I got to share it with my parents.
No question about it, dude.
Yeah.
No question about it. I've never experienced anything like that. It was a special moment, special night, and then it got even more special after the Seager dong. It was just let's make history. Let's do it in extras, and for it to be Bombi, just the electricity there, like everything when he hit that one and everybody's going nuts. You're like, I can't believe this is happening right now.
The call was fantastic with Hicks just sprinkling in there. Adolis Garcia is made for these moments because he certainly is.
The follow-well call of the Mavs game was insane on the Luka jump hook 3. Yeah. Because he said, I can't believe what I just saw, which is Joe Buck, 1988 World Series Game 1 off the bat of Kirk Gibson.
Oh,
Follow-well actually had the best home run call of the night, even though it was on a Luka jump hook 3.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. Mavs back in action tonight. They're in Memphis. The Stars are back in action tonight at home, sitting on 4-1-1. You can get a flag right now, Whataburger at 8,000 FM 423 in Frisco, all the way until 3 o'clock right now. Whataburger in Frisco if you want to pick up a 2023 Pure Gold as always flag. We're going to do the G-Bag of the day on the other side because the Mike McCarthy press conference is coming up, and then you got to hear the story. Stay tuned. Wolchuk, Broadus. We'll be taking texts as well as far as your experience of how the weekend out there at the Globe went. But wait till you hear what these guys went through. It's coming up all next year, all the way until 6:30. We're taking you up to Game 3 right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053.
Barbasol.
Yeah, this segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Glass Doctor, y'all.
Hi, this is Larry Patterson, owner of Glass Doctor. Your fogged insulated glass window frames don't have to be replaced. The specialists at Glass Doctor can install new insulated glass in existing frames for less than you might think. Visit glassdoctor.com today.
All right, welcome back, Nation. We're going to get you the G-Bag of the day right here, and then Mike McCarthy press conference somewhere around 2:30. You know, when he starts talking, we'll take it to the Mike McCarthy press conference, and then coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll be talking Rangers with you. Sean McFarland, sports reporter in Arizona. He's with the Morning News. He's going to join you coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. And here's Lucius with the G-Bag of the Day.
3 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. Adolis swings, and it's a high drive to right field. Going back is Carroll. He's at the wall. He leaps. That ball is history. Adolis Garcia has walked off the Diamondbacks in the 11th. My goodness, he's done it again. The Rangers are awaiting Adolis at home plate. He throws off the helmet, leaps into the pile, and the Rangers have won it 6-5.
What a hell of a game for the boy, huh? What a hell of a game. Man. He was out there in the outfield looking like Willie Mays, then hit the walk-off. After we had walk-off conversations on the G-Bag Nation that day, that is crazy.
It was, dude.
El Bombay, I see you, bro.
From my view, it did not look like he was going to make that catch. It was unbelievable.
Willie Mays in the outfield, man. It looks amazing, bro. All right, our winner and champ is Tyson Fury's pops. He was talking hella crazy to everybody on this planet, including Mike Tyson, before the fight Saturday. Did anybody see the fight? Anybody here?
I went back and watched it.
Who do you think won?
I think Francis Ngannou won.
Yeah, all right, me too. I think so too. And at least it could have been a draw.
Yep.
At least it could have been a draw. They should have called a draw.
He's a good prize fighter. He could go be the heavyweight champ, right?
Well, and he's got mad power. He could. Maybe he could. I mean, I think Tyson.
Fury's
Tyson should be fighting John Fury. I think that should be the next fight.
Yeah, 100%. Here's Tyson Fury's pops.
The Mike Tyson then made me son after me son Tyson. But you know what? Give me a special mention. The man who bred him. John Fury. Fears no man. Fears no man on earth. No matter what they've done, no matter what the accolades, John Fury only fears one person. And he's not even of this world. That's God Almighty. Here I am! Any man alive wants to fight John Fury? I'm here ready to go. Mike Tyson, what have you got to say to that, my brother?
Hey, brother, I'm just looking forward for this fight to start. And when this came to me, I said, there's no way this is going to happen. And then I watched him spar. And listen, Spence was there too. He hit this guy. I don't know what sparring, but some white guy. He hit him, but not only did he hit him,
the white guy.
His leg when he went down. And I said, man, there's a possibility something good could happen here.
Let me tell you, my brother, the world is going to see what's going to happen to your man. Your man will get his head boxed off and stopped at will, my pal. Don't you worry about that. And if I'm wrong, me and you will fight straight after.
There we go.
Yeah, man.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah, man, the great man.
Yeah. Let's make that happen. He already said it. He put it out there.
He did put it out there.
He put it out there. Oh.
He's going the way of Mad Dog Russo right now.
There's still a World Series vibe in my city. Hey, there's a World Series in my city. Yeah. G-Bag of the day right here. Let's go to the number 2 right here. Let's go to MLB on Fox. Big Papi Friday night really happy about Corey Seager's game-tying home run.
I still don't get it. I still don't get it.
What did you get, Bob?
You pitch tough to Tavares, and then you give a cookie to the Cookie Monster. Come on, man.
Where was that pitch? The cookie?
Right in the pipe. And then let's talk about Corey Seager. Corey Seager is the guy. Watch this. This guy's no joke. This guy don't go to the plate to mess around. You give him something right there that's gonna land in the Dominican. That guy, you're talking about one of the most serious, dangerous hitters during the playoff throughout the years.
Yeah.
That's not the right place to go against him. I was surprised when I saw that pitch. I was like, this is insane right here.
Look,
what is going on?
Yeah.
The thing.
Am I watching the wrong game?
Am I?
Come on, man.
Poppies, how we used to pitch to you. You recognize that?
They mess around first and then they go.
And then big
when you got no place to go, but come on, man.
Give a cookie to the Cookie Monster.
Right. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Come on, Big Poppy, baby.
He's excellent, man. He's entertaining.
I love that dude.
Cookie
I
Monster.
love A-Rod accidentally, well, maybe not, awkwardly throwing his pitching staff under the bus in the middle of that Poppy take. You hear that?
We did you the same way, Playboy.
Yeah, that's how we pitch to you all the
That's
time.
how we did you all the time. Poppy take you a yard, and he know it. Let's go to the West Virginia UCF game. There was an interception right here. What did this man say?
Plumlee to throw. Hasn't had an incompletion today. And there's his first. It's a pickoff. How about that? Ball is picked up by Beanie Bishop. What a funky interception that was.
Okay.
Funky?
Funky butt loving.
I saw that go viral, and I listened a couple times, and I was like, damn, I think he did say it.
Yeah, for a second, I was like, whoa, fam. He had something on this game.
Holy moly.
What a funky interception that was.
Yeah, I hear you.
But as soon as you know it's funky, then you can hear the funky.
I hear you, fam. Let me see. Let me check down there real quick. Wow, they are. They're just talking. Nice. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. On a Monday, World Series in my city. Yeah!
Go Rangers!
Go Rangers!
Let's see here. How about the Spanish call of El Bombay's walk-off?
En dirección hacia el territorio del jardín derecho. El Bombi. A lo profundo.
Yeah.
Díganle que no es pelota.
Wow. That's
Badass
awesome.
call, man.
That is awesome.
They're having so much more fun around the world.
They are having fun around the world.
I'm surprised he didn't start playing some music.
Yeah.
Get out your trumpet.
All right, let me see. Now they're still talking down there.
Keep talking, boys.
Keep talking. Let me see. You want to hear a little bit? Yeah, they're just talking. See, it sounds like a lunchroom cafeteria.
It is a lunchroom cafeteria.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like. All right, let's see. Hope you. Yesterday was a church day. I hope you got your blessing, even if you paid attention to the NFL. I hope you at least logged on to YouTube or something like that and got your blessing that way. I did. I have my Reverend Ike. Reverend Ike was a reverend in the 70s. He's no longer with us. He's with God now. Yes, he is. Lord did his work.
But he lives on in infamy.
He lives on, and I listen to him all the time because I respect the pimping. I respect the pimping. But this right here, someone crop dusted.
Oh, no.
In the house of God.
Oh, no.
Thank you for the spirit of prayer. I smell it too. Amen. I know you smell it. Ooh, that thing's strong. Ooh, somebody let one go in here. Ooh, somebody got a major breakthrough. I mean, that thing's strong. I say everybody fan. I said, I smell it too. I'm preaching, but that thing is strong. Whoever that is, something up in there bad. Bad. I mean, because it didn't just stay in a certain place. That thing moved over the face of the waters. That thing lingered. I was trying to preach through it. But that thing would not release.
Remember the Father.
My God. Amen. Amen. That thing was strong. I'm telling you.
It must have stopped.
Amen. Sweet Holy Spirit.
That must have stopped,
Amen. Don't be acting like that. Don't act like y'all ain't never let one go before.
Don't act like that.
Hey, man, Phoebe Thompson, you should have left. Sometimes it hit you too quick. Sometimes you be about to leave.
Hey, I don't want to say happy Halloween, so I just say boo. There you go. It's supposed to be creepy and scary and everything, Halloween, not happy. What are we talking about here? Happy Halloween was this past Saturday when you got to dress up as you wanted to dress up. I've seen a lot of good.
Yeah.
I seen one. What was what's the guy that hit the bird and knocked him out, the baseball player?
Randy Johnson.
I seen that one. That was fire.
Good one.
Somebody put their heads together. I like that one.
All righty. Is it our champ, Tyson Fury? Tyson Fury's dad, John Fury. Is it Big Papi really happy about the Seager home run? The funky interception. You got the Bombi home run call in Espanol, or Reverend Ike there on your
Come
church
on,
day.
man.
I'm going to go with Bombi home run there in the Spanish, Chief.
I'm going to go Rev.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Someone crop dusted in the house of God.
I would have been so tempted as a smart aleck kid to holler out a whoever smelt it dealt it.
Oh.
Yeah, have Rev up on stage going, oh, wait.
Can't believe you crapped your pants like that.
Who you voting for, Wolchuk?
I'll go with the Bombi call.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
Bombi call, please.
By a score of 3-2. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Dolis Garcia, game-winning walk-off home run in Espanol from Game 1 on Friday night. You can get a G-Bag Nation flag right now. And for the next 25 minutes, we have a fan appearance at Whataburger in Frisco, 8,000 FM 423. And that'll be the case all the way until 3 o'clock right here. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. What do you say, Lucius? You want me to break? Or?
Yeah, go ahead and hit that break. It sounds like they're just doing a lot down there.
Gotcha. We'll step aside. Good thing we didn't schedule Krusty Corner for now.
Switching jerseys and everything. They're doing that down there right now. Wow. Man, I ain't seen you in a minute, man.
Krusty's Corner is going to come up at 4:40 then, and we'll jump right into the Mike McCarthy presser as soon as they start yakking up there here in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Rangers Game 3, plus Jerry Jones live at 8:30, and a Blink 182 ticket giveaway.
chance to look much at Philadelphia yet, and if you have, what do you see from them compared to what you're facing them twice last year?
Not far enough into it really to get to that, but just off the top, obviously, when you look at their defense, starts with their defensive line. Obviously, the secondary, you got Bird there now, so just frankly about halfway through the Washington game. Yeah, but I mean, different coordinator. I mean, it's probably more some of the things, in a prep meeting this morning, probably more some of the things they haven't done yet, so just schematically. But playing at a very high level. I know Dan, speaking with him briefly, I know he's coming in here. You could ask him more specific about it. But I mean, they're obviously playing extremely well. So, but I'm not far enough into it. I'm glad you turned the page. I'm ready to turn it too. So, is that it?
We can turn the page, or we want to go back.
Yeah, I'm here for you, Clarence.
Going back a little bit from last night, though, just talk about the offense. Jerry talked about, and Dak talked about the offense taking a step, and it really looking like you guys wanted to look coming out of camp.
I mean, definitely. I mean, I think if you just look at what we've done in the first 6 games, there's a number of things, and just because of the type of games we've been in, half of our games in the first 6 games, the second halves weren't. We're in 4-minute offense in the fourth quarter, so I mean, frankly, I think it was just more getting to concepts and doing some things we just haven't done yet. So, and really just, cutting Dak loose. I mean, but the ball distribution was, we hit our average. We had 80% of our, plays were, rushes or completions. So, I mean, so that part, I think, consistent. Just had the one giveaway, the time of possession, which is important. That was a big emphasis, for us, as part of our complementary football formula. CD had a huge day, but I do like the way we're spreading the ball around, and and if you look at play calling as when you throw it, it's more aggressive. Then we were more aggressive yesterday.
Was it born out of what you did during the bye week, or learned in the bye week from what you were earlier, or was it more just again a natural progression of the offense?
I think it's more confirmation of just say, we need to get going. We need more production from the offense, and I think a big part of that is just trusting your players and opening things up. So, we have a lot of football to play, and I just conceptually, we got some things we can, still haven't got to yet, but. I think start to to me that first trimester, you show what you think you want to be coming out of the off season, and then you start getting into variations of those concepts. So I think we're starting to hit that point.
Mike Todd, Archer with ESPN. Jordan Lewis, what are your thoughts on what he was able to do yesterday?
I thought he played very well. He's playing every snap. So I mean, it's good to see him back. In that full deal. I mean, he's one of the guys just speaking, with the strength coaches and the trainers. We just did a brief run through the GPS. So, and it's something you just always watch on your guys, but especially guys coming off of a major injury. So, but I thought he played well.
Don.
John Michaud, The Athletic. With Deron Bland and the not just interceptions, but the pick sixes in your career in the NFL. How do players end up getting multiple pick sixes? Is there some good fortune to it? Is it instincts? Is it film study? What do you think leads to that?
I think it's all those things. I think number one, it's got to be about opportunities. I think obviously he's a young corner, so people feel that they can still test him, and he's made them pay, and that's all part of the evolution and growth. Of DB. So, I think clearly, it was an option route and the ball was hung inside a little bit, and, he has that ability. I mean, he is, for a young player, when you see guys work their technique and fundamentals, and especially at a young age, and he carries it to Sunday, he's as good as I've seen. I mean, he really, really has a clean understanding of what he's asked to do, how to do it, but he has very, very strong fundamentals for a young player.
Saji's The Athletic. Mike, we're kind of seeing a lot more in the league where linebackers are kind of
getting right up over the center to rush the passer. Obviously, Mike is doing it, but seeing it around the league as well. Is that something a little bit newer that you're seeing around the league? Has it picked up more, and where did you guys start doing that?
Oh, I think it's really the last, I don't know how many years, but it's been going on for a while. I mean, you're seeing so much more 5-man spacing fronts. So ever how you want to get to it, whether it's putting your premier rusher over the guard, over the center, but it's really challenging the declarations of the offense, whether it's run or protection. So they're trying to single you up and create matchups. Because at the end of the day, that's what the big part of game planning is. But it's just, to me, just another variation of the 5-man spacing that you're seeing a lot of.
On the flip side, when you have Tyler Biadasz obviously at center, what does it require of a center to go against? Not just nose tackles are obviously a bigger guy, now these athletes as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think if you go back and look at trends of personnel throughout the league, 90s, early 2000s, then the 2010s and out of 2020s, there's more space in the game. The rule changes have created that. So you don't see the 275-pound middle linebacker. Everybody can run. I mean, the horizontal and lateral speed and quickness is probably as high as it's ever been in the defensive front and the offensive front. So with that being said, as your center, your center has to be able to have the lateral movement to play in today's game.
Aisha Morrison, DallasCowboys.com. Coach, one of the more underappreciated parts of Dak Prescott's game, I believe, is the way that he can diagnose post-snap. You coached with Aaron Rodgers. How impressed have you been with Dak's ability to do that? And is that something that you deem as a strength of his?
Definitely. I mean, I think that's something you're always working on. It doesn't matter where you are in your career, because the other side of the ball is they have the same video, and that's a big part of the chess match. So we play every day against a defense that is very high in disguise. So I think clearly the competition going back to training camp, it's been really good for Dak and all of our quarterbacks. So, but yeah, it's obviously, we call it drop out of the sky. You see secondaries today so much more than any time I know in my league where they're holding a disguise to the snap of the ball. So it's obviously more of a challenge, and he does an excellent job of it.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Tyron Smith, just your thoughts on how close was he to playing yesterday?
I mean, it was a medical decision, so I know he's getting some treatment today. So I don't see him practicing Wednesday. Probably have a better idea on Thursday.
How did Richards do? Obviously you lost Chuma, but how did he do?
I mean, he did okay. I mean, it's interesting because I thought our young players, and definitely he's one of them, they've really taken a step up the last couple of weeks because we've made a big deal of it in our meetings. And but that fourth quarter, a number of those guys got a chance to play, and we had some mistakes. So I want to see those guys take what they're doing during the week and have it show up on Sunday. Because I mean that's a great opportunity for your young players to get in there in the fourth quarter and play, because that's an experience that they're going to have to draw from, because statistically there's a good chance they'll be playing here in December. So that's just something that I've always tried to emphasize, and Sunday is a great example of that.
Patrick.
Hey Mike, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. You mentioned when it comes to the offense clicking more so than not on yesterday, that it was more concepts being added, but you guys are really starting to kind of find your groove in the red zone as well. When you go back and you look at some of those plays like Dak to Jake Ferguson, those are plays that we've kind of seen previously, but they just didn't connect. From a coaching standpoint, what do you feel like is starting to click in the red zone?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you go back and look at some of the throws that were there, Jake's throw is very similar to what Scooney had 4 weeks ago. So, yeah, I mean, that's what red zone football is. I mean, it's throwing it on time, putting it in a spot where only your guy can catch it, and so I just think like anything. I mean, we had a good day in red zone, but we felt like we left 2 layups out there too. So I mean, it's just why you just keep working. You keep working and keep attacking.
Joe.
Joe White, Lone Star Live. Dak mentioned that Brandon Cooks gave a suggestion that ultimately turned into his hitch and go touchdown catch. I guess as a play caller, how much do you value in-game feedback from players?
I really value. I'm trying not to laugh because it's amazing you don't hear about the suggestions that don't work. So, No, it's great communication on Brandon's part. Something he actually was talking about in the last game, and the way he set it up is very, very instinctive, very smart, and that was well done. But yeah, he definitely gave me that suggestion.
Two things. How well is Dak playing? He said he was in the zone. He felt like he was in sync right now. Because I know Jersey's had his best 2 games these past 2 weeks.
I thought he played. I thought he's put together 2 really good games. Yeah, and this is going to be a big contest on the road. So as you know, these games on the road are always a little tougher. Outside. So we're preparing to take that step, but just keep stacking. So I think he's put together. We're starting to look the way we want to look on offense.
Speaking of this week, do you take anything from the build-up to the 49ers game as a lesson for this week for your team? I know Jared didn't want to talk about the 49ers game because he didn't want to poke the bear because he think he learned his lesson. I don't know. What's your mindset on the team's approach to, I know there's going to be a lot of media hype for this game.
I mean, when is there not media hype around our team? So, yeah, I'm not I did not diagnose the week of the 49er game as far as, how we dealt with the media. I think our football team, has to deal with this all the time. So, the thing I'm going to build off of is really from last week, from start to finish. From when the day they came back on Monday, we had the extra time. What did we do with the extra time? Frankly, the cross the hall, there's a couple things that came out of the cross the hall that were helpful in this game plan. So, that's what I'm all about. So today, we had a chance to evaluate the game. Players got in here. So much of what we do is routine, and making sure we're checking boxes, hitting targets, and that's really where my focus is on. I mean, we have history with this team. We played them twice last year, and just really we got to dive into who they are today. Not last year. So I'm not really concerned about the media hype. It's part of being a Dallas Cowboy, frankly.
Necessarily media, but the way the team had put a lot into that game, even not just the media, but Dak talked about it, people talked about it being a measuristic.
I think we gave you an honest answer to your questions, but I know I even did, but it's still one game. I mean, and it's we need to go in there and win a division game, because these division games are really like a game and a half in some ways. And that's. Your division games are always your most important game, and they're always your hardest games. In every division I've ever been in the league, the AFC West, the NFC North, those are your toughest games, and this is going to be a tough game, and it's a tough game. We need to prepare to go win.
That's where your quarterback embraced it last night.
Honey Bear or something? Something like that. Yeah, I heard half of it or something. I got a best piece of it. So he likes honey or something. Yeah. Poking the bear.
Pour honey on me. I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
I'll try to follow that. Speaking of, what do you make of the Niners being 0-3 since they beat you? Is there anything in this league that surprises you anymore?
I don't feel like being. No, I don't. I think it's our league. I mean, it's a great example of the National Football League. It's why you line up. I mean, you see it every week. It's so competitive. Yeah, I just think it's a great example of, just why you got to take them one at a time.
Michael Galkin, Dallas Morning News. On the Jake Ferguson touchdown, it was pretty similar in terms of seam route in the end zone to the one that Schoonmaker wasn't able to convert. How big was it for your offense, for your tight end room, to be able to convert on that sort of play?
I mean, definitely, but we run those plays all the time. So I mean, I know practice is different than the games, but yeah, I mean, it's obviously we have confidence because we're going to call those plays, and so yeah, and that's, to me, that's what red zone execution has to look like. I mean, you have to beat tight coverage on there, and you got to attack tight windows and throw your guys open. So yeah, no, I think it really kind of falls in line with the question earlier. We took a step, and that's a good example of taking a step.
Like you were just talking about the division games and being like a game and a half and always your toughest games. Green Bay with Rodgers and here with Dak, you had a quarterback who has an outstanding record against the rest of the division. How does that help you going into these division games when you have that body of work by the quarterback in place, just as far as whether it's what you implement, just mentally?
Yeah, yes, I think it's very helpful. I think clearly, the expectation of, what's it going to be like to play in, Sunday night football in Philadelphia. I don't know if we haven't played during the daytime since I've been here. So, I mean, that's good to have that experience, because you go in there, it is a unique place to play. And we look forward to it. So so that's part of it. But, schematically, and these players know each other. I mean, some of these guys train together in the off season too. So, I think all that is helpful.
What makes Philadelphia a unique place to play?
Just friendly people, just.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. You guys more than tripled your usual output in utilizing motion before the snap. Would you call that a big reason why the passing offense had its best night all season?
No, I don't think it works like that. I think, motion is important. I think that you got to go further than that. Did you get the reaction that you're looking for? What did you think of the reaction of the motion? So, but yeah, I think like anything, it really kind of falls in line with I was talking about earlier. We're getting to things that we just quite haven't gotten to yet, and and I think when you do get to this point in the year, you start getting into the variations of those things. So.
Trade deadlines tomorrow. Do you go in? You had a funny comment when you were in Green Bay about what the trade deadline was like.
Yeah, the worst part about that was being serious. No, we had a personnel meeting today, so it's that's all I got to say.
Do you think you guys need anything?
See, I'm the wrong person to ask that because I'm about the development of the men in the building. I just strongly believe in that. I'm not blind to what goes on, or but yeah, I'm not sitting here with my fingers crossed, hoping that we trade for somebody. That's not my feeling. This is my personal feeling. Not at all. I believe in the men we have in the locker room.
All righty. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, the Mike McCarthy press conference. The main news, Tyron Smith will probably not practice on Wednesday. We'll shoot for Thursday instead, as he's trying to come back from that neck development. Didn't want to risk another stinger. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have a little bit of breaking Rangers news we can analyze on the other side. We're going to get the NFL news of the day as well. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got Butta Aubrey, who ties an NFL record. Travis Kelce being called out for this decision, and the mailman is getting another shot. That's next.
Get big savings and big rewards during Provember at Lowe's. Right now, MVP's members earn 3 times the bonus points on DeWalt products and save $200.
LD, FM, and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yes, sir. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We have coming up at 3:20 a special baseball guest, Sean McFarland, sports reporter, Morning News. He is in Arizona, and he's covering the Texas Rangers. Pregame is coming up at 6:30 here on your home of the American League champions. And right now, Zach Wolchuk has a little breaking Ranger news and some NFL news of the day. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Yeah, we've got the Rangers lineup out, and it will be Adolis Garcia hitting third behind Semien and Seager, and Evan Carter will bump down to the fourth hole. So a little breakup of the lefties there with Seager in the second spot. Of course, Adolis moving up to third, and then Evan Carter now batting cleanup. Garver, Heim, Lowe, Young, Tavares is the rest of your Ranger lineup.
I think that's smart, especially after you get through their first two starters. Actually, I'm surprised they haven't done this sooner.
Sure.
But I think it especially makes sense now, especially going into Game 4. They're going to be using a lot of relievers.
Yes, it'll be a bullpen day tomorrow.
You don't want to. You just don't want to give them the opportunity to go back-to-back lefty on lefties, especially if one of them's Evan Carter.
Yeah.
This will maximize their strain of decision making in those later innings.
Evan Carter now has hit third, fourth, fifth, and ninth in the Rangers lineup during the postseason. So I don't think any type of maneuvering impacts him at all. I think Evan Carter is just cool, calm, and collected wherever you put him. But that'll be interesting. And if you did miss it, it'll be John Gray who gets the start for Game 4 for the Rangers. And as Gavin mentioned, it'll be a bullpen day for the D-backs.
Where do you think Carter, though, has had the most success?
He has been successful, I think, hitting third. I think probably his most success, though, was ninth when they had him at the bottom of the lineup.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was hitting like 500 or 600 or something when he was batting ninth.
Kind of, does it ever make you wonder, if you get down there, and you've had some guys put him back there? Am I being too baseball idiot here, or
I don't know.
I kind of feel like though this team has scored a lot of runs. Where he's been at the various spots, but it seemed like when he was hitting in the 9-hole, they were really scoring a lot.
I think it's killing you right now because Heim, Young, and Tavares aren't necessarily blossoming and going off.
Right.
So the end of your lineup hurts right now. And I wouldn't mind having Evan Carter back there to maybe give you a little bit of a boost before you turn it back over with how cold these dudes are.
That's the big thing.
The leadoff hitter ain't helping you either.
That's the key, because if you're having him at the end of the lineup, you're hoping, okay, well, then when you turn around and you get back to the top of the lineup, you've got tremendous RBI positioning for Marcus Semien. Right now, Marcus Semien isn't swinging the bat very well, and hopefully tonight, we're able to remedy that. But I just don't think that now's the time to necessarily tweak that. Evan Carter's one of your best hitters. The point of having him in the top half of your lineup is to get him more at-bats, and I think Bochy's doing the right thing there.
Yeah,
so we'll see how tonight goes. All right, let's get into the NFL news of the day. We did have a trade that was made. If you have missed it, the Giants are going to trade away Leonard Williams, and he is going to Seattle. So the Cowboys will still have to play defensive lineman Leonard Williams. They play the Seahawks the Thursday following Thanksgiving on November 30th. Giants sending a 2024 second and a 2025 fifth-round pick to acquire Leonard Williams. And they're Giants now sellers.
Yeah, and they're paying quite a bit of his salary,
They are.
too. The Giants are, over like $10 million of it.
It's a great deal, I think, for Seattle, who could use, especially some size in the middle of the defensive line. They've got a guy like Jaron Reed, who's quick, a little bit smaller. But this is a good move for Seattle, who's playing good football. They were in a dogfight yesterday with the Cleveland Browns, but now they look up, they get that win, and they're in first place in the NFC West with the Niners having lost 3 in a row. So big move there. And then the Bills have decided to go ahead and sign Leonard Fournette. So there is a veteran running back who is no longer available. He went into Buffalo, worked out, passed his physical, and Tom Pelissero reporting that the Bills will go ahead and bring in Leonard Fournette now. James Cook's been pretty good for them. They've been playing Latavius Murray a little bit as well. They're always kind of looking to shuffle running backs, get that running game going. Leonard Fournette, playoff Lenny. That's a team that hopes to be there. See if he ends up giving a boost to the Buffalo Bills. And nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
You guys tried to convince me that. I'm not believing that.
We didn't tell you to pick them against New England.
Yeah.
Jerry's trying to convince you that they're totally happy at running back. Brian, would you be?
No,
Rico Dowdle's had some nice plays.
Yeah, I'll tell you where your running backs really helped you yesterday. Throwing the football. There's some
Yeah.
blitz pickups that were outstanding
Yes,
in that
sir.
game. That's where they helped you. Now, your job's to run the football, but if you have to protect, those two cats did a pretty damn good job yesterday.
Well, Jerry said Cowboys probably not going to do anything at the deadline yesterday, but we did get a report today, Ben Albright, that the 49ers and the Bills, along with the Cowboys, have shown interest in Bears star corner Jalen Johnson.
There
So
you
who
go.
knows? Maybe, just maybe. Maybe, just
Yeah,
maybe.
I know. I think when they're saying, "Oh, we probably won't make a deal," they're telling the opposition, "We don't like what you're offering." I think they're negotiating in the public right now. You take zero of what a Jones boy says at face value over the next 24 hours.
Butta Aubrey, Plano's own Brandon Aubrey, who was nicknamed Butta by Dak Prescott, has made 18 consecutive field goals to start his career as he banged home number 18 on that 27-yarder yesterday against the Rams. He has now tied the NFL record, which was set back in 2015 by Browns kicker Travis Coons, and one field goal made this coming weekend. And now we've got the greatest start to a rookie career in NFL history for the Cowboys kicker, Brandon Aubrey.
There's a kicker who has gone through the entire season and the playoffs and not missed a field goal. Would you like to guess who that is?
The guy
It
in
happened
Baltimore?
it happened in
Tucker?
2003.
Crosby?
Vanderjagt.
Yeah.
Mike, that liquored up kicker?
The liquored up kicker.
Man.
Yep. He went the 2003 season without missing a field goal or in the regular season or playoffs.
Just a few years later,
2003.
that guy was out of the league.
Yep.
He sold his soul for 2003.
He sure did, huh?
And then the talent left his body.
Man.
When he put a star on his helmet.
That is very, very sad. And certainly you don't want to get on the wrong side of Peyton Manning because he got him the hell out of Indianapolis.
You know what's crazy is Manning ripped him earlier that year. And then he was like inspired by Peyton calling him an idiot.
It was a weird deal there.
But what did Peyton say?
They call him that idiot liquored up kicker.
Yeah, liquored. Yeah, it was great. It was a great burn.
Idiot liquored up kicker?
Yeah.
That's the line?
Yeah. Wow. That's the line. Sure is. All right, Travis Kelce and the Chiefs lost yesterday to the Broncos.
Had a Cabo trip, huh?
Yeah, well, so
Gavin Dawson and the Chiefs lost yesterday.
Very tough for Gavin, who's going to have to do a bet payoff, as will Brian, as the Texans ended up falling with a last-second field goal.
17-play, 85-yard drive.
Unbelievable.
That's gut-wrenching, dude. I feel bad for you. But I'm excited for us, Wolchuk, because on Friday, we got a double bet payoff. We're not involved. Hopefully the Lions win tonight.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak just yet. We need the Lions to come in clutch tonight against the
I might
Raiders.
pull against the
I'm
Lions
sure you will
just
be.
to give you guys that opportunity.
As you should.
That's
I'm not
my
trying to
team
jinx
too.
ours.
I'm a Lions
I know
guy.
it is. I know it is. Let's go Lions. Get that win tonight. So Chiefs lose. Patrick Mahomes tried to pull through and have a flu game. It didn't work out. You've got the Broncos that are playing Shake It Off by Taylor Swift as they're celebrating their finally they've beaten Patrick Mahomes. They'd never done it as he was quarterbacking the Chiefs.
15 games in a row they've lost to them, I believe.
But we saw Friday night Travis Kelce was at the World Series, and then he went and was partying at Texas Live.
He was with my guy over there, the Chief, drinking some vodka sodas.
We had a great time. Yeah, we had a great time. Me and Broadus were wondering on the pregame show yesterday. We're like, it is weird that Travis Kelce was just here in Arlington, partying, raging on a football Friday night when he had a road game on Sunday. It wasn't a bye week. It wasn't
we can figure it out.
It wasn't a Tuesday World Series game, and then he plays on Sunday. This is Friday night before a road trip in Kansas City.
Yeah,
and we were wondering, like, that feels a little bit weird.
Now, being the football guy that I am, he's done this already this year with the Phillies. He went to see his brother Jason Kelce, went to the Phillies game, and then also played a game and played very, very well that weekend.
Baseball fan, we think.
So as long as you play well, nobody's going to say anything. But the second you put up a dud, now it's a big deal. And we go to Club Shay Shay, Uncle Shannon, and Ocho Cinco, and, well, one of them's not very happy with Travis.
We know the only receiver that he can consistently count on is Travis Kelce. And he didn't have his best day. And I'm kind of disappointed because, Friday night he was at the Rangers.
What's wrong with that?
It's the middle of the season. What do you mean what's wrong with that?
Listen, I know the Chiefs lost. I know they lost. I know Mahomes didn't have a game. I know Travis Kelce didn't have a game. But you're not going to tell me you can't enjoy yourself on a Friday night, which is a short day. Listen to me. It's a short day.
It was in Texas. He lives in Kansas City.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's the reason
Did he not?
You really have a bad look, though? Seriously.
It's an awful look. It's a terrible look. If it was the bye week Ocho, you do realize this is the NFL.
Right.
You got a game on
Right.
Sunday. You're gonna board
Yeah.
a plane. Let me ask you a
That's
question.
that's
Every coach
that's a
I've
mental
ever,
reset though. That's a mental reset for him.
every coach I've ever
Yes, sir.
played for has always told us one thing on Friday: make sure you get off your feet.
I loved the back and forth there between those two, but
He didn't really know. Ocho Cinco didn't know that.
he probably just didn't know who was playing in the World Series.
Okay.
That's more likely.
Yeah.
He's
Maybe he
probably
thought
not-
the Royals
I
were
don't think I
involved.
have an issue with it because they probably jumped on the Hunt private jet to come down here and watch the Rangers.
No
That's
question.
probably what happened.
No question.
I mean, as soon as you
It's just like going to dinner in Kansas City. You have maybe an hour drive or an hour flight, 45 minutes one way or the other. You're going to be in your own bed by 12:30 at night.
Right.
We're fine.
Yeah, the difference is though is he was after an extra innings game that ended like in the 11 o'clock hour, if I remember correctly,
Yeah,
on
it
Friday
did,
night.
and then he went out and kept
then
partying.
goes to Texas Live and he's drinking out of the bottle until God knows when. I thought it was a little interesting that you're doing that on a Friday night.
It was interesting, but like I said, he did it 2 weeks ago.
But was that
and
a
played great?
Was that a Tuesday night Phillies game that he was at with a game on Sunday kind of deal? For
This
me,
was
it's
a
the
little
fact
bit
that it's
closer of a
Friday.
turnaround
I'm
for
like,
sure. Yeah, it
geez,
was,
dude.
It was a little bit
He is
closer. of a turnaround.
mid-30s now. It's not that easy to like really get hammered and have your body be good to go.
Oh, but they own Denver anyway, right?
Right,
I mean,
and it's not like
they
Travis
probably
was
thought
the
he
only
gonna-
one who laid an egg in that game. The entire offense was terrible.
I mean,
I understand it.
They got no wide receivers over there.
No, they don't.
And Mahomes playing his flu game. You got to think these guys have some resentment towards Michael Jordan for his flu game deal because now there's the obligation not only to play, but like you should be playing well while sick because we've seen this done before.
Look, not everybody can do it like MJ and Dirk. You know, they're just the GOATs, and sometimes not everybody's able to perform under those circumstances. We got some injury news in the league. Kendrick Bourne, who's been the star receiver for the Patriots this year, really the only one they can count on. He's torn his ACL. He's out for the season. Bummer news for Kirk Cousins as well. He tore his Achilles in the Vikings victory, so they might be shopping for a quarterback. Because after an 0-3 start, they find themselves now at 4-4.
Creed.
That's an absolute killer. Yes, and they are partying to Creed, much like the Rangers are today. Creed announcing a comeback tour. How about that? Let's go, Creed.
Where they open it up at Globe Life Field? Is
Dude,
that the first
they strike while the iron's hot.
They
Good
are
for
going
them.
to be at Dos Equis Pavilion. There are tickets out now.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and see Creed here locally. Packers have given Rashawn Gary a 4-year, $175.5 million extension for their stud defender. Daniel Jones has been cleared for contact after they set an NFL record -9 yards of passing yesterday in their loss to the Jets. So Daniel Jones is now eyeing a Week 9 return against the Raiders. This is after before the weekend. The report was he'd probably come back against the Cowboys Week 10. Yesterday was so bad, they're like, no, Daniel, we need you immediately. Falcon star defensive tackle Grady Jarrett is now out for the season. He has torn his ACL, and that's a Falcons team that is competing to go and win that division. And then Will Levis is expected to start again on Thursday as Ryan Tannehill continues to recover from his ankle injury. The same Will Levis who went 19 of 29 for 238 yards and 4 touchdowns, no picks, 3 of those touchdowns to DeAndre Hopkins. Fantastic debut for Will Levis.
Terrific report, Wolchuk. Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Okay, if you didn't hear at the top of the segment, Evan Carter is now going to be batting fourth tonight. Adolis Garcia moved up to the 3 spot, so they're alternating righty-lefty all the way through the first 5 spots at least. And you got the pregame coming up at 6:30. We're going to talk more Rangers baseball with you. Sean McFarland, sports reporter with the Morning News. He is in Arizona, and he's covering the Rangers, and he'll join you next right here in the G-Bag Nation. I tell you what, if you could see the future and know a stock that you were invested in was going to drop significantly in the near future, Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We're about to be joined by Sean McFarland, Rangers reporter. He is in Arizona, working the beat for the morning news. And segment here is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art. And the Frankels, life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. As Sean McFarland for the morning news joins you now here on The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're getting fired up. What are we, 3 hours and 4.5 minutes until our pregame show? What's it like in Arizona right now? Can you tell those fans are super fired up from just looking around the city?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just walked into the stadium about 10 minutes ago, and the whole area around the park, there got restaurants are packed, shops are packed, music's playing. It's also beautiful out here. It's 80 degrees out right now, so it's a good day to be hanging out by a stadium. But yeah, you can definitely tell that the energy is definitely here for their first World Series game this season.
All right, so we got Scherzer on the bump tonight for Game 3, and he's going up against this rookie Fott. I know Scherzer's dealing with the cut on his finger. I thought his stuff looked pretty good in Game 2 there, Sean. And so he's been ramping up. I think Bochy said he could get to 100 pitches. What's the expectation? What can you share with us about Scherzer ahead of his start tonight?
Yeah, so Bochy said Saturday that, I asked him if Scherzer is fully stretched out, and he said pretty close to it. He might not get to 100 pitches, but right around there. Scherzer said yesterday that the cut on his thumb shouldn't be a problem. You got it all taped up and cleaned up, and he pitched with it in the ALCS. I think, to your point, I thought his stuff was pretty good in Game 7. The velocity was there. It's kind of just hammering out that execution and shaking off that final rust. And I think the biggest thing tonight is going to be kind of how long can he last. He said yesterday, he's like, I can throw my fastball with 100% strength, and it'll be my fastball. The question is, what's the limit? He doesn't know quite yet what the pitch count is for him, and I think we'll kind of figure that out tonight. But that's really the big question. I think to your point, the stuff looks better, the velocity's there, and some shouldn't be an issue either.
Sean, this Arizona Diamondback team has kind of brought us back to like old school baseball with sacrifice and stealing and things like that. Have the Rangers, is anybody you've talked to are they envious of their ability to bunt and steal and all that? Or are they just like, hey, listen, we're a power team and they're built the way they are and that's just how the series is going to be?
I don't know if envious is the word, but I think with the Diamondbacks, you're seeing a team execute exactly what it wants to do at a high level. They will live and die by the single. They'll do the sack bunts. They'll steal bases. And as we kind of saw in games 1 and 2, they did that to a T. And that is tough to stop when any team, regardless of their philosophy, is executing their game plan exactly how they want to. And Scherzer kind of said yesterday, in regards to facing a team that's going to play that way, every team is different. Every team has a different philosophy, different strategy. And it's kind of up to the team, the pitchers, the catcher, the defense to adjust on the fly each series to how every team plays. He said, Houston, they're a slugging team. They're going to try and beat you with the home run. This team is completely different, and you kind of have to come with a different approach, a different mindset when you're facing a team that is going to try and win the way these Diamondbacks are.
What did you think about the lineup for tonight, switching around guys like Adolis and Evan Carter?
I think it makes sense. I think you're splitting up the lefties in Seager and Carter, and I think with Carter batting behind Garcia, or even vice versa, however you want to run it, it's making it tougher to pitch around those guys. It's a lot tougher to pitch around Corey Seager when Adolis Garcia is right behind him. So I think it stretches the lineup out a little bit. It adds a little more diversity with the righty-lefty, and I think most importantly, it protects Corey Seager even a little bit more.
So can you make an adjustment as far as Mike Maddox, pitching coach, as far as trying to hold a runner on a little bit better, or is that something that you got to be working on?
It's something I think Nathan Eovaldi talked about it before Game 1, that you can switch up your timing a little bit on the mound so you're not as predictable. I think that makes it a little easier to hold guys if they can't quite sit on, the exact release, the exact windup. If you can show a little bit of different looks there, it makes it a little easier to hold guys. But I think the biggest thing, it does come down to pitching. If you're giving up a bunch of singles, especially guys in the bottom of the lineup, killed them a few times in Houston was walking the number 9 hitter or giving up singles to number 9 hitter. If that's kind of what they have to avoid, so you don't turn that lineup over and then let them execute that game plan. So I think if you can show them different looks as a pitcher, but I think it's avoiding mistakes is really the biggest thing to slowing down an offense like this.
I like it. It's Sean McFarland here with the Dallas Morning News covering the Rangers in Arizona. Was Friday night, Sean, the greatest game you've ever covered?
Yeah, by far. I mean, for those who don't know, like the press box at Globe Life Field is effectively on the moon. It is one of the highest press boxes in baseball, and you could hear the entire building shake when Adolis hit that home run, and I haven't felt that in that press box yet this season. I mean, it was great. It's fun when your two superstar players deliver moments like that, and that's what they did. And to see a sold-out crowd react that way and respond that way, it's hard to say I've seen a better game than that.
Interesting that you said 2 superstars and not 3. Has Semien played his way out of that, or did you never consider him that?
No, he certainly is a superstar. He just put together one of the best seasons as a leadoff hitter in baseball history, certainly the best in Rangers history. The biggest thing for him now is I think teams are doing a great job of attacking him. They're pitching him away. He's a true pull hitter, and that's why you're seeing a lot of pop-ups because he's kind of extending a little bit, trying to get these pitches that are on the opposite side of the strike zone. And that's kind of the adjustment he has to make, whether it's working more walks or having to hit balls the opposite way. Because if you look at his season, he's truly one of the more true pull hitters in this lineup. But I think in terms of getting this offense going, they're going to need more than Corey Seager and Adolis Garcia. They're going to need more than solo home runs. And he looks up the lineup, and Semien, I think, is hitting 180 in the playoffs. And he talked about it. He said he's not pressing. He said pressing never gets you anywhere in this game. So I think it's going to have to come to adjusting to how teams have been attacking him since the start of the Astros series, really.
Sean McFarland with us here in the G-Bag Nation, does an excellent job covering the Rangers with the Dallas Morning News. If you were looking at tonight, and we mentioned Semien, and of course we've talked about Scherzer, but who's the guy in the lineup that you think really needs to step up as they're trying to get to this rookie fought early on, and they had success against him in his MLB debut?
Yeah, I mean, I do think it is Semien. Because look, if he gets on base and you're turning it over to Corey Seager, Adolis Garcia, and Evan Carter, and then Mitch Garver after that, who's one of the best fastball hitters in baseball, I mean, that's the recipe for good things. So I think it kind of does come down to Semien at the start. And then I think on the pitching side, if just the game in general, we saw in game 2 what happens when this Rangers bullpen kind of gets exposed a little bit, and you can't just rely on Josh Boers and Jose Leclerc, who've been great this postseason. So that's kind of where Scherzer comes in and giving them a quality start, some long innings, making it deep into this game, and that way you don't have to plumb too deep into the bullpen, especially in the first of 3 straight games.
Sean, the thing, I'm really old on this show. Okay, I'm the crusty guy. I'm
just in life.
But I'm so used to watching World Series where starting pitching. I grew up as a kid where starting pitching was predominantly throughout a game. I mean, it just through a World Series game. But here, Arizona's talking about having a bullpen game in Game 4 of the World Series. That just absolutely blows my mind that you get to World Series games and you have to now use a bullpen game to maybe go and try and win something. Am I overreacting to that?
I think a part of it is just the way baseball has gone, where it's become so focused on splits and matchups, and that's why if you have a number of left-handers in the bullpen, a number of right-handers, you can kind of manipulate it to work your spots throughout a game. And I think it's just that starting pitchers aren't going as deep anymore. I mean, I think it was Nathan Eovaldi in Game 6. That was like the longest start by a pitcher since 2020 in terms of batters faced in the playoffs. And it didn't even feel like that long of a start. He went 6 innings, but it wasn't like he pitched a complete game. But in terms of the bullpen game, it's like, look, the Rangers have made it this far with pretty much only relying on 2 starting pitchers in Montgomery and Eovaldi. And Scherzer's had a few starts, and they had Andrew Heaney out there a few times, but I think that's sort of just, especially in the postseason, you're gonna rely on the 1 or 2 or 3 horses that got you here and then kind of piece everything else together on the fly.
What do you think about the decision to go with John Gray for tomorrow? And is the expectation that John Gray can just go as long as he typically does in his starts, or since he hasn't really been stretched out fully, is this also a situation where you're looking for maybe 3 to 5 innings?
So the Rangers have still not officially announced a starter for tomorrow's game. So we don't know if it's going to be Gray. He does make sense, though. He's the most rested of their long guys in the bullpen. If he does start, I would not expect it to be a full start. I mean, he's been coming out of the bullpen mostly in 1 or 2 inning rolls. He isn't quite as stretched out as Scherzer was when he came off the IL. But look, very similar to how Andrew Heaney pitched back in Game 1 back in Baltimore. If you can get them 2 1/3 good innings and you can turn it over and again, find those matchups you like, that's a pretty good spot to be in. And listen, Gray looked really good when he pitched in Game 1. Stuff was there. He looked poised. He looked in command. And if they get that John Gray in whatever role, whenever he pitches next to the series, you got to feel pretty good about it.
Great job, Sean. We appreciate your insight so much on the road ahead of this Game 3 tonight. Enjoy it, and we'll see you soon.
Great. Thanks for having me, guys.
There you go, Sean McFarland of Morning News. You got to follow and read his stuff. All right. It was a glorious weekend, Chief. Best of the weekend's coming up, isn't that right?
Yes, sir. Baseball by the bush and Big J journalism next year in the nation.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius. Every day at 5:40.
singing, can you take me higher?
Nobody brings you Rangers coverage, Tolos, like 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Okay, the 682 asked a follow-up question on that interview because we just had Sean McFarland on for the morning news because we were talking about John Gray starting Game 4, and he said, well, what's going on? Bob Nightingale has reported it like it's fact. The Rangers haven't announced it.
Yeah.
So that's, McFarland's not trying to do anything that the Rangers haven't announced. It's Bob Nightingale's report, but the Rangers world, especially Rangers Twitter, fully anticipating, and Bob Nightingale is as credible as it gets. Here's the Chief, Eric Chiafalo, with your best O of the weekend.
That was one heck of a weekend, ladies and gentlemen. We all know that, but we got to at least show love to the headliners, Corey Seager, Adolis Garcia, and Luka Doncic. I mean, Friday night, with what went down here in the DFW Metroplex from a sporting standpoint, is just absolutely freaking ridiculous. And I know some people got to be at home on the couch, split screening it, soaking in all of it. We were at the ballpark enjoying Adolis Garcia and Corey Seager in some comeback victory in extras, making history in Game 1 of the World Series. So cannot talk about the weekend without mentioning those three DFW sports studs.
Yeah, no, dude, that was just an incredible weekend, and salute to those guys. We are in a sports paradise right now, Chief. I don't know if you knew this, but today is the only day of the calendar year where you're going to have basketball, baseball, football, and hockey all going on.
The equinox. It's just the 30th time ever.
Wow.
In the history of sports that it's happened. That's nuts.
Oh man, that is really dang cool. Are you kidding me? We got Sportsagami going on here locally,
That's right.
and shout out to FC Dallas who is involved with that with some playoff MLS soccer going down.
We got 5.
Yeah,
MLS.
Yeah. It's a Sportsagami
here
here in the DFW.
Saturday, by the way. I don't know how much we're going to get a chance to talk about it today, but I did want to shout out FC Dallas on Saturday in the playoffs against Seattle. It's best of 3 this year. They're trying something different for the opening round. Sorry, go ahead.
Seattle's kind of had our number 2, haven't they?
A little bit, yeah. A lot
It's
of teams
all right.
have this year.
It's our time now. Our time's down here.
It'll be a fun playoff game.
Yeah, it'll be awesome.
Your time's up there.
Everything right now is just truly awesome. Saturday night, me and Broadus got to do a little Ranger pregame show. It was cool. We got lucky. Everybody here at the station put their name in a hat.
Thanks.
Who gets to host the Saturday pregame party after a historic Friday night of baseball? And wouldn't you know, me and Broadus drew the lucky numbers. We get to party with the Tolos, and then Triple G, Tolo of the Year, shows up to our broadcast position, says, "Guys, I'm sitting very close. I know I got extra seats. Get your butts down here and hang out with me during the game." We said, "Yes, sir. No problem." And we were,
Triple G, you were hanging out with Greg Henson?
It was it was a different Triple G.
It's the second time he's come through because this is the guy, Will Chambers, scouted it out, and we were able to go hang out with him to watch the clincher in the DS.
Yeah, it's Greg Hathaway is his name.
Yeah,
Dude's a freaking legend.
Super
Ann's
nice guy.
cousin. And so he's a stud. Big Money Greg, and he showed us a great time. Me and Broadus had a spectacular time just a few feet away from the bushes. George and Laura.
Yeah.
My gosh, that was an experience. And I actually had like Secret Service sitting directly in front of me. I think at one point I spilled a little vodka soda on him.
Oh, no.
Because I was getting hyped, man. 2 strikes,
Well,
we're partying.
I just we were down there basically as guests, and like we just settle in, literally just kind of like taking in the landscape, and going next thing you know, it's like here we go. Chief just stands. All right, 2 strikes. Let's go.
Well, it's good.
And
That's
I'm
what
like,
we've been doing previously because the rest of the crowd will kind of just sit there and then they'll get mad at the people down in front. Like, sit down. No. Cause a ruckus. This is the World Series.
We were guests and people that spent a lot of money on those seats.
Don't care. It's Game 2 of the World Series.
I understand. I understand.
Act like you give a damn.
Usually no foul language around the ladies, especially first lady. Shout out to Miss Bush, who still has the fastball working.
Still
My
gotta
dear
go.
God.
I was just
Laura Bush.
But I get it. I understand the guest part of it.
Yeah, Eric. When I will say this though, Eric immediately he kind of had drink in hand, towel in the other, and immediately said, 2 strikes, let's go. And he stood up, and I'm like, okay, here we go.
Well, my man's
so
got it
he's
now.
waving his towel above the Secret Service guy's head.
That's a legendary
is what he's
moment.
doing.
That's
right?
absolutely
He's just
fantastic.
Towering over this guy.
We got to give love to Keith. Keith's our Tolo that usually takes care of us there at the ballpark. So the night before Friday night, he hooks it up, and Eric and I down a quick double vodka soda. Eric looks at me. He's like, dude, no wonder you do this. Like, This is amazing. This is great. And I'm glad that you carried on the tradition on Saturday, baby.
Yeah. Saturday was euphoric. Consuming baseball, high level, Texas Ranger World Series baseball, that close, where we're like when these dudes
Tolos were spotting you on TV.
In the on deck circle, watching Seager work and Bombi work and yelling at him and hyping them up. It was awesome. We were so close. Remember when Pham gets thrown out at second?
Yes.
Because he's a schmuck? We were close enough to hear Mad Dog Maddox yell, attaboy, you dumb bleep. Like we were that close. And so it was just awesome. So Saturday night,
I could only lip read that part from TV.
Yeah.
I was unsure on exactly what he'd said.
It was a very sarcastic attaboy.
Attaboy.
You dumb F. Mad Dog's
He's
the
been
man.
killing it.
So shout out to the Texas Rangers and shout out to Triple G and shout out to the Bushes, man.
Yes.
And W himself. That dude looks, aging like a fine wine. Both of those Bushes.
I was
man.
surprised his first pitch Friday didn't make it all the way there.
I was too.
Yeah.
I was too.
He must have tripped or something.
Thank God Adolis did what he did, so that sort of buried the the what happened in the
He's
the
a
first
president,
pitch.
man. You give him credit, right?
I give him
For going
credit,
out there and throwing
100%.
it, right?
And shout out to him giving me the wink when he walked up, and I gave him kind of like a horns up, rock on, like just hell yeah, it's W right here. He looked me dead in the eye and gave me a wink, and I was like, okay, yeah, we're standing up and we're yelling.
Can I? Did you see the young man that came? And I think he's part of the family, the ownership family. Did you see him come walking up the stairs? And George, he was sitting right at that first chair, sitting in that, and that young kid with a drink in hand comes just flying up the stairs, and it's like he realizes when he got to the top that like the president of the United States, he's kind of like, whoa. He just kind of
hold on a second.
He kind of like, whoa. He came like he was like you. He was charging up the stairs, ready to be in the middle of everything, and then he realized he was charging right into like the former president of the United States.
So
right
as these people are making swift moves around the press, is Secret Service like standing up?
No,
are they getting ready to shield, or they recognize there's no threat? It's just a drunk idiot.
Oh,
They're
no.
trained to recognize
He
what
knew-
threatening body language looks like.
One of it, there's one that sits directly behind him, and there's a whole row. Like we were on the very end of the row.
Okay.
Like we were at Greg's seats, which were the first seat and the second
Aisle
seat in.
seats, yeah.
And then everything to us, probably 8 to 10 seats, was wide open.
Yeah, they reserved that whole area.
They reserved that whole area.
The Bushes basically
Yeah.
have like 2 rows of emptiness directly behind them.
Yeah.
So there's
we can't
enough
snag those
space.
seats.
Yeah, you're right. Because I was
Dang
literally
it.
like, because Sean and his wife were there. I'm like, I'm like telling Triple G, I'm going, bro, can I text Sean and let him know? He's like, no, those are actually, they keep those empty.
Secret
because-
Service is not allowing people around here.
Exactly.
So he has somebody that sits behind him, and then one on the end of the row, which sat in front of Eric and I.
Was that section 33?
18.
Yeah,
Section 18.
Yeah.
Because I know 33 is impossible to get to. You got to go under
what
the
Oh, no,
stadium
we
in
went-
the outfield and then walk a tunnel all the way through to 33,
Oh,
which
is
is like on
that
first base
They have a
line.
prohibition room or something like that? Is that the
I don't know.
prohibition
that
suite?
might
Not
be
sure.
the badass one that has that like speakeasy
The
type
speakeasy.
of deal.
That's what I meant.
Oh,
Prohibition
okay.
speakeasy.
Yes,
Yeah.
Only for
that's
people
where
sitting
we-
in 33?
Yes, that's where
That
I
is
wanted
sick.
to pivot to because we were looking.
Okay.
We were like when we got kicked out of those
Dude,
seats initially.
Friday night, we're going on a mission.
All
to
right,
find that
let's
before
go find
first pitch.
33.
If there is a
yes.
Friday night.
Yeah, might not need it. Might get these boys done a little gentleman
Just
style.
went 3 in a row. We're going
Yeah.
for Game 5 though, right, Brian?
I think I think so. If
Well,
it
we'll
comes
talk
down to
about
that,
it. Wink,
if it
wink,
comes
nudge,
down,
nudge.
Walchuk's forever indebted to Brian Broaddus, so you'll find out why here in about 8 minutes. But we still got to get to quote of the weekend. We got to get to culinary experience of the weekend, and we got to get to Big J journalism of the weekend. And on that note, take it away, ESPN reporter, and lead up to Steelers Jags.
The Steelers want to make sure that Trevor Lawrence doesn't beat them with his legs. Talking to coaches, they want to make sure that the Jags QB stays in the pocket by bringing 5 and, quote, getting in that ass long enough for their defense to do damage.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
That is the journalism that we need here in this world. She was
A. Martin.
Kimberly A. Yes, thank you,
Not
Kim.
very good at what she does.
Thank you. Well, in that moment, she was a rock star.
Very factual.
She nailed it. Yes, she was not going to. She was not going to sugarcoat that at all. It was a direct quote.
That's an amazing quote.
I love that quite a bit. We also have the quote of the weekend, which comes in the world of college football. Pitt football got absolutely hammered by Notre Dame, 58-7. Pitt coach Pat Narduzzi after the game basically just said all his players are trash. Quote, "We lost a lot of good players last year. We thought we'd replace them, and we obviously didn't do a good job with that." That's the quote there from the coach after the game. Gotta Gotta love that. But not quite as much as the Costco pot pie.
Oh, yes.
What's
yes,
up with
let's get to
this?
the Costco pot pie. Yes, start of the show.
Okay, we went to Costco on Saturday. Abby's like, Dad, can I get a sample of the pot pie? Yes, you can. She brought it back to me. It was delicious. I said, where'd you get this? She showed me. It's a giant XL pie tin stuffed with pot pie, and it was only $20.
Dude.
So we ate it for lunch yesterday. It fed 6 people, and it was only like half the thing.
Nice.
Wow, man.
This thing is epic. So
what
we had
do
a
you
nice
do
little
about?
Sunday.
You're kind of an anti-vegetable guy, though, aren't you?
Yeah, I just didn't eat the carrots. I'll eat the peas. I
Okay,
didn't eat the carrots.
so you push around the pot pie to get what you
Little
want.
bit, little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll move things around.
The carrot chunks are pretty big, though, to where you can just kind of take it out and remove it.
Was there enough chicken? Like chicken to vegetable ratio was strong? Okay.
And
How was the crust?
Perfect.
The crust is delicious.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go down swinging with the pot pie out of the oven is a top 5 kitchen smell.
Yes.
In all of the world.
The king of comfort food.
Yes,
if you
dude.
will.
Cooking with garlic
What
will
are
do
you
that.
talking about over there? We do a little smoked pot pie.
I was telling Dawson, if it's that big, throw it on the smoker with some low, maybe pellet it where it's like
Yeah.
you get low smoke, but just a little bit on it.
Yeah.
I think maybe some good little smoke on a pot pie might be good.
I'm heading back soon. I'll have a full report on that for sure. I also wanted to say we watched the second Spider-Verse movie last night, and it's a freaking A+ if you have not watched that yet. And it's crazy to me because I've never been a Spider-Man fan. I always thought he was like corny and
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
But that genre has made me interested in superheroes again.
Hell yeah.
Just in like the whole deal is so unique and brilliant. You know, I'm a huge fan.
That's crazy because I had the same feeling about falling in love with superheroes once again after I saw Dolis on Friday night.
Let's go, Chief. There it is, the best of the weekend every Monday at 3:40 with Eric Chiafalo. Rangers D-backs Game 3 preview. What needs to happen for Texas to get the dub? Are you more or less confident than you were going into Game 1 right now? It's tied 1-1 at 877-881-1053. Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous right here in the nation as we talk about Game 3. Pregame coming up at 6:30. And you got to hear Wolchuk's experience from Friday night and why Brian might owe him big time. It's coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you find yourself right now wanting or needing a brand new vehicle, D&M's the only way I do it. Now, I have 3 easy leases in my driveway every night, and it's more important than ever that you know about the option at D&M Leasing for you. You know, leasing volume increases significantly in periods of elevated interest rates. We have high rates right now. It's no different right now.
Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
2 hours, 28 minutes, 30 seconds till Rangers pregame World Series Game 3 in Arizona. Hope you're having an awesome time. We just had Sean McFarland on for the morning news at 3:20. If you want to go back and listen to any of his insights into what to expect coming up in Game 3. Little Game 3 preview right now, but before we can give you all the interesting storylines and stats, we do have to conclude our looking back on the games 1 and 2. I told you earlier, it was perhaps the greatest sports fanmanship moment of my life. Parents in town, going to the World Series, home run and walk-off home run with my dad side by side. We embraced, we jumped, we cheered. It was epic.
The only thing that could even compare to that is doing that same thing and experiencing that hug in that moment with your best friend. And I was seconds away from getting that opportunity.
Yes, sir, you were. And that is a fantastic tease. Chief absolutely in his bag this Monday, by the way. As we head across the broadcast table to Zach Wolchuk and Brian Broaddus, who can regale us in their tale of Friday night.
Yeah, Friday night was awesome, boys, wasn't it? It was just one of the best moments.
One of the greatest nights in DFW sports history, Wolchuk.
Oh, gosh, it was incredible.
Yeah. On my way home, I was listening to the postgame, and Bassick and Sandler were saying it was the greatest Ranger game ever.
Yeah, it
and
was.
We got to be there.
It was, and we were, man. We were there for 9 innings, almost the full 9.
But there was 11.
So what happened in this situation is, to peel the curtain back, we only get 2 parking passes for our show. So
MLB.
last week,
come on, MLB.
Last week, I did the driving. I'm like, I'm going to go ahead and do this for us, Brian. You can carpool with me and take care of this. I know where we need to be going. Friday, Brian was doing the show on Saturday, and I said, no, Brian, you drive this time. First off, I'm using a lot of gas for this, so I'm happy to let you drive, and we'll carpool it again. I get a text in about the 8th.
Because Chief gets the other pass. He's on the other side of town.
Yeah.
Just makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I got
Brian,
a special deal where I slide this guy $40. He lets me park there.
And you know
it's
what?
Worth it.
I might start doing that from now on, potentially.
Okay.
Control your own destiny.
After what happened on Friday. So, we get there and everything's going great. We do the pregame. It's amazing. In the game, our dude Keith is hooking us up. Eric and I we're boozing. We're hanging out with Tolos. First 2 innings, we find amazing seats. We're hanging out. Rangers are leading. We get kicked out of such seats because those people have now bought them. So now we're looking for other places to go. Find more Tolos over by 133. We're hanging out there. I'm putting in the call for Nathaniel Lowe or Josh Young to hit the game-tying home run in the bottom of the 8th. We got runners on. This is amazing. Well, then I get the text. Brian's decided, and I understand it from his standpoint, Rangers have had good luck. It has brought good juju to this baseball team.
Yeah.
For him to listen to the broadcast on the radio. So he has gone to his car, and things were not going well. So he's taking it upon himself, and I am for him for doing this, to go and listen to the game in the car. Then the 9th inning rolls around. Rangers still down 2. I get the text, I've moved the car. I'm waiting on you. Just let me know whenever you're ready to come out. And I'm starting to feel like, crap. I mean, the guy's like driving around, like it's starting to rain. What the hell is going on? I look at Eric. Eric and I have moved. We're kind of walking around. We're trying to change the vibes. We're watching it right by, I'd say, like section 108 area on the screen. And I'm like, Eric, if Leote gets on, I'm not going anywhere, baby.
And what
Leote
happened?
gets on.
Yes,
Leote
he
gets
did.
on. I'm like, Leote. Let's go. Next, Marcus Simeon. What's he do? Pops out.
What he always does.
In another text, I'm like, okay, Eric, I got to go meet Brian. Like, I feel bad. He's waiting. I've got to go, and I've got to go meet him in the car now.
I was like, but Seager. And he goes, I know.
And I'm like, I know. I told him back when we were sitting at 133, I'm like, dude, they're going to end up winning this thing, and I'm probably going to end up having to leave early, and this is what's going to end up happening. So I run out to the car.
Now, okay, from Brian's perspective, you really are you wanting Zach to come out at this point? Are you like, geez, what's this guy waiting for?
No,
you just wanted to let him know what the deal is,
I
just in case he did walk out.
I wanted to let him know where the situation, because what happened was we were, by getting there as early as we do, we get in a prime spot.
Yeah.
So I tried to move closer because it started to pour down rain.
Yes, it was.
So I tried to move.
So you're hooking him up a little bit.
I was trying to be
You weren't trying to rush the man.
No. I was trying to be a good teammate and move forward. But they've got these guys and gals out there with those flashlights that are and they're
Oh, yeah.
So they moved me all the way to where we usually park out there at the
You were way out there.
No, they moved
Glow
me.
stick guy moved you down there.
Glow stick guy kept me going to try and get me out of there.
Yeah.
I immediately did not even look at glow stick guy when I turned back. Like they're trying to wave me the other way. I just kept going.
Yeah.
You know how I do. I just said, no, I got to go back.
I did that once too. They chased me down in a golf cart.
Yeah. I go.
So, my guy's moving around out here, and I mean, I've got the text.
Okay, Walchuk kept the receipts. Let's go into the text messages.
Well, let me know, and I'll leave whenever you wanted. He said you can stay. 2 minutes later, I get the text. Let's go now, I think.
Oh wow. Okay, so that's we've done a full 180.
So now
here.
I wait 2 more minutes, and I was like, oh, bleep. Okay, fine. I'll walk your way.
Yeah.
And so now I'm booking it to the car. As soon as I get to the car, you can hear an eruption from the stadium.
Yeah.
I look at my phone. I see dong ball Corey Seager from Eric Chiafalo, and the broadcast is going crazy. And I look at Brian, and I'm saying, there's a spot right there. We can park and go back in. No. We're going. And in his defense, they're trying to get us out of here. The traffic people are doing their thing. And I get what Brian was trying to do. But I will say, my sports soul, and I'm in it for my guy. He did what he had to do, but I was collateral damage in this.
Yes, you were.
And Saturday was one of the most depressing sports. Like, the bottom line is the Rangers won, and that's all that matters. And hopefully we are there and we get to watch them clinch this thing.
Mm-hmm.
But this story is heartbreaking for me, and I prefer we never bring this up again.
Well, I'm sorry, man. We made history that night. That's up in the rafters.
That's all that matters, baby. That's all that matters.
It's up in the rafters of sports gas, and it's not your fault necessarily. It is, with literally...
it's not his fault at all.
Walchuk's in agony as we watch Leote get on base, and we're waiting with anticipation for Corey Seager to get up to bat, and I can see he's just lifeless, moping his way out of Globe Life Field, and I kid you not, 10 seconds from Walchuk removing himself from the building, the freaking roof gets blown off this place.
So was Let's Go Now, I think, like you saying, let's go Seager, he's going to hit the home run, we're going to tie it up.
No, because it was a situation where they got the out, and I'm like, the Rangers are 1-61 in this situation. Major League Baseball is in World Series. What was the numbers, Eric, over there? 225 and 228, right?
Yeah, 225 out of the 229 times that same situation happened in a World Series.
It's been over.
It's been over.
So I was okay. If I didn't move the car, this is where I got messed up, because if I left the car where it was, I'm fine. But now I've got people.
Yeah,
they're not letting me park because my teammate's coming out. And now it's starting to pour down rain. So I'm trying to get in a position so he doesn't get drenched. Okay, that's my thinking. But I'm also thinking the Rangers are not going to come back in this situation. I'm listening to the game. I'm listening to Eric and Hicksey and all them like, well, you know what the situation is, 1-61 in these, the Rangers and all. I'm like, and then all of a sudden you get the out, and I'm thinking, well, this is over. Yeah, they're not gonna come back from this one.
It's what it felt like to me. I'm sorry that happened to you guys. I mean, it's tragic that
it was tragic,
and it's poetic. It's the only game I stayed for.
I'm gonna say this real quick.
Isn't that nuts?
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this quick.
Yeah,
I did my part by going into the car.
You did your part.
You
Brian.
did.
I did my
Thank
part.
You for that.
You know
did
what?
You needed to do.
I did what I needed to do. And Wolchuk, you're absolutely right. You're collateral damage in this whole thing. And you're absolutely collateral damage.
Why didn't you call me though?
Because I didn't know if you had stayed or not. And you had the family. I mean, in hindsight, what I should have just done and said, bleep this, Brian, I'm going to Uber.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, Chief will take me.
That's what I should. Well, see, I didn't want to ask him. He's got the family and he lives so far away. I'm like, I'm not trying to be a burden on others. But what I should have done is just said, F this, I'm going to Uber. That's what I should have done in hindsight.
I left game 1 of the 2010 ALCS at 6-5 after the Yankees scored 5 in the 8th inning. I was like, forget this. And I listened on the way home as they got runners on in the bottom of the 8th and the 9th. And I'm like, oh my goodness, did I just make the biggest mistake ever leaving this game? And my dad's side-eyeing me in 2010. I'm like, so there was no way we were going to leave game 1 of the World Series after that experience.
I had a situation in 1974 where I left the game where Clint Longley, Roger Staubach got knocked unconscious. And Clint Longley on Thanksgiving Day threw a touchdown against the Redskins. to win the game. And I said to myself, I'm never going to do this again. I was 11 years old. But the thing was, like I say, I feel terrible about how it went down. If that was a clinching game, I would feel even worse. I think we're going to get to go to a clinching game.
I'm praying.
I think we're going to a clinching game, and by all means, if you want to drive or whatever, I'll. But the other day, I mean, I sit the game sitting there, and then my partner over here, he's gone for like 2 innings. And I'm thinking, what? Did you leave?
If they could put the show up, I'd drive out there. What is it? 12 hours? 15, 14 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, Dutch used to drive to spring training all the time. Like, I'm just going to hop my truck this morning. I'm at spring training.
Because we got the credentials to go. I've got Southwest miles and stuff like that. Hey, if you're listening to Eric, yeah, I do have Southwest miles. But yeah,
quite the flex.
So yeah, so to me, if it's a clinch situation, I'll go out there with it because our credentials are good.
Heck yeah, they are.
And besides that, I got buddies out there in Arizona.
You do, and I could tell Brian felt terrible.
I felt terrible.
Like I could tell he did, and I'm not trying to, lean into that.
No, I understand. And let me tell you, when we pulled up to the gate out here at 41-31, boom, get the home run from Adolis.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Broadus is feeling himself like my plan worked.
Yeah,
like he had to go listen on the radio. There's no question that propelled Rangers to victory in a huge way. And as you mentioned, Walchuk's then collateral damage.
Yeah,
and every time he looks back in his sports fandom and thinks about historical moments, he unfortunately has to do. And Walchuk's had some weird World Series things with where the Cardinals. Remember when you road trip to St.
Louis for Game 6? The game gets rained out, and I had to turn around and drive back because my buddy couldn't stay for the makeup game.
Well, then there's destiny there for you. That's weird.
That one was weird.
That's weird.
Friday was you paying the universe back for saving you from that game.
That could be.
They're going to clinch this thing at home. Now they're going to clinch this thing at home, and you could be a part of that. Yeah.
I mean, look, and people are texting, hey, maybe it was, could I be the jinx? I was wondering the same thing. I sent that to Eric, but I was there when we clinched in the DS to go to the CS.
Eric wasn't.
Yeah.
Eric left.
Yeah, I don't think
we're not hearing anything about that, are we yet?
You never know.
Or we're bringing up old stuff that doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, like it didn't matter that that was a clincher game and you left?
I mean, I left because that game was out of hand already. We knew in the 8th inning the Rangers were doing what they were doing.
The game was out of hand the other night.
It wasn't. It felt like they were down by 3.
1-61.
Down by 2.
They're 1-61. Don't act like that you were like this committed guy.
Let's not start lashing out and pointing fingers, okay?
No,
I was there. You weren't. No. History was made. You ruined Walchuk Sports weekend, and it was supposed to be one of the greatest ones ever. It's fine. Don't start lashing out now, pointing fingers.
Collateral damage.
I slept in my car for about an hour or two.
You slept in your car that night?
Yeah.
I did.
Oh, hey, you know what?
You probably needed to sober up.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
No, you did your part.
Hey, don't apologize to me.
I'm
don't get me wrong. You did ruin a moment for me where I was supposed to be hugging my best friend Walchuk, jumping up and down in baseball euphoria, and I didn't get that opportunity.
Make better decisions then.
Well, I high five myself.
I know what I need to do next time. I just need to say bleep this, and I'll Uber.
Get Eric to take you home.
That's what I'll do.
Dang right, I'll take you home anytime.
Well, neither of us should really have been driving.
That's exactly right. In the pouring down rain. Think about that one too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't high five any strangers?
No. On the Seager one, I did not. I just ran around by myself. But for the Bombi one, our guy Travis, it was cool because at that point, and that late into extras, the bartenders and everybody's closed up shop. So now everybody's just watching. So I'm hanging out with some of the bartenders and Tolos, and we were just having ourselves an amazing moment there, sharing some high fives.
Man, walking out of that yard is such a buzz because everybody's in such a great mood.
It was awesome, guys. I bet it was just the greatest moment ever.
You walked out of that barn, too.
I ran out of there.
Total shock and awe. Now, I can't believe that story happened to you guys, but hey.
Hey, it happens.
Yeah,
Sometimes you're collateral damage. Sometimes you are.
You saved a whole fan base.
Yeah.
You killed a woolly bully.
You know what? Hey, it's okay. I did what I had to do to get the victory.
and for that, Broadus, we thank you.
That's all.
Brian did hook me up with this badass pullover.
Yeah, and you know what?
That's good. Okay, so now we're already in the repaying of the debt.
It's not a World Series.
Hey, and don't be surprised. We might show up in Arizona for a clincher thing. I mean, and you know what? Don't be surprised.
I won't be.
Yep. Don't be surprised.
Let's clinch it, baby. Let's clinch.
Yep.
Well, Chuck, is getting that long sleeve Ranger pullover a core sports life memory?
No.
You think? Oh.
For somebody that doesn't always stay at games, that's kind of a shot at me.
It was a nice gesture.
I'm just having fun, man.
Broadus started off owning this apologetically, and now he's gone on the offense.
Yes,
I am totally good with the situation.
My mom even asked when we got home. She said, "Would you have stayed if it
Hell
wasn't for
no,
us
you
being
wouldn't
there?"
have stayed there. You know that. Guys leaning into this crap.
Hey, those first 2 innings, though, that I'll never forget that.
He's just mad at me because I actually stayed. That's why you're
I
really
am mad at you for staying. I am. I'm mad at myself.
He's mad at me for the same reasons.
Some guys got all the luck, I guess, Brian. I'm sorry.
Hey, we're going to be there for the clinch, and that's all that matters.
We are.
Let's go.
Let's clinch.
Yeah, it was just part of the story. It still happened, and you did your part.
Can the
TruckWreck.com fan text, please thank Brian for listening on the radio more.
Thank you, Brian.
He pulled off 6 and 7 for us, and then he got his game won.
I totally was committed to trying to make it work.
I'll sacrifice myself for wins any day.
Woolchuck's like that Pablo Escobar meme after the game, says the 214. He's sitting out there on that swing.
That's how
okay,
it felt.
let's top 10 at 420 coming up next. Wooly Bully, where are you taking us?
Oh, it's a very, very highly disputed day. It's National Candy Corn Day. I've got America's favorite Halloween candies for 2023, plus what do you think the top candy in the great state of Texas is? That's next.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation.
Always find what you love and love what you find only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by The Glass Doctor.
Hi, this is Larry Patterson, owner of Glass Doctor. Your fogged insulated glass window frames don't have to be replaced. The specialists at Glass Doctor can install new insulated glass in existing frames for less than you might think. Visit glassdoctor.com today.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for the Top 10 at 420 with Zach Wolchuk. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. I feel like Brian's really serious about taking you to Arizona.
Oh, he is.
I absolutely
am.
am.
I could tell how genuinely bad
I am.
Brian felt.
I feel terrible. I really, really do. I mean, it's not something that, you think about moments you have in sports or life and stuff like that. I feel absolutely terrible about it. And that's why I'm a little bit defensive about it, because of how bad I do feel.
Yeah.
Because, I didn't want him to miss all that and stuff like that.
Didn't. And I'm not trying I don't want to pile it on you.
No, I just love the idea of getting there for Game 5 if that's what it's going to be.
If it takes a clincher game, I'll get tickets and go. We got credentials. I'll fly that thing there.
You're going to fly?
Yeah, I'll fly there. I don't care.
He's got all those miles, remember?
Yeah.
I got a lot of.
We just need a remote engineer or an access unit, something like that. Somebody that can help us get
do it in the
dialed
Ranger. We'll do it in the Ranger booth.
There you go.
Ooh, there you go.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. Sounds like this could be doable.
This could be doable.
Yeah. And without further ado, here's Wolchuk. Zach with an H with his top 10.
All right, we're going to get into the top 10 best Halloween candies in America, 2023 version. What's America buying that you're going to go out and trick-or-treat with tomorrow night? I'm sure everybody's going to get their trick-or-treating done prior to 7 o'clock for Game 4 of the World Series, of course. Now, Max Scherzer is making the start tonight for the Rangers. In 2008, Max Scherzer debuted at Chase Field, where he's going to be pitching tonight with the Arizona Diamondbacks, as he's going to take that same mound in his career against Arizona. He started 12 games. He's 9-0. He had a 2.65 ERA. His whip is .872. He's got 111 Ks and 78 innings pitched. He's dominated and owned this baseball team, and let's hope that carries over tonight. He's also set to become the 8th pitcher to start a World Series game with 3 different teams. He's done it with the Detroit Tigers and the Washington Nationals. He joins guys like Roger Clemens, Jack Morris, Charlie Morton, Kurt Schilling, and John Lackey, along with Danny Jackson. Pretty exclusive list there. And Adolis.
And he's starting against his former team.
Right, exactly. And Adolis is 1 home run shy of becoming the 2nd player with 9 or more home runs in a single postseason, which would join Randy Arozarena, who had 10 back in 2020, which happened to be at Globe Life Field here in Arlington during that pandemic season. So let's go Rangers. Now, they are opening the roof. Brian, I think, makes a great point. Seems like it's a little windy there in Arizona.
It is.
Could they be trying to take away some of the power that the Rangers lineup has? I think they might be.
Yeah.
Because you certainly know D-backs aren't playing with a lot of power.
No.
This is a small ball team.
No, that's the whole thing. And I was, you mentioned that whole bit about, their team. And I asked them, because I asked my buddies there this question. I said, when did you guys decide to be playing old school baseball? And he says, my buddies were saying, I think it's just a byproduct of the talent on the team more than anything. Fast players who put the ball in play, not many true sluggers on this team. Adaptation more than anything is what they've done for their team. And I think when I'm looking at the set right now and the paper's blowing and they're right by home plate and they're facing out and the way the papers look like they're blowing, I think they're trying to mess with the Rangers' power here a little bit with the wind direction at Chase Field.
Mm-hmm. Man, that's something to monitor tonight. That really is, with the roof open. We'll talk with Jared coming up at 6 o'clock as he'll double dip with us. Final sports headline I want to get to: NC State, their head football coach, Dave Doran.
Yeah,
who they took on Utah, and you had Utah on College Game Day, and Steve Smith was there, and he was the guest picker. And Steve Smith said that NC State is waiting for basketball to start. So NC State goes and knocks off Clemson, right? And Steve Smith, of course, who is a former Utah Ute and Carolina Panther wide receiver, also with the Baltimore Ravens.
He lives in Charlotte.
Yes, and he does live in Charlotte, right? So you think like he knows a little bit about NC State, considers them a basketball program.
Yeah.
Well, Dave Doran, ahead of their matchup with Clemson, I guess gets word of this And post game, as soon as he's interviewed, they just knock off Clemson 24-17. He decides to go after one man and one man only, and that's Steve Smith.
Where does that faith come from? What do you see in that locker room on a day-to-day basis?
Heart, spirit, love, perseverance, grit, all the stuff our world needs. And tell Steve Smith in the studio, this ain't a basketball school. He can kiss my ass.
He started with some of the fruits of the spirit there a little bit. Then he closed it down with a kiss my ass.
Jerry Jeudy and Dave Doran, just two guys that can't stand themselves. Some Steve Smith right now. But I thought Steve was fun on the game day set.
Dude, Steve Smith is amazing, okay? Yeah. He's funny. He's edgy. He's super smart. And he's not afraid of anybody because he can kick anybody's ass. So he's exactly what the media needs.
Yeah.
You know, and I think he's going to continue taking off people.
Yeah, and his podcast is good.
His takes are amazing.
Absolutely. I'm with you. I'm pro Steve Smith here. All right, let's get into our top 10. The most popular Halloween candies of 2023 on National Candy Corn Day, 877-881-1053. What's your number one Halloween candy, and do you like candy corn? Let's go around the horn. General, candy corn, yay or nay, and what's your go-to Halloween candy?
I do like candy corn. I like the little pumpkin candy corns with the green top. I don't know why, but I do. Okay. I also like Whoppers, and I know that's another candy that people are like, whoa, the malted milk balls.
They started to grow on me as a child.
I like them out of the freezer, but my absolute favorite right now, a candy Kit Kat. That's what I want to see.
Kit Kat,
followed by Twix.
All right. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. All right, LA, where are we going?
There you go, Hagee.
Oh, yeah. Let's see, man. Anything, candy corn. Not really a fan.
Yeah.
Not super against it, though, either. I'll eat if it's there.
I feel the same way. I'm impartial.
Yeah. Anything that resembles a Crunch bar, Nestle Crunch bar.
Yeah.
If you have the crunchies on the bottom, little Rice Krispie joints,
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of that.
Dig that.
Yeah, that's really, really good.
Underrated, I always thought.
And they got the cookies and cream one that gets the job done.
The Hershey's Cookies and Cream bar is my number two favorite Halloween candy. Love that thing.
The candy corn, I'm not crazy about the candy corn.
Skip that.
I really skip it.
Do you like Peeps?
I've had it. No, God no.
Okay.
Peeps are worse than candy corn.
I agree.
But if you've ever tried it to where you get some popcorn and then you put a little candy corn in that, and I've done that before, and it's not terrible. I know some people put like cashews and peanuts in a bowl with candy corn and kind of go with it that way. I think it needs a little something to, but I'm mostly anti candy corn. Reese's peanut butter cups, guaranteed that's the one.
100%. We co-sign that. We always have. That's why we became best friends.
I'm going to go with no on the candy corn and yes on the Reese's peanut butter cups.
Dude,
but I've said before, slightly chilled. I had one last night when I got home from the Cowboys game.
So good.
It was Tolo was nice enough to bring me some when we were at the spa place.
That's right.
The other day, and so I had them left over, and I just was needing a little pick me up, and that's what I went for.
So good.
Agree or disagree? Not only are they better out of the freezer a little bit, I agree with that 100%, Brian, but also alternate shapes. Give me a Reese's football, an egg.
Yes.
The thin pumpkin. Have you tried the thins?
The thin, yes.
Thins are good.
I do like the thin. Yeah. Absolutely. It's almost like one of those little Listerines. I can just like put it at the roof of my mouth and let it hang there for a while.
For a while, I thought it was healthier for me to eat. That's what I told myself.
But you eat double every time.
Not true.
Not the case.
No, then I stacked them on top of each other. Thought, this is a big one right here.
Winning.
Woo! Mr. Goodbar getting texted in.
It's an underrated bar.
What about the Rolos? Rolos.
Yes,
got texted from
dude.
682.
Oh, my gosh.
Those are also good chilled.
Yes, and
Rolos
that's got the
fridge.
caramel inside, right? Yeah, those are
chewy.
delightful.
We got the Snickers or Three Musketeers from the 817.
Snickers
for sure, man.
For sure.
Yeah, Three Musketeers is just...
Those would be my top three. Reese's, the Cookies and Cream Hershey's bar, and then the Snickers. Like, Snickers is always a go-to. I think it's divine.
Is that a Charleston chew? What is that in the nougat inside the Three Musketeer? I don't know.
It's marshmallow. It's like whipped up marshmallow. It's like overly...
It's airy.
Beat marshmallow.
What about the Milky Ways? You guys like Milky Way?
Yeah, Milky Ways.
Okay, I can rock with a Milky Way. A lot of no on the candy corn. No, candy corn's disgusting. Right behind Peeps, not good. Also, 903 wants to know, Dawson, have you tried the new Churro Kit Kats?
Hello. No.
That sounds good.
They're doing a lot of interesting stuff with Kit Kats these days.
Really, the candy game has just been upped. And the Take Fives, yes, the Take Fives from the 817 are delicious.
That's a Reese's with a pretzel inside.
It's like a Reese's candy bar.
It's really good.
I had one over the weekend.
You know,
it wouldn't crack my top 5, but I'm not going to turn it down.
Right. I think in the top 10, it's definitely in the conversation. I didn't know anything about the Take Fives until I hosted on a Saturday with Lane Lewis leading up to Halloween.
Baskey had, maybe it was last Halloween, Baskey brought a bunch in because he's a huge proponent of the Take 5.
Take 5's good.
Look at the 817 saying the Heath bar.
That's like a toffee deal, isn't it?
I will eat that.
Really?
I will eat the little single bite ones are better than the full size.
Okay.
See that.
Yeah.
Shout out to the 817. Yes, I have had a 0 bar. And for a time, there was like a middle school, high school time where the 0 bar was my one seed. I ate too many of them, and I've kind of gone away from them for literally, I believe you know, about a decade.
I bet if you go back, it's going to start the cycle
It
all
might.
over.
It might,
So what is
dude.
the 0 bar?
It's
caramel, peanut, and almond nougat.
Yeah, it's
It
got a
sounds
bunch
good.
of different stuff in there. It's like a silver packaging.
It does have a killer package.
And I do have love. We got the 817, no love for the Butterfinger. For Halloween, I do have love for the Butterfinger. I think like the
I wanna see it.
the wrapping of the Butterfinger and the wrapper of the Reese's, I think just fit the style and the coloring of Halloween. Just gives me the Halloween vibe.
Yeah, it does.
The Butterfinger ground up is better when you put it on ice cream.
like in a blizzard of
like
sorts.
a blizzard,
Yes.
blizzard, yeah.
The top Halloween candy in the state of Texas is the Ferrero Rocher hazelnut chocolates.
I'm sorry, what?
Rather expensive, but delicious.
Highfalutin, man.
Very highfalutin. That is
those if
the
you trick or treat Highland Park, huh?
Yeah, no doubt. Now, the top 10 here. Most popular Halloween candies for 2023. Number 10 is Starburst. Not going to hate on it.
To me, that's
too chewy. You don't like the chewy?
It gets in the molars.
Shout out to Lane Lewis for listening right now. Dude, Tolo, we love
it's hard to deal with that plastic in your molars.
But it keeps you get that flavor sort of all day. You just lick back there from time to time.
Yeah, you just
know?
kind of a little flavor saver.
Yeah. Shout out to Dawson's Flavor Saver right now.
Number 9 is Kit Kats. Should be higher. Number 8 is the candy corn. And I guess it just always finds its way around here on Halloween. So
Very 1940 candy.
Is this like people voting their favorite, or did they take the numbers?
Sales.
Did they go into, okay, this is sales.
This is based on sales.
Yeah.
Number 7 is Sour Patch Kids.
It actually speaks to how bad candy corn actually is. When you think about it, it's a one-trick pony. It's a Halloween candy. And in its heyday, right now, at the peak of its powers, it's number 8 on the all-time candies.
Can't crack the top 7. 7 is Sour Patch Kids. 6 is Hershey's Milk Chocolate.
Yes.
Traditional.
Oh,
delicious.
dude, for sure. That's a Mount Rushmore.
Number 5 is Twizzlers.
Wow. Come on, America.
I've never been a big licorice person.
Can't do that.
Number 4, and I would
Another
always
plastic
get this.
candy.
This is a very popular Halloween candy. People are always giving these out for Halloween. Is the Tootsie Pops.
Oh, that's
Always.
better than the Blow Pop to me.
That's
Yeah,
much
the Tootsie
better.
Pop's
Yeah.
the one seed.
Yeah.
100%.
Delicious
Different flavors,
candy.
yeah.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of that Tootsie Pop?
Mhm.
Number 3 is M&M's. Number 2 is peanut M&M's, which I agree are the superior M&M's.
The peanut butter M&Ms also.
Peanut butter are good.
Are
Now-
better than the peanut M&Ms.
Now they're even selling bags, mixed bags, where they've got the peanut butter, and the traditional, and it's just a snack mix, basically, of M&Ms.
That's good.
But number 1, most popular Halloween candy for 2023 is indeed the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
There you
There
go.
it is. Once again.
Chocolate and peanut butter,
Destiny.
man.
Putting the orange wrapper on that.
It's the best.
It's almost cheating.
Yes, it is. And they've got great commercials.
Okay. Thank you, Wolchuk. Is top 10 at 420 most afternoons at 420 here in the nation. Now, Krusty's Corner is almost every day at 2:40, but today the Mike McCarthy presser was going on, and we wanted to make sure we got time for Broadus and his report. Where are we going today?
Yeah, we've got it. I've got the all 22 broken down for this Rams game. We'll get into some of those plays next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Rangers Game 3, plus Jerry.
Dallas take down Philly on Sunday. Old 75 Beer Garden. Good cheer, good friends, good times. See you there.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner. And here he is, king of the Krusties himself, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Glad to have some time with everybody today to do this. I love when I know that film's going to be there after I have all these questions, like when Zach and I finished with the post-game show. And how many times, Zach, do we always say, no, if we need to look at the film, I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see. So blessed to be able to get the tape early in the morning and then get on it and be able to watch and then talk to everybody about it, what I saw. You guys want to talk about any of these sacks? I've got them all broken down for you. Is there any? It was so odd how this thing worked out.
I would love to know how they got a handle on it. Because it was brutal. Like 3 out of the first 5 snaps, you're like, oh my goodness, this is going to happen all game.
I think with what happened was that early in this game, especially with Udoga, like the very first snap that they went with when he gave up the sack, is that like Hoyt, the edge rusher for them, like Udoga tries to set with his hands. He's like he's retreating and he's putting his hand, and Hoyt just chops his hands out of the way. And you're thinking like a veteran guy like Udoga is not going to let somebody just like chop his hands like that. And so now he's no hands, no balance, and then Hoyt's around him on the corner like that. But I felt like that technique-wise, they did a better job. Initially, the passing of some of these stunts, some of these twist stunts, they didn't handle very cleanly in that first series of the game. And then as the game wore on, they got a little bit better. I'm telling you what, these running backs did a really nice job of helping in the blitz pickup stuff. They were on point when it came to their ability to make plays. Like I'll give you an example. Prescott one time he throws a 10-yard pass to Lamb that ends up being a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And so you've got Martin one-on-one with Aaron Donald in this game, or excuse me, on this particular play. So you've got that taken care of. You got good on good there. You got Rico Dowdle in the backfield, and they decide the Rams are going to blitz their linebacker Jones on the play. They're going to blitz him through the A gap, and Rico Dowdle is standing right there, and just boom, he takes on Jones. Doesn't even get close to Prescott. So Prescott he sees the blitz, and there's Rico Dowdle. He steps up, takes him on. But what was really cool about the play was that if you look, it's the slant that they ran. It's the slant play that Lamb scored on. But the route by Ferguson was in front of the safety, and the safety drove on Ferguson's route, which opened up the inside window for Dak to throw the ball.
It's an amazing route by Lamb,
too.
too.
So Lamb wins inside. I think you've probably seen some Twitter pictures of him shaking at the line and then his ability to go inside. But you got to give Dowdle a lot of credit for stepping up, and then Ferguson some credit for drawing the safety out of that area and allowing the window to open up for Dak to be able to handle that. It was really a nice design, a nice throw. There's another pickup that they have. Prescott's going to throw the ball to Lamb for 21 yards, and Dak checks the play like he's got something in mind, and he goes to the line to check it because he reads the safety creeping on him. He reads the safety coming down like from depth. He reads the safety pre-snap coming down. So what happens is he's going to check the play. He sees the blitz coming pre-snap. Pollard now, he steps up. He's going to slide from right to left across the pocket. He's going to pick up that blitzer, Lake, to the safety coming on that blitz. He stones that guy, and then Yeast is the other blitzer that's going to come. So you really got a corner or a slot, a safety, and Dak knows he can only get one of those guys picked up. So the other guy is going to hit him likely. And Pollard does a great job. He takes the guy that's the first threat.
Mm-hmm.
He lets the other one go. Prescott knows that, and he hangs right in there to deliver the ball. Lamb wins on the inside against Witherspoon, and it's a 21-yard catch right there. So really good job of Dak pre-snap, seeing where the blitz is going to come from, getting Pollard over to pick it up, and knowing he's going to get whacked on the throw, but he makes a good throw there for your the 21-yard gain.
Yeah, that was awesome by Dak standing in there. I mean, as you mentioned, Pollard gets a great, but they got two guys coming right there in his face, and he stands in there, delivers the strike, boom, big play to Lamb, which felt like it was all day. Boom, big play to Lamb, boom, big play to Lamb. It was awesome.
12 catches on 14 targets. He really was getting the ball a lot.
The interception, that we have. Okay, I'm not breaking this down as a discredit to Dak or anything like that, because I don't think it was his fault at all, and I don't think that the tip ball was intended for where it was supposed to go. And if you look at this, if you watch this play from the end zone, I think if Prescott had to do it all over again, he would have set his feet, because he's kind of in that mode where he opens up, where sometimes we see Dak jump and open up, get wide, and then try and throw the ball. He had time to set his feet. If he had to do it over, if you asked him right now, hey, on that throw, what would you do different? He would probably say, I would set my feet, probably to is what his answer would be to you. Okay, it makes the throw, but I don't think he was throwing the ball to McEwen. That's something else I'd love to ask him. Because the way the ball was from the end zone, it's kind of wide and it's tipped in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a lot of clutter in the middle of that field. They're trying to run like some mesh routes inside.
It seemed like you had two guys right in the same spot.
Lipke, they've got all these guys running for the middle of the middle. But at a little bit deeper depth is Schoonmaker, who is on the goal line in the middle of the field. I think Prescott, bless you, I think Prescott was trying to throw the ball to Schoonmaker in the end zone or at the goal line, and McEwen just happened to reach back and tip the ball, which resulted into the interception.
Oh. The D lineman hit it first, right?
No, that was a straight ball.
Oh, I see. Totally.
Yeah.
I think halfway through reaching for it, McEwen was like, crap, I'm not supposed to get it, and almost tried to pull his hand back.
I think that was one of those. We've seen Dak have some interceptions before where it's not his fault. Now, the ones where he doesn't see guys and he throws it, those are the ones but there's so much going on in the middle of the field, and I really, really do believe with all my heart watching the play that he's trying to throw the ball to Schoonmaker on the back. It's just, but McEwen gets in the way. And I think that's poor design right there. I mean, there weren't a lot of poor design plays that the Cowboys had yesterday, but that one of them right there.
There's three players in like a 10-yard triangle.
Exactly. And
one defender could get them all.
But if, they run empty formation, so they're in 13 personnel basically, they run empty. They run empty formation. They got Pollard far out to the left. If Dak wanted to be really cute, he could have hit Pollard for a touchdown.
Oof.
Pollard's open in the end zone, but he tried to fit it. I do think he was trying to fit it to Schoonmaker there, and McEwen got in the way. That's just one of those unfortunate things that happened. I want to talk real quick, if I could, about Bland, how he saved a touchdown for you on the first drive. The Rams set up a screen to Cooper Kupp, and it's a really well-designed screen. They get everybody out there in front, and somehow Bland is able to get around the block of the tackle Jackson. He knifes down, gets low, gets inside, and Jackson goes right over the top of him. Bland comes down inside, makes the tackle. It's a 2-yard gain. If Bland doesn't make that tackle, it's a 7-7 game.
Yeah, it's a touchdown.
That's a 4-point play right there.
Absolutely.
Is what he saved right there. Great job by him. The pick six was a thing that it was a great play. Well, it was a good play where he was. It was a strange route combination by Atwell and Kupp on that play. I think that Lewis did a really good job of jamming Atwell at the line of scrimmage, making it hard for him to get up the field. And Stafford throws the ball as if Kupp is breaking to the inside instead of the out, with Bland sitting right there. Bland really never had to move. He was in position because the way you never want to put, when there's two men together, you never want to get side by side because you might get picked. So you played a little bit of depth. One plays up, one plays back. but Lewis did a great job of jamming his guy Atwell at the line, and Kupp really just the route. It looked like that they were just not on the same page. But where Bland was positioning because of avoiding being picked, it was able to get him the interception right there. So really, really great job. And my final one I want to do for you here is the Parson pressure that ended up being the sack fumble, but was reversed by the official. And it was the right call. Ball was in the guy's hand, in Stafford's hand as he's throwing it. So that was the right call. But Armstrong and Parsons run a twist inside. That's something the Cowboys absolutely love to do. Parson gets around Dotson as Stafford is sliding forward in the pocket. Parsons doesn't even give up on the play. He tracks Stafford down from behind. The Cowboys catch a huge break on this play, by the way. Lewis grabs Kupp down the field, off the line. You could see him basically grab him, and the officials didn't call it. That was the one that the ball went flying forward, and Lewis was able to fall on it, but it was incomplete. But that was a huge break for the Cowboys. They got several breaks in this game. The 63-yard punt return was after the safety was a big play, but you could have gotten some holding calls along the way on both the punt returns. Officials let him play this game. Aiden Hill and his crew did a really, really nice job of letting both sides, letting them play in this football game. But those were some of the good plays for you.
All righty. Appreciate you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon in the nation. Today at 4:40, but usually at 2:40. Just had the Mike McCarthy press conference today. So he'll be back on tomorrow at 2:40. And then Wednesday and Thursday, he'll preview the Eagles on either side of the ball. All right, coming up next, it is the 5 o'clock hour. We'll talk a little bit of Rangers with you. We'll talk a lot of Rangers with you, but also football's finest coming up with the Chief. Where are you taking us?
Yes, sir. More Cowboy victory observations and a look at the division next right here in the nation. But let's get you over to Ford's finest. Oh, yeah, Platinum Ford in Terrell, brought to you by Gilchrist Automotive. Proud to announce the all-new store between I-20.
kissable journey starts today.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are, because we're just an hour and 27 minutes and 30 seconds now from Rangers pregame, Game 3 of the World Series, and we'll be talking a ton about them coming up in the Expressway at 5:20. We give you 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Big night in sports, FC Dallas versus Seattle tonight. You have the Mavs in action. You have the Stars in action. So a little bit of this, that, and the other thing into Monday Night Football if you want it. And for more on football, here's the Chief.
Man, how about those Cowboys, huh? I mean, my goodness. First team since 2007 with a defensive touchdown, a blocked punt, and a defensive safety in the first half of a game. It was pretty special. I was looking over at Walchuk like, my gosh, man, when this team clicks, when they're really rocking and rolling, they just blow the doors off teams.
They do.
And that's what ended up happening yesterday. Really, really, really great performances all around from a lot of individuals. But I think we witnessed something for the first time in the history of the sport, at least at the professional level. Broadus, correct me if I'm wrong, but my gosh, at one point you see the Cowboys punting, and at gunner, where it's usually a 190-pound corner or a safety perhaps, or maybe a really tough wide receiver that you feel like's ready to stick his nose in there, run down the field really fast. There is number 54, Sam Williams, lined up out wide at 6'4", 262 pounds. He's an extraterrestrial working at gunner in punt coverage. He received max speeds of over 19 miles per hour, almost 20 miles per hour on a tackle and force fair catch. Next Gen Stats is like, man, I don't think we've seen anything like this. This is a full-on edge rusher doing the job of like a corner or a safety. And then he goes down there and he makes the tackle. I'm like, wait, that's Sam Williams as the gunner?
Crazy. I wouldn't get in his way.
Heck no.
Why are we going 200 pounds when you could go 235?
That's the Terminator, and that's 265. Sam Williams is other than probably Tyron Smith, he's the most physically impressive thing walking around that place.
He is. He's a freak show, man.
His arms are huge and long all at the same time. He's fast. He's explosive. His punt block was just outstanding. Fired out of a cannon. He's the only one that competes with Micah Parsons in terms of like the quickness off the ball, the get off speed.
Right.
He's right there with Micah. Sometimes he's better than him. Just a physical freak show in every way. And he did. Have you ever seen a defensive lineman play gunner?
No.
And not only play gunner, but do it at a high level?
I was wondering because he was down there so fast. I thought it was a legal man downfield.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was like, okay, he's one of the up backs.
Right.
And I thought he just released immediately. And I thought there's a legal man downfield right there. And I didn't see a flag. But then it's from the outside. It wasn't from the middle. And I was like, okay, wait a minute now. Was he actually the flyer on the right side there? And he sure was. So, give him a lot of credit for that. I'll tell you what, his punt block was really outstanding. And you have to, if you want to give some credit too for the help on the punt block, Wanye Thomas and Armstrong again.
They're both right there.
They did a great job. And when they got the personal protector, that Armstrong did such a great job of getting the penetration there, and Thomas behind him, that it made the personal protector, that guy that handles it right in front of the punter, he had to step up to take that on, and that just gave Williams a clean alley. When Williams, he just destroyed Hoyt, who was the guard to that side. Just went right around him and got right onto the punter and was able to block that.
And Bones knows how to exploit the Rams. He did it last year too in their matchup at SoFi Stadium.
It was that when you get punt returns or punt blocks, there's usually 2 or 3 other guys that are kind of helping that guy, and that's what they've been able to do. The fake field goals like that, things that you've seen them be able to pull off is because of some pretty good scheme work.
Brad and Babe were talking about it, and Babe said when he was in Washington, like in the early to mid 80s, the special teams coordinator there would use defensive ends, and I forget if it was Dexter Manley or Charles Mann. but he said they would be using starting defensive linemen sometimes to get this job done.
Really cool. Not something I had seen
And that's
before.
Joe Gibbs'
but
coach team.
Yeah. Look at him, ahead of his time. But more guys to show love to defensively. I would say just some observations. I mean, obviously Micah continuing to be the monster that he is, and all the pressures that he got resulted in either incompletions or just big plays for the defense. Like his pressures, even though he's just doubled and tripled all the time, he should have 1 million sacks. He's only able to register 1 or 2 in a game, but it's all the pressures, and they result in great things for the defense. I always want to show love to Micah. His play lined up in the A gap where he just dominates the center.
Right. He had a couple of those. Matter of
Picture
fact,
perfect,
yeah,
moving him right over there, man.
Yeah, on the matter of fact, the 4th and 2 play was one I didn't get to here with Rippon in at quarterback because Stafford was out.
Mm-hmm.
But it was 4th and 2, and they're trying another one of those combination routes, Atwell and Cup. And this time, Atwell motions inside and carries his route inside, and then Cup, delays and breaks to the outside. Well, he threw the ball in between that. But what was the problem was Shelton, the center, once again on Micah Parsons, one-on-one, no help. And Parsons does a great job. He hits Rippon right basically in the chest, but avoids like helmet-to-helmet contact.
Smart play.
Like he's able to stay to the side where it's chest to chest, but keeps his helmet to the outside and doesn't wrap up Rippon and slam him to the ground. But the pressure was there. I mean, Rippon has to throw the ball quickly, but Parsons not to get a roughing the passer penalty on that with how quick he got back there. Super impressive.
Yeah, a lot of guys flying around defensively. Of course, Deron Bland, no question about it. The pick 6, once again, he's an animal, and I believe his pick 6 at the moment made him the leader on the team in touchdowns for the year.
He's tied with Lamb.
And now he's tied with CD.
And then
CD
Lamb
added 2.
Yeah, right. Lamb was like, okay, wait, I need to go ahead and step my game up here. He did in a huge way. We'll get to the offense here in a second, but I would say like Donovan Wilson finally showed up. The physicality, it was like, okay, this is some of the Donovan Wilson that I'm used to seeing. Jaron Kearse made some nice plays. How about Mozzie Smith?
Yeah,
Mozzie Smith there.
Mozzie's starting to get better every week, man.
Yeah,
really
that was.
There was a couple of reps again where he's a little slow off the ball, but when you watch him play, he's kind of getting the understanding that you have to go. You can't be the last guy off the ball. If you're the last guy off the ball, you're going to get blocked.
Yeah, he had at least one run stop there towards the end that I was like, ooh, okay. Nice to see you, Mozzie. That looked really, really nice. Osa had some nice plays, of course.
Well, Wilson's good one, too, was when Bland had a knockdown. Nakua was coming across the field, and Bland was able to get his hand in. But Wilson, coming from his linebacker position, turns and runs, and there's a collision there. So Nakua can't get the ball. I mean, it's like there's like the ball's getting defended, but he made sure that he couldn't catch him. So Bland and Wilson both been able to kind of take care of a play right there and get him off the field.
Yeah, and Cooper Kupp and Nakua both combining for like under 60 yards receiving, no touchdowns.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a really, really nice job defensively there. So wanted to show some love to guys like that. Marquise Bell as well. Marquise Bell continuing to show up
with both Puka and Kupp too.
Yeah,
that was impressive.
Using him in coverage and also the ability to play run defense.
Yeah,
Marquise
it's really
Bell
good.
is a player.
Yeah.
It's been awesome to watch. And then as you look offensively, I mean, there was a couple of takeaways here that I think were, intentional things that the Cowboys did from a game plan standpoint that would give you encouraging feelings within you. Hopefully they will continue to do these things. And some of this stuff is stuff we saw back in Oxnard where we were really excited about what the potential for the offense could be. But one of them was, hey, less snap counts for Michael Gallup. 33 snaps, 51% snap count for Michael Gallup, lowest he's had since he tore his ACL back against the Cardinals in 2021. So they might be understanding, okay, Michael Gallup, not quite the same player. Let's take a little bit off his plate. He had a couple of nice receptions yesterday for sure.
Yeah.
But you see a little bit more Tolbert, a little bit more Turpin, and I think that was a really good thing for the Cowboy offense.
I'd like to see a lot more Turpin. And I understand what they're doing with Tolbert and trying to get him more involved. But there's
juice with Turpin.
There's
for
some
sure.
real explosiveness to Turpin's game and the ability to run the routes or hand him the ball or throw him the ball. And the kid does a good job when he's asked to block in the running game when they put him up inside on
for
some
his
stuff.
size. That is a huge attribute.
Yeah. Now he had the penalty with the illegal motion penalty was that was a bad
that.
Well, he's like, sorry guys, we just implemented these motions. We've never done these motions before, and all of a sudden we're doing them. And that was another thing that was really encouraging, using the motion at the snap at a much higher rate, getting a bunch of different dudes involved with it. There's Cooks, there's Turpin, there's Lamb, there's Ferguson, and they were mixing it up and stealing some things from the new age offenses like in Miami and whatnot, and that was wonderful to see. Hey, throwing the seam tight end touchdown to anybody other than Schoonmaker was a beautiful decision as well. Like, hey, when you do that to Ferguson, you might end up with a nice play. Hendershot and Schooney don't know how to handle themselves in those situations.
Yeah.
Ferguson's been a monster ever since, I believe, the Cardinals game.
Yeah,
it's like 15 of 15 with him and Dak just
Ferguson's
connecting.
a stud, dude.
Last
the
miss-
dude's emerging into one of the best tight ends in football.
Yeah, the last miss was in the fourth quarter of that Cardinal game.
More bunch sets. That was
bunch
welcomed.
sets.
More play action.
Yeah.
That was welcomed.
Do you have the numbers on it yet?
I don't. I think there were a couple in there. I know it was the. Let's see. They used the 3-by-1 formations at their highest rate for sure this season. They used the play action at the second highest rate of the season. And their motion at the snap was far and away the highest they had for the season. So you can see some tangible things that at the bye week they might have looked at. And Nick Harris at DallasCowboys.com asked McCarthy specifically about the motion stuff at the snap, and he sort of downplayed it. But it's like, hey, that was very intentional. You were doing this on a lot of plays, and you found great success on those plays. And so I say 2 thumbs up, man. Keep that going.
Yeah, between those things and Dak Prescott running, I'm ready to put away my cynicism about this football team. If they want to continue doing those things for like the next couple, 2-3 weeks, consistently bring an offensive game plan that is inspiring,
yes,
then I can come off my crotchety position that I'll never see the Cowboys win a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I'm ready to do it.
I loved what they do. There is a ton of apprehension on the text line. Like, why don't you beat a good team? And then we can really go ahead
for
and
sure.
do this. And I get it, but you still got to give credit where credit's due. It's hard to win in the NFL. And we got a text that I think might be up for worst take of the week so far, and it's only Monday, but Cooks is a bust for the boys. Brandon Cooks caught a 4th down for you, a 3rd down for you to move the chains, and a 25-yard touchdown, and he's been open a bunch. They just haven't thrown him the football. Brandon Cooks is still a really good football player.
Very helpful. Yeah. I don't think he's going to go for 1,000 yards, but...
Yeah, because the first half of the season's been poor, but the second half of the season, he might be one of your best players.
Shout out to Broadus in the pregame show giving us the next-gen numbers on when Brandon Cooks was on the field coming into the game.
Yeah.
And we were, the production hadn't really quite been there for Cooks leading up to yesterday. It was his breakout performance, if you will, but just his presence on the field and his speed, you saw where the yards per attempt for Dak when Cooks was on the field, it was over 8. When Cooks was off the field, it was 5 yards.
Wow.
So you can see the difference there where when he's on the field, they want to push the ball down the field a little bit more, and defenses certainly have to respect his speed. So Brandon Cooks, kudos to you.
I mean, he's a new weapon. It's a new offense. It's pretty reasonable that it might have just taken them 6 weeks plus a bye to take all the feedback they were getting and sort of trick up a game plan around it or optimize a game plan around it. Maybe trick up's not the right word, but I think that's what we're excited about right here. If you're on the text, like, yeah, they just beat the Rams. It's how they won.
Yeah.
Coming
it's
off
the
of a
new
bye.
things. It's the evolvement, how this offense is evolving. And it seems like they did do some self-scouting at the bye, and they came out and showcased it.
John Owning is showing that Dallas had a EPA, an expected points added, on 67% positive EPA, 67% of their plays using motion at the snap. Dallas finished with 50% positive EPA rate on the whole day. But think about that. I mean, a much higher percentage of positive expected points added when you were using motion at the snap. It just creates conflicts for the defense.
Did
So
somebody ask about play action? Is that one of the questions?
It was at the second highest rate. They used play action at the second highest rate of the season, I believe.
That 37% of their dropbacks in that game yesterday, they went play action. 63% they went no play action. Dak was actually better numbers-wise with no play action. He was 17 of 19 for 228, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. On play actions, he was 8 of 12 for 76 yards.
Keeping CD Lamb as a focal point in the offense, absolutely huge. And he had, I believe it was six receptions that went for 20 or more yards. I mean, dude, that is the name of the game, man. Creating explosive plays and getting the ball in his hands. He goes 12 receptions on 14 targets, 2 touchdowns, and 158 yards. That's what you want to see out of your guy. Getting him involved early and often, I think, was huge. So plenty of more takeaways for sure, but I really appreciated the way they approached it offensively yesterday.
Yeah, 469, happy to beat the Rams. It means nothing if you don't beat Philly. Show us you can beat a team with a pulse. Man, this is exciting to be going into Philadelphia this week, and I totally agree. You know, you got to start beating those good teams, and the Cowboys have had success against Philadelphia.
You know, just real quick.
I'm not that worried about them.
No, it's a team that they've kind of handled in the past. Just real quick, too, versus Blitz, Dak was 12 of 13 against the Blitz yesterday.
Don't blitz Dak, man.
Yeah.
The Matrix was
that's
open.
a trend throughout his career. He's been really good against the blitz.
And Tyler Smith having 13 opportunities to go up against Aaron Donald and giving up 1 pressure.
Yeah.
I thought was pretty nice.
I mean, Dak was like Merrill Kelly, right? Saturday, Merrill Kelly was in his bag. He was dialed, everything he wanted, the location, the timing, the awareness. It was all there. I just want to see it more consistently from Dak. Are you guys with me on that?
Yeah, from Dak and McCarthy. I want to see, let's not go away from the things that were successful yesterday.
Last 2 weeks, and I get it, it's PFF, you take it with a grain of salt, but he's been the highest rated quarterback in football, and a lot of that does have to do with the play caller opening up the offense, but I do think, I get where a lot of the fans are coming from. They've had success in the regular season, so ultimately, what do you do against good teams in the postseason? But we're not just going to sit back and not talk about a good Rams win.
My only worry is that you know what it's like when a bad shooter makes his first 3 of the game? He's like, yeah, baby, it's my night. And now they're like, I'm a shooter. Well, the Cowboys were really good passing on early downs. And I just, they have to be mindful and aware that what worked this week might not work next week. And you better be ready to adjust on the fly. Like passing in early downs, I think you're signing up for 3 and outs, a ton of them. And we'll see. We'll see if they can go pull that off against Philadelphia. The schedule's about to get tough. And if you're sitting there with your arms crossed like go beat a good team, they're about to get a lot of opportunities to do that. Why Barstool Sports is doing a takedown on Rangers fans. We'll get you that story and the rest of the Rangers storylines to look forward to as we sit here now 1 hour and 11 minutes until Game 3 pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan. Twin Peaks is a great place to go watch the game tonight if you're looking for an awesome thing to do. It's happy hour.